At Awakening Plaza in Sangnan No. 1 High School, Principal Lin Baiyuan's voice boomed. Students, today marks a turning point in your lives with the awakening of spirituality. I must warn you again, regardless of your spiritual level, choose a saintess for your contract. Witches are beyond ordinary control. There was once a genius who abandoned an S-level saintess for a witch, only to become a murderous demon after backlash. Such tragedies must not be repeated. In the crowd, Yiming found himself in confusion. The sharp blade in his hand had somehow turned into an ordinary fruit knife, along with an apple he did not remember holding, both of which he discarded with disdain. He surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings with guarded eyes. Why does my head hurt so much? A sharp, electric pain surged through him, flooding his mind with strange memories. Through these new memories and snippets of conversation from the students around him, Yiming, who had been a top assassin in his previous life, realized he had traveled to a bizarre world called High Marshal Blue Star. This world, similar to the technological civilization of his past, had once been invaded by vicious beasts, leading humans to develop a unique power system awakening spirituality and contracting with either a saintess or a witch. After centuries of experience, it was widely believed that contracting with a saintess was easier and more stable, while contracting with a witch was difficult and prone to deadly backlash. Even witches in black silk were shunned. Contracting with a witch means slow progress, weak early power, and the risk of deadly backlash, Yiming analyzed with a cold smile, a peculiar glint in his eyes. These so-called disadvantages are actually advantages for me. As a top-tier assassin, he had long surpassed human limits, mastering combat instincts and killing techniques. Fear of backlash? Laughable. Raised in an assassin organization, his hands drenched in the blood of countless criminals, his soul had long danced with death. How could he fear mere backlash? I'm surprisingly well-suited to the witch contract system. Fate is truly fascinating, Yiming mused, a decisive glint in his eyes. The awakening ceremony began in full swing. Han Xiaya was the first to step on stage, a green pillar of light shot skyward intermediate spirituality. Golden and dark pillars descended simultaneously, signifying that both a saintess and a witch were willing to contract with her. Unsurprisingly, she chose the golden pillar, and a valiant armored saintess appeared at her call. Han Xiaya has awakened intermediate spirituality and successfully contracted within a level armored saintess, gaining the skill song of sword and shield. Lin Baiyuan nodded approvingly. And a level saintess is commendable, train well, and your future is promising. Next, Zhang Hu, Zhou San, Gu Mingfan, Chun Daming, and others took the stage. Their spiritual levels varied, yet all chose the path of the saintess. Each time a dark pillar descended, it dissipated into the void, as if even the world rejected the power of darkness. Yiming watched the repeatedly rejected dark pillars, gripping the fruit knife tightly. The fate of witches is so similar to mine as an assassin. Even if I only kill villains, people still avoid the word assassin like the plague. A rare sense of resonance stirred within him. Next, Wang Haoyang, a haughty young man, stepped onto the awakening platform. Yiming paused. The original owner of his body had a history with this person. It doesn't matter anymore. Since I've taken over this body, it's time to end this petty conflict. Wang Haoyang awakened high-level spirituality and successfully contracted with S-level lightning saintess, descending the stage with a smug glance at Yiming, flaunting his superiority. Yiming merely shook his head indifferently, utterly boring. At that moment, a purple pillar suddenly pierced the sky. The crowd gasped. School beauty Lu Yuxuan had awakened super spirituality, a rare miracle even in Sangnan City. Yuxuan, remember to choose a saintess, never a witch, Principal Lin nervously reminded her. Lu Yuxuan nodded slightly, stepping into the divine space. Moments later, golden ripples spread, and a radiant saintess with 4 wings, a luxurious robe, and a scepter appeared behind her. Lu Yuxuan has awakened super spirituality, contracted with an S-level radiant saintess, and gained the skill Radiant Descent. The principal trembled with excitement. S-level. Our Sangnan No. 1 High School has finally made it. The students were filled with envy and chatter. Truly blessed. Not only beautiful, but with such high spirituality. Isn't she that kid from the Yi family's girlfriend? He's really lucky. Even though the Yi family is famous, they say her boyfriend is timid and weak, unworthy of such a celestial talent. Yiming watched coldly, his mind on high alert. Sure enough, after Lu Yuxuan completed her contract, she walked straight to him, her expression ice-cold and resolute. Yiming, I've awakened super spirituality. We are no longer on the same path. Thank you for your care over the past 3 years, but we must. Shut up. Yiming interrupted harshly, his gaze sharp as a knife. Breaking up, right? I agree. But remember, I'm the one dumping you. Now, stay away from me. I don't want any misunderstandings. Lu Yuxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Yiming had seen the truth through the original owner's memories. This woman had never truly cared for him, finding even holding hands repulsive, treating him as a tool at her beck and call. Now, having secured an S-level saintess contract, She was eager to sever ties and maintain her facade of purity. Yiming, what did you say? You're dumping me. Lu Yuxuan's face twisted with anger. I'm the school beauty who just contracted with an S-level saintess. A star among stars. What right do you have to dump me? Only I can dump you. Now, apologize, and I might reluctantly accept you as a friend. Yiming frowned. What an idiot. He turned and walked away, not bothering to engage with Lu Yuxuan. Stop right there. What gives you the right? Lu Yuxuan shouted, stomping her foot in frustration on the campus awakening square. Her delicate face was flushed with anger. She took a deep breath to calm herself, muttering, Come on, Yuxuan, why bother with someone like him? Is he really worth your anger? Just then, Wang Haoyang strutted over with a haughty gait, casting a disdainful glance at Yiming. A mocking smile played on his lips. This kind of loser, can he even awaken any spirit? Acting all aloof now, but soon he might be begging for your forgiveness on his knees. Hurrah! Swish! A cold gleam flashed as Yiming's figure moved like a phantom. Before anyone could react, he was already in front of Wang Haoyang, a fruit knife precisely pressed against his throat. The blade had pierced the skin, drawing a trickle of blood. Yiming's eyes were cold, and his voice devoid of warmth. Why aren't you laughing now? Not enjoying it, are you? You. Wang Haoyang's pupils contracted violently, cold sweat forming on his forehead. The surrounding students gasped and whispered among themselves, Wow, Yiming was so fast. Even Wang Haoyang, who contracted with the glass lightning saintess, couldn't react. No conflicts during the awakening ceremony. Next, Yiming. Principal Lin Baiyuan intervened just in time. Yiming put away the knife, leaving Wang Haoyang with a chilling warning, Call me again, and it won't just be a scratch. With that, he walked towards the awakening platform, leaving the crowd in awe. Once Yiming was out of sight, Wang Haoyang dared to mutter under his breath. What's he so smug about? He might not even awaken a low-level spirit. Before he could finish, a loud boom echoed. As Yiming's hand touched the awakening platform, a pillar of blood-red light shot skyward, its powerful energy sweeping across the area. The light was like a divine column connecting heaven and earth, exuding an awe-inspiring pressure. What? A blood-red light pillar. Principal Lin Baiyuan was ecstatic, gesturing wildly. Full level. It's a full-level spirit, my gosh. The scene erupted into chaos. Holy crap, this is insane. The full-level spirit, only theoretical until now, actually awakened by Yiming. Rumor has it, once you awaken a full-level spirit, you can choose any SS-class saintess. I'm so envious I could scream. Wang Haoyang's eyes were red with rage, his fists clenched tightly. Damn it, how is this possible? A full-level spirit meant the privilege of choosing any SS-class saintess, a pinnacle status in the entire Dragon Nation. He couldn't accept that the weak and useless Yiming had awakened such a spirit. Lu Yuxuan stood frozen, her eyes unfocused. Regret and frustration churned within her. A full-level spirit. Did I make a mistake? Then she stubbornly convinced herself. No, I wasn't wrong. It's all Yiming's fault. If he had awakened sooner, I wouldn't have broken up with him. Yes, it's all his fault. The students around exchanged puzzled glances. How could that possibly be Yiming's fault? Hurry, choose a saintess. Remember, pick an SS-class saintess. The principal urged frantically from the side. Yiming ignored him, his consciousness already entering the divine spacea mysterious, ethereal world where several globes of light, shrouded in golden hue, floated before him. As he walked by, the divine figures within the spheres of light reached out to him with enthusiasm. Each exuded the unique holy radiance of an SS-level saintess, a spectacle that left Yiming slightly astonished. Was this the privilege granted by maxed-out spirituality? However, a hint of doubt soon crept into his mind. In theory, both witches and saintesses should coexist in the divine space he occupied, yet all he saw were figures of SS-level saintesses. Could it be that human preference had led to a dwindling number of witches? At that moment, his attention was drawn to an unassuming corner in the distance. There, a cluster of dark light seemed to be trying hard to suppress its presence, fearful of being noticed. Ignoring the olive branches extended by the saintesses along the way, Yiming headed straight for the darkness. As a top-tier assassin, he knew that at the same level, a witch would be the most suitable choice for him. Upon closer inspection, Yiming discovered a petite girl in a black dress hidden within the dark glow. Her long, dark hair was loose, and her dark, starry gown trailed on the ground as she hugged her knees in the corner, burying her head deeply between them. Her body trembled slightly, hyper-aware of any disturbance, like a startled fawn. When Yiming reached out to touch her, the girl spoke in a flustered tone, her voice as crisp as silver bells. Don't come near me. I'm a witch. I might hurt you. At that moment, Yiming realized something. He remembered saying the same words in a rain-soaked corner during his assassin days. What a pitiful soul, just like I was back then, he thought, gently shaking his head as his gaze grew resolute. I've made up my mind. It's you. As an assassin, he couldn't save his past self, but now, as a possessor of maxed-out spirituality, he could at least save this witch. The system's prompt sounded immediately. As a distinguished possessor of maxed-out spirituality, you have the right to initiate a contract. Would you like to proceed? Information on the SS level which will be revealed post-contract. Yes. Yiming answered without hesitation. As soon as the contract's success was announced, the black-dressed girl's information appeared before him, causing even someone with Yiming's composure to widen his eyes in surprise. Name, Godfall Dark Empress. Name, Inyuyu. Gender, female. Level, SS level. Potential enhancements, Emperor's presence, invincible presence. Description, mysterious and beautiful, graceful and powerful, born in the night, rising from the shadows. Wherever she goes, darkness descends, and order collapses. At her peak, she was so powerful that even deities fell at the sight of her. Overall evaluation, the Empress's status is so esteemed that I am not qualified to evaluate her. Not a witch, but an Empress. A flicker of surprise crossed Yiming's eyes as he chuckled wryly. Is this a stroke of luck? An Empress is leagues above a witch. The system's voice chimed in appropriately. No. Esteemed possessor of maxed-out spirituality, it was your choice of a witch that led to the revelation of the Empress. That's true. Yiming nodded slightly. Had he not been adamant about choosing the witch, he might never have uncovered the Empress's true identity. Yiming glanced at the information about Inyuyu, and every detail left him astounded. Not only did her attributes far surpass those of the SS-ranked Saintess, but her level also shattered his perception of the SSS ceiling. This unprecedented surprise made his heart race, more thrilling than when he had earned the title of top assassin. At that moment, the dark aura surrounding Inyuyu gradually dissipated. She sensed the changes within her and looked up abruptly, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. Her eyes, deep as the vast starry sky, flashed with disbelief. Did you form a contract with me? Though her mesmerizing eyes were stunningly beautiful, they revealed a heartbreaking loneliness. Yiming nodded calmly. It seems so, yes. Why? Her voice trembled, tears welling up in her eyes. Why would you contract with me? I'm a witch, destined to bring misfortune and disaster from birth, doomed to a lifetime of solitude. Contracting with me will only bring you pain and death. Don't pity me, don't feel sorry for me, loneliness. I've long been accustomed to it, truly. As she spoke, Inyuyu buried her head deep between her knees, a faint sobbing sound emanating from the darkness. She curled up in a corner, as if trying to shut herself off from the light forever. Enough, don't say anymore. Yiming suddenly leaned down, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. Warmth spread from her legs and back, and Inyuyu looked at him in panic. You. Her pretty face flushed red. Yiming's stern features softened with a touch of tenderness, and he said firmly, witch or not, I've chosen you, and it doesn't matter if you refuse. Now, close your eyes and rest. I'll take you away. He carried her forward steadily, as the SS-ranked Saintesses on either side looked down at them with authority and disdain, as if judging a serious offender. Inyuyu avoided those fearsome gazes, eventually burying her face in Yiming's chest. Undeterred by the surrounding stares, Yiming continued on, his heart calm and untroubled. Only when all the Saintesses withdrew their gazes did Inyuyu slowly wrap her arms around his neck, gazing at his face, and quietly said, Yiming, thank you. Thank you for choosing me. Yiming smiled back. No, it's I who should thank you. Thank you for giving me a choice. On the awakening square, all eyes were fixed on Yiming, who stood on the awakening platform. Principal Lin Baiyuan stood nearby, his legs trembling uncontrollably like a wildly operating jackhammer. His eyes were locked on Yiming, silently praying. Please, let nothing go wrong. Choose the Saintess as I instructed. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, the golden pillar of light remained inactive, but the dark pillar began to tremble violently. In an instant, the clear sky was devoured by ominous clouds, and blood-red lightning roared through them. A suffocating aura erupted from Yiming. A shadowy, mysterious figure formed behind Yiming, a graceful woman clad in a long black robe adorned with stars, wielding a shadowy scythe. Her presence seemed to embody the night itself, so beautiful it was blinding, so majestic it sent chills down the spine. A witch. He chose the witch. A shocked cry erupted from the crowd. Madness. Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he has full-level spirituality? Look, the principal has fainted. Lin Baiyuan's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, convulsing, throwing the scene into chaos. Wang Haoyang watched with a smirk of schadenfreude. This usually timid heir of the Yi family had made such a rebellious choice at the most critical moment, practically ruining his own future. Before Wang Haoyang could voice his mockery, the awakening stone proclaimed in a solemn tone, Yiming has awakened with full-level spirituality, successfully contracting the SS-level Fallen Knight Demon Emperor, acquiring the spiritual skills Dark Domain, Fallen Demon Armor, and Eternal Night. What? 3 spiritual skills? The entire crowd was in an uproar. This was unheard of. In the history of the Dragon Nation, No one had ever awakened with 3 spiritual skills, let alone while contracting a witch. Most who contracted a witch struggled to gain even 1 skill. This meant Yiming was starting out with a 3-fold advantage. Wang Haoyang clenched his fists, suppressing his shock, and sneered, "Humph. So what if he has 3 spiritual skills? Contracting a witch means he's doomed for life." He glared at Yiming on the platform, silently cursing this cowardly clown. If he thinks he can impress people with a witch contract, I can easily defeat someone like him right now. As Wang Haoyang's arrogant words fell, the surrounding students immediately cast disdainful glances. It was widely known that a Saintess contractor could gain significant power at the start of their contract, whereas a witch contractor hardly felt any increase in strength, no matter how many spirit techniques they mastered. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, Yiming dashed towards Wang Haoyang like an arrow released from a bow. His eyes were fierce, his fists clenched, exuding an intimidating aura. "Defeat me right now? Who gave you that courage?" Bang! A heavy punch landed squarely on Wang Haoyang's head. The powerful impact sent him flying dozens of meters away, like a kite with a broken string tracing an arc in the air. Yiming followed swiftly, catching up with his opponent in a flash and grabbing his head with precision. Boom! Yiming slammed Wang Haoyang's head into the ground, creating a shocking crater. Blood trickled down Wang Haoyang's forehead as he slipped into unconsciousness. "I warned you. Bark again, and it won't just be blood next time." Yiming brushed the dust off his clothes, as if he had just done something trivial. The scene stunned all the teachers and students present. Knockout, a one-hit knockout. Wang Haoyang was defeated in an instant, and he had contracted in Glass Lightning Saintess. Everyone was buzzing with disbelief at the sight before them. Normally, a witch contractor couldn't be stronger than a Saintess contractor, and even the gap between SS Glass and Sklas shouldn't be this vast. At that moment, Lu Yuxuan, who had previously treated Yiming with disdain, suddenly changed her attitude and approached him with a pitiful expression. "Yiming, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have broken up with you. Can we go back to how we were before?" Yiming's mouth twitched as he replied coldly. Go back? Go back to being your doormat? In your dreams. I said we're done, don't bother me." Lu Yuxuan stared in disbelief at the once obedient Yiming, alarm bells ringing in her mind. She suddenly screamed hysterically. "So what if you contracted an SS Glass witch? It's not like you've reached the top. I contracted an S-Class Saintess, which is much better than yours. In tomorrow's preliminary test, I'll definitely surpass you. And even if you apologize, I won't forgive you. I'll show you that you and your witch are nothing but trash." "Shut up." Whoosh. As soon as Lu Yuxuan finished speaking, Yiming flicked his wrist, and a glint of cold light flashed. A sharp dagger whistled past her eye, the force of it making her involuntarily step back. The blade passed so close to her eye that not even a hair's breadth could fit between. "Say one more word." Yiming's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent. "And I guarantee the next dagger will pierce your eye." Lu Yuxuan opened her mouth, ready to retort, but when she met Yiming's abyss-like gaze, a chill crawled up her spine. For the first time, she truly felt that this man would not hesitate to blind her. Foolish and overconfident. Yiming shook his head coldly and turned to leave the crowd. Watching Lu Yuxuan's persistent behavior, he felt a wave of disgust. She had been the one to initiate the breakup, yet now she clung to him as if it was her right, which was utterly nauseating. Just as Yiming was leaving the crowd, a sudden roar filled the air. A sleek luxury sports car skidded to a halt in front of him like a leopard. The door swung open, and a red-haired woman nimbly jumped out. She wore a stylish mesh cap, a printed white t-shirt, and a casually tied baseball jacket around her waist. Her long, slender legs were dazzlingly white in the midday sun. As soon as she saw Yiming, the red-haired woman put on a stern face. "Yiming, you little brat, do you realize what a foolish thing you've done? What did I tell you before you left? I told you to contract with a saintess, but no, you went ahead and made a full-level spiritual contract with a witch. You've practically ruined your future. Just wait until you have to explain this to Uncle and the others." "Yi Xinshin," Yiming blurted out instinctively. "You little brat." Yi Xinshin grabbed his ear. "How dare you call your sister by her name? You need some discipline. Get in the car, and I'll deal with you at home." With that, she shoved Yiming into the passenger seat. Before leaving, Yi Xinshin noticed Wang Haoyang still twitching on the ground and frowned. "The second-rate brat from the Wang family? Did you kill him?" "No, just injured him," Yiming replied, shaking his head. "That's fine, their Wang family has thick skin. I used to beat up his brother often," Yi Xinshin said nonchalantly, dialing for emergency services before speeding off in the sports car. It wasn't until the car disappeared from view that the students watching finally snapped back to reality. "What the heck? Who was that woman? You don't know her?" "That's Yi Xinshin, Yiming's older sister, and Shrank Flame Saintess contractor, known for her fiery temper. A full-level spiritual contract with a witch is one thing, but having such a hot-tempered sister is another. I hear the Yi family elders are all about using their fists too. Yiming's in big trouble now. Serves him right. Who told him to contract with a witch? This is what happens when you act on impulse. On the way back, Yiming leaned against the passenger seat and took the opportunity to open his panel to check. Name Yiming. Spirituality max level. Realm first tier contract master 010000. Basic attributes. Mental power, 100. Vitality, 100. Contracted spirit. Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contracted spirit level, SSS. Upgradable skills. 1. Dark Domain level 1. Releases a 5-meter radius domain centered on oneself. Targets within the domain are affected by fear. Can merge with darkness for absolute invisibility. 2. Godfall Demon Armor level 1. Top-tier battle armor fused with shadow and night powers. Significantly enhances strength, speed, and physical toughness. 3. Eternal Night Descent level 1. Can unleash a judgment strike, dealing tenfold damage to a single target. Can pull multiple targets into darkness, causing group damage. Spiritual talents. 1. Slaughter growth. Death and blood excite you. Killing creatures converts into your own power. Realm advancement no longer has bottlenecks. 2. Demon Emperor battle intent. Strength increases tenfold when fighting within the same realm. After reviewing the panel, even with Yiming's calm demeanor, he couldn't help but gasp. This was truly extraordinary. Just looking at the basic attributes of mental power and vitality, each having 100 points, seemed ordinary at first. However, Yiming knew well that even an SS-level saint as contract master only started with 50 points, so his were double the norm. The 3 skills were each perfect in their own right. The Dark Domain could achieve absolute invisibility, a godsend for an assassin. The Godfall Demon Armor enhanced all combat attributes, and Eternal Night Descent combined single-target burst with group control. These skills were not only comprehensive, but perfectly aligned with Yiming's combat style. As for the spiritual talents, although every contract master awakens them, Yiming's were clearly extraordinary. Especially the Demon Emperor battle intent, which made him 10 times stronger when fighting within the same realm, essentially making him invincible at his level. Looking at these attributes, Yiming was increasingly convinced that choosing the witch was the wisest decision he had ever made. In his mind, Inyuyu seemed to sense his joy and smiled. However, his sister, Yixinxin, who was driving, didn't share his enthusiasm. She glanced at Yiming coldly and scoffed. You still have the nerve to smile? A max-level spiritual contract witch, you've gone too far this time. Just wait, when we get home, if our uncles don't skin you alive, it'll be a miracle. And just so you know, your most feared 4th uncle is back too. You're doomed this time. With his sister's reminder, memories of the Yi family became clearer in Yiming's mind. As one of the top families in Cangnan City, the Yi family controlled 10 large enterprises, occupying 40% of Cangnan's industrial share, and was known alongside the Wang family as one of the 2 great families of Cangnan. On the surface, the Yi family had many decision-makers, but Yiming knew that the real power lay with his 3 uncles. The 3 uncles of the Yi family each have their own distinct characteristics. Second Uncle Yi Jun is a man of loyalty and integrity, managing the Yi family with strategic foresight and ensuring everything is in perfect order. Third Uncle Yi Wen is shrewd and sharp, overseeing the family's finances with unmatched acumen. Fourth Uncle Yi Zheng is the captain of the 3rd Border City's Guard and a 5th-level contract master, having formed a pact with the formidable Sklas Holy Maiden of Rock. He is known for his strength and unyielding character. Yiming's parents sacrificed their lives fighting fierce beasts when he was just a baby. Over the years, it was these 3 uncles who raised him, treating him as their own. Among them, Yiming is closest to the indulgent 2nd Uncle Yi Jun and most annoyed by the lectures of 3rd Uncle Yi Wan, who is always ready to critique his every move. The one he fears most is 4th Uncle Yi Zheng, who, upon returning home, never fails to subject him to rigorous training, with severe consequences for any slackness. Despite their differing personalities, all 3 uncles share one belief: strength is paramount. As long as one possesses strength, they can act freely, provided they do not breach moral boundaries. Yiming, am I causing you trouble? A spectral voice asked apologetically in his mind. This is no trouble at all, just dealing with a few elders. Easy peasy. As Yiming stepped into the luxurious courtyard of the Yi family, he immediately sensed the cold aura emanating from the training room. Their killing intent is palpable. My uncles are not cut out to be assassins, he habitually commented. You still have the mood to joke about this? Yixinxin gave him a strange look. Hurry up, the 3 uncles are waiting for you in the training room. Entering the expansive 300-square-meter training room, Yiming saw his 3 uncles seated in the main seats, their eyes fixed intensely on him. To his surprise, the ancestral and parental memorial tablets were also placed prominently. Yiming, you still dare to return? 3rd Uncle Yi Wen glared, his face contorted with anger. Do you even know what you've done? Aren't you going to apologize to our ancestors? And your parents? Yiming stood before the tablets, unmoving. Didn't you hear me tell you to apologize? Yi Wen shouted angrily. I did nothing wrong, so why should I apologize? At his words, The three uncles were momentarily stunned before their expressions darkened. Outside the door, Yi Xinxin sighed, covering her forehead. Great, now he's really done it. You brat, you've awakened a full-level spirit and now you're defying your uncles. Is that it? Yuan trembled with rage. What did we say before you left? No matter what spirit you awaken, you must choose the Holy Maiden. Our Yi family has some influence, and with the Holy Maiden, we could pave the way for you. But what did you do today? A full-level spirit contract with a witch, that's sheer waste. It's like feeding ginseng to pigs. Seeing Yiming's indifferent demeanor only fueled Yi Wen's anger. Enough. Third brother, don't get so worked up. This isn't something we can resolve immediately, Yi Jun said, patting Yi Wen's shoulder. Second brother, at a time like this, you're still coddling him? Do you want to see him ruin himself? Big brother and sister-in-law entrusted Yiming to us. We can't let him destroy himself. That would betray their trust. Yi Wen lamented, his voice trembling. We've treated you well over the years, so why do this? What good does a contract with a witch do for you? Do you understand what this means? Child, you're not only destroying your future, but also failing your parents' expectations. Enough, third uncle. Yiming, who had been silent, suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp as lightning, fists clenched, his fighting spirit surging. In the end, it's because I contracted with a witch, and you're afraid I'll ruin my future, right? If that's the case, then let's settle this with strength. I guess you've already prepared for this. Yiming's sudden interruption left Yuan stunned, while second uncle Yi Jun stood agape, full of disbelief. This usually timid young man, who would apologize at the drop of a hat, was now boldly declaring, let strength speak for itself, as if he were a completely different person. Fourth uncle Yi Zheng, who had remained silent, suddenly broke into a meaningful smile. He clapped his hands twice, and a burly soldier strode into the training room. The soldier wore combat fatigues, and his muscular arms bulged like coiled dragons beneath his short sleeves. His chiseled face exuded a fierce aura. His name is Li Jiangming, a new recruit of mine this year. He's a second-tier contract master, and his contract spirit is in a rank battle saintess, Yi Zheng stated, arms crossed, his sharp gaze fixed on Yiming. If you can defeat him, I will overlook the matter of the contract witch. Yiming glanced at Li Jiangming before turning to Yi Zheng. Bring in 2 more. I can handle 3 at once. The challenge in his words was unmistakable, intended to silence these 3 elders with this fight. Well, so arrogant. Do you think contracting an SS strength which makes you invincible? Yuan sneered. Bring in the 2 strongest second-tier contract masters from the courtyard. Soon, 2 guards in training uniforms entered the room. They were also second-tier contract masters, each with strength saintess as their contract spirit. Yi Jun was about to voice his concern for Yiming's safety when Yi Zheng interrupted. Second brother, this is his own choice. If he wins, it's a testament to his skill. If he loses, he'll learn the cost of boasting. Exactly, Yuan agreed. You've spoiled him too much. He turned to Yiming. Kid, since you want to fight, let's make a wager. If you lose, you'll do whatever we say, even down to what you eat. And if I win, Yiming countered, we'll apologize, and you can have anything you want. Deal. With confidence, Yiming stepped onto the training ground, where his 3 opponents formed a triangle around him. At that moment, a soft voice resonated in his mind. Do you need a weapon? I can provide you with the Godfall scythe. It's quite powerful. Yiming smiled calmly and picked up a dagger nearby, gripping it in reverse. This will do. Damn, Li Jiangming's face turned ashen. This kid is underestimating us. Let's take him down together. As soon as he spoke, his eyes flashed with intensity, and bright red runes appeared on his arms. A phantom of a battle saintess wielding metallic fists materialized instantly. 3 second-level contract masters charged forward, their fists cutting through the air. Yiming stood at the center, calmly watching their approach. When they were just a meter away, Yiming's lips curled into a slight smile. Shadow domain, activate. With a humming sound, darkness surged like a tide from all directions, forming a 5-meter radius sphere of pitch blackness centered on Yiming. Just as the 3 men's fists were about to reach him, Yiming elegantly leaned back, merging seamlessly into the abyssal darkness. Where did he go? One of the guards, his body encased in a layer of ice armor, tightened his grip and scanned the area warily. Suddenly, a flash of cold light appeared behind him, and before he could react, a heavy blow to his neck sent him collapsing into the darkness. Damn, this kid can turn invisible. Li Jiangming and another guard quickly stood back to back, constantly on alert for any movement. Yet in this pitch-black domain, they could see nothing. A true assassin, Yiming's voice suddenly came from above, can find the perfect position for an attack from any angle. This battle is over. With 2 swift sounds, the cold light reappeared. The other guard fell to the ground. Even though Li Jiangming, having contracted with an 11-level battle saintess, had a physique akin to steel, when Yiming's dagger's blade struck his carotid sinus, his limbs instantly went numb, and he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Yiming sheathed his dagger and glanced at the time. 1 minute? That's long. I estimated it would be over in half a minute. He shook his head. This body is just too weak. Meanwhile, Yuan and the others stood completely stunned. Their eyes widened, pupils trembling with shock. They had thought Yiming would struggle against even one second-level contract master, yet they had just witnessed him take down 3 in a minute. Yi Jun rushed forward to inspect Yiming, confirming there was no trickery involved, and asked incredulously, "This is unbelievable. Did you contract with a saintess?" "It was a witch, for sure," Yiming answered calmly. Yi Jun was puzzled. Could it be because of maxed-out spiritual attributes? Does your spiritual talent boost combat? It does, but only against those of the same level. These 3 were second level, so it wasn't used. Yi Zheng approached Yiming, studying his nephew closely. After a long pause, he shook his head and said, "If I hadn't watched you grow up, I'd think you were a killing instrument trained by some assassin organization." "Oh, you figured it out." Yiming smiled. "Fourth uncle, you're indeed the strongest in the Yi family, quite capable." "Just joking, fourth uncle. Let's hope so." Yi Zheng patted Yiming on the shoulder, showing a rare smile. The battle made Yiming's 3 uncles fully recognize their nephew's uniqueness. "So, have I proven myself?" Yiming asked with a faint smile, his gaze sweeping over the faces of his 3 uncles. "I acknowledge it," fourth uncle Yi Zheng said, waving his hand decisively. Second uncle Yi Jun, who had always been the most doting on Yiming, immediately agreed with a laugh. "Proven, proven. A first-tier crushing 3 second-tier if that's not proof, then what is? Third brother, wouldn't you agree?" Third uncle Yi Wen's expression froze, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Since Yiming returned home, he had been the one playing the role of the skeptic, even going so far as to declare that if Yiming won, not only would he stop interfering, but he would also personally apologize. Now, having set the bar so high, he found it hard to back down gracefully. "Hey, hey, hey, why are you all looking at me like I'm a criminal? I'm just worried about this brat too." Yuan grumbled, glaring at his brothers before turning serious. "Yiming, I have one last question for you. Everyone says that those who contract witches are weak early on, which you've already proven otherwise. But what about the backlash? Contracting a witch is known for the risk of a deadly backlash from their power." "Exactly," Yi Jun and Yi Zheng exclaimed, their eyes fixed intently on Yiming, eager for his explanation. Yiming's gaze was steady, and his voice was calm. "Uncles, I can assure you that the so-called backlash from slaughter is not an issue for me. This proof will take time, and I hope you can trust me." The 3 elders were silent for a moment before Yi Wen stood up first. He nodded solemnly, a glint of approval in his eyes. "Kid, with the strength you showed just now, I believe in you. Also, I apologize for my harsh words earlier." Yiming inwardly chuckled to himself. This third uncle was truly a mix of love and exasperation, capable of doing a complete 180 in attitude, leaving one both amused and bemused. With the most challenging uncle won over, second and fourth uncles naturally had no objections. Yi Jun thumped his chest in assurance. "According to your third uncle's bet, from now on, the 3 of us old guys won't interfere in your affairs. But if you ever find yourself in danger or need help, just say the word, and we uncles will stand firmly behind you." Although Yi Zheng didn't speak, he nodded emphatically. Yiming knew that he now had the support of a 5th-tier contract master as his backing. With the matter settled, Yiming quickly returned his parents' memorial tablets to the ancestral hall. At that moment, he received a message from his homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen. "Yiming, I've heard about your contract with a witch, but I trust that you're a child with your own mind. No matter what path you choose, I'll fully support you." Thinking of teacher Yang, Yiming couldn't help but recall her care for the original Yiming. The original had been timid and often bullied and mocked by classmates, and teacher Yang had always patiently guided him. Yiming then continued to check other messages. "Yang Jinwen, by the way, the school will hold the preliminary test tomorrow. It's an important test, and it will take place at the Tsangnan Martial Arts Hall. Remember to attend." Yiming stared at the message on his phone screen, his brow furrowing unconsciously. In his memory, before the martial arts exam, the school would organize 3 important tests: preliminary, intermediate, and mock exams. These were crucial for the future of every practitioner. The preliminary test mainly assessed students' basic combat abilities, including strength, speed, and other indicators. The intermediate test was more challenging, requiring students to face real beasts, testing their combat skills and mental resilience. As for the final mock exam, it was designed to help students get accustomed to the martial arts exam process and prepare for any possible situations. Recalling Lu Yuxuan's arrogant demeanor today, Yiming's lips curved slightly. The girl had confidently declared that she would crush him in the preliminary test and force him to apologize. How delusional, he muttered to himself. At that moment, a thought flashed through Yiming's mind: why not go to the Tsangnan Martial Arts Hall in advance to test his skills? This official, professionally built institution not only offered training grounds, but also allowed practitioners to battle simulated beasts, enjoying high authority in Tsangnan City. "Uncle," Yiming turned to Yuan, who was helping move spiritual tablets. Remember you said you'd grant all my requests. Yuan frowned. What do you want? Give me access to the Tsangnan Martial Arts Hall. I'll arrange it for you tomorrow. No, I want it now. Getting it now will cost an extra 10,000 for expedited service. Uncle, Yiming emphasized. All right, I'll handle it. Yuan shook his head helplessly. You rascal, why have you suddenly taken such an interest in fighting? Accompanied by his sister Yixin, Yiming arrived at the Tsangnan Martial Arts Hall, which covered an area the size of approximately 20 football fields. The hemispherical building had 3 levels, each with 30 independent training rooms. In the lobby, a massive electronic screen on the ceiling caught the eye, displaying Tsangnan City's kill records. Level 1 Practitioner Lin Feng, 60 Level 1 Beasts. Level 2 Practitioner Mu Qingyi, 50 Level 2 Beasts. Level 3 Practitioner Shang Gong Minghua, 40 Level 3 Beasts. Want to try breaking the record? There are rewards, you know. Yixin raised an eyebrow suggestively. Yiming remained expressionless, but a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that although beasts and practitioners were classified the same way, lower-level beasts, due to their limited intelligence, were often no match for practitioners. With his current ability to easily defeat a level 2 practitioner, dealing with a few level 1 beasts would be a breeze. The record for level 1 practitioners is only 60. Yiming looked down at his fist and extended one finger. 100. Yixin guessed. No. Yiming's lips curled into a cold smile. It's a continuous kill. According to the rules, a first-level contract master can only use the first-level training room. Please follow me. Xiaoya, dressed in professional attire with black stockings, smiled as she led Yiming and his group through the corridor, stopping in front of room 102. Opening the door, they were greeted by a well-equipped training space. The room was divided by safety walls and explosion-proof glass. One side housed a closed training area equipped with a holographic simulation system, while the other was filled with various instruments in the data control center. This kid wants to challenge the record. Make sure to start the professional recording. Yixin's words made Xiaoya raise an eyebrow slightly. She glanced down at the documents in her hand, pondering to herself. A newcomer who just completed a contract wants to challenge the record? Are all the newcomers this confident nowadays? Hopefully, he doesn't rush and lose his spirit and determination. But since it's not within her duties, she decided to let it be. As the professional recording equipment started, a slight hum filled the training room. The system prompt sounded. Beast level available for challenge. First level, number of beasts available for challenge, unlimited. Please select the level and number of simulated beasts. Let's start with 10 beasts to test the waters. As Yiming's voice faded, 10 burly black-striped tigers appeared around him. These beasts were entirely black with dense blue stripes, and their claws could easily shatter boulders. With earth-shaking roars, the 10 black-striped tigers pounced simultaneously at Yiming in the center, their gaping mouths flashing cold light. A hint of blood red flashed in Yiming's eyes as he shouted, "Godfall demon armor!" In an instant, shadows swirled and covered his entire body. As he clenched his fists, a wave of black energy spread from him, sending the attacking black-striped tigers flying. Yiming now wore a commanding black battle armor, from greaves to arm guards, chest plate to back plate, all formed from pure dark power. The intimidating aura made everyone in the observation room hold their breath. He dashed forward, landing precise punches on the vital points of the black-striped tigers. Their hard skulls were as fragile as paper before him, and in the blink of an eye, the 10 beasts were slain on the spot. Damn, this kid even has battle armor? What on earth did he contract with? A witch? Yixin exclaimed. Xiaoya, hearing this, was taken aback and re-evaluated the young man in the field. A witch? But his combat prowess was more impressive than an S-class Saintess, which didn't match the rumor that witches had no combat power in the early stages at all. In the training room, the unscathed Yiming was ready to launch a new round of challenges when a series of prompts echoed in his mind. Talent slaughter growth activated. Killed a first-level black-striped tiger, realm experience 1, skill experience 1 inch. The prompts repeated 10 times. Simulated beasts can also give experience. Yiming squinted, as if discovering a new world. Continue the challenge, this time, 21st level beasts. Before he finished speaking, a group of blue shadows swept over his head. It was the blue blade eagles. These beasts had claws as hard as refined steel and were as fast as lightning. Their sharp eyes, like drawn swords, locked firmly onto the prey below. For an ordinary first-tier contract master, killing even one requires tremendous effort. Xiaoya covered her mouth, her eyes wide open, staring unblinkingly at the scene before her. In the arena, Yiming's figure flickered like a phantom. The power of darkness gathered in his palm, forming a 20-centimeter-long dagger. His form darted through the flock of blue-bladed eagles, moving as swiftly as a black lightning bolt, almost impossible to track. The dagger gleamed coldly, feathers scattered, and the blue-bladed eagles fell one after another. System notifications kept ringing. Killed a first-tier blue-bladed eagle, realm experience 1, spirit skill experience 1. Not bad, Yiming murmured, glancing down at his hands, a satisfied smile curling his lips. Although this body was slightly lacking in strength, its slender build and explosive power were extraordinary, perfectly suited for assassination and rapid kills. Keep going. Another 30. Clad in the Godslayer armor, Yiming seemed like a god of death descended to the mortal realm, his power and speed reaching their peaks. The thrill of the kill made him exhilarated, craving more prey. When another 30 beasts appeared, they were effortlessly slain with the short dagger, indicating he had yet to exert his full strength. 30, 60, 90, 150. The kill count continued to climb. In the martial arts hall, more and more people gathered in front of the large screen. The data on the Tsangnan record board was updating in real time. First-tier contract master, Yiming's kill record, 150 first-tier beasts. 180, 200, whoa, 200? And still climbing. Who is this Yiming? Did he contract an SS strength Saintus? Where's the staff? Is the record board broken? I'm the staff, checked it several times, the data's accurate. Over 300 now. This kid is defying the odds. The people in the hall widened their eyes, staring intently at the screen. Since the martial arts hall was established, no first-tier contract master had ever managed to achieve a kill record of over 100. Yet Yiming not only broke this barrier, he soared past 300, and his momentum showed no signs of slowing. Inside the training room, Yi Xinshin and Xiaoya were already stunned. How many secrets is this brat hiding? He's even more formidable than contracting an SS strength Saintus. Yi Xinshin muttered to herself. Suddenly, the door to the training room was kicked open. A stern-faced middle-aged man in a white robe rushed in. Who is Yiming? Is he still testing? Xiaoya trembled at the sight. Greetings, Director Li. Yi Xinshin was shocked to hear this, the director of Tsangnan Martial Arts Hall, a fifth-tier contract master, contracted to an strength Storm Saintus, and one of the top 3 combat powers in Tsangnan City, Li Sufeng. Yiming had actually attracted the attention of such a figure. He's killed 350 beasts without resting. Moreover, his contract spirit seems to be a witch, Xiaoya respectfully replied. A witch? Li Sufeng furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before deciding. I'll wait for him here. At this moment, Yiming's kill count had reached 400. The Godslayer armor pulsed with his breath, continuously expelling heat from his body. Feeling fully adapted to his body, a crimson glow flickered in his eyes. It's time to end this perfectly. This time, I aim to challenge 100 beasts. Impressive. Challenging 100 fierce beasts at once. Li Sufeng couldn't help but move closer, his eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. In the training ground, 100 fierce beasts appeared instantly. In the sky, a fiery eagle spread its wings ablaze with crimson flames, its sharp eyes locked onto Yiming. On the ground, various beasts were ready to attack. The stone gorilla's rocky fists glinted coldly. The poisonous spines on the back of the toxic armadillo quivered slightly. The spring monster bounced restlessly, and the big-mouthed beast opened its bloodthirsty, saw-toothed maw. As if receiving a signal, the beast charged at Yiming with a force that made the ground tremble. Surrounded on all sides, with no escape, Yiming's eyes narrowed. Inyuyu, lend me your scythe of divine ruin. All right. Yiming reached out, and a pitch-black scythe materialized in the air. Its handle shimmered with starlight, entwined with an eerie black aura. The blood-red gem embedded at the end pulsed like the heart of death, and the crescent-shaped blade emitted a deep, dark red, its sharpness seemingly capable of severing the boundaries of soul and void with ease. The moment the scythe of divine ruin was in his grasp, Yiming's presence transformed. No longer a mere assassin in the dark, he became a god of death within it, exuding a domineering and fierce aura. Whoosh! Yiming swung the scythe, a blood-red crescent slash cutting through the horde of beasts. The sound of slicing was relentless, and wherever the slash passed, beasts fell in halves. Even the stone gorilla, known for its defense, was cleaved in two with a single strike. This effortless blow that annihilated 10 beasts at once made Yiming acutely aware of the scythe's terrifying power. Boom! Yiming kicked off the ground, darting into the mass of beasts. The scythe in his hand moved like lightning, spreading a domain of darkness. Blood-red shadows flickered in the gloom, each slash, cut, chop, and hook precise and lethal. The cold blade sliced through the beasts' bodies, mingling with their hot blood. Yiming felt the scythe tremble slightly, a thrill for slaughter. This intense emotion surged into his mind, attempting to seize his consciousness. No wonder it's said that contract witches are easily consumed by the desire to kill. This thrill is indeed irresistible for most. Clenching the scythe tightly, Yiming forcibly suppressed the eerie excitement and continued the fight. Wherever the scythe pointed, beasts fell. Their remains scattered, and the simulated blood pooled into rivers. Yiming became a crimson hurricane, leaving only shattered bones and fragments in his wake. 3 minutes later, all 100 beasts were vanquished. As he watched the beast corpses dissolve into streams of data around him, Yiming's exhilaration reached its peak. The number of beasts Yiming had defeated kept climbing, eventually stopping at 500, far surpassing the previous record holder Lin Feng, who had only taken down 60. He exhaled slowly, coming to a decision. The test was over. However, he still needed to thoroughly test his spiritual skill. Eternal Night descends in the secret realm. This skill, with both single and group attack characteristics, couldn't be fully utilized in a training ground environment. Before leaving, Yiming habitually checked his gains. A data panel appeared before his eyes. Realm maintained at first level contract master, vitality 100, 0100000. Spiritual power increased from 100 to 102. Dark domain advanced to level 2, with an expanded radius of 5.1 meters, now including a power reduction effect. Godfall demon armor also advanced to level 2, providing stronger power and speed boosts. Not bad, Yiming evaluated to himself. Although the realm hasn't advanced, both spiritual skills have improved. It seems that to gain more experience, I must hunt real beasts. No matter how realistic the simulated beasts at the martial arts hall are, they can't compare to the real thing. This is precisely why the current cultivation world places such importance on actual combat. As he pushed the door open, a figure in white caught his eye. Li Sufeng, dressed in a white robe, was standing outside. Yiming's heart skipped a beat, so strong. Although not as strong as his fourth uncle, he wasn't far off, an opponent he couldn't afford to provoke at the moment. Hello, I'm Li Sufeng, the director of the Tsangnan Martial Arts Hall, the man said with a smile, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Yiming, he replied, shaking hands. From the Yi family? Yes. Haha, I guessed right. Li Sufeng laughed heartily. Would you like to come to my office? There's something I'd like to ask you. Don't worry, I've met your family member, Yizheng, a few times. Hearing this, Yiming nodded inwardly. Indeed, the circle of strong individuals is quite small. Led by Li Sufeng, they soon sat facing each other in the office. Would you like some tea? No need, Director Li. Let's get straight to the point, Yiming said directly. Great. I like your straightforwardness, Li Sufeng responded, dropping the formalities. I watched your battle recordings. To be honest, whether it's your combat skills, body control, or timing, you don't seem like a novice. Instead, you resemble an experienced assassin, moving freely on the battlefield and taking lives unnoticed. Did you learn assassination techniques as a child? He looked at Yiming intently. My fourth uncle forced me to practice when I was young, so I picked up a few basics. Yiming raised an eyebrow and added, as for assassination techniques, does watching movies count? I quite enjoy those cool assassins in films. As a top assassin, he said this with an unflinching expression, his gaze as calm as water. Li Sufeng scrutinized Yiming's micro-expressions, confirming he wasn't lying, and sincerely praised him. For a newcomer to execute such skilled assassinations, your methods are nearly flawless. Your talent is indeed exceptional. Thank you for your praise, Director Li. Yiming nodded with a smile. Do you have a university in mind? Li Sufeng shifted the topic. Not at the moment. Consider Star Demon University. Their assassination program suits you well. Yiming understood that Li Sufeng, an alumnus of Star Demon University, was recruiting for his alma mater. However, he was genuinely interested in the school. Among the 4 top universities in Longhua, Qingbei University focused on cultural education, while Star Demon, Star Sky, and Star Sea specialized in martial arts, each with its own emphasis. Star Demon University is most renowned for its assassination program, which has trained 90% of the nation's professional assassins. These assassins play a crucial role in both contract master wars and beast combat. The assassination program at Star Demon University does indeed suit me. Yiming pondered for a moment. Thank you for the suggestion, Director Li. I will consider it carefully. Li Sufeng nodded with satisfaction, his goal already achieved. He took out 2 intricately carved small wooden boxes from the drawer and gently opened them to reveal 2 distinctly different exotic fruits. The one on the left was entirely crimson, covered with mysterious rune patterns. The one on the right was ice blue and transparent, about the size of a palm, resembling a cluster of ice crystals with wisps of frost swirling around it. These are the blood soul fruit and the ice crystal fruit, Li Sufeng explained, pointing to the fruits. The blood soul fruit contains violent energy that can significantly boost attack power, while the ice crystal fruit is milder and can effectively enhance physical strength. He pushed the boxes toward Yiming. As a reward for breaking the record, you can choose one. Both of these fruits could fetch a high price of 200,000 Dragon Nation currency on the market. Normally, breaking a record would not warrant such a precious reward. Li Sufeng, appreciating talent, provided it out of his own pocket. Yiming, choose the red one. It's more effective for you. Ying's ethereal voice echoed like silver bells in Yiming's mind. Yiming raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking that even the esteemed Godfall Knight Demon Emperor recommended it. I'll choose the blood soul fruit. A wise choice. This fruit is indeed suitable for a witch contract holder, Li Sufeng said after a brief chat, escorting Yiming to the door and shaking hands in farewell. I hope you and your contracted witch can break the stereotype that contracting a witch has no future. Of course, we will work hard. Watching Yiming's figure gradually fade into the distance, Li Sufeng stood with arms crossed, eyes slightly narrowed in thought. If I remember correctly, Sun Hoyuan should be in Songnan City recently. There's a chance to introduce him to Yiming and see if he can directly recommend him to the teacher. Anyone knowledgeable present would be left speechless with shock, as Sun Hoyuan mentioned by Li Sufeng was a staff member of the admissions office of Tsinghua University, and the teacher he referred to was none other than the vice principal of Tsinghua University. On the way back, Yiming sat in the passenger seat of the sports car, playing with the blood soul fruit in his hand, carefully observing every detail. The blood soul fruit is indeed a valuable thing. Director Li has been very generous to you, Yi Xinshin reminded while driving. But this kind of fruit can only be used to absorb energy. Don't consume it directly, or you might get poisoned, which could result in fainting or even death. Just as she finished speaking, Ing murmured softly. Actually, you can eat it directly. It works better. I can absorb all the toxins. Is that so? Yiming smiled as he put the blood soul fruit away. Considering Yi Xinshin was driving, he decided not to use it now to avoid startling her and causing an accident. What are your plans next? Yi Xinshin asked. Even though you're much stronger than your peers now, you should have a clear plan to avoid wasting time. Yiming pondered for a moment, recalling the conclusion he reached at the martial arts center. I want to check out the secret realm tomorrow. The secret realm? Yi Xinshin frowned. Don't you have the basic test tomorrow? I'm not going. I've already tested. I'll send the data to the homeroom teacher later. With my results, I'm sure she'll understand. Yiming didn't want to waste time. True. Yi Xinshin nodded thoughtfully and suggested, if you're planning to go to a secret realm, you might want to choose an entry-level one, the Blood Demon Tower. It's filled with fierce beasts, making it the perfect place for beginners. Well, even though you're not exactly a beginner. Filled with fierce beasts, and in large numbers, Yiming's eyes lit up. All right, it's decided. I'll go to the Blood Demon Tower. Meanwhile, in a bedroom of a mid-range apartment complex, Lu Yuxuan lay on her bed. She suddenly threw her phone to the ground, creating a sharp sound. Damn Yiming, she gritted her teeth. Why won't he reply to my messages? Does he think acting all aloof makes him impressive? Just because he contracted an SS level witch. Ever since being rejected by Yiming today, Lu Yuxuan had been simmering with anger. She wanted to give him a piece of her mind over the phone, but he never responded. Being ignored like this infuriated the girl who was used to being the center of attention. Yiming, just you wait, she clenched her fist. In tomorrow's beginner test, I'll kill 50 fierce beasts and crush you underfoot. I'll show you how foolish it is to treat me coldly. The next morning, a large number of students gathered at the entrance of the Songnan Martial Arts Hall, including those from Yiming's class. As the clock ticked to 8:29, there was still no sign of Yiming. Where is Yiming? Did he oversleep? Doesn't he have a special ride? The students were buzzing with speculation. Wang Haoyang, who had recovered from his injuries, sneered. He's a full-level spiritualist now and has contracted an SS-level witch. Of course, he has to put on airs. Yuxuan, are you confident? I heard that contracting an S-level saintess allows you to kill at least 30 fierce beasts. I'm aiming for 50. Lu Yuxuan replied coldly, still scanning the crowd for Yiming. By 8:30, Yiming still hadn't shown up. Lu Yuxuan felt a sense of triumph. He must be afraid of being surpassed by me, so he didn't dare come. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen, approached. Students, you can proceed to the test. But Yiming isn't here yet. Wang Haoyang feigned concern. Oh, Yiming, Yang Jinwen replied. He took the test yesterday, got a perfect score, killed 500 fierce beasts, and broke the martial arts hall's record for first-level contractors. You should all learn from him. What? The class erupted in disbelief. Wang Haoyang's eyes widened. Impossible. Not even an SS-level saintess could do that. Teacher Yang, are you sure you weren't deceived? Don't believe me? See for yourselves. The students rushed into the martial arts hall's lobby. When they saw the record displayed on the big screen, everyone was stunned. First-level contractor Yiming kill record, 500 first-level fierce beasts. Wang Haoyang's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor, his pupils trembling with fear. Lu Yuxuan stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Her eyes widened, mouth agape, her breath erratic, heart feeling as if it was being clenched tightly. It took her a long time to process, and she murmured to herself, 500. How is that possible? At this moment, she realized just how laughable her earlier resolve to kill 50 fierce beasts truly was. As Yiming waited in the teleportation hall, he glanced down at his communicator. A message from his homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen, popped up. Yiming, you've broken the record early this time, and you've become an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of your classmates. You're making it hard for them to breathe. Yiming smiled wryly at the message, tapping lightly on the screen. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. Serving my classmates is my duty. Although it was a joke, his strength was undeniable, and staying low-key was indeed difficult. After handling the message, Yiming opened his personal panel to examine the information. Name: Yiming. Spiritual strength, max level. Realm: first tier contract master 100, 010000. Vitality: 110. Mental power: 110. Contract spirit: Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract spirit level: SSS. Skills available for upgrade: Dark Judgment level 2. Godfall Demon Armor level 2. Eternal Knight's Descent level 1. Thanks to Yuyu's help last night, I successfully devoured the Blood Soul fruit, significantly boosting both vitality and mental power. Yiming's eyes fell on his experience points. Just 9,000 experience points left to advance to a second-tier contract master. He looked up at the imposing Blood Demon Tower's teleportation portal, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. According to his sister Yi Xinshin's information, the 9-story Blood Demon Tower was teeming with an astonishing number of fierce beasts, tens of times more than ordinary low-level secret realms. For someone with the slaughter growth, spiritual talent like him, it was the perfect training ground. The more he killed, the richer the experience. As long as there were enough beasts, the potential for breakthrough was limitless. Of course, the higher the realm of the beasts, the more experience gained. Everyone, the secret realm is about to open. Please put on your wristbands. The staff's voice echoed in the hall. If you encounter danger, press the button on the wristband to be transported out of the secret realm. With these words, a bright light flashed through the teleportation portal. Yiming felt a moment of dizziness, and when his vision cleared, he found himself at the entrance of the low-level secret realm, the Blood Demon Tower. Heavy dark clouds obscured the sky, with blood-red lightning occasionally slicing through. Flocks of blood-eyed black-feathered crows swooped across the sky, their eerie calls echoing like funeral bells. On this crimson, desolate land, a pitch-black ancient tower stood tall, surrounded by swirling blood-red air currents. Though this was merely a low-level secret realm, equipped with safety wristbands, over 50 contract masters still lost their lives here each year. Around him, people began forming teams. The Blood Demon Tower is densely packed with beasts. If you want good rewards, you have to reach the higher levels. We need one more teammate. Must be a second-tier contract master, with a contract spirit of at least level. Must be a saintess, no witches. A professional-looking man in work attire called out loudly. His requirements weren't high, and someone quickly joined. Soon, the sound of team formations filled the air. Forming a team. First-tier contract masters welcome. Contract spirit a level or above. As usual, only saintesses. First-tier contract masters. Contract spirit level also welcome. Strength in numbers. Gradually, most people found suitable teams, but all teams unanimously excluded witch contract masters. To them, first and second tier witch contract masters were no different from ordinary people, only burdens. At that moment, a voice called out. Hey, young man, want to team up with me? I am a tier 1 contract sorcerer, and my contracted spirit is an A-class toxic mist saintess, capable of unleashing area damage spirit skills. A clear and melodious voice came from behind. As Yiming turned around, he saw a girl in a white fluffy hoodie and loose jeans. Her face was sweet, her eyes clear, and she looked at him with eager anticipation. Hey there, what's your contracted spirit? I noticed you always seem to be alone. Could it be you have contracted an S-class saintess? My contracted spirit is a witch, Yiming replied calmly. The smile on the girl's face froze instantly, and her gaze turned cold. She made no attempt to hide her disdain as she turned and walked toward another handsome young man. As she passed by Yiming, she muttered under her breath. TSK, I was hoping to find someone strong to rely on. But a witch? No matter the level, it's nothing compared to a saintess. Who still contracts with witches these days? Must be out of his mind. Don't mind them. Inyuyu. Yiming said with a light chuckle, noticing his contracted spirit's low spirits. There will always be fools like that. We just need to use our strength to put them in their place. His words made Inyuyu laugh out loud. Boom. As everyone was busy forming teams and discussing strategies, the 10-meter-high blood-stained iron door of the Blood Demon Tower suddenly swung open. Thick, blood-colored mist poured out, filling the air with a pungent stench. Inside was a darkness that seemed endless. Charge. The Blood Demon Tower is open. The first ones in get the spoils, the rest get the scraps. The crowd surged forward. Although Yiming started a bit later, his top-notch assassin skills allowed him to quickly overtake everyone and reach the front. No way. Isn't that guy contracted to a witch? How is he so fast? Is it a rabbit witch? Someone exclaimed. Su Xiaoyu snorted. What's the point of running fast? Haven't they heard that the early bird gets shot? Yiming paid no attention and swiftly dashed into the first layer. It was a vast, enclosed space, with walls and ceiling covered in strange runes, and the floor layered with dark red scabs. 100 meters away stood the door to the second layer. The system prompt immediately echoed. Blood Demon Tower activated. Second layer entry condition. Defeat 50 tier 1 Blood Demon Beast 050. Before the message finished, the floor scabs transformed into flowing blood, coalescing into dozens of monsters. These blood demon beasts stood about 1.3 meters tall, their bodies bubbling with blood, arms sharp as blades, and legs thick and powerful. Hey kid. Three figures appeared behind Yiming. The leader was a bald, muscular man, covered in tattoos, with fierce tiger-like eyes. A tier 1, which contract sorcerer daring to charge ahead? You've got guts. Tell you what, give me 20,000, and my wild tiger squad will guarantee you reach the 5th layer. Yiming glanced at the burly man beside him and frowned slightly. Not necessary. With those words, he turned and left without hesitation. In the current situation, with most of the contract masters gathered on the first floor, securing more prey required taking the initiative. Whoosh! Yiming's legs suddenly burst with power, propelling him like an arrow straight toward the blood demon beasts. Captain, this kid is too arrogant, acting as if our wild tiger squad doesn't even exist. A team member approached the tattooed strongman, anger flashing in his eyes. Yuan Guang who crossed his arms and snorted coldly. A useless kid who only contracted with a witch isn't worth our time. Let him go to his death. Charging recklessly into the blood demon beast horde, he won't even know how he died. At that moment, more and more contract masters flooded into the first floor. When they saw Yiming charging alone into the blood demon beast horde, everyone was stunned. Is this guy crazy? A first-tier contract master facing a beast horde alone. Isn't he courting death? Utterly arrogant. Su Xiaoyu secretly felt relieved. Good thing I didn't team up with him, or I'd be in trouble now. However, the next moment, a dark aura suddenly enveloped Yiming, wrapping around him like armor. Divine Fall Demon Armor. Boom! Clad in the demon armor, Yiming landed from the air, punching the ground and causing the surrounding blood demon beasts to stagger. Taking advantage of this, the Divine Fall Scythe appeared in his hand, and a crimson blade arc swept out, instantly reaping the lives of 15 blood demon beasts. System notifications sounded continuously. Killed a first-tier blood demon beast, Realm Experience 5, Skill Experience 5, appeared in rapid succession. Yiming's eyes gleamed with intensity. This was far more efficient than in the martial hall. Even more thrilling was the acquisition of 5 blood demon eyes that could be converted into currency. Yiming, 10 blood demon beasts approaching from the rear. Inyuyu warned just in time. Yiming turned swiftly, wielding the scythe again, and another 10 blood demon beasts fell. The wild tiger squad members were dumbfounded. CA? Captain, how is this possible? A kid contracted with a witch, yet his strength surpasses mine as a second-tier contract master? Yuan Guang who scratched his bald head, speechless. Su Xiaoyu was even more regretful, stomping her foot. That was a golden opportunity, and I missed it. While everyone was still in shock, Yiming had already plunged into a new round of battle. In the first level of the Blood Demon Tower, the number of blood beasts is rapidly decreasing. The system rules are strict. Failing to kill 50 will result in forced expulsion. Seeing Yiming's frenzied slaughter, other contract masters joined the battle, turning the entire space into a chaotic vortex of power. Violent wind blades whistled through the air, scorching fireballs exploded everywhere, and tumter-high waves surged and fell. Suddenly, a strange toxic mist spread, indiscriminately corroding everyone present. Damn it! Who had the nerve to release poison? Several contract masters cursed, covering their mouths and noses. In the corner, Su Xiaoyu shrank back slightly, muttering defiantly. It's not like I'm targeting you specifically. The secret realm belongs to everyone. Who does it bother if I release poison? With that, she hid in the shadows, releasing the toxic mist even more recklessly. Yiming watched the scene and shook his head. No wonder no one wanted to team up with her. Such behavior was indeed aggravating. At that moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. You have killed 150 first-tier blood beasts, exceeding the target. The entrance to the second level is open. Looking around, with the contract masters joining the fray, there were few blood beasts left on the first level. Yiming made a quick decision and said to Inyuyu, "Let's go to the second level." Before he finished speaking, he rushed towards the door connecting to the second level like a gust of wind. Seeing this, Yuan Guang immediately commanded 2 team members to pursue him. Hurry, don't let that kid have the advantage. However, Yiming turned back with a smile and dashed through the door even faster. Just as Yuan Guang's team was about to follow, the door slammed down, like a giant tiger head blade, crushing a team member's foot into mush. The injured member had no choice but to press his wristband and leave the field dejectedly. Upon entering the second level, the space shrank to 1/9 of its original size, with the walls glowing an eerie pale green. As Yiming secretly anticipated the appearance of 2,000 blood beasts at once, the entire space shook violently, and hundreds of deep green blood beasts surged from the side walls. These second-tier beasts were bulkier, wielding iron mace-like weapons, resembling a horde of goblins covered in slime, charging at him menacingly. The system promptly issued a new task, second level unlocked. Condition to enter the third level. Kill 100 greenskin blood beasts 0-100. Warning: these creatures are twice as powerful as ordinary blood beasts, adept at group attacks and tool usage. Facing the green torrent of hundreds of beasts, Yiming not only remained unafraid, but also revealed a meaningful smile. Inyuyu excitedly reminded him, "It's time to use Eternal Nightfall." Yiming chuckled softly and drove his scythe into the ground. Instantly, terrifying dark matter spread rapidly from him, transforming the entire floor into a still, dark swamp. All the green-skinned blood beasts were trapped within, unable to move, as ghastly demonic claws emerged from the darkness, slowly dragging them into the endless abyss. Spirit skill, Eternal Nightfall area-wide group damage. Hundreds of green-skinned blood beasts struggled and disappeared into the darkness, their vitality instantly snuffed out, leaving only the flickering blood demon eyes scattered across the ground. System notifications flashed continuously. Killed a Tier 1 greenskin blood beast. Realm Experience 6. Spirit Technique Experience 6. Yiming stood in the grand hall cloaked in darkness, observing the terrifying scene created by the release of Eternal Night's Descent. He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Although he was only a Tier 1 contract master, the power of this area effect instant kill skill surpassed that of most Tier 2 experts. Quickly checking his status panel, a hint of joy flickered in Yiming's eyes. Realm, Tier 1 Contract Master 400, 010000. Each blood beast provides 6 experience points, and I just killed 400 to 500 of them. There are a total of 2,000 beasts on the second level. Yiming calculated quickly, a sudden realization lighting up his eyes. If I can clear this level, I can directly break through to Tier 2. Boom. The walls on both sides suddenly cracked open, and more greenskin blood beasts charged out with a frenzy. This group was clearly stronger than the previous one, with significantly enhanced speed and strength. They formed 2 streams of green, rushing toward Yiming from both sides. Yiming's eyes focused, and he once again unleashed Eternal Night's Descent. Darkness engulfed the entire hall, with countless demonic claws emerging from the shadows, dragging the blood beasts into Eternal Night. However, the system notifications began to change. Killed a Tier 1 greenskin blood beast. Realm Experience 5. Spirit Technique Experience 5. Killed a Tier 1 greenskin blood beast. Realm Experience 4. Spirit Technique Experience 4. Experience is starting to diminish? Yiming frowned, immediately adjusting his strategy. He drew his long scythe and charged directly into the beast horde, engaging in close combat. As blades flashed and blood splattered, the experience gain continued to decrease. Killed a Tier 1 greenskin blood beast. Realm Experience 1. Spirit Technique Experience 1. Killed a Tier 1 greenskin blood beast. Realm Experience 0.9. Spirit Technique Experience 0.9. It seems breaking through on this level isn't possible. Yiming quickly deduced the pattern experience gain from the same type of beast had a cap, which, once exceeded, would gradually diminish to 0. Makes sense. Yiming wasn't discouraged. Instead, he smiled with anticipation. A true warrior should grow through diverse battles. Before entering the third level, he took one last look at his status panel. Realm, Tier 1 Contract Master 600, 010000. 1,200 blood beasts for several thousand experience points. Quite a bargain. Yiming nodded in satisfaction and stepped toward the entrance to the next level. He quickly turned back with a smile, thinking that when the others reached the second level and found the number of fierce beasts drastically reduced, they would be extremely grateful. Meanwhile, Yuan Guang and his team successfully advanced to the second level. The vast hall was silent, with only the heavy scent of blood reminding them of the fierce battle that had taken place. The group looked around, searching for Yiming. "Where's that kid?" A man in work clothes scratched his head in confusion. Could he have already gone to the third level? "What are you thinking?" One of Yuan Guang's team members retorted with a sneer. A first-level contract master, going solo with a witch as his contract spirit, heading to the third level? That's suicide. I bet he ran off at the first sign of danger. I've seen plenty of kids who don't know their limits. He then looked at Yuan Guang. "Captain, don't you agree?" As the most powerful contract master present, Yuan Guang's opinion was highly regarded. He frowned and pondered for a moment. A first-level contract master going alone to the third level is indeed suicidal. But, never mind, let's focus on dealing with the beasts first. He almost suggested that Yiming might have already teleported out of the Blood Demon Tower, but recalling the boy's previous behavior, he hesitated to make any firm conclusions. He had a feeling that the young man wouldn't back down so easily. The battle soon erupted, and amidst the clash of swords, Su Xiaoyu once again hid in a corner, furiously casting poison spells. This time, the dose was exceptionally potent, forcing several first-level contract masters to retreat. "Damn it! Poisoning again, are we? Who the hell's doing this? Could you at least give us a heads up before poisoning? What grudge do you have against us? If I find out who you are, you're in big trouble." Angry shouts echoed throughout. Dazzling spirit skills illuminated the entire hall as the contract masters entered their stride, their fighting spirit high. Yet just as they reached their peak, the number of beasts suddenly stopped, leaving them short of the required number to advance. Wait a minute, something's not right, someone questioned. Isn't the second level supposed to have 2,000 blood demon beasts? Why does it feel like we've only encountered a few hundred? Could it be that kid with the contract which killed them all? This statement shocked everyone. If they had only managed to kill a few hundred together, did that mean Yiming had taken down over 1,000 beasts on his own in such a short time? Impossible, Su Xiaoyu shrieked, her jealousy and disbelief preventing her from accepting this fact. He's just first level. How could he? Exactly, Zhang Guanghu agreed. The young lady's right. That kid's just a first level contract master. He doesn't have that kind of power. It must be a problem with the Blood Demon Tower. It's common for these old secret realms to have errors in monster spawning. Let's head to the third level. In the third level, Yiming was already standing in the center of the hall. The system prompt sounded. Third level challenge initiated. Requirement to enter the fourth level. Kill 200 first level giant-armed blood demon beasts, 0-200. Boom. Hulking creatures fell from the ceiling like meteors, creating countless craters on the ground. As the dust settled, Yiming, wielding the divine scythe, finally saw the true form of these beasts. They resembled the ordinary blood demon beasts from the first level, entirely crimson, but were much larger and each had a single massive stone-like arm. These giant-armed blood demon beasts had stronger attack and defense, though they were slightly slower. Hope you can last a bit longer in the darkness, even if it's just a second. Before he finished speaking, the dark domain had already unfolded. Yiming moved like a phantom, his scythe slicing through the darkness with chilling precision. Each strike was accompanied by the sound of heads hitting the ground. Thud, drip, gurgle, blood splattered, heads rolled, and bodies fell in succession, as if a requiem of death was playing, tragic and solemn. Ding. Experience reached. Realm can be broken through. Would you like to break through now? Yes, no. After Yiming vanquished 2,000 giant-armed blood beasts, a cascade of notifications flooded his interface. His attributes experienced a comprehensive boost. His health surged from 110 to 115, and his mental strength followed suit. The dark domain advanced to level 3, expanding its radius to 5.2 meters, imposing even stronger speed suppression on any enemies entering the domain. The Godslayer demon armor also upgraded to level 3, providing an unbreakable defense. The Evernight ability leaped to level 3, significantly enhancing its coverage and kill speed, and unlocked the ability to automatically collect materials. What thrilled Yiming the most was reaching the critical point for a breakthrough. The interface displayed, First-tier contract master 120-001-0000, breakthrough possible. At this moment, his strength had already surpassed that of most second-tier contract masters. Once he broke through, even third-tier contract masters might struggle to match him. As his power surged, Yiming felt demonic whispers echoing in his mind, tempting him to indulge in endless slaughter and bloodshed. However, as a top-tier assassin, he merely smirked coldly, didn't need to succumb to slaughter, for he was the embodiment of it. Without hesitation, Yiming initiated the breakthrough. Boom. A pillar of blood-red light shot into the sky. Under the Godslayer demon armor, Yiming's eyes turned blood-red, and mysterious dark runes appeared on his skin. He could clearly feel his flesh being destroyed and reformed, as his once slender body grew well-proportioned and powerful muscles at a visible rate. Several one-armed blood beasts attempting to ambush him were reduced to blood mist by the energy shockwave from his breakthrough before they could even get close. When Yiming opened his eyes again, a scarlet glow flickered in his pupils. Grasping his scythe, he charged into the horde of one-armed blood beasts like a black thunderbolt. Energy erupted wherever he passed, and blood splattered everywhere. His blade was unstoppable. Even the high-defense giant arms couldn't withstand it for a moment, and all the blood beasts were instantly cleaved in two. All 3,000 one-armed blood beasts on the third floor fell beneath his scythe. Although he didn't gain new enhancements due to reaching the experience cap, Yiming's senses, touch, and body control reached unprecedented levels after the breakthrough. Even more astonishing, his health and mental strength both surpassed the 200 mark. This figure was far beyond the norm. It's worth noting that even an SS-level Saintess contract master would be considered outstanding if her health and mental strength broke 100 upon reaching the second tier. Yet Yiming directly surpassed 200, setting him apart as extraordinarily powerful. The system notification promptly arrived. 3,000 one-armed blood beasts eliminated, exceeding the requirement. The fourth floor gate is open. Without pausing, Yiming headed straight for the fourth floor. Shortly after his departure, Zhang Guanghu and his team finally arrived at the third floor. Zhang Guanghu's gaze fell on the 3 first-tier contract masters at the back of the group, his tone carrying an indisputable warning. Listen up, the difficulty level here increases significantly. This floor is no longer suitable for first-tier contract masters. If you encounter danger, exit immediately on your own and expect anyone else to save you. Zhang Guanghu's demeanor was as if he was forcing everyone to leave. Su Xiaoyu kept her head down, silent on the outside. But internally, she was grumbling. Just a second-tier contract master, and he dares to act like a leader, ordering others to leave? What an arrogant fool. Of course, she only dared to think these thoughts to herself. She wouldn't utter a single word in front of Zhang Guanghu. Everyone, stay alert. Zhang Guanghu suddenly commanded in a low voice. I sensed danger approaching. The group immediately assumed combat stances, holding their breath and waiting. However, 10 minutes passed, and the third level remained eerily still, as if all the beasts had vanished. What's going on? Zhang Guanghu frowned, scanning the surroundings. A second-tier contract master dressed in black pondered for a moment before cautiously suggesting. Could it be that the kid has already cleared the third level of beasts? Ridiculous. Zhang Guanghu laughed in anger. There are 3,000 first-tier beasts on the third level. Even an SS-ranked Saintess contract master would struggle here. How could a witch contract master manage it? Clearly, there's something wrong with the Blood Demon Tower. He gritted his teeth and said, those managing the secret realm are just slacking off, unaware of any issues, yet they dare to charge me 10,000 for entry. Let's go and settle the score with them. Seeing Zhang Guanghu lead the way out, the others also opted to teleport out of the Blood Demon Tower. Su Xiaoyu took one last look at the tightly shut door, shaking her head with a sneer. What was I thinking? No matter how talented he is, he's just a first tier. He's probably scared off by the beasts. Humph. A witch contract master trying to be a vanguard. Serves him right. With that, she pressed her wristband and teleported out of the secret realm. Meanwhile, Yiming was completely unaware of what was happening outside. Having just broken through to the second tier, he was like an unsheathed sword, sweeping through the Blood Demon Tower with ease. To him, the beasts were no longer threats, but merely sources of experience points. He fought his way from the 4th to the 6th level, slaying thousands of first-tier beasts with the ease of crushing ants. His realm experience accumulated rapidly, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, up to 10,000. His skill levels also increased. Dark Domain, level 3-4, with a coverage radius increased to 5.5 meters, causing fatigue to enemies within the domain. Divine Fall Armor, level 3-4, with leg enhancements significantly boosting speed. Eternal Knight's Descent, level 3-4, with increased coverage and damage, capable of simultaneously killing up to 500 ordinary second-tier beasts or 1,000 first-tier beasts. He still needed 90,000 experience points to reach the 3rd tier, and the experience gained from defeating first-tier beasts had dropped to less than 2 points. As expected, Yiming continued his advance to the 7th level. Upon reaching the 7th level, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Inyuyu's eyes. Yiming, the beasts on this level are all second-tier, and I can sense that there are treasures on the 9th level that can make you even stronger. Outside the secret realm, the teleportation hall was bustling with people. Sun Hoyuan stood in the center of the hall, massaging his temples after hanging up his phone. Beside him was Jiang Qingji, a middle-aged man with a square face, dressed in a black trench coat who noticed Sun's unusual demeanor. Old Sun, what's up? You look like you're in trouble. Jiang Qingyi approached with steady steps, asking with concern. Li Sufeng from the Tsangnan Martial Arts Academy, Sun Hoyuan sighed. Just sent me some information on new recruits. I barely glanced at it, and he's already eager to drag me to meet them. He continued with a hint of resignation. I thought I'd take this rare vacation to tour Tsangnan City, but one thing after another keeps coming up. After inspecting the secret realm, I still have to rush to the Martial Arts Academy. That's quite a coincidence, Jiang Qingyi remarked with a smile. The awakening ceremony was just held yesterday, and already we have newcomers standing out. It's certainly a good thing for our Dragon Nation. Sun Hoyuan nodded in agreement, then cast a serious gaze around the hall. Your teleportation hall is well equipped, and the maintenance seems thorough. But remember, whether it's a man-made or natural secret realm, you can't afford to be careless. Just yesterday, a beast riot occurred in neighboring Songbei City. Over a dozen third-tier beasts rampaged through the streets, resulting in 23 civilian deaths. As the person in charge of Tsongnan's secret realm, you need to pay extra attention to these matters. Don't worry, old son. Jiang Qingyi promised solemnly, patting his chest. Since I took over as the head of Tsongnan's secret realm, I haven't neglected a single duty. If anything goes wrong with the secret realm, I'll be the first to take responsibility. Before he could finish, a rough shout suddenly erupted in the hall. Hey, where are all the staff? The secret realm has issues, and no one knows how to fix them? Is our entrance fee just going down the drain? The booming voice drew the attention of most of the hall. Jiang Qingyi's face darkened, and he quickly walked towards the source of the commotion. Outside the Blood Demon Tower's teleportation gate, a man was shouting furiously. Is there anyone in charge? The secret realm has problems, and someone needs to be held accountable. I demand a perfect explanation. A nearby staff member, holding some documents, tried to calm him. Sir, please don't make a scene here. The data shows everything is normal with the Blood Demon Tower. If you insist on causing trouble, I'll have to call security. Security? Go ahead. If this isn't resolved today, I won't leave even if dozens of security guards show up. Zhang Guanghu roared, glaring with defiance. As a seasoned troublemaker, he was unfazed by such threats. Having seized the opportunity to exploit issues with the secret realm, he was determined to push for more compensation. Hey, can someone in charge come here? Stop shouting. Jiang Qingyi approached Zhang Guanghu expressionlessly and turned to the staff member. What's going on? Director Jiang, here's what happened. The staff member began to report the details. Hearing the words, Director Jiang, Zhang Guanghu's pupils suddenly contracted as he warily observed the middle-aged man with a square face who had appeared unexpectedly. The title Director Jiang sent a chill down his spine, and a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. The man was actually the person in charge of the Cangnan secret realm. He cursed his bad luck inwardly, having hoped to settle the matter by paying off a manager, but instead, he had run into this formidable figure. Zhang Guanghu, right? Jiang Qingyi took the tablet from a staff member and spoke in a calm tone. No need to be nervous, let's address the issue. He turned the tablet towards Zhang Guanghu. All indicators for the Blood Demon Tower are normal, but data doesn't tell the whole story. You mentioned there was a problem with the Blood Demon Tower. What exactly is happening? At this moment, Sun Hoyuan strolled over, glanced at Zhang Guanghu, and then turned to Jiang Qingyi. What's going on, old Jiang? Is there a problem? Jiang Qingyi nodded slightly, his gaze returning to Zhang Guanghu. Go ahead. The number of fierce beasts is seriously off, Zhang Guanghu stammered. According to regulations, there should be 1,000 on the first level, 2,000 on the second, and 3,000 on the third. But there are only a few hundred on the second level, and none on the third. Jiang Qingyi frowned deeply and turned to the staff. Is this true? The Blood Demon Tower is an artificial secret realm. The number of beasts should be strictly controlled. The staff quickly explained. Director Jiang, after receiving the report, we immediately contacted the technical department. They confirmed that the number of beasts deployed is absolutely accurate, and I also personally verified the data. Does data always tell the truth? Zhang Guanghu interjected urgently. We didn't see a single beast on the third level. Doesn't that indicate a problem? Jiang Qingyi ignored Zhang Guanghu's agitation and instead looked at the others behind him. Is what he's saying true? Besides the number of beasts, is there anything else unusual? Also, apart from you and those who left, is there anyone else in the secret realm? No one else, Zhang Guanghu replied firmly, but was quickly reminded by his subordinate. Oh right, there's a kid who contracted with a witch. He sneered, but he's just a first rank, though a bit capable. He probably got kicked out long ago. No way he took down 3,000 beasts on the third level alone. What a joke. Not only did Zhang Guanghu find it unbelievable, but even Jiang Qingyi thought it was absurd. How could a first rank witch contractor single-handedly eliminate thousands of beasts? Wait. Sun Hoyuan suddenly looked serious. Old Jiang, is there surveillance in the Blood Demon Tower? Of course there is. I'll check it now, Jiang Qingyi said as he prepared to access the surveillance footage. What's on your mind? Sun Hoyuan mused. Li Sufeng recommended a newcomer to me a few days ago, also a witch contractor. That kid set a new record for first-rank contractors at the Cangnan Martial Arts Hall, killing 500 beasts in a single session. Old Li said that first-rank beasts are nothing but weaklings to him. Jiang Qingyi's pupils contracted as he immediately pulled up the Blood Demon Tower's surveillance. The virtual screen quickly swept through the images from the first to the sixth level, all empty. See, the kid must have run away. How could a first-rank contractor cause such a stir? Zhang Guanghu muttered with a cold laugh. Clearly, there's something wrong with the Blood Demon Tower. Just as everyone was filled with doubt, the screen on the 7th level suddenly froze. A figure appeared in the shadows. It was Yiming, clad in divine demon armor, wielding a long scythe, standing tall like a reaper. Before him, 1,000 second-rank one-eyed blood beasts were licking their lips, closing in step by step. Damn, what's that kid trying to do? Zhang Guanghua's eyes widened in disbelief. 1,000 second-tier fierce beasts. Is he planning to kill them all by himself? The fact that Yiming, the witch contract master, not only survived but also successfully reached the 7th level shocked everyone present. How can a mere first-tier contract master handle this situation? Su Xiaoyu frowned, a hint of worry in her eyes. He's completely overestimating himself. A staff member turned to Jiang Qingyi, his voice filled with concern. Isn't there any danger? Jiang Qingyi crossed his arms, glancing expressionlessly at Sun Hoyuan beside him. Old Sun, this kid might not be so simple. As a peer, Sun Hoyuan had long developed keen insight. He gazed at Yiming on the screen, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. This is someone Li Sufeng specifically named. He's no reckless fool. Look at his calm eyes and composed demeanor. He seems confident about what he's about to do. I just wonder if he matches up to. Before he could finish, Yiming on the screen moved. In the vast, dim hall, 1,200 one-eyed blood beasts charged at Yiming. These beasts, small but covered in poisonous spikes, could kill an adult elephant instantly with just a graze. Agile and deadly, their multitude formed a torrent of death. The Godfall armor can completely resist the poison, Inyuyu quickly reminded him. Go all out. Yiming nodded slightly, gripping the Godfall scythe, and dashed into the beast horde like a black lightning bolt. The scythe sliced through the air, tracing a crescent in the darkness. With a spray of blood, dozens of beasts fell. With a light tap of his toe, he moved like a lightning bolt, reappearing in the midst of another group as the one-eyed blood beasts lunged at him. Another horizontal slash, and more beasts fell. From the top of the hall, Yiming appeared as a deadly light weaving through the beast horde. Each swing of his scythe left a black crescent in the air, each move dragging a dark afterimage. These crescents and shadows wove a chilling tapestry of death. In just 3 minutes, all 1,000 one-eyed blood beasts lay dead. System notifications flashed continuously. Killed second-tier one-eyed blood beast. Realm experience 7. Spirit skill experience 7 scrolled incessantly. This is impossible. Yuan Guang's eyes were wide in disbelief. How can a first-tier contract master single-handedly kill 1,000 second-tier fierce beasts? Even with an SS-level Saintus, it's impossible. He must have hidden his true strength. First tier. Jiang Qingyi's words struck everyone like lightning. No, his realm is now second tier. Second tier? The crowd was stunned. Is this kid at the second tier? Su Xiaoyu stiffened, a trace of disbelief flashing in her eyes. How is that possible? Before entering the secret realm, I interacted with him, and his aura was clearly at the first tier. Overwhelmed by intense jealousy, she momentarily forgot that standing before her was Jiang Qingyi, the head of the Cangnan secret realm, a true powerhouse. Old Jiang, in my opinion, Yiming must have broken through in the secret realm. Let's check the previous surveillance footage. Sun Hoyuan suggested in a deep voice. Jiang Qingyi immediately pulled up the surveillance feed. Indeed, on the third level, the footage showed Yiming suddenly surrounded by a dazzling light, various phenomena swirling around him as his aura rapidly increased. Haha, interesting, very interesting. Jiang Qingyi laughed heartily. Awakened just yesterday, and today he's a second-tier contract master. This kid is definitely talented. More importantly, he's a genius from our Cangnan city. Even an SS-level Saintus contract master might struggle to compete with him. Sun Hoyuan, however, frowned. He recalled the information Li Sufeng had given him. Yiming was not only extraordinarily gifted with exceptional combat skills, but also a born top-tier assassin. Yet, the combat style of the young man before him was bold and direct, completely contrary to the stealthy approach typical of assassins. Could it be that old Li was mistaken? Sun Hoyuan pondered, deciding to continue observing. Inside the Blood Demon Tower, Yiming swiftly cleared the 7th and 8th levels like lightning. Facing the 1,500 fierce beasts on the 8th level, he decisively unleashed Eternal Night's arrival, instantly annihilating all foes. This grand and open combat style further convinced Sun Hoyuan that this was not the way of an assassin. However, when Yiming stepped into the 9th level, everything changed. In the dim hall, blue candle flames cast eerie, shifting shadows on the walls. In the center of the hall, a delicate wooden box held a pulsating black heart, the heart of the Blood Demon King. Yiming, this item can help me level up. Can you get it for me? Inyuyu earnestly requested. No need to be so polite with me. Yiming responded nonchalantly, his figure shooting towards the box like an arrow. At that moment, 2 5-meter massive shadows abruptly appeared on either side of the box, wielding giant axes aimed directly at Yiming. Yiming, be careful. These are Blood Demon Kings, not ordinary second-tier beasts. Inyuyu warned while conjuring dark tendrils to entangle the axes, buying Yiming some time. Yiming didn't pause, grabbing the heart of the Blood Demon King. Then, with his back to the 2 Blood Demon Kings, he slightly raised the Divine Annihilation Scythe in his hand. As he slowly turned, a glint of crimson flashed in his eyes. Dark Domain activate. Assassination commence. As darkness spread like a tide from Yiming, an absolute void of silence quickly formed, ensnaring the 2 Blood Demon Kings. Their movements slowed as if they were trapped in a quagmire, with their strength and reflexes severely suppressed. Even so, the 2 Blood Demon Kings roared in anger, swinging their massive axes at Yiming. Yet Yiming remained calm, his figure flickering as he mysteriously vanished into the dark realm, his presence disappearing without a trace. What is this? Sun Hoyuan abruptly stood up, eyes fixed on the scene of the dark domain, his fingers trembling with excitement. If Yiming's previous spiritual skills were tailored for a war god, then this dark realm was the perfect assassin's tool. Inside the 9th layer hall, the 2 Blood Demon Kings wildly swung their axes, trying to dispel the surrounding darkness. Fear and unease spread within them, desperate to escape, but finding no way out once trapped in the dark realm. Escape was nearly impossible. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in the darkness. The Blood Demon King on the left barely raised a claw to block, only to grasp a small dagger. In that moment of distraction, pain shot through its legs. Yiming's scythe sliced through like a crescent moon, severing its ankles cleanly. The thundering crash of its fall hadn't faded when the Blood Demon King on the right found itself cornered. Gripping its axe tightly, it frantically scanned its surroundings, occasionally slashing wildly into the darkness, hoping this erratic defense would fend off Yiming's attacks. Another cold gleam. The Blood Demon King instinctively caught the flying dagger, then swung its axe behind in a sharp vertical chop this time. It had learned not to be fooled. Yet the axe struck only air. In the next instant, blood sprayed as the Blood Demon King's head fell, vanishing into the endless darkness. Yiming's silhouette slowly emerged, hanging upside down in midair. In this dark realm, he seemed to have shed the constraints of gravity, moving freely. Old son, this guy is incredible. Jiang Qingyi watched, his blood boiling with excitement and admiration in his voice. Sun Hoyuan maintained a serious expression, but his eyes gleamed with delight. Li Sufeng had indeed judged correctly. Yiming's displayed prowess was astonishing. His perfect control of breath, decisive and ruthless attacks, and near-flawless command within the dark realm all testified to the extraordinary potential of this young man. Of course, there are also deceptive tricks. These are essential qualities for becoming a top assassin. Sun Hoyuan's eyes gleamed as he watched Yiming in the distance, speaking in a low voice to Jiang Qingyi. Yiming fits the bill perfectly. Not only does he possess these traits, but he can also skillfully apply them in practice. He's a natural-born assassin. When he comes out, help me keep him here. I need to contact someone important right now. Jiang Qingyi felt a chill in his heart. Being an important figure at Tsinghua University, anyone Sun Hoyuan referred to as important must have significant influence. Sun Hoyuan quickly walked to a secluded corner and dialed a number. An old, deep voice came through the receiver. What is it? Teacher, Lao Li and I found a promising talent in Songnan City. Sun Hoyuan spoke quickly. I've already sent you his information. Yes, he hasn't taken the martial arts exam yet, but Lao Li has already made contact with him. All right, I'll ask him later. You can count on me. Meanwhile, Yiming was checking the system notifications. Successfully killed a Tier 2 Blood Demon King, Realm Experience 20, Skill Experience 20. Successfully killed a Tier 2 Blood Demon King, Realm Experience 20, Skill Experience 20. Definitely not an ordinary Tier 2 beast, the experience points have doubled. Yiming thought with pleasure, then opened his personal panel. Vitality, 200. Mental Power, 200. Realm, Tier 2 Contract Master 2132-110-0000. Skills, Dark Domain Level 4, Divine Doom Armor Level 4, Eternal Night Descend Level 5. Not only did all attributes improve significantly, but he also broke through to Tier 2. Additionally, he collected a large amount of beast materials, the most precious being the Blood Demon King's heart. According to Inyuyu, this would help her level up. Let's go, Yiming. There's nothing worthwhile here anymore. Inyuyu gently reminded. Yiming nodded and pressed the teleport button. However, as soon as he stepped out of the portal, he saw Zhang Guanghu and his group approaching with stern faces. Yiming frowned, the dagger in his sleeve quietly sliding out a bit. Zhang Guanghu and his men stopped a meter away, his stern expression quickly turning into a fawning smile. Hey, Yiming, I apologize for the friction in the secret realm. If I had known you had this strength, I wouldn't have dared to mess with you. Director Jiang and the others have already reprimanded me, and I've realized my mistake. As he spoke, he stepped aside to reveal Jiang Qingyi and Sun Hoyuan, both smiling and nodding at Yiming. Although he wasn't sure of their exact identities, the title director indicated they were not ordinary people. All right, let's leave it at that, Yiming said, expressionless. Zhang Guanghu looked relieved, quickly stepping forward to shake Yiming's hand. Great, I knew Yiming has magnanimity. Feel free to look me up when you have time. I'm quite well known on Beihu Street, and I'll treat you to a meal, Zhang Guanghu said with a wide grin, before turning and leaving the teleportation hall with his team, all dressed in matching uniforms. As he left, he continued to nod and bow to Jiang Qingyi and the others, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. The crowd in the hall gradually dispersed, leaving only Su Xiaoyu standing in front of Yiming. She had dressed up intentionally. A knee-length white dress highlighted her graceful figure. Her fluffy hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, and her light makeup was perfectly applied, an embodiment of the white moonlight look that was so popular online. Yiming, I was wrong earlier. I'm sorry, Su Xiaoyu said, deftly tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She extended her slender hand, her voice as gentle as if handling something fragile. Can we start over? I'm Su Xiaoyu and you. Yiming's brow furrowed slightly, a cold smile forming in his mind. As a seasoned top assassin, he was all too familiar with such contrived displays of innocency in his eyes. These tricks were as insubstantial as repeatedly diluted soap. Sorry, I don't know you, nor do I wish to, Yiming replied coldly, walking past her towards Jiang Qingyi and the others, completely ignoring her presence. Su Xiaoyu stood there, glaring angrily at Yiming's retreating back. Her carefully prepared white dress, what she considered the ultimate weapon to win over any straight man, had no effect on Yiming at all. Though frustration simmered within her, she could only turn and leave in silence. Yiming approached Jiang Qingyi and the others, respectfully addressing them. Greetings, esteemed seniors. Haha, quite the sweet talker, Jiang Qingyi chuckled. You're from the Yi family of Congnan, right? Sun Hoyuan asked, scrutinizing Yiming. Yiming nodded in confirmation. Yes. I know your fourth uncle. Yizhong, Sun Hoyuan said, patting Yiming on the shoulder with a meaningful smile. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. In the silent room, Yiming and Sun Hoyuan sat facing each other. The windows were tightly shut, and the heavy curtains blocked out all external light, plunging the room into complete darkness. Hello, Yiming. I'm Sun Hoyuan, a teacher at Star Magic University, Sun Hoyuan said, his gaze intense and voice deep and solemn. What I'm about to tell you could change your life. Before we proceed, you have two options: listen or don't. If you choose to listen, you'll need to sign a confidentiality agreement. If not, you can leave now and forget this meeting ever happened. Yiming's breath caught. From Sun Hoyuan's serious expression and cautious wording, he could tell this was no joke. Recalling Li Sufing's previous recommendation of Star Magic University and his own display of abilities in the Blood Demon Tower, Yiming had a hunch Sun Hoyuan must have recognized his potential. Since I'm already here, I might as well listen, Yiming said, picking up a pen and signing his name on the confidentiality agreement. Seeing Yiming's signature, Sun Hoyuan visibly relaxed. Good. Yiming, do you know? You have an extraordinary talent, not in spirituality, but in assassination. Yiming frowned slightly, understanding dawning on him. As a top-tier assassin, even when trying to conceal it, certain instinctual reactions could still reveal traces, which someone like Sun Hoyuan wouldn't miss. Have you ever thought about becoming an assassin? Sun Hoyuan asked, looking directly at Yiming. Yiming replied calmly, when I was young, I did admire assassins and thought they were cool. Also, Director Li mentioned your university's assassination program yesterday, and I'm quite interested. I'll prioritize it when filling out my applications. Ha! Sun Hoyuan laughed heartily. The assassination program teaches a new way of combat. True top assassins are honed through countless dangerous missions, something classroom training alone can't provide. This resonated deeply with Yiming. His experience in the world's largest assassin organization taught him that those who focused solely on textbook techniques and dummy training often overlooked the most crucial factor: real combat experience. It's not just about honing professional skills, but also refining one's mindset. Mr. Sun, are you suggesting? Yiming asked directly. Sun Hoyuan leaned back, his hands crossed behind his head, eyes sparkling with an unfathomable light. Do you want to join the Sushadian and become a real assassin? Sushadian? The unfamiliar name caught Yiming off guard. He quickly searched his memory but found no trace of such an organization, even after combing through all his life experiences. Noticing Yiming's confusion, Sun Hoyuan said calmly, don't bother trying. The Sushadian is a highly secretive, legitimate assassin organization. Very few people know of its existence. In a brightly lit office, Sun Hoyuan and Yiming sat across from each other as Sun began to introduce the top assassin organization in Longhua, known as the Temple of Annihilation. The Temple of Annihilation was proposed and established by Tsinghua University 50 years ago, Sun Hoyuan said with a serious expression. It commands hundreds of assassins with influence spread throughout Longhua. They handle not only assassination missions against ferocious beasts but also against illegal forces, foreign spies, and prominent families. He paused for a moment before adding, when dealing with clandestine matters, the Temple of Annihilation has extremely high authority. It can be considered the shadowy sword of Longhua. There are only two ways to join the Temple of Annihilation, either being valued or recommended. There's no way to apply voluntarily. Sun Hoyuan's tone became more relaxed. There are no strict rules here. As long as you adhere to basic principles, you have the same freedom as you would at home. Most importantly, you'll gain a special status. At this point, Sun Hoyuan smiled meaningfully. Yiming immediately understood the special status, while not exactly a get to fail free card, was not far from it. Are there any other benefits? Yiming asked bluntly. You sure are straightforward. Sun Hoyuan chuckled, pointing at Yiming, then pulled a document from a drawer. It was a full A4-page listing 35 benefits. I'll highlight a few, Sun Hoyuan said, pointing at the document. First, the salary is exceptionally high, with a minimum of 5 million Longhua currency. From what I know, the highest paid assassin in the Temple of Annihilation earns over 1 trillion, equivalent to the annual net profit of a megacorporation. Secondly, there's resource allocation, he continued. As a creation of Tsinghua University, the Temple of Annihilation receives 60 of the university's annual resource expenditure, along with national support. This figure left Yiming astounded, considering Tsinghua University is a top institution in Longhua. Its annual resource expenditure is astronomical. Additionally, Sun Hoyuan maintained his confident smile. We offer lifetime free services, whether it's accessing secret realms or visiting the Contract Master Hospital. Yiming couldn't help but be impressed. These benefits were unparalleled in Longhua. Of course, the only downside was the high risk being an assassin inherently involved dealing with death regularly. We'll also secretly support your family, Sun Hoyuan said, looking at Yiming meaningfully. If I'm not mistaken, the rivalry between the Wang family and your Yi family in Sangnan City is quite intense, isn't it? Yiming immediately grasped the implication once he joined the Temple of Annihilation. Sangnan City would no longer be a battleground between the Yi and Wang families, but instead, the Yi family would dominate. Lastly, Sun Hoyuan held up one finger. As a new member benefit, you can make one reasonable request. Yiming fell into contemplation. Although he wasn't particularly eager to return to his old profession, the conditions offered by the Temple of Annihilation were incredibly tempting. Moreover, with his status as a top assassin, joining the Temple of Annihilation would undoubtedly be a perfect fit. At this moment, Inyuyu suddenly spoke up. Yiming, ask if they have Black Dragon Marrow. After a moment of silence, Yiming looked up and asked, Professor Sun, may I request Black Dragon Marrow as a new member benefit? Black Dragon Marrow. When Sun Hoyuan heard Yiming's request, his eyebrows twitched, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. As an experienced mentor, he knew well the rarity of Black Dragon Marrow, material that can only be obtained by slaying a Tier 7 Dark Thunder Dragon. A single drop costs millions in Longhua currency and is rarely found even in large exchanges. What surprised him even more was that Yiming, a newly awakened contract master, had expressed a clear need for such a rare beast material. Although the Yi family held a significant status in Sangnan City, this level of insight was still noteworthy. Yes, Sun Hoyuan said emphatically, patting his chest. As long as you officially join the Hall of Execution, I'll give you the Black Dragon Marrow. Upon hearing this, Yiming didn't hesitate and immediately expressed his willingness to join the Hall of Execution. However, joining wasn't as simple as signing a contract. It required passing a rigorous assessment. What does the assessment entail? Yiming asked directly. After a brief pause, Sun Hoyuan explained in detail. The entrance assessment has 4 requirements. First, you need to score over 700 in the martial arts exam, with a maximum score of 1000. Second, there's a test of strength and physical fitness, which you can skip since your battle video with the Blood Demon Beast has already been submitted. Third, you must complete the solo secret realm mechanical tunnel and achieve an excellent rating. Fourth, you need to complete an assassination mission, and I'll provide the details later. But, Yiming pointed out a crucial issue. The mechanical tunnel is a VIP secret realm, and I'm not yet eligible to enter. Access to a VIP secret realm requires meeting 2 conditions, paying 100,000 Longhua currency to unlock it, and being a contract master for over 2 months. Although money wasn't an issue, Yiming had just awakened the day before and clearly didn't meet the second condition. Don't worry about that, Sun Hoyuan said with a smile. I'll discuss it with old Jiang. These conditions aren't set in stone. With that settled, Yiming set a clear goal for himself, to pass the assessment, join the Hall of Execution, and fully utilize his top-tier assassin skills. Later, Sun Hoyuan brought Yiming to Jiang Qingyi's office. All done talking, Jiang Qingyi asked with a smile. Sun Hoyuan nodded and got straight to the point. Now, I need a small favor from you. Grant this kid VIP access, and the cost is on me. Yiming's eyes lit up at this, thinking how straightforward this senior was, casually offering up 100,000 Longhua currency. Although Jiang Qingyi wasn't entirely sure of Sun Hoyuan's intentions, he trusted that there was a reason behind the request. He quickly registered Yiming for the VIP Secret Realm access and stood up, speaking with earnest advice. You can now enter the VIP Secret Realm. But remember, this isn't something to brag about. The challenges there are far greater than in regular areas, so you must be extremely cautious. Yiming nodded solemnly in agreement. After a brief conversation, Sun Hoyuan escorted him to the entrance of the teleportation hall. At the last moment, Sun Hoyuan finally asked the question that had been on his mind. Yiming, your contract is with an SS-level witch, right? Upon receiving Yiming's affirmative response, Sun Hoyuan rested his chin in thought. Contracting with a witch is usually weak in the early stages, but that rule doesn't seem to apply to you. What concerns me more is the backlash issue, which contractors are prone to being harmed by the witch's nature. You must be particularly vigilant about this. Yiming confidently reassured him. Don't worry, Mr. Sunday. I'll be extra careful. Good, Sun Hoyuan said, giving Yiming's shoulder a firm pat. I hope you can change the world's prejudice against witch contractors. Keep it up. I have faith in you. When Yiming returned home, he noticed several black luxury cars parked outside, with unfamiliar license plates. Some muscular bodyguards, whose suits seemed about to burst at the seams, stood by the cars. This setup clearly indicated a significant guest had arrived. Oh my god, you're finally back, Yi Xinshin exclaimed as she rushed over, frustratedly tapping the back of his head. Where have you been? Why didn't you answer your phone? You worried me sick. Yiming explained that he had been to the Blood Demon Tower, and that his phone was off, and then he encountered some other matters. Curiously, he asked, what's going on, sis? Sigh. Yi Xinxin sighed, pointing towards the living room. People from Shinkong University are here. I overheard them saying something about wanting you to change your contract spirit. Change the contract spirit? Is that even possible? Yiming was puzzled. I thought once a contract was made, it couldn't be altered? Guided by Yi Xinxin, Yiming entered the living room and immediately saw two unfamiliar faces. One was an elderly man with gray hair and a beard, dressed in loose martial arts attire, resembling a casual Tai Chi enthusiast, but the aura he emitted made Yiming's breath catch. Behind him stood a young man in gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in a sharp suit, exuding the air of a promising business elite. His second uncle, Yi Jun, promptly called out, "You rascal, finally back. Come over here. This is Professor Wang Changkong from Shinkong University, and this is Assistant Zhang." Yiming was full of questions. Why would Shinkong University, one of the top 4 institutions in Longhua, send someone to see him? But he politely extended his hand. "Hello, Professor Wang." Wang Changkong nodded with a smile, his eyes showing approval. A promising talent indeed, not to be wasted. He then turned to Yi Jun. "Master Yi, can we discuss my earlier proposal now?" Yi Jun nodded and looked at Yiming. "Yiming, Professor Wang is here to ask if you'd like to change your contract spirit." "Change the contract spirit? Isn't it said that once a contract is made, it can't be changed?" Yiming asked with a frown. Wang Changkong smiled slightly and gestured to his assistant, Zhang. Zhang immediately opened the documents in his hand and began explaining in detail. Typically, a contract cannot be altered. Most top-tier spirits lack the strength to support a second contract. However, a full-level spirit is an exception. If aided by a 7th-level or higher contract master, a recontract can be performed. But be aware, after recontracting, the spirit's level will drop from full to top, losing the right to choose its contract spirit. After finishing, Zhang tactfully stepped back. This revelation left Yiming and Yi Jun wide-eyed with surprise. "I'm here with the Vice Principal's intention from Shinkong University," Wang Changkong said, looking at Yiming with a friendly smile. "If you're willing, the Vice Principal will personally assist you in contracting an SS-level saint. I hope you'll consider it carefully. In the eyes of most contract masters, a witch is never as good as a saint, even an SS-level witch." Wang Changkong thought the same and believed Yiming would likely accept the offer. After all, a witch's drawbacks would eventually become apparent. However, Yiming's response was unexpected. "Sorry, Mr. Wang. I have no intention of changing my contract spirit. From the moment I chose to contract with the witch, we were destined not to part." This. Wang Changkong was taken aback. Zhang quickly interjected, "Yiming, with your full-level spirit, contracting a saint is the best choice. The witch has too many drawbacks, and you'll regret it." "No." Yiming shook his head firmly, his eyes resolute. "I won't regret it." Before the words had even settled, a powerful aura of a 2nd-level contract master filled the entire reception room. The presence of dark energy made everyone instinctively feel fear and trepidation. "Is this a 2nd-level contract master?" Wang Changkong asked in surprise. "Yes, I just broke through today," Yiming said calmly. "Contracted yesterday, broke through today. I think even an SS-level saint contract master couldn't match that speed, right?" Breaking through from 1st to 2nd level in a single day was unheard of in the history of Longhua. Wang Changkong nodded meaningfully. "It seems the witch you've contracted is quite special." "Special or not, I'm not sure, but she's very suitable for me," Yiming replied politely. "I understand." Wang Changkong lowered his eyes, thoughtful. "Now that you're a 2nd-level contract master, indeed, you can't change your contract spirit. Besides, it seems you have no intention to." He suddenly turned to Yi Jun, smiling as he said, "Master Yi, I'm sorry for the disturbance today. I'll take my leave." With that, he turned and walked away without hesitation. As a teacher from Shinkong University, he had come with full confidence, but the outcome left him feeling somewhat unsettled. As he left, Wang Changkong patted Yiming on the shoulder, smiled, but said nothing further. The luxury sedan cruised smoothly along the road back. Assistant Zhang gazed out at the scenery, unable to suppress a sigh. Who would have thought that Yiming would refuse? And more surprisingly, he's already become a 2nd-tier contract master. We just missed out on a full-level spirit. Wang Changkong leaned back against the leather seat, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the distant view through the window, lost in thought. "Mr. Wang, what should we do about the special admission spot originally intended for Yiming?" Assistant Zhang asked cautiously. "We shouldn't put all our eggs in one basket," Wang Changkong replied calmly, waving a hand dismissively. "I've heard there's an SS-level genius in the neighboring Songbei city. Let's check it out. Is Shinkong University really worried about not recruiting outstanding students?" Meanwhile, back at Yiming's home, Yiming gave a brief report to his second uncle. His uncle was thrilled upon hearing the news, repeatedly praising Yiming for bringing honor to the Yi family. From the sparkle in his uncle's eyes, Yiming could feel his genuine joy. Returning to his room, Yiming took out the heart of the Blood Demon King he had acquired in the Blood Demon Tower. "How should I use this?" he wondered aloud. "Just hold it in your hands," and leave the rest to me. Inyuyu replied gently. Yiming followed the instructions. Wisps of black energy surged from his chest, coiling around the heart of the Blood Demon King like spiritual snakes, greedily absorbing its energy. Once the heart was completely depleted, the black energy gradually dissipated. Suddenly, a new panel appeared before Yiming. Contract Spirit, Divine Nightfall, Dark Emperor. Name, Inyuyu. Level, SSS. Enhancement Progress, 0.05. Revival Progress, 1. Yiming was stunned, examining this unique panel closely, something no other contract master had, a secret shared only between him and Inyuyu. Yiming. Inyuyu explained softly. The black dragon bone marrow I mentioned earlier can increase my revival progress. Once it reaches 5, I'll have more freedom to assist you in battle. Is that really possible? Yiming's eyes lit up. I'm not sure about other contract spirits, but it seems I can, Inyuyu said, as she attempted to summon a trace of dark energy to form a shield on Yiming's arm. This was her own power, not drawn from Yiming, though it lasted briefly. So, the higher the revival progress, the greater your freedom, right? Yiming inquired. Inyuyu nodded eagerly, yes. Then, Yiming suddenly asked, when the revival progress reaches 100%, will you gain complete freedom? Like, becoming a new, independent life? The question left Inyuyu silent. In the Divine Sea, she bowed her head, her expressive eyes showing a hint of sadness. Yuyu, are you still there? Yiming called gently. Inyuyu, hugging her knees, looked up with a slight tremble in her lashes, her voice tinged with reluctance. I don't want to leave you. Yiming immediately immersed his consciousness in the Divine Sea, crouching beside Inyuyu, tenderly ruffling her hair. Are you silly? I never said I wanted you to leave. Having complete freedom doesn't mean separation. I just want you to become a complete being. Contract spirits are alive too. You're not just a tool. Listening to Yiming's gentle words, Inyuyu's large eyes glistened, as if warmed by the flow of spring water, dispelling all the coldness. She nodded with a choked voice. Yes, I understand. Yiming carefully examined the information he had on the mechanical tunnel, and the details about this VIP-level low-tier secret realm piqued his interest. According to the data, the most powerful beast within was only at the 3rd tier. Although these beasts were intelligent life forms made of metal with impressive defense and attack capabilities, they posed no threat to him now. As he delved deeper into the records, Yiming's gaze lingered on the descriptions of the traps and mechanisms, laser beams on the walls, war vehicles equipped with machine guns, and various high-tech weapons. Even though he was currently only a 2nd-tier contract master, his true combat strength far exceeded that of an ordinary 3rd-tier contract master. The beasts are nothing to worry about. And as for these mechanisms, Yiming's lips curled into a slight smile. As a top-tier assassin, if I can't even dodge bullets, I might as well go home and raise chickens. However, the next piece of information made Yiming raise an eyebrow. The mechanical tunnel was actually a natural secret realm. This discovery was truly surprising. Logically, with so many mechanical weapons, it should be an artificial secret realm from any perspective. Yet, the data clearly showed that this secret realm naturally appeared in Songnan City 30 years ago. Back then, the mechanical weapons in the secret realm caused quite a stir. Some speculated that the beasts were alien life forms with advanced technology, while others believed they were a vanguard sent by aliens to invade Earth. However, these speculations faded over time. That's enough for today. Yiming stretched and was about to rest. Suddenly, his sister Yishinshin's voice came from outside the door. Yiming, Teacher Yang just called. She wants you to prepare for tomorrow's intermediate test at school. I've already sent the information to your phone. Yiming frowned slightly, picked up his fully charged phone, and checked the message. This intermediate test was an important assessment before the martial arts exam. Candidates needed to enter a low-tier secret realm, the Windless Forest, and collect materials from beasts. The test standards were clear: 10 Gale Claws for a pass, 20 for good, 30 for excellent, and 50 for a full score. These Gale Claws could only be obtained by defeating 1st-tier Gale Eagles. Looking at the thousands of blood demon eyes in his storage ring, Yiming fell into thought, then sent a message to his homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwan. Teacher Yang, I would like to request leave from tomorrow's intermediate test. Here are some photos and videos as reasons. Yang Jinwan, who was about to rest, frowned when she saw the message. Requesting leave for a low-tier test was one thing, but even for the intermediate test? However, when she opened the photos and videos Yiming sent, her pupils dilated, and she immediately forwarded the content to the principal. The principal's reply came quickly. All right, Yiming, your outstanding performance has been noted by the teachers. Your request is approved. However, the teacher hopes you can balance work and rest. Don't overwork yourself, Yang Jinwen messaged. Oh, by the way, the principal mentioned that if you have time, you should visit the school. The principal has a little surprise to help you become a 2nd-level contract master. Yiming looked at his phone screen and couldn't help but smile wryly. A 2nd-level contract master? Isn't this forcing him to show off? He quickly replied. Okay, thank you, teacher. But could you please tell the principal that I'm already at the second level? SEC. Second level. Yang Jinwen widened her eyes, staring at the phone screen in disbelief. Meanwhile, in a bedroom in a certain neighborhood, Principal Lin Baiyuan, who was reading in bed, suddenly sat up, waking his sleeping wife beside him. What are you doing, all flustered? Did something happen at Songnan number 1 high school? His wife asked groggily. Something did happen. Something big. Lin Baiyuan stared at the message from Yang Jinwen, his head buzzing. Second level. Breaking through to the second level in just one day. Even an SS level Saintus would take at least 2 weeks to reach the second level. The next day, in the teleportation hall, Yang Jinwen was leading the students in registering information. The students entering the secret realm for the first time were all excited, already fantasizing about their heroic deeds, unaware that reality might involve being chased by beasts if they were lucky. Before entering the secret realm, I suggest you team up, 2 people per group, Yang Jinwen advised. This will reduce danger and provide better training. As soon as she finished speaking, the students began looking for teammates. Wang Haoyang immediately approached Lu Yuxuan. Yuxuan, let's team up. Your S-level Radiant Saintus paired with my S-level Lightning Saintus will surely score full marks. Lu Yuxuan didn't respond immediately, but looked around, frowning slightly. Wang Haoyang noticed she was looking for someone and sneered. Yiming is really something, skipping the primary test, and now even the intermediate one. He doesn't take school rules seriously. At that moment, Yiming appeared in the hall. The crowd began to murmur. Hey, Yiming is here. Is he participating in the intermediate test? I thought he wasn't coming. What are you talking about? The intermediate test is a great opportunity to train in the secret realm. Of course, Yiming would come. Wang Haoyang smirked. No matter how strong he is, he can't complete the intermediate test early. We're all first-level contract masters. Does he dare to enter the secret realm alone? The beasts there aren't as easy to handle as simulated creatures. Seeing Yiming, Lu Yuxuan's tense expression immediately relaxed. She quickly approached him, smiling brightly. Hi. Yiming, long time no see. Are you here for the intermediate test too? The teacher just told us to team up, and I haven't found a partner yet because I was waiting for you, hee. Yiming frowned slightly and replied politely. Sorry, I'm not here for the intermediate test. I have other matters. With that, he nodded to Yang Jinwen and followed a staff member to the VIP area. Watching Yiming's retreating figure, the smile on Lu Yuxuan's face disappeared. The students watched as Yiming headed in a different direction, whispering to each other in confusion. Isn't he here for the intermediate test? They asked, turning to Yang Jinwen with puzzled faces. Yang Jinwen smiled slightly and said, Yiming went to the Blood Demon Tower yesterday and collected over 1,000 Blood Demon eyes. You should learn from him, not envy him. This statement caused an immediate stir among the students. 1,000 Blood Demon eyes? The Blood Demon Tower is much more challenging than the Windless Forest. No wonder he's skipping the intermediate test. With skills like that, even the martial arts exam should be a breeze for him. Isn't a contracted witch supposed to be unimpressive? How is Yiming so strong? The discussions erupted, and the students' eyes shone with shock and admiration. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the chatter. Wait a minute. Yiming is heading towards the VIP secret realm. All eyes followed Yiming's figure, seeing that he was indeed moving towards the VIP area, and the scene fell silent. To access the VIP area, you need to be a contracted master for at least 2 months. How can he enter? Wang Haoyang frowned and sneered. Huh. He must have taken a wrong turn. A staff member adjusted his glasses and interrupted with a deadpan expression. That's not the case. Mr. Yiming has a special authorization from Director Jiang. Furthermore, Director Jiang's new rule states that anyone who can kill 1,000 beasts can access VIP early. Wang Haoyang was momentarily stunned, his mind racing with keywords. Director Jiang, privilege, new rule. Could it be that Yiming had already earned the recognition of Jiang Qingyi, the head of the Cangnan secret realm? Was this new rule established because of him? Lu Yuxuan scoffed disdainfully. Just 1,000 beasts? I could do that too. The staff member smiled and reminded Yiming. The mechanical tunnel is highly challenging. If you encounter danger, please press the button on your bracelet immediately. For safety reasons, we'll be monitoring the entire time, so we ask for your understanding. Yiming nodded and stepped into the teleportation portal. In a concealed observation room, Jiang Qingyi's eyes lit up. Whoa, this kid is eager. He just got VIP access yesterday, and he's already taking on the challenge today? Sun Hoyuan chuckled silently, knowing that Yiming was eager to complete the entry examination. Old Sun, how long do you think it'll take him to clear it? Jiang Qingyi asked with interest. Who can say for sure? Maybe he won't make it through at all, Sun Hoyuan replied with a smile. Oh, come on. Jiang Qingyi dismissed the thought with a wave of his hand. If he's someone you, old Sun, have your eye on, there's no way he won't pass the mechanical tunnel. Sun Hoyuan gazed into the distance, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. As an experienced observer, he was well aware of Yiming's capabilities. Within the entire mechanical tunnel, Only the third-tier mechanical Tyrannosaurus could pose a real threat to this seemingly unassuming young man. This guy was a formidable opponent, capable of defeating enemies above his level. Half an hour. Sun Hoyuan concluded after a moment of contemplation. It'll take only half an hour to achieve an excellent rating through the mechanical tunnel. Jiang Qingyi frowned at these words. Half an hour? That's quite a challenge. In my opinion, it would take him at least 40 minutes. Sun Hoyuan chuckled softly. Let's just wait and see. Meanwhile, inside the mechanical tunnel, Yiming opened his eyes to find himself in a tunnel brimming with futuristic technology. Beneath his feet were perfectly fitted metal plates, while the alloy walls and ceiling around him emitted a silvery metallic sheen. Blue LED strips ran along the seams of the walls and ceiling, stretching to the horizon and illuminating the entire tunnel. So this is the mechanical tunnel. Yiming's words echoed in the empty tunnel as a system prompt appeared. Realm, mechanical tunnel. Type, solo realm. Difficulty, low. Maximum beast tier, third. Scoring criteria, 2 hours for a pass, 1 hour for good, half an hour for excellent, 10 minutes for perfect. Perfect reward, electromagnetic gloves. Half an hour for an excellent rating. Yiming frowned slightly. The difficulty seemed low, but his professional instincts as a top assassin warned him never to underestimate any battle. Only by giving his all could he ensure success. Taking a deep breath, Yiming activated the dark power within him. A black mist enveloped him, with a red glow flickering within. In the next moment, clad in his godfall armor, Yiming shot forward like a black lightning bolt into the depths of the tunnel. The 10-kilometer-long mechanical tunnel was fraught with danger and challenges. True to form, as Yiming sped forward, the smooth walls of the tunnel suddenly sprouted numerous laser gun barrels. A dense net of lasers converged on him. Yiming agilely twisted and turned, weaving through the laser net. Though a few lasers struck his godfall armor, leaving dents, these marks quickly vanished. The laser's power is decent, but not enough, Yiming muttered as he expanded his dark domain, turning into a shadow and increasing his speed further. 1 kilometer in, a fiery projectile exploded ahead, shrouding the area in black smoke. Amid the sound of turning gears, 10 skeletal combat robots emerged from the smoke. Armed with long guns or cannons, their metal bodies gleamed coldly, and their protruding mechanical eyes, linked by various circuits, emitted a crimson glow. Yiming halted, gripping his godfall scythe as his dark domain enveloped the group of second-tier mechanical warriors. Thanks to Inyuyu's awakened ability to discern weaknesses, he immediately identified the robot's fatal flaw: their glowing red eyes. Bang! As Yiming made a slight move, the 10 mechanical warriors opposite him reacted instantly, raising their weapons in unison. The dark gun barrels were aimed directly at his vital points. In a flash, tongues of fire erupted, and countless bullets, trailing fiery streaks, poured down like a torrential rain. In this critical moment, the dark domain unfurled with a roar. Yiming spread his arms and leaned back with fluid grace. The dense rain of bullets whistled past his abdomen, while his figure silently melded into the darkness. The mechanical warriors, losing their target, immediately ceased fire and swiftly reformed their formation. They stood back to back, forming a defensive circle. Their mechanical shells opened to reveal an intimidating array of weapons: miniature rocket launchers, mechanical tentacles, and various advanced armaments, poised for action. The intelligence of these mechanical warriors is astonishing, Jiang Qingyi remarked from the observation room. If I hadn't seen it myself, I'd find it hard to believe these are beasts. Although he had witnessed this mechanical tunnel many times, the level of technology still left him in awe. Sun Hoyuan squinted his eyes. This circular formation makes Yiming's situation quite tricky. Before his words could settle, a sudden shift occurred within the dark domain. A deluge of dark daggers shot forth like a violent storm, their sharp edges gleaming. The mechanical warriors fired without hesitation, bullets clashing with daggers in midair, sending sparks flying. Suddenly, a dagger pierced through the barrage, appearing before one of the mechanical warriors. With a flash of black light, the dagger transformed into Yiming's figure. His scythe swept across, instantly slicing through the eyes of 3 mechanical warriors. His form flickered among the dark daggers, deftly dodging bullets and harvesting the lives of the mechanical warriors. Thud, thud. Within less than a minute, all 10 mechanical warriors lay on the ground, their severed eye wires sparking continuously. System notifications chimed in succession, the experience points from defeating the second-tier mechanical warriors accumulating rapidly. Without a pause, Yiming pressed forward, skillfully avoiding the laser traps along the way. Suddenly, 3 rockets whistled towards him from the front. With no time to dodge, he swung his scythe, slicing them apart. Amidst the explosions, Yiming emerged unscathed from the smoke. The sight before him was alarming: 3 mechanical crocodiles clad in steel armor, their fangs menacing and eyes blood-red, charged at him. Their tails suddenly extended with dense iron spikes, lashing at Yiming like giant whips. The tremendous impact forced him back dozens of meters. Yiming, Those are mechanical crocodiles, Inyuyu urgently warned. They're known for their powerful attacks and incredible shell defense, but their belly is their weak spot. With a weakness, it's manageable. Yiming gripped his scythe tightly and charged forward with the dark domain. As the domain enveloped the three mechanical crocodiles, his figure once again vanished into the darkness. With incredible speed, Yiming attacked from below, unleashing sharp, lethal strikes. As his scythe sliced through, the mechanical crocodile's belly was instantly cut open, sparking with electricity. Three second-tier mechanical crocodiles fell one after the other, each granting him an increase of 7 points in realm and skill experience. The entire battle took less than a minute. To quickly navigate through the mechanical tunnel, Yiming quickened his pace. His figure darted through the tunnel like a meteor, each dodge executed perfectly. Beasts encountered along the way, such as the 8-armed mechanical octopus, giant crab, and the half-biological, half-technological mechanical werewolf, formidable foes that would challenge an ordinary second-tier contract master for several minutes or more, fell swiftly under his scythe. Yiming covered the 10-kilometer-long mechanical tunnel in just 5 minutes, all while dealing with countless traps and beast attacks. Such prowess was beyond ordinary imagination. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. A mechanical Trex, towering 10 meters high, descended from above, its serrated teeth gleaming menacingly. It roared to the sky, its sound waves reverberating through the tunnel, shattering light fixtures. Is that lion's roar? Yiming quipped with a peculiar expression. Before he could finish, the mechanical Trex attacked. Its head smashed down like a meteor, creating a crater in the iron floor. Yiming leaped with force, but the Trex's head swung like a flail, slamming him into the left wall. In the observation room, Jiang Qingyi tensed up instantly. Oh crap, that's a third-tier beast. Yiming might be in trouble. Nearby, Sun Hoyuan remained silent, hands clasped, exuding calmness. Embedded in the wall, Yiming kicked off with both legs, launching himself towards the Trex, scythe raised for a strike. However, the Trex was ready, unleashing a long-prepared laser cannon from its mouth, blasting through the ceiling. As the Trex scanned the gaping hole in the ceiling, a teasing voice echoed from behind. Big, dumb dragon. Are you looking for me? Yiming had already used the speed of his godfall armor to flash behind it. The enraged mechanical Trex thrashed wildly, trying to shake Yiming off. Yet, his feet seemed rooted, as immovable as a mountain. Holding the scythe, he advanced toward the Trex's neck. Playtime's over. It's judgment time. In an instant, Yiming burst forth like an arrow released. His godfall scythe tore through the void, dark energy swirling, leaving a black trail in the air. The blood-red eye on the scythe blade glowed ominously, its aura of death permeating the space. All his power converged into his arms. Unleashed through the scythethis was his skill, Eternal Night's Arrival, a lethal, single-target burst. In the flickering tunnel, lights dimmed and finally succumbed to pitch blackness. Suddenly, a brilliant blood-red crescent moon cleaved through the darkness, the sound of metal tearing like a symphony of death. With a resounding thud, the mechanical Trex's head hit the ground, its crimson eyes slowly extinguishing. Judgment complete. Yiming landed smoothly, with a wave withdrawing his scythe and armor. The system's congratulatory announcement followed promptly. Congratulations to contestant Yiming for successfully clearing the solo dungeon mechanical tunnel. Time taken, 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Score perfect. Reward, electromagnetic gloves. The secret realm challenge concluded. Perfect score. Well done, Yiming. You've successfully completed one part of the entrance examination. Inyuyu's face lit up with delight. Yiming nodded slightly, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. When can I take on an assassination mission? He murmured to himself. It's been so long since I've killed anyone. I'm getting rusty. After emerging from the secret realm, Yiming received a reward from the staff a brand new pair of electromagnetic gloves. This high-tech weapon gleamed with a cold metallic luster, capable of unleashing powerful electromagnetic shocks that even second-tier beasts couldn't withstand after 10 consecutive hits. Although it also had a paralyzing effect, to Yiming, it seemed more like a flashy accessory. Just as he stored the electromagnetic gloves in his inventory, he noticed 2 figures approaching him. Congratulations, Yiming, for acing the mechanical tunnel. Jiang Qingyi beamed. I never expected you to be so impressive, even surpassing some third-tier contract masters. Truly a talent from Tsangnan City. Yiming shrugged nonchalantly. It wasn't too hard, really. That third-tier mechanical dinosaur at the end was surprisingly weak. Sun Hoyuan and Jiang Qingyi exchanged a knowing smile. You've got guts, acting so bold in front of us. Jiang Qingyi patted Yiming's shoulder, turning serious. But remember, it's okay to be proud, just don't slack off. The martial arts exam is in a month, and you need to give it your all for a good result. Yiming nodded firmly, and then took his leave. Watching him depart, Jiang Qingyi crossed his arms, pondering. Old son, is this kid's talent due to the contract witch's influence, or because he's at full spiritual capacity? Sun Hoyuan paused for a moment, then slowly shook his head. It's a mystery. Full spiritual capacity does grant strong early power, but don't forget the biggest risk of the contract which killed Backlash. This was his greatest concern. Although he valued Yiming's assassination talent and brought him into the Hall of Execution, he feared that prolonged killing might eventually overwhelm Yiming with bloodlust, leading to Backlash. For the Hall of Execution, recruiting Yiming was a gamble. Success would bring great joy. Failure would once again prove that the contract which was the wrong choice. When Yiming arrived at the teleportation hall, his homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen, was preparing to leave with the students. Unlike the enthusiastic arrival, most students were now downcast. The intermediate test had shown them the brutality of the beasts and made them realize their former naivety. Many had barely passed despite giving their all. However, Wang Haoyang was an exception. This young master of the Wang family, who had received professional training from a young age, successfully collected 30 gale claws, earning an excellent score. Li Yuxuan stood in place, her face darkened with frustration, her fists clenching and unclenching repeatedly. Her performance in the intermediate test had fallen far short of expectations. As an S-level Saintis Pact Master, even with the help of her teammates, she should have been able to kill at least 300 fierce beasts, yet she had only managed to defeat 100 and had been seriously injured in the process. It's all right, Yuxuan. Yang Jinwen gently patted her shoulder, her voice soothing. It's normal to make mistakes the first time you face real beasts. I hope you can learn from this experience and show your true strength in the martial arts exam. But, teacher, Li Yuxuan looked up at Yang Jinwen, her eyes full of unwillingness. Yiming also entered the secret realm for the first time, so why was he able to kill over 1,000 beasts? How did he break through to the second stage in just one day? Why is he progressing so fast? It's not fair. Yang Jinwen slowly withdrew her hand from Yuxuan's shoulder and sighed. Comparing yourself to other pact masters is pointless, Yuxuan. Do you understand? I don't understand, Li Yuxuan shouted angrily. Just then, she turned her head abruptly and saw Yiming preparing to leave. She immediately clenched her fists and marched towards him with determination. Yiming had intended to avoid her, but he was discovered nonetheless, cursing his bad luck inwardly. Yiming, Li Yuxuan yelled, glaring at him. Don't you think you're being selfish? You have a method to grow stronger quickly, yet you keep it to yourself and avoid the lower and intermediate tests. Why won't you share your method with us so we can be as strong as you? Do you really like showing off in front of us? Clang. Before she could finish, Yiming had already drawn a dagger and coldly held it against her neck. Li Yuxuan trembled all over, her pupils constricting, and the rest of her words caught in her throat. What? What are you doing? She stammered, her voice trembling. Just a few days ago, Yiming had been so obedient to her, and now he was threatening her with a dagger, disregarding their past relationship. Her nose tingled with bitterness, and she felt deeply aggrieved. Stop playing the victim in front of me. Who are you trying to fool? Yiming said coldly. You want to know how to get stronger? Fine, let me cut your neck. If you survive, I'll tell you all my secrets. Do you dare? As he spoke, he pushed the dagger slightly forward. Li Yuxuan was so frightened that she stepped back repeatedly, waving her hands in panic. No, I don't want it. Huh, chickening out already? Weren't you brave when you were taking your anger out on me? You act all tough until you see a real blade. I thought you were a fearless warrior. Yiming scoffed, losing interest in further confrontation, and walked away. He had seen enough foolishness to feel his eyes were tainted. Though he was not one to look down on women, Li Yuxuan's behavior was truly contemptible. Li Yuxuan's legs gave out, and she fell to the ground. The image of Yiming threatening her with the dagger replayed in her mind, filling her with anger and grievance, tears streaming down uncontrollably. He threatened me. How could he do this to me? From a distance, Yang Jinwen watched the scene unfold and could only sigh helplessly. As a teacher, she was in no position to intervene in such matters. After leaving the teleportation hall, Yiming acted as if nothing had happened and was about to head home when his phone chimed with a notification. It was a message from Sun Huanon of the trials for entering the temple was an assassination task, scheduled for tonight. After returning home at 6 in the evening, Yiming hurried into his room, eager to check the task information sent by Sun Huanon on his phone. The screen displayed the task details clearly. Task name Elimination Plan 1. Assassination target Zhou Kueishui. Target level tier 3 Contract Master. Contract Spirit A-Class Fission Saintus. Danger level low. Yiming's eyes lit up at the sight of an assassination task targeting a contract master. He continued to scroll through the target's information. Zhou Kueishui, 45 years old, is the third in command of the Qingyan Society. This well-known organization in Songnan City thrives on managing venues and debt collection. What caught Yiming's attention and made his eyes narrow was Zhou Kueishui's involvement in selling the prohibited stimulant plant, Jihua grass. Jihua grass, a unique natural plant, has vastly different effects on ordinary people and contract masters. It induces hallucinations and brief excitement in ordinary people. However, for contract masters, it offers a short-term explosive boost in strength at the cost of severe damage to the nervous system. with prolonged use leading to brain death. Therefore, selling jihua grass is strictly prohibited in the market. Daring to deal with such things, Yiming clenched his fist, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Sun Hoyuan. Did you receive it? Sun Hoyuan asked directly. Yes, I did. Tonight at 10, at Shui Miao Bar on Nanfeng Street. Remember, when executing the assassination, no unrelated individual should see you. Sun Hoyuan's voice was deep and serious. Also, this is your first assassination task. Prioritize your safety. If the mission fails, it's okay. We have professionals to handle the aftermath. Yiming understood that this was both an assessment and a real assassination task. The Hall of Execution would not place all its hopes on a newcomer. Having multiple preparations is standard. Understood. Yiming replied confidently. As a top assassin in his past life with a failure rate of less than 1% over tens of thousands of missions, handling a Tier 3 contract master was a breeze. Yet, he kept his cautious approach. By the way, Sun Hoyuan added, during the mission, a professional assassin will be grading you. The higher your score, the more resources you'll receive from the Hall of Execution in the future. However, with your current ability, finding this examiner is impossible. Perform well, and aim for an excellent evaluation. Yiming's lips curved into a slight smile. Teacher Sun, if I manage to identify the professional assassin, do I get a perfect score? There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line, followed by a burst of laughter from Sun Hoyuan. Ha! Laughter from Sun Hoyuan, and another person broke the brief silence over the phone. All right. Yiming, everything you just said has been overheard. I hope you'll perform well when the time comes and not disappoint him or me. After hanging up, Sun Hoyuan turned to look at the silent shadow in the office. The figure, arms crossed and legs crossed, spoke with a hint of amusement in their voice. This Yiming guy has a bit of an ego, doesn't he? Breaking records repeatedly and having a maxed-out spiritual character. A bit of arrogance is normal. Sun Hoyuan replied with a helpless smile. Heh. The shadow chuckled lightly, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of their lips. I just wonder if his skills can match his arrogance. Captain Sun, let me say this up front, I won't go easy on him just because of you. If Yiming doesn't measure up, don't blame me. If you go easy on him, I won't let you off lightly. Sun Hoyuan nodded seriously. Given the challenge he issued me, there's no way I would go easy. The shadow's eyes glinted with amusement as they repeatedly mulled over the name Yiming. Want to find me? Oh, Yiming, you should just complete your tasks honestly. Why challenge me? Now, don't blame me for shattering your illusions. Under the cloak of night, the vibrant neon lights painted a bright corridor against the darkness. Yiming, dressed in casual wear, stood thoughtfully in front of the Shui Miao Bar. According to intel, the target, Zhou Kuei-Shui, was inside. But with so many eyes in the bar, it wasn't the right place to make a move. He casually crossed the street and sat at a roadside stall opposite. This position was carefully calculated by him. The bar had only one main entrance, and behind him was a deadened alley, meaning anyone leaving the bar had to pass by him. Hey there, handsome, what would you like to eat? My fried noodles and rice are the best. The owner, wearing a checkered apron, greeted warmly. I'll have the fried noodles, Yiming replied briefly, his gaze seemingly fixed ahead while he discreetly monitored the bar entrance with his peripheral vision. He was waiting for the target to appear while pondering where the mysterious professional killer might be lurking. Eliminating Zhou Kuei-Shui was not difficult. The real challenge was identifying the person observing from the shadows. Oh, Mr. Zhou, you must come tomorrow. We've got even more exciting events lined up. Just then, Zhou Kuei-Shui emerged from the bar. Dressed in a sleek suit, tie, and with slicked back hair, he bid farewell to several women, flashing two gleaming gold teeth amidst his inebriated grin. A hunched, slender young man in a black hoodie quietly approached Zhou Kuei-Shui, whispering about buying goods and arranging to meet in a small alley 30 meters ahead. Hey there, handsome, your fried noodles are ready. The owner's voice chimed in at the right moment. Yiming picked up his phone, pretending to scroll through videos, while his peripheral vision remained locked on Zhou Kuei-Shui's retreating figure. Once they entered the alley, it would be the perfect moment to act. Yiming kept his eyes fixed ahead as Zhou Kuei-Shui and his group were about to turn into the alley. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Boss, one deluxe fried noodle, please. The newcomer was dressed in a gray suit, with impeccably styled hair and skin so fair it seemed out of place for someone frequenting a street stall. Before Yiming could speak, the man had already sat down across from him, acting as if they were old friends. Mind if I share the table? I enjoy a lively atmosphere. The suited man sat down in such a way that completely blocked Yiming's view, preventing him from seeing Zhou Kuei-Shui and his companions. Yiming regarded the unexpected guest with a blank expression. A man with a well-tailored suit, immaculate hairstyle, and fair complexion, looking entirely out of place at a street-side stall. Could it be? Yiming thought warily, suspecting this man might be a hidden professional assassin. But now wasn't the time to delve into that. With his view obstructed, he could only calculate the timing in his head based on previous observations. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As Yiming silently counted in his mind, he mechanically shoveled fried rice into his mouth. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows, abruptly stood up, and left. What an impatient guy. The suited man chuckled, shaking his head as he glanced at Yiming's unfinished fried rice. Hey, where did that handsome guy go? The stall owner approached with a platter of deluxe fried noodles, frowning at the empty seat. How should I know? Is he your relative? Nonsense. That kid didn't pay. Just as the owner was about to lose his temper, Yiming returned, pulling out a handful of coins. Boss, here's for the bill. Are you seriously paying with coins? You could have just scanned with your phone. I thought you were dining and dashing. I don't have any money on my phone, just coins. It's exactly $5, Yiming said earnestly. Don't refuse them, or I'll report you for breaking the law. Fine, fine, you win. The owner sighed, accepting the coins. By the way, is there a restroom around here? I couldn't find one earlier. Use your phone's navigation to find it. The owner replied impatiently, waving him off. Yiming left the stall, checking the timite was about right. Zhou Kueishui's transaction should be nearing completion. He turned and entered another alley, one he had scouted earlier, which led through a hidden passage directly to the dead end where Zhou Kueishui was. In the dead end, Zhou Kueishui pulled out 3 stalks of catalyst grass from his pocket. The original price is 11,000, but since you're a regular, I'll give you a discount 10,000. Okay, I'll pay now. The frail young man, though the 10,000 was nearly half a year's living expenses for him, didn't hesitate to hand over the money, ready to complete the transaction. The frail young man who had received the goods held them as if they were treasures, clutching the invigorating herbs to his chest, nodding and bowing repeatedly with a sycophantic smile as he backed away. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, thank you. I'll definitely buy from you again next time. Zhou Kueishui gave a faint smile and waved his hand dismissively. Once the young man's figure disappeared at the alley's entrance, Zhou's smile turned cold and mocking. What a fool. I sold him something worth a few hundred for thousands, and he still thanks me. I must be such a good person. He pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and was about to leave the alley when the environment around him suddenly changed. The streetlight's glow vanished, and the walls and cobblestones were swallowed by a pitch-black darkness. Zhou Kueishui instantly became alert, speaking into the darkness behind him. Hey, let's not get hasty. We can talk this out. Do you want money or connections? Just say something. Your life. A cold voice from Yiming cut through the silence, followed by a flash of cold light. Zhou Kueishui unleashed all his strength, his body swelling as his skin cracked with countless fissures, emitting a molten red glow. This was his enhanced spirit skill from the rank contract spirit, the splitting Sanctus body fission, which enlarged his body and granted immense defense and explosive power. Boom! He dodged the slash and swung a fierce punch, the force of which roared like fire, briefly illuminating the dark realm. Yet, the punch hit nothing but air. Another flash of cold light followed, and this time Zhou Kueishui couldn't evade it. A gash opened on his neck, and blood gushed out. His eyes widened with rage, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, but his vision was already blurring. Finally, with a thud, his head was severed from his body, falling into the darkness. Zhou Kueishui was dead. His body was consumed by the darkness, leaving not even a trace of ash. As the task was completed, Yiming and the dark realm vanished together. The alley returned to its original state, with the streetlights still dim, and even the cigarette Zhou had lit was gone with Yiming, as if nothing had ever happened. On a hidden rooftop, a shadowy figure was feverishly jotting down notes. Too much noise while pursuing the target, -5 points. Exposed to the target's view, -5 points. Excessive interaction with irrelevant people, -5 points. Poor handling of unexpected situations, -5 points. Let the buyer escape, -10 points. He paused, didn't finish the fried rice, wasting food, -5 points. Never mind, that doesn't count, not related to the assessment. The shadow quickly calculated. 100 points -30, 70 points, satisfactory. This kid isn't as impressive as Captain Sun claimed. Some unparalleled assassination prodigy, what a joke. Just as he was packing up to leave, an icy scythe was suddenly at his throat. Sorry, teacher, Yiming's voice came from behind. But it seems like I'm the cat that won this game of cat and mouse. The shadow was about to turn his head, but Yiming stopped him. Hold on, let me guess who you are. If I'm not mistaken, you're the street vendor, right? The shadow trembled all over, his face filled with shock. Damn, how did you figure me out? The shadow slowly turned, revealing a surprisingly familiar face under the moonlight was the owner of the food stall selling fried rice and noodles outside the bar. Su Changyi, a professional assassin from the Sushadian, was now watching Yiming with a wary gaze. Yiming smirked slightly. Just some small details. Small details. Su Changyi frowned. What small details? Remember when I left for a bit? Yiming spoke leisurely. I didn't go far, and I overheard your conversation with the man in the suit. His eyes gleamed. A normal food stall owner encountering a customer trying to eat for free would definitely curse them out. They rely on hard-earned money, and such things upset them the most. But you just coldly said one sentence that was too unusual. What the hell? Just that. Su Changyi was clearly unconvinced. Of course, there's more. Yiming continued, tapping the table lightly. While you were busy making fried rice, I noticed your payment code. It was too new, without a single oil stain. In a place with heavy foot traffic like in front of a bar, the payment code couldn't possibly be that clean. Damn, you noticed that too. Su Changyi cursed under his breath. Yiming's eyes flashed with a cold light. And remember when I asked you where the restroom was? You told me to look at the navigation. But the restroom was only 50 meters away. How could someone who sets up a stall here every day not know that? Even if you didn't know, a normal person would say use your phone's navigation, not just look at the navigation. Yiming added meaningfully. Teacher, you come from a well-off family, so you're not quite familiar with street stalls, are you? Su Changyi was taken aback. Indeed, he had never dealt with street businesses before. Wait, then how did you find this place? Yiming smiled confidently. Boss, refusing to accept coins is illegal. Coins? Damn. Su Changyi quickly checked the coins, only to find that one of them had a hidden tracker inside. Our conversation was not only to gather information, but also to lower your guard so you'd accept that coin. Yiming's words hit Su Changyi's heart like icy daggers. Su Changyi suspiciously eyed Yiming. Are you really a newbie? The way you handle details is more professional than someone who's been in the field for a year or two. Just luck, Yiming responded modestly with a shrug and a smile. It's not just luck, Su Changyi shook his head. Well, since you figured it out, there's nothing more to say. Assessment passed. Full marks. Before he finished speaking, Su Changyi dropped his disguise. Yiming watched as he transformed from a weathered middle-aged man into a fair-skinned, handsome young man. Let me introduce myself again. Su Changyi extended his hand. I'm Su Changyi, a fourth-year contractor. I was skeptical before, sorry about that. But now, I truly believe you have talent. Yiming shook his hand. All right, Mr. Su. Just call me by my name. All right, Su Xiao. Yiming replied with a calm smile. Su Changyi was quite comfortable with being called Su Xiao, as it was a familiar nickname he often heard. There's actually one crucial clue I haven't told you about, and it's this clue that allowed me to quickly identify you, Yiming said, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. What clue? Su Changyi asked, puzzled. Yiming lowered his voice, teasingly saying, the fried rice you make tastes like a rookie stareable. Oh, get out of here, Su Changyi replied, both amused and annoyed. Later, when Yiming returned home, he received a call from Sun Hoyuan. The voice on the other end was full of excitement, praising Yiming and stating that he had created a first in the history of the Su Sha Dian by capturing the grading teacher during the assessment. Yiming, now you just need to score 700 points in the martial arts exam to join Su Sha Dian. Keep it up and work hard. Sun Hoyuan encouraged. Yiming chuckled. Mr. Sun, just saying keep it up isn't enough. Can you offer something more tangible? The materials I need for my contract with the witch are particularly hard to find. Sun Hoyuan hesitated for a moment, then laughed. This kid, clearly asking for something. But with your impressive performance, here you go. He paused. I happen to have a blood lizard scale. Come pick it up tomorrow. Yiming's eyes lit up. The blood lizard scale, from the bloodthirsty giant lizard, a 5th-level fierce beast, was incredibly valuable, worth about 50,000. It said that grinding it into powder and infusing it into metal can create a shield that even beasts below 5th level can't break. After flattering Sun Hoyuan, Yiming shifted his tone. Someone as powerful as you, Mr. Sun, shouldn't have a problem providing a bit more, right? Enough already. Do you think I'm an ATM? Your Yi family isn't short on money. Get your uncles to buy it for you. Sun Hoyuan said decisively. Focus on preparing for the martial arts exam. After hanging up, Yiming had a revelation off course. The Yi family was a renowned clan in Songnan City. With money, the problem could be solved. So he began to bombard his family elders, second uncle, third uncle whose wife kept a tight grip on his finances, until fourth uncle Yizheng offered to help find the materials. It's great to have money. Yiming mused. If I weren't born into the Yi family, finding materials would definitely be a huge challenge. Yiming, are you helping me? A soft voice asked. Silly. I'm helping us, Yiming replied with a smile. Just as he was about to rest, Yiming sat up abruptly, had forgotten someone. His sister, Yi Xinxin. Once connected, Yiming got straight to the point, asking for her help. After a long pause, Yi Xinxin slowly spoke. Yiming, you need materials, right? Yes. All right, listen. In 3 days, there's a new secret realm opening in Songbei City, and we just need to. New secret realm in Songbei City? Sis, you wouldn't be talking about Sky Island, would you? Yiming asked, his brow furrowed with a hint of hesitation. Exactly. Yi Xinxin's eyes lit up with excitement. I'm talking about Sky Island. They say the first team to clear it can choose any 4th-tier beast material. I think we should give it a shot. Yiming didn't respond immediately, his eyes reflecting deep thought. He had already researched Sky Island online. It's a low-level secret realm with the strongest boss being the third-tier Skywing King, a flying beast far more formidable than a mechanical Tyrannosaurus, known for its exceptional agility and fierce attacks. More importantly, Sky Island has strict entry requirements. Teams must consist of 3 members, and no team member's contract master level can exceed the 3rd tier. Clearing it with 3rd tier contract masters is already challenging, let alone being the first to do so. Additionally, Yiming had heard that Songbei City recently had an appearance of an SS-level Saint as contract master, who might participate to boost her reputation. Yiming, I think it's worth a try. Inyuyu encouraged him like a seasoned mentor. Since becoming a contract master, you haven't faced a truly formidable opponent. Battling the Skywing King might bring you new insights. Besides, new secret realms often come with more treasures, and the drop rate of beasts is higher. Alright, great minds think alike. Yiming quickly picked up his phone to reply. Sis, I'm in. That's awesome. Yi Xinshin's voice was filled with joy. Hehe, we just needed a sub-DPS for our team, and with you filling that role, I'm relieved. It's settled then. I'll introduce you to the team in 3 days. Get some rest until then. For the next 2 days, Yiming lived a leisurely life at home. One sunny afternoon, as he was deeply asleep, a sudden, urgent knocking on the door woke him. Yup, it sounded like someone was kicking it. Who is it? Yiming grumbled, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he opened the door. Standing outside was his 4th uncle, Yi Zheng, in a crisp military uniform, holding a box. His uncle's stern face and sharp eyes were as intimidating as a lion ready to pounce. 4th uncle, what brings you here? Yiming instinctively took a step back. Among his uncles, Yi Zheng was always the most serious. Without a word, Yi Zheng handed the box to Yiming and said briefly, these are the things you asked for. Your 2nd uncle, 3rd uncle, and a few ants helped gather them. There are 5 items in total, worth millions, so don't waste them. Holy crap. Yiming's eyes widened as he looked at the box in his hands, feeling a rush of warmth inside. He had only called with a tentative request, and yet, in just 2 days, his family had secured the materials for him. Even his usually frugal 3rd uncle contributed, not to mention the help from his aunts. This overwhelming familial love warmed his heart. Well, take it already. Yi Zheng scolded coldly. Hehe. Thanks, 4th uncle, and thanks to all the uncles and aunts, Yiming said with a grin as he accepted the box. At least you have some decency, Yi Zheng said, his stern face breaking into a rare smile. Pointing to the box, he added, there are 5 materials in there, including 1 5th-tier beast material, 2 rare treasures, and 2 4th-tier materials. Materials useful for a witch contract master are hard to come by. This is the best we could gather so far. Uncle Yi Zheng pushed a delicate box in front of Yiming, his voice cold and calm. Once I head to the 3rd border city, I'll see if there are better ones beyond the borders. Uncle, are you going to the 3rd border city again? Yiming keenly picked up on the key information. Yi Zheng lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling in the dimly lit room. Tonight's flight. The beasts beyond the borders are becoming more ferocious. I need to return to the team as soon as possible, or else if they break through the border city, it will be the people of Long Country who suffer. Yiming watched his uncle's upright back with a surge of respect. This man has always silently borne the responsibility of protecting others. Uncle, stay safe. When I grow stronger, I'll join you in fighting the beasts beyond the border, Yiming said with a smile. Yi Zheng paused at his words, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. He simply patted Yiming's shoulder. You rascal, work hard. Don't let us down. With that, he turned and walked away, his steps firm and steady. Standing there, Yiming's mind echoed with the mention of beyond the borders, that forbidden land occupied by beasts, the birthplace of these terrifying creatures. Knowing that his parents in this life had fallen victim to these beasts, a deep-seated hatred surged within him. Wishing won't bring any progress. To protect what I want to protect, I must become stronger. Yiming decisively opened the box. A chilling air rushed out. Inyuyu exclaimed excitedly. A 5th-tier red demon horn, 4th-tier obsidian snakebone, 4th-tier wild lion blood fawn, and 2 night flowers. Yiming, these materials might immediately boost my revival progress to 5%. At the very least, 4%. A gleam flashed in Yiming's eyes, and he promptly instructed Inyuyu to start absorbing. A black stream of energy surged from his chest, hungrily wrapping around the materials, frantically drawing energy. A system notification popped up. Vitality, 200,210. Mental power, 200,210. Revival progress, 15. Damn, the revival progress really reached 5%. Yiming exclaimed excitedly. Does this mean you can now assist me in battle? Inyuyu didn't speak, but suddenly, a pair of wings formed from dark energy appeared behind Yiming, then transformed into sharp tendrils capable of easily piercing steel. Hehe, how about it, Yiming? Am I impressive? Inyuyu regained her confidence, her tone playful. Impressive, as expected from the Demon Empress I chose. Yiming gave a thumbs up. Suddenly remembering something, He took out a translucent, sharp-edged red slab from his storage ring, the 5th-tier blood lizard scale given to him by Sun Ho Yuan. Following Inyuyu's guidance, Yiming summoned the divine doom armor. He gently placed the blood lizard scale in his palm, and immediately, a crimson glow flickered. Blood-red patterns emerged on his palm, wrapping around the scale as if they were alive. He could clearly feel the armor greedily absorbing the power from the scale, like a ravenous creature. All set. Inyuyu's voice came through, sounding satisfied. After absorbing the blood lizard scale, even a 4th-tier beast won't easily penetrate the divine doom armor. Yiming furrowed his brows slightly. 4th tier? You said a shield crafted from it could withstand 5th-tier beasts. Why can the armor only resist up to 4th tier? Inyuyu explained earnestly. A shield has a small defensive area, with power concentrated, so its defense is naturally higher. The armor covers your whole body. The area is larger, which disperses the power, making the effect somewhat weaker. I see. Yiming understood, clenching his fists and feeling the surge of power within him. Although the defense level was 1 tier lower, he was still very satisfied. With my current strength, I can easily handle 3rd-tier beasts. If reaching the Sky Island before was challenging, now I can confidently say I'm determined to succeed. The next day, Yiming and Yi Xinshin drove to Songbei City. The two cities were not far apart, and they needed to pick up 2 teammates along the way. Hey Xinshin, is this your brother? A pretty girl with a ponytail, wearing a white t-shirt and short denim shorts, opened the backseat door and sat next to Yiming with a sweet smile. He looks quite handsome. I heard you're going to be our team's vice C. Hello. Yiming nodded and smiled politely. Yi Xinshin turned to introduce. This is Yu Xiaosheng, like me, a freshman at Star Demon University. She's a 3rd-tier contract master. Her contracted spirit is in Glasswood Spirit Saintess, specializing in support and healing, and she's our team's healer. Hee, my support skills are top-notch. Yu Xiaosheng winked at Yiming. When we enter the secret realm, just charge forward, and I promise you'll be safe. That's great. We'll be counting on you, Xiaosheng. Yiming responded politely. Yu Xiaosheng patted her chest proudly. Don't worry, I got this. By the way, Xiaosheng, where's Zhou Qiming? Wasn't he supposed to meet us here? Yi Xinshin asked with a frown. He's our team's tank. Without him, who's going to take the hits? Yu Xiaosheng shrugged helplessly. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Zhou Qiming went to Songbei City yesterday to meet a friend. He told us not to wait for him. She crossed her arms and pouted. That's just how he is. If we didn't need a tank, I wouldn't team up with him for anything. Yi Xinshin frowned, but said no more, driving toward Songbei City. On the way, Yiming asked, Sister, is this Zhou Qiming very strong? He's alright. Yi Xinshin explained with a glint in her eyes. A 3rd-tier contract master, and in Glass Beast Saintess, he can temporarily transform into a beast, gaining formidable defense. These days, it's tough to find a good tank, which is why we chose him. By the way, have you heard of the Qingyun Guild in Songnan City? Yiming's eyes hardened as he nodded vigorously. I've heard of them. Not only that, he paused. I even killed the 3rd-in-command of the Qingyun Guild. That's right, Yi Xinshin continued, seeing through his thoughts. Zhou Qiming is the son of the leader of the Qingyun Guild and holds some status there. Yiming chuckled bitterly to himself. The world truly was small, and he hoped Zhou Qiming wasn't a fool. After an hour's drive, they arrived at the teleportation hall in Songbei City, adjacent to Songnan City. The news of a new secret realm opening had attracted numerous contract masters, and the hall was bustling. To these people, a new secret realm meant untapped treasures, and everyone wanted a share. Just as Yi Xinshin dialed Zhou Qiming's number, a tall man with curly hair approached with another person in tow. Zhou Qiming, we agreed to come together, so why break your promise? Yi Xinshin frowned, her tone clearly displeased. The 1.8-meter tall Zhou Qiming laughed heartily. Captain Yi, don't be mad. I brought us some help. This is Su Shun, a 3rd-tier contract master who can be a secondary C. Su Shun, dressed in green, smiled as he introduced himself. My contract spirit is in a class range sword saintess. Though the level isn't high, I should qualify as a secondary C. Yi Xinshin's expression turned icy. Zhou Qiming, you know the Sky Island allows a maximum of 4 in a team, right? My brother is already the secondary C. That's exactly why we need a change, Zhou Qiming snorted. Captain Yi, I respect your skills, but your brother? A 2nd tier witch contract master, everyone knows they're useless. Yiming is different from other witch contract masters. Yi Xinshin retorted angrily. Oh, how so? Zhou Qiming sneered, glancing disdainfully at Yiming. If you insist on making him the secondary C, I'm out of this team. Tank. Anyone can take that role. Before he could finish, Zhou Qiming turned to leave, but a figure blocked his path. Yiming's eyes burned with anger as he punched Zhou Qiming squarely in the face. A loud crack followed as Zhou Qiming's nose broke. You dare hit me? Zhou Qiming clutched his nose, staring wide-eyed in disbelief. You're the one I hit. Yiming landed another punch to Zhou Qiming's stomach, sending the 3rd-tier contract master to his knees, trembling. Towering over the battered Zhou Qiming, Yiming sneered. You like to act tough, don't you? Keep at it. Calling me useless? You can't even take 2 punches. Who's the real waste here? Coming out here to show off without the skills, aren't you embarrassed? You. Zhou Qiming's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Yiming. He gritted his teeth, trying to stand, but the intense pain in his abdomen left him weak. A thought lingered in his mind. Yiming was only a second-tier contractor, so how could his physical strength be so astounding? Yiming, you've completely enraged me. Zhou Qiming's face twisted with malice. If there was any room for reconciliation before, now, I officially announce my departure from your team. His words were emphatic. As the team's tank, his exit was like pulling the rug out from under them. Losing the main damage absorber meant the team was almost paralyzed. Zhou Qiming smirked, anticipating the panic on Yiming's face. However, Yiming simply let out a cold laugh, his voice chilling. Zhou Qiming, you're overestimating yourself. You're just a punching bag. Your presence or absence means nothing to us. To be honest, our team would do better with a dog in your place. At least a dog knows how to follow orders. With that, Yiming turned and left without looking back. Yi Xin, his sister, unhesitatingly chose to side with her brother and followed him. Hey, you're just leaving like that? You really don't need a tank? Hey, Yu Shaoxing reached out to stop them, but the Yi siblings were already gone. She glanced down at Zhou Qiming, sprawled on the ground, then looked in the direction Yi Xin had gone. Finally, she sighed, Zhou Qiming, play by yourself. I'm done with people like you. With that, she too followed the duo. Su Shun, Zhou Qiming's friend, hurried over to help him up. Brother Zhou, what do we do now? Su Shun asked anxiously. Didn't you say that Kid Yiming would back down? Now we've been abandoned, and we don't even meet the 3-member requirement to enter the secret realm. Zhou Qiming waved dismissively. Why panic? Who doesn't have a backup plan these days? He picked up his phone, hesitated for a moment, then dialed a number. Hey, Brother Lin Feng, I heard your Sky Island team still needs 2 members? My friend and I. No problem. We'll take 1/10 of the reward. Hey, great. Meanwhile, in the director's office of the teleportation hall, by Lin Tong, the secret realm manager of Songbei City, was in conversation with 2 members of the Lin family. Lin Feng, Lin Tian, we're counting on you for the first clearance of the Sky Island secret realm, by Lin Tong said earnestly. The first clearance of the new secret realm is crucial for the reputation of Songbei City. You must give it your all and strive for a swift victory. Across from him, Lin Feng laughed heartily. Ha. Rest assured, Director Bai, I'm a 3rd-tier contractor, and my contracted spirit is the S-ranked armored saintess. My younger brother Lin Tian is only 1st tier, but his contracted spirit is the SS-ranked mystic sword saintess. His talent is exceptional, and his spirit skills pack a punch, capable of holding his own even against 2nd-tier beasts. We're a well-coordinated pair, and we can win with just about any 2 teammates. Bai Lintong nodded with a smile, full of confidence in the brothers. These 2 individuals are both prodigies from Songbei City, one from last year and the other from this year. Each possesses extraordinary talent and deep foundations. With them here, there are no worries about successfully conquering Sky Island this time. Bai Lingtong's gaze fell on Lin Tian, who wore a blue robe on the opposite side. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, with handsome features, yet his expression remained indifferent. Lin Tian, I heard you passed the special admission for Starry Sky University 2 days ago? Yes, I'm an SS-class Holy Maiden contract master, so passing the special admission wasn't difficult, Lin Tian replied calmly. Bai Lingtong didn't mind, maintaining a smile on his face. Starry Sky University hasn't offered special admission slots for many years, and it's surprising to see one this year, which was won by a genius from our Songbei City. He stood up and heavily patted Lin Tian's shoulder. Keep it up, Lin Tian. Your future achievements will surely be remarkable. Lin Tian had heard such encouraging words too many times and remained unmoved. However, when Bai Lingtong mentioned the special admission slot, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression turned noticeably unpleasant. What's wrong, Lin Tian? Something on your mind? Bai Lingtong asked in confusion. Lin Feng, standing nearby, smiled wryly. Director Bai, you might not know, but the special admission slot at Starry Sky University wasn't initially meant for my brother. Oh, is that so? Yes, the slot was originally intended for a contract master from Sangnan City named Yiming. That guy awakened with full-level spirituality, an incredibly impressive talent. But he insisted on contracting with a witch and refused even when Starry Sky University promised to help him contract with a Holy Maiden again. That's how the slot ended up with my brother. Bai Lingtong was taken aback. I see. Sangnan City indeed has good fortune. What a pity. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with resentment. So what if Yiming has full-level spirituality? As an SS-class Mystic Sword Holy Maiden contract master, my talent is no less than his. My achievements will definitely surpass his by far. This is the punishment for his contract with a witch. His words were filled with hostility. Bai Lingtong and Lin Feng exchanged a glance, silently shaking their heads and saying no more. After leaving the office, the 2 met up with Zhou Qiming in the teleportation hall. Seeing Zhou Qiming approach, clutching his stomach in distress, Lin Feng frowned and asked, "Damn it, don't even mention it. As soon as I arrived, some punk hit me hard. I'll get back at him sooner or later." Zhou Qiming gritted his teeth. "Aren't you a third-tier contract master and contracted with a defensive class giant beast Holy Maiden? Who could hurt you?" Zhou Qiming's expression turned even more sour. "It was a second-tier contract master who contracted with an SS class witch. That guy is something else. His physical strength surpasses mine." Lin Feng and Lin Tian were both taken aback. Lin Feng immediately grabbed Zhou Qiming's shoulder. "Tell me, what's that guy's name?" "Yiming, from Cangnan City. Do you have a grudge against him?" "Yiming." Lin Tian's eyes burned with a strong desire to win. "What a coincidence. Are you here to be my stepping stone?" Huh. After kicking Zhou Qiming out of the team, Yiming decisively abandoned the idea of finding a new member. The Sky Island required teams of 3, and they Yiming, Yi Xinxin, and Yu Shaoxing perfectly filled that requirement. "Xinxin, are we really not going to find another teammate?" Yu Shaoxing asked, squatting by the wall with one hand propping up her face, her brow furrowed. As a popular online influencer with 800,000 followers, she usually gained attention by posting training tutorial videos. The combination of beauty, talent, and teaching made her quite popular online. She had hoped to use the first clear of Sky Island as an opportunity to reach 1 million followers, but now that goal seemed out of reach. "Not a chance," Yi Xinxin replied firmly. "Anyone with skill has already formed teams. The ones left are mediocre at best. Yiming and I agree would rather be short a person than have dead weight." You two siblings are something else," Yu Shaoxing sighed, resigning to their decision. "The Sky Island secret realm is about to open. Contract masters, please prepare," announced a voice. As the notification sounded, everyone present immediately perked up. A dazzling blue portal shimmered, instantly transporting over 100 people and more than 30 teams into the secret realm. The howling wind whipped past their ears as Yiming and his team steadied themselves, astonished by the sight before them. They were neither in a forest, plateau, nor desert, but on a battlefield suspended precariously in midair. They stood on a floating circular platform with a 5-meter radius, beneath which lay an unfathomable abyss. "What the heck? What kind of secret realm is this? Why were we transported into the air?" Yu Shaoxing exclaimed in disbelief, eyes wide open. Before she finished speaking, another platform of the same size appeared nearby, with a team of 4 second-tier contract masters on it. One after another, more platforms emerged in this isolated space, maintaining fixed distances from one another and gradually forming a massive ring in the sky. All participants were scattered across these platforms, each able to clearly see the other teams. "This is so bizarre." Even Yi Xinxin, a well-versed student from Star Demon University, couldn't help but express her amazement. Around them, other contract masters voiced their confusion and curiosity. Yiming, however, paid no attention to the chatter. His gaze was fixed on the center of the ring. In the next moment, a massive platform with a 20-meter radius materialized in the middle of everyone's view. Atop it stood an ancient statue of a winged beast crouched on a pedestal. A hooked beak, massive wings folded like a shield, and sturdy arms cradling a disc. Its eagle-like head drooped as if in slumber. "The Skywing King," a shadowy voice whispered in Yiming's ear. "Yiming, that's the Skywing King." Upon hearing this, Yiming immediately formed a clear suspicion in his mind. At that moment, accompanied by a mechanical clattering sound, a blue floating bridge extended from the platform where the summoner stood, reaching directly to the central platform. Suddenly, an ancient and weighty voice echoed through the secret realm. "Sky Island Challenge, commence. The first team to reach the central platform and hold the sun disk for 1 minute will receive the first clear reward Red Sun Crystal." "Red Sun Crystal?" Yi Xinxin exclaimed in surprise. "Sis, is this Red Sun Crystal really valuable?" Yiming turned to ask. Yi Xinxin's eyes sparkled. "Absolutely. It contains incredibly pure flame energy and is a priceless treasure. I've only read about it in books and never expected to find it in a low-level secret realm. My summoned spirit is in Strength Flame Maiden, and if I get it, it might help me break through to the 4th tier." Damn! Yiming realized the importance of the Red Sun Crystal to his sister and silently vowed to secure the first clear. The challenge is about to begin. 3, 2, 1, go. With the final command, the blue barrier on the platform vanished. All the summoners rushed toward the central platform. Yiming and his team maintained a basic formation. Yi Xinxin led at the front as the main force, with Yiming and Yu Shaoxing side by side behind her. However, after just a few dozen meters, a 3-meter giant stone golem suddenly appeared in their path, punching the bridge and causing it to shake violently. Cries of alarm rang out as several first-tier summoners were thrown off. Inyuyu was about to point out the stone general's weak spot at its rear, but Yi Xinxin had already charged ahead. Surrounded by blazing flames, the silhouette of the Strength Flame Maiden appeared behind her. With a powerful shout, she punched the stone general in the abdomen, shattering it completely. "Keep moving forward, don't stop." Yi Xinshin transformed into a stream of fiery light and pressed on. At that moment, two icecrack eagles swooped in from either side, spewing frost to create an ice crystal barrier ahead. Yet Yi Xinshin didn't hesitate, smashing through the ice wall with her fists like cannonballs. She then leaped into the air, grabbed the heads of the two icecrack eagles, and slammed them to the ground, turning them into roasted eagles. Watching this, Yiming couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Sis, you're so strong already. Why even bother forming a team? You could solo this. Stop talking. We're only a fifth of the way there. Who knows what dangers lie ahead? As Yi Xinshin's words trailed off, a deafening roar suddenly filled the air. A steel drill rhino, as large as a truck, appeared on the floating bridge, its massive drill glinting menacingly as it charged towards Yi Xinshin. This was a third-tier steel drill rhino, known for its immense strength and tough hide, with a drill on its nose capable of piercing through 10 meters of steel with ease. Yi Xinshin's eyes narrowed, knowing that a direct confrontation was unwise. She propelled herself forward with a burst of speed, her body darting like an arrow. Just as she was about to collide with the beast, her hands ignited with searing flames, and she executed a graceful spin, narrowly avoiding the creature's attack and landing to its side. With a powerful punch, she struck the rhino's flank, the impact sending the colossal beast tumbling off the floating bridge. Just as she was about to relax, another even larger steel drill rhino charged towards her, its speed and force akin to a fully armed tank. Watch out, sis. Yiming shouted, his eyes widening in alarm. But Yi Xinshin, caught off guard, couldn't react in time. As she turned to face the incoming drill, it was already less than a meter away. Careless, Yi Xinshin thought, reaching for the protective button on her wristband, when suddenly everything was shrouded in darkness. The air seemed to freeze, and time slowed down. In a split second, Yiming transformed into a streak of light, enveloping Yi Xinshin and the rhino in his dark domain. Inyuyu manipulated the power of darkness to form a giant hand, pulling Yi Xinshin to safety. At the same time, Yiming's divine scythe sliced through the air, severing the rhino's neck with precision. With a wet thud, the rhino's head fell. The dark domain dissipated, and Yi Xinshin found herself safely beside Yu Shaoxing. Xinshin, you said your brother was second tier? He seems stronger than third tier. Yu Shaoxing exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Honestly, I'm just as confused. He wasn't this strong just a few days ago. Yi Xinshin was equally astonished by her brother's newfound strength. Yiming glanced back at them and sighed. What are you standing around for? Don't you want to clear this level? His words snapped the two girls out of their daze, and they quickly followed Yiming. After this battle, Yiming seamlessly took on the role of the main fighter. Clad in divine armor and wielding his divine scythe, darkness descended wherever he went, leaving chaos in his wake. When a swarm of bone-eating bees attacked, Yiming immediately activated the electromagnetic gloves he had acquired in the mechanical tunnel. With a crackle, all the bees were paralyzed. He seized the opportunity to swing his scythe, the cold steel flashing as he exterminated the swarm. As they pressed on, three imposing golden-armored tigers blocked their path, their eyes blazing with fury, unleashing thunderous roars. Yet in the next moment, Yiming moved like lightning, leaping forward with incredible speed. As he soared through the air, his long scythe traced a sharp arc, striking directly at the center of the golden-armored tiger. At the same time, Inyuyu waved her hands, summoning the power of darkness to form two sharp spears that pierced the tigers on either side. With a sickening thud, blood splattered, and the three golden-armored tigers fell to the ground. This seamless and fluid teamwork was executed flawlessly. Yi Xinshin and Yu Shaoxing stood frozen, utterly amazed. That was incredible, three golden-armored tigers taken down in the blink of an eye. Yiming, we're still 500 meters from the central platform, Yi Xinshin said worriedly, watching her brother fight relentlessly. Do you want to take a break? I can take over for you. No need. Yiming replied firmly. We're just getting started. Be ready, I'm going to speed up. I saw a team that's only 100 meters behind us. As a contracted master with a vitality of 210, and with Inyuyu's perfect coordination, these beasts were no challenge at all. Yiming transformed into a swift black streak, charging ahead. Any beast in his path fell to his scythe before it even had a chance to react. Xinshin, Yu Shaoxing said, nudging Yi Xinshin playfully. Does your brother have a girlfriend? I think we'd be a good match. Give it a rest. Yi Xinshin rolled her eyes. After a brief exchange, they quickly followed Yiming's lead. As third-tier contracted masters, they were naturally not slower than Yiming, especially with him paving the way. With only 100 meters left of the floating bridge, the other teams on the bridges erupted in chaos. Whoa, look! Someone's almost at the central platform. At that speed, are they on steroids? We've only covered 300 meters. Wait, is that guy's contracted spirit a witch? A second-tier contracted master with a witch? Isn't that supposed to be a weak start? How are they so strong? Many teams, having given up on advancing, stopped to watch. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, 100 meters behind, glared at Zhou Qiming beside him. eyes burning with intensity. Stop Yiming at any cost. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Understanding immediately, Zhou Qiming grinned slyly. He quickly transformed, becoming a giant gorilla clad in rocky armor. His eyes glowed red as he grabbed a massive boulder from the ground and hurled it towards Yiming and his companions. One's not enough? Throw another. Let's knock them off the floating island. Lin Feng shouted angrily. Zhou Qiming picked up another boulder and flung it with all his might. The two boulders hurtled through the air, a deadly ambush for the contracted masters engaged in battle. With a swift motion, Yiming's weapon gleamed in the cold light as it precisely decapitated 3 third-tier, moon-devouring ghosts. System notifications flashed continuously. 3 kills had earned him a total of 30 realm experience points and 30 spirit skill experience points. Surveying his surroundings, Yiming pondered silently. Although the beasts in this area were formidable, their numbers were sparse. For someone with this slaughter growth spiritual talent, this wasn't the best source of experience. This talent emphasized the quantity of kills rather than the level of the beasts. To quickly elevate his realm, he needed to find secret realms teeming with beasts. However, now was not the time to dwell on that. Conquering Sky Island is the priority. Yiming tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to move forward. Yiming, watch out. Suddenly, a frantic warning rang out. 2 massive boulders hurtled toward Yiming like cannonballs, closing in on his position in an instant. With 2 loud crashes, dust filled the air. Yiming, Xin, anxious and frantic, rushed into the cloud of dust without hesitation. Zhou Qiming, the caster, smirked with satisfaction. Heh, these boulders infused with special power would give even a third-tier contract master a hard time. Yiming, no matter how strong your physical body is, in front of a third-tier contract master, you're just an ant to be crushed at will. Before he could finish speaking, a blood-red slash suddenly cut through the dust, striking Zhou Qiming's beast-transformed body with precision. Blood gushed from the massive wound, and the searing pain made him tremble. Yiming emerged slowly from the dust, wielding his divine scythe, his cold gaze locked onto Zhou Qiming. Without giving him a chance to react, Yiming swung the scythe, releasing 30 slashes that sliced through the air, leaving countless wounds on Zhou Qiming's body. Even though he had completed his beast transformation and his body was enhanced, he was powerless against such a concentrated assault. The attack was so swift that Lin Feng, standing nearby, had no time to intervene. After finishing his assault, Yiming wasted no time and sprinted toward the central platform. He had anticipated Zhou Qiming's attack, partly due to personal grudges and partly to prevent him from reaching the goal first. After all, Zhou Qiming's team was led by Lin Feng. Want to stop me? Then I'll just push forward. Yiming exerted force with his feet, causing the ground to depress as his speed surged again. He simultaneously released the Dark Domain, combining it with Inyuyu's protection for double security. Even if Lin Feng attempted an ambush, it would be in vain. Damn it, that kid's alertness is too high. Ambushing him is useless now, Lin Feng gritted his teeth. We have no choice but to chase him with all our might and try to catch up. According to the rules, after obtaining the sun disk, you need to hold on for a minute to clear the stage. We still have a chance. Lin Feng unleashed all his strength, holding nothing back. Yiming steadily ascended the central platform, his gaze fixed on the solar disk before the statue of the Sky Wing King. He moved quickly, his fingertips nearly touching the edge of the solar disk. In that critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. The statue trembled and cracks spread across its surface. The Sky Wing King slowly awakened, raising the solar disk above its head. Stones and sand fell away, revealing its true form, a powerful body covered in glistening scales, each muscle brimming with incredible strength. Bathed in the golden light of the solar disk, the Sky Wing King's size doubled, reaching a height of 5 meters. It wielded a golden spear, and its enormous wings unfurled behind it, casting a shadow over the sky. The feathers transformed into sharp blades, glinting menacingly. Yiming gazed up at this colossal figure, understanding that although it was a third-tier being, it was nearing the threshold of the 4th tier. Ha! It really is the Sky Wing King. Lin Feng exclaimed with wild joy. With its extraordinary bloodline, Yiming is doomed, even if he joins forces with his companions. He abandoned Zhou Qiming and the others, rushing forward with Lin Tian. Boom! The Sky Wing King slashed down with its spear, and Yiming narrowly dodged, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Yi Xinxin roared and charged forward, her fists enveloped in scorching flames. She leapt high, aiming a powerful blow at the Sky Wing King's head. Bang! Firelight erupted like an explosion. The Sky Wing King's head was driven towards the ground, but it instantly counterattacked, its thick tail whipping Yi Xinxin away like an iron lash. It howled to the sky, raising its spear to strike at Yi Xinxin. Buzz! A dark domain suddenly unfolded, enveloping the Sky Wing King. Yiming advanced with a scythe in hand, the power of darkness coalescing into a crimson aura on the blade. Murderous intent saturating the entire domain. Sensing a lethal threat, the Sky Wing King thrust its spear with full force towards Yiming. Spirit skill Eternal Night descends. A flash of crimson arc, and Yiming's scythe sliced through the Sky Wing King's neck. Scalding blood gushed forth as the Sky Wing King dropped its spear, futilely clutching its wound before collapsing to its knees. Its head rolled to the ground, marking the end of the battle. Yiming retrieved the solar disk, standing still in the dark domain. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Lin Tian had reached the platform. Lin Tian moved to enter the domain, but Lin Feng stopped him. "Don't rush," Lin Feng said smugly. "Let him and the Sky Wing King weaken each other, and we'll reap the benefits." Lin Tian hesitated. "But what if he kills the Sky Wing King?" "Impossible," Lin Feng declared. "The Sky Wing King far surpasses an ordinary third tier, and with the solar disk's power, even I would struggle to kill it." Before he could finish, a system notification abruptly sounded. "This Sky Island challenge is over. First clear Yiming." Lin Feng and Lin Tian were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the outcome. Lin Tian looked at Lin Feng with a peculiar expression. "Brother, didn't you say that Yiming couldn't possibly be a match for the Skywing King? But now." Lin Feng's facial muscles twitched noticeably as he stared intently at Yiming, his voice tense. "Don't ask me. I have no idea." His mind was in turmoil. Yiming had actually defeated the Skywing King, completely overturning his understanding. This kid must be up to something. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and walked toward Yiming, his steps quick and heavy. But before he could get close, Yiming and his two companions simultaneously pressed the buttons on their wristbands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 beams of teleportation light flashed, and they instantly left the secret realm of Sky Island. As victors, they had no reason to linger. Before leaving, Yi Xinxin crossed her arms and threw Lin Feng a mocking glance. "That damn girl." Lin Feng clenched his fists, burning with anger. In the teleportation hall, as the first to conquer Sky Island, Yiming was awarded a Crimson Sun Crystal, and each member of the team could choose a piece of Tier 4 beast material. "Thank you, Director Bai." Yi Xinxin smiled and clasped her hands in gratitude towards Bai Lintong. Bai Lintong forced a slight smile, clearly displeased with the outcome, but as the person in charge of Songbei City, he had to act professionally. "Someone, take them to choose their materials." As Yiming and his two companions followed the staff away, Lin Feng, Lin Tian, and their group emerged dejectedly from the teleportation entrance. They kept their heads down, hoping to slip away unnoticed, but Bai Lintong's stern voice stopped them. "Lin Feng, Lin Tian, to my office." Lin Feng shuddered, his heart sinking. His previous arrogance now seemed glaringly foolish, and the impending reprimand was likely to be severe. "Brother, we actually had a chance. Don't be so hasty next time," Lin Tian whispered. "What do you mean?" Lin Feng frowned. "A Tier 2 witch contract master defeating a Tier 3 Skywing King. Who could have predicted that? I was just playing it safe, and now you're blaming me." Lin Tian hesitated, then sighed. "Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything." He was beginning to doubt himself and resolved to trust his own judgment more in the future. On the way back to Tsangnan City, Yiming carefully examined the Bloodfiend Bear Paw in his hand. It was the Tier 4 beast material he had chosen. Although it would cause blood energy imbalance for a Sanctus contract master, it had no adverse effects on a witch contract master. According to Inyuyu, absorbing the Blood Demon Bear's paw can effectively boost one's strength. Sitting in the passenger seat of a luxury sports car, Yiming pondered silently. Although as a second-tier contract master his strength increase was limited, the urgent task was to break through to the third tier. He quickly glanced at the panel. Name: Yiming. Spirituality: max level. Realm: second-tier contract master 31, 500100000. Mental power: 210. Vitality: 210. Contract spirit: Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract spirit level: SSS. Upgradable skills: Dark Judgment level 5, Godfall Demon Armor level 5, Eternal Night Descend level 5. Talent: Slaughter Growth, Demon Emperor Battle Intent. He still needed over 60,000 experience points to reach the third tier, and with the martial arts exam over 20 days away, Yiming was confident. "Yiming, this trip to Songbei was a success. What's your plan now?" asked Yi Xinxin, who was driving. "I want to find a secret realm similar to the Blood Demon Tower, where there are lots of fierce beasts to level up," Yiming replied after a brief thought. "Unfortunately, I've killed too many beasts in the Blood Demon Tower, and further kills yield too little." "A secret realm with many fierce beasts? Sure, I'll help you find one when we get back." Yi Xinxin agreed readily. "Thanks, sis." Just as they were exiting the highway, only 5 kilometers from the Yi family home, Yiming's phone suddenly chimed with a notification. Seeing the message content, he frowned. It was a warning from Sun Hoyuan. "Be careful. Zhou Qiming, the son of the top leader of Qingyan society, has set his sights on you. Has my identity been exposed? I left no trace when I killed Zhou Kueishui," Yiming replied immediately. "It's not about the assassination mission. It's for other reasons." Think about whether you've had any other conflicts with Zhou Qiming. My information network indicates he intends to harm you. Yiming quickly realized it must be the competition in Songbei City. After losing to him, Zhou Qiming harbored resentment and was preparing for underworld retaliation. Just as he was about to open the window for some air, a truck loaded with dirt suddenly veered from the side, heading straight for the passenger side. Watch out! Turn! Yiming shouted. Seeing the truck's blood-red headlights approaching like a beast's eyes, Yi Xinshin quickly turned the steering wheel and floored the gas pedal. The car sharply swerved left, narrowly avoiding the truck's collision amidst the roaring engine. Yet the danger wasn't over. As Yi Xinshin was about to stop and argue, a black Jeep suddenly crashed into their rear from behind. At a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, being rear-ended was clearly not an ordinary traffic accident. Someone was using the guise of a traffic accident to send Yiming a silent warning. Huffing and puffing, Yi Xinshin took deep breaths after bringing the car to a stop, her hands still gripping the steering wheel tightly, knuckles turning white. In the rearview mirror, Yu Xiaosheng's pale face showed he was equally shaken. Yiming, in the passenger seat, clenched his fists, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. He was convinced that these consecutive accidents were no coincidence. Zhou Qiming was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. A truck loaded with dirt suddenly changing lanes, a jeep rear-ending them at high speed. Each incident could have been fatal. Although contract mages were hard to kill, at their current level, a car accident could still cause severe harm. This thought only fueled Yiming's anger further. Whether Zhou Qiming intended to warn them or truly meant harm, he had already threatened the safety of Yiming and his loved ones. This feud needed to be settled with blood. Are these people blind? Yi Xinshin snapped out of her fright, angrily pushing open the car door and striding towards the jeep behind them. The driver who rear-ended them had yet to appear, but as Yi Xinshin approached, 3 burly, bald men emerged from the vehicle. Each man was heavily muscled, covered in tattoos, with scars on their faces adding to their menacing appearance. Before Yi Xinshin could speak, the leader of the trio aggressively accused her. What do you mean, kid? You deliberately cut us off, and now you're blaming us for the rear end. Yi Xinshin was momentarily stunned by their audacity. It was the first time she had encountered such blatant distortion of the truth. Fine, you want to play dirty? He'll call someone to handle this. She pulled out her phone to call the police. Call someone? The leader sneered. Our time is valuable. Hey, race 250, now beat it and get your head checked. That remark ignited Yi Xinshin's fury. Just as she was about to lash out, a shadow suddenly darted by. Who the hell are you calling an idiot? Yiming kicked the leader to the ground. Big brother. The other 2 bald men quickly grabbed iron rods from the car and swung them at Yiming. Bang! Yiming's fist struck the faces of the 2 burly men like lightning. The sound of bones cracking followed by a spray of blood. Their noses deformed instantly under the force of the blow. What are you barking about? Is this all you've got? Yiming sneered, his legs suddenly powering into action as he precisely kicked at their knees. A sharp crack echoed as the bald thug's knee shattered, and both men fell to their knees, staring incredulously at the young man before them. Damn it! You're one ruthless contract master, the lead bald thug gritted his teeth. Solve the problem, fine, but why resort to violence? Smack! A loud slap interrupted him. What's all the noise about? Yiming's eyes flashed with impatience. I'm a genius, and geniuses deserve privileges. Besides, I'm in the right here. Just wait, you'll regret this. The bald thug, still kneeling, spat out threats, secretly hoping for the police to arrive soon. Yiming crouched down with a cold laugh and delivered another resounding slap. Regret? The only ones regretting right now are you. What kind of person hits someone in the face? Don't you even know that? The bald thug cursed angrily. Tell me honestly, did Zhou Qiming send you? Yiming suddenly asked, causing the thug's pupils to contract and his brow to twitch uncontrollably. What Zhou Qiming? Never heard of him. This is just a regular traffic incident, the thug stammered in denial. Yiming couldn't be bothered to argue further and instantly unleashed a dark domain. Darkness enveloped the bald thug, plunging the surroundings into silence. A black dagger appeared in Yiming's hand, which he unhesitatingly plunged into the thug's arm. Do you know now? I don't know. Thud. Another stab, deeper this time. Still don't know? I don't know. A third stab, in the same spot. Seeing that he still refused to admit the truth, Yiming pointed the dagger at his vital areas. What the hell? Are you crazy? I advise you not to do anything rash. Do you think you can advise me? Yiming retorted, raising the dagger. Wait. I'll talk. It's just 50,000. Life is more important. The bald thug finally broke down. Zhou Qiming gave me 50,000 to scare you, to warn you not to cross him again. Yiming chuckled as he sent the recording to Sun Ho Yuan. Mr. Sun, someone wants to take me out. You know my dream is to serve the Temple of Execution, and it would be such a shame to die now. Soon, a mission notification arrived. Assassination task, clear plan 2. Target, Zhou Qiming. Time, 1930 inch. Thank you, Mr. Sun, Yiming smiled. Need any backup? Assassins from the Temple of Execution aren't something to be trifled with, Sun Hoyuan asked. No need. I'm quite brutal when I act, and it's not good to be seen, Yiming replied calmly. Sis, you guys head back first. I need to step out for a bit. Yiming's voice was cold as ice. Before Yi Xinshin could react, his figure had vanished into a streak of darkness. Hey, where are you going? Yi Xinshin's voice echoed down the empty street, but there was no response. Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment within an upscale neighborhood, Zhou Qiming was leisurely reclining on a leather sofa, swirling a half-filled glass of red wine. He picked up his phone, a smug smile playing on his lips. Hey, how's the job I asked you to do coming along? Remember, just scare him, don't turn it into murder. That kid's from the Yi family. If things get out of hand, it won't end well. A sycophantic voice came from the other end of the line. Don't worry, brother Zhou, we know what we're doing. Even if things go south, none of the guys will rat you out. Just let us know if there's more work. All right, that's it. Zhou Qiming hung up the call, staring into the crimson liquid in his glass, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Yiming, so what if you're strong? So what if you won the first victory at Kongji Island? My Qingyun Society is the largest underground force in Songnan City, controlling both the dark and light sides. What can you do to me? He downed his drink in one gulp and was about to get up for some entertainment. But as he turned, his pupils shrank. A mysterious figure had appeared behind him without him noticing. Play. Yiming spoke coldly. Why would I play with you? Cross me, and there's only one path: death. Whoosh! A dark domain unfolded instantly, enveloping the entire space. Zhou Qiming was terrified, trying to escape, but found himself trapped within the domain, his cries for help unheard. No. Yiming, you can't kill me. It's illegal. You won't get away with this. Zhou Qiming retreated in fear, his voice trembling. Illegal? Yiming's eyes glinted with a blood-red light as he lunged forward, his scythe carving a crimson arc. Zhou Qiming's head fell, his body collapsing heavily to the ground. Killing is indeed illegal, but I kill by the law, Yiming stated indifferently. He snapped a photo of the scene and sent it along with the evidence of the conversation between the pickup driver and Zhou Qiming to Sun Hoyuan. Moments later, he received a reply. Dispose of the body discreetly. In the future, no need to send evidence. The Sashadian only kills those who deserve it. Yiming looked at the message, a slight smile on his lips, his interest in the Sashadian growing. Meanwhile, in the Qingyun Society's meeting hall, Zhou Qingyun was furious. Who the hell killed Qiming? Such a big person just disappeared without a trace. Not a single clue. He slammed his fist on the table, his eyes wide with anger. A few subordinates, heads bowed, reported nervously. Sorry, Boss Zhou, we found nothing. He was just gone as soon as we opened the door. We've searched all the usual places he goes. You mean he grew wings and flew away? Zhou Qingyun roared, hurling a file at the reporting subordinate, splitting his forehead open. Big brother, Zhou's second brother spoke gravely. This matter might not be so simple. As the strategist of the Qingyun Society, Zhou Ji was the only literate member of the Zhou family. Although he was only at the first level of cultivation and his contracted spirit was a clever saintess, making his power unremarkable, his mind was exceptionally sharp. Second brother, what's got you so worked up? Zhou Qingyun asked, eyeing his brother. Zhou Ji gestured for the others to leave, adjusted his glasses, and said gravely, Big brother, something's very strange. Our third brother just died a few days ago, and now Qiming has been murdered too. Both were killed in a way that was invisible and undetectable, executed with extreme professionalism, as if meticulously planned. I suspect this is a conspiracy against the Qingyun Society. A conspiracy? Zhou Qingyun frowned. We've always kept to ourselves. Who would target us? Don't forget, big brother, we're selling Jihua grass. Zhou Ji reminded him in a low voice. It's a banned substance. If it circulates widely on the market, think about who would be most displeased with that situation. Zhou Qingyun felt a jolt, instinctively blurting out. You mean the authorities? Exactly. Zhou Ji squinted. I investigated. Before Qiming died, he received a phone call. According to the person on the other end, Qiming sent someone to threaten the youngest male of the Yi family, Yiming. Shortly after this happened, Qiming was killed. The Yi family. Zhou Qingyun clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. Qiming was most likely taken out by that Yiming. Damn it. Even if he's from the Yi family, I'll make him pay. Big brother, calm down. Let me finish my analysis. Zhou Ji urged. I think the Yi family is just a pawn on the surface. The real player is still hiding in the shadows. I suggest we immediately stop the Jihua grass business and lay low abroad for a while. Lay low? Then my son dies for nothing. Zhou Qingyun roared. Survival is key. As long as we live, there's always hope. Zhou Ji pleaded earnestly. Zhou Qingyun lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before saying in a low voice, Qiming won't die in vain. Second brother, you should go. Big brother. Enough. My decision is made. No more persuading. Seeing his efforts were in vain, Zhou Ji got up and walked to the door. Turning back, he said, Big brother, if you die, I'll handle your burial. He paused, emphasizing, and avenge you. With that, he turned and left, getting into his sleek black car downstairs. Just as he started the engine boom, a massive explosion took his life instantly. Second brother. Zhou Qingyun's anguished scream pierced the night sky. After all this, Yiming returned home nonchalantly. Whether it was killing Zhou Kuishui or Zhou Qiming, his heart remained unperturbed, as if he had merely done something trivial. Inyuyu was incredulous. Yiming, I've heard that when someone kills for the first time, they feel a tightness in their chest, their whole body trembles, sweat pours down, and their head is filled with chaotic thoughts. When you killed Zhou Kuishui, I thought you hadn't processed it yet, but this time with Zhou Qiming, you seemed completely unfazed by killing. Afraid? Yichen chuckled, shaking his head. As a top assassin in his past life, he had lost count of how many criminals and villains he'd dispatched. Countless brushes with death had long erased any sense of fear, especially for small fry like Zhou Kuishui and Zhou Qiming. Maybe it's just talent. Do you remember what teacher Sun Hoyuan said about me? Yi Chen smiled. He said I was a natural-born killer with an exceptional talent for assassination. Since I'm a genius, naturally I can't be like ordinary people. Inyuyu paused, then nodded quickly like a pecking chick. You're right. Under the guidance of Inyuyu, Yiming began refining the blood fiend bear paw. As the process deepened, a searing power surged rapidly within him, tightening his muscle lines and noticeably accelerating his blood flow. Feeling the abundant power inside him, Yiming couldn't wait to rush into the training room at home. Boom! He unleashed a powerful punch, instantly causing the mechanical testing equipment in the training room to max out. This scene was witnessed by his sister, Yi Xinshin, who happened to be passing by. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Impossible, Yi Xinshin exclaimed. The maximum test limit of this equipment is 3,000 kilograms, and you just exceeded that with a single punch? You're only a second-tier conjurer. It was important to note that Yi Xinshin's contracted spirit was the glass flame maiden, renowned for its strength. As a third-tier conjurer, her full-force punch was only about 2,800 kilograms, already quite impressive. Yet, her brother Yiming had managed to surpass the instrument's limits. What kind of monster is your contracted spirit? Yi Xinshin was too shocked to speak coherently. Yiming's lips curled into a calm smile. Just a witch. What, are you jealous? That's not something you can just envy. In the days that followed, Yiming began to frantically challenge secret realms, specifically targeting those with abundant and diverse fierce beasts. The more he did so, the more his spiritual talent slaughter growth could display its astounding effects. His strength was rapidly increasing. Bang! In yet another secret realm, as the last Thunder Eagle fell, a system notification chimed. Clear time, 6 minutes 30 seconds, successfully broke personal record. Congratulations on obtaining the Thunder Eagle Claw reward. A palm-sized Thunder Eagle Claw appeared in Yiming's hand, its whole body crystal blue with arcs of lightning dancing across its surface. Mr. Yiming, a staff member kindly reminded him, the Thunder Eagle Claw is quite valuable, fetching up to 200,000 in the market. If you need, we can convert it to Dragon Country currency for you. No need. Yiming waved his hand. I think it looks pretty tasty. With that, he directly bit into the Thunder Eagle Claw. Crackle, crackle. Electricity crackled in his mouth, like popping candy. Seeing the terrifying power about to erupt, Inyuyu promptly intervened to help suppress the violent energy. Under the stunned gaze of the staff, Yiming successfully absorbed the Thunder Eagle Claw. Can beast materials really be swallowed raw? That's intense. Haha, others might not, but I can. Yiming casually turned and left. As he exited the hall, he ran into Wang Haoyang, who was walking alongside a burly man. Upon seeing Yiming, Wang Haoyang frowned and said to the man, Brother, that kid beat me up before. Next time you see him in a secret realm, do me a favor and teach him a lesson. What level is he? What's his contracted spirit? The burly man asked. A second-tier conjurer, contracted spirit is a witch, pretty weak. You can take him down easily. Is that all? The burly man grinned, patting his chest confidently. Leave it to me. I, Wu Mao, am a third-tier conjurer, with a contracted spirit of the Rhino Maiden. Handling a second-tier witch kid is a piece of cake. Tomorrow, I'll be waiting in the teleportation hall, following him wherever he goes. You're a real sport, buddy. I've got this covered. Wu Mao said with a sycophantic grin, accepting the 10,000 yuan Wang Haoyang had transferred to him. Not far away, Yiming observed the scene with a cold smile. As a second-tier contract master, his abilities far exceeded his apparent level. Even a third-tier contract master would struggle to challenge him. A mere Wu Mao, even 10 of him, wouldn't be a match for Yiming. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Sun Hoyuan. Got a moment? The organization has a task for you. I haven't officially joined the Susha Temple yet. Why is there already a task? Yiming replied. Your talent is exceptional, you need to hone it. These tasks will be recorded and help with your promotion. After agreeing, Yiming immediately received the task details. Target, Wu Mao, third-tier contract master, Clevel. Reason: suspected human trafficking, insufficient evidence for a conviction, execution by Susha Temple. Seeing Wu Mao as the target, a glint of coldness flashed in Yiming's eyes. This guy was just thinking of dealing with him, and now he was walking right into his trap. Is this legal? Yiming texted to confirm. Completely legal and justified. He destroyed a lot of evidence before. Waiting for a court decision could harm more people. It's best to act tonight. Understood, Yiming replied with determination. He had never hesitated when dealing with traffickers. As night fell, a light rain drizzled down. On a secluded street, a fashionably dressed young woman was looking at her phone. Suddenly, several burly men rushed out and swiftly covered her head with a urea sack. Help! She screamed, struggling desperately, but she was no match for the group of men. Get her in the van quickly. This one's worth 200,000. Wu Mao shouted in his gruff voice. The woman was bound and thrown into a van. Before she could call out again, a blow to the head knocked her unconscious. The white van quietly left the city. Rain pounded against the windows as Wu Mao removed his hood in the passenger seat, laughing smugly. Damn, we lucked out with a live one. These people deserve it. Wandering around in unmonitored areas at night, the driver chimed in. Laughter filled the van. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the back seat. Yeah, catching 3 traffickers at once. This trip is really paying off for me. Wu Mao's body trembled as he quickly turned around, only to find a cold scythe pressed against his neck. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of that chilling face and instantly recognized the person Yiming. You've seen my face? Yiming's eyes glowed with a crimson light, radiating a murderous intent. As a top assassin, he had a deadly quirk. Anyone who saw his true face would forever lose the ability to speak. Whoosh! A dark domain suddenly unfurled, trapping the speeding vehicle in pitch blackness. The tires continued to spin wildly, yet the car bizarrely came to a halt. Damn it, what is this thing? Wu Mao roared. I'll fight you to the end. A violent aura burst from his body, and behind him appeared a phantom of a saintly woman clad in beast armor. His skin quickly became tough, and a steel-like horn sprouted from his head. Rhino Saintus. Yiming sneered. You might as well call it Unicorn Saintus. Your strength is too weak. Whoosh! A flash of red light, and the vehicle in the darkness was neatly sliced in half. Wu Mao and his companions' necks were severed simultaneously. The scythe swung continuously in the dark domain, glinting coldly, and in an instant, the van was reduced to fragments, swallowed by the darkness along with the bodies of Wu Mao and the others. When the dark domain dissipated, Yiming stood silently by the roadside. Rain soaked his clothes as he held a scythe in one hand and the rescued woman in the other. Blood mixed with rainwater dripped to the ground, disappearing instantly into the night. Mission accomplished. Yiming delivered the woman to the security bureau's entrance, hiding in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras to ensure she was safely taken into the building before he breathed a sigh of relief. He then sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. Done. Killed 3 people, all Wu Mao's accomplices. So, your strength now indeed surpasses a Tier 3 contract master, Sun Hoyuan replied. Wu Mao was a Tier 3 contract master. Anyone capable of killing him had to be stronger. Yes. Seeing this brief response, Sun Hoyuan in his office furrowed his brow. With a strength surpassing Tier 3, scoring 700 in the martial arts exam was a certainty. He began contemplating whether to make an exception for Yiming, waiving the score requirement for joining the execution hall. Such talent should be nurtured as early as possible. No, I must discuss this with the teacher. Yiming is a promising talent, deserving of special treatment. Meanwhile, noticing Sun Hoyuan's silence, Yiming shook his head with a light laugh. Is this what being a big shot is like? Logging off without a word. It was getting late, and he was about to leave. Suddenly, a vibration came not from his phone, but from Wu Mao's. Yiming opened it to find a new message displayed on the screen. Old Tao, what are you up to? Where's the goods you promised? How come they're not delivered yet? Is the girl too pretty for you to move? I'm telling you, if there's any damage to the goods, the 20 grand gets cut in half. These traffickers always operated this way. Kidnapping first, then contacting the buyer, keeping the security officers constantly on the run. Fortunately, Yiming was always cautious and had kept Wu Mao's phone. In his past life, when tasked with eliminating human traffickers, he developed the habit of keeping their phones to trace and capture their entire network. At this moment, Yiming quickly sent a message to Teacher Sun. There's a situation. Someone named Lao Tao is contacting Wu Mao. Seems like a buyer. I'd like to hear your plan. Sun Hoyuan quickly replied. Yiming typed swiftly on the screen. Ideally, the safest approach is to stall them, wait for them to lower their guard, and then devise a comprehensive plan to catch them all. However, I don't recommend this. While catching them all is important, in cases like this, time is of the essence. The longer we delay, the more likely these cunning traffickers will cause trouble. So what do you suggest? Capture Lao Tao. We might have to eliminate him. Yiming replied succinctly. After sending the message, Sun Hoyuan fell silent. He was weighing his options, contemplating, searching for the best solution. Finally, he made a decision and replied, "Be careful." All right. With this final message sent, Yiming immediately turned off his phone and picked up Wu Mao's phone instead. He carefully studied a few of Wu Mao's usual replies and mimicked his tone in a message to Lao Tao. Damn it. I ran into the cops on the road. Luckily, I took a detour in time, or I'd be in deep trouble. What happened? Can we still make the deal? Or should we call it off? Lao Tao seemed hesitant. Are you kidding me? Do you think I can afford to waste time in this business? Even a day's delay could cause problems. Get over here for the deal. I'll give you a good price. That's great news. Same place for the deal? After a noticeable pause, the reply came. Change of location, the abandoned repair shop. I'll send you the address. Upon receiving the address, Yiming frowned slightly. This unusual request hinted at something off. The damn traffickers were indeed suspicious. Better safe than sorry. He turned his phone back on and messaged Sun Ho Yuan. Ask Su Xiao to help out, the examiner from my last evaluation. I'll send you the address. All right. Meanwhile, inside the abandoned repair shop, Lao Tao, dressed in a leather jacket, put down his phone, eyes turning sharp and fierce. Boss, is something wrong? A subordinate with a middle part cautiously asked. Not exactly, just feels a bit off, Lao Tao replied with a grim face. Call Scarface, tell him it's urgent. He needs to be here within 5 minutes. Also, get 10 more capable guys here. The subordinate, though not fully understanding, complied immediately. Soon, a burly, bald man with a terrifying scar on his face, followed by a group of tough-looking subordinates, entered. The scar was a mark from a life-and-death duel among contract masters in his early years, not just any fight, but a high-stakes black market duel. Quick, shut the doors. Lao Tao ordered urgently. The subordinates promptly secured the doors of the warehouse. Scarface sneered. I say, Lao Tao, with me here, what are you afraid of? The bigger your business gets, the smaller your courage seems. Better safe than sorry, Lao Tao replied seriously. If I remember correctly, you're a Tier 3 contract master, right? That's right. What's the level of your contract spirit? A level. That's good. Lao Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Scarface is a street enforcer, known for his formidable martial arts skills. For the right price, committing murder or arson is just another day at work for him. Human trafficker Lao Tao often hires him as a bodyguard, fearing a double cross during deals. Over time, they became well acquainted. Are you saying Wu Mao might have been compromised? Scarface frowned, his knuckles cracking audibly. Lao Tao rubbed his temples. It's hard to say. He sounded normal, but there was a period when he didn't respond to my messages, claiming he ran into the cops. Something feels off, so I called you in. Damn it, you're just looking for trouble. Scarface scoffed. Let me be clear, if nothing's wrong, you owe me 30 grand for wasting my time. Deal. Lao Tao agreed without hesitation. Time ticked by slowly. The only sound in the deserted repair shop was the ticking of a clock. Suddenly, the roar of an engine grew louder as a white van approached. Lao Tao and Scarface stood up, instantly alert. The gates still closed, came the voice of a lookout. Where's Wu Mao? Why isn't he here? Shit. Are you cops? Before the sentence was finished, the van burst into the warehouse. Lao Tao and Scarface's expressions changed drastically. Something's really wrong. Get them. Kill the bastards in the van. Lao Tao ordered, and a dozen thugs armed with steel pipes rushed forward, furiously smashing the van's windows, heedless of the shattering glass. Lao Tao drew a machete, cigarette dangling from his lips, and approached the van with menacing intent. Damn it. You dare to cause trouble on my turf in the dead of night? Even if you're cops, you're not leaving here. Bang. A figure suddenly leapt from the van's roof. The wind howled, and the thugs were blown away like straw men. A man wearing a fierce mask stood on the van's roof, hands in pockets, his voice booming like thunder. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get on the ground now. My wind blades show no mercy. As his words echoed, dozens of wind blades slashed through the air, leaving deep cuts in the surrounding vehicles and walls. Damn, a conjurer, the thugs exclaimed, dropping to the ground. Shit, who isn't a conjurer these days? Scarface rolled up his sleeves, veins bulging as scrap metal adhered to his arms. Transforming into a steel giant, he charged at Su Chang'e. Boom, boom, boom. Wind blades clashed with steel arms, sparks flying. Seeing the situation turn dire, Lao Tao scrambled to the circuit breaker. Damn it, we can't stay here. With a conjurer involved, there's more going on. He flicked the switch, plunging the warehouse into darkness. In the pitch black, screams echoed. Lao Tao, wearing night vision goggles, crept along the wall. He tried to calm his breathing, though his heart pounded violently. Relax, it's pitch black here, no one can see but me, he reassured himself. He finally reached the back door and was about to push it open when a cold, gleaming scythe was suddenly at his throat. With all this excitement, where do you think you're going? Mind taking me with you? Yiming, holding the scythe, grinned mockingly at Lao Tao, who was frozen in fear. The other's pupils suddenly contracted, and his head buzzed. Who are you? The black and white impermanence. When the lights in the factory came back on, The scene before Su Chang'e was astonishing. A dozen henchmen lay neatly on the ground, their hands and feet tightly bound, faces covered with black cloth, and foul-smelling socks stuffed in their mouths, all in a deep coma. Impressive efficiency. Just while the lights were out, you managed to take down all the henchmen. Su Chang'e looked at Yiming, his tone full of admiration. This was exactly the simple plan they had devised before setting out. Su Chang'e would make a frontal entry to draw attention, while Yiming would act from the shadows to neutralize the enemies. Let's go. We need to leave now, Yiming said briefly. The sheriff will be here soon, and not one of these guys involved in the kidnapping will get away. He glanced at the henchmen on the ground with socks in their mouths. These brainless fools don't even realize they're being used. As for Lao Tao and Scar, they had been knocked out and stuffed into a van, directly sent to a secret interrogation room arranged by Sun Hoyuan. Inside the interrogation room, Lao Tao gradually regained consciousness. When he saw the figure before him, he shuddered violently, and if his hands hadn't been cuffed to the table, he might have fallen off the chair. It's you. It's me. Yiming nodded calmly. Now tell me, who is your superior? I don't know. You don't need to ask me. I know nothing. Lao Tao shook his head repeatedly. Don't know? Yiming picked up a small dark knife and unhesitatingly drove it into Lao Tao's hand. Blood immediately gushed out. Ah! Lao Tao screamed. Damn it, you're coercing me. Even the sheriff doesn't have this right. I want a lawyer. Another stab, this time to the other hand. A lawyer? Yiming sneered. This isn't the sheriff's office, and I'm not a sheriff. If you don't speak the truth, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces, precisely carve 1,000 cuts on your body, letting you die slowly. You're not the police? Then on what grounds are you detaining me? Lao Tao shouted angrily. His response was a small knife that chopped off one of his fingers. A piercing scream echoed in the enclosed space. Are you going to talk or not? Even if you kill me, I won't talk. Yiming turned to pick up an axe, gesturing it towards Lao Tao's head. Watch closely, this won't kill you. Go ahead and kill me. The axe blade fell, and one of Lao Tao's ears dropped to the floor. Blood splattered, his face turned ashen, and his entire body shook violently. Yiming continued the torture without expression. He never showed mercy to human traffickers. Amidst the sound of flesh being cut, Lao Tao's skin and flesh were stripped piece by piece, yet he gritted his teeth in silence. Looks like I'll have to use my ultimate move. Yiming tied Lao Tao to an iron frame, picked up a spiked club, and aimed it at his lower body. Whoosh. Bang. Stop hitting. I'll talk. I'll talk. It's the Wang family. My superior is the Wang family. Wang family. Yiming frowned, his gaze sharp. Yes, the Wang family from Songnan City. Lao Tao's face was pale, his voice trembling. They're my main clients. 90% of my goods go to them, and the rest I sell to small buyers. His eyes were unfocused, clearly terrified. Yiming fell into deep thought. In Songnan City, both the Wang and Yi families were top-tier powerhouses, controlling a significant portion of the city's key industries. It was shocking that such a prominent family would be involved in human trafficking. What do they want people for? Yiming pressed. I really don't know. Lao Tao waved his hands frantically. In our line of work, there's a rule: the more you know, the quicker you die. I'm just a middleman, trying to make a living. Honestly, I only found out about the Wang family being the buyers by accident. Yiming stepped outside and sent the interrogation details to Sun Hoyuan. Unexpectedly, Sun Hoyuan wasn't surprised. Instead, he seemed unusually excited. Great, Sun Hoyuan quickly replied. The Wang family's business has been struggling lately, and they've just partnered with a pharmaceutical company. We've got leads on their involvement in human trafficking and illegal human experiments, but we're struggling to find a breakthrough. I heard you have a grudge against Wang Haoyang? I'll send you his location. Bring him in. Leave the interrogation to me. Yiming felt a chill. Taking action against the Wang family? They were a colossal entity that could influence the entire economy of Songnan City. The power of the Su Sha Hall was beyond his imagination. Before dealing with Wang Haoyang, there was another issue to handle. What do we do with Lao Tao? Yiming asked. What's your suggestion? Human traffickers are heinous criminals. He deserves to die. Then go ahead, just make sure it's clean. Yiming turned back inside. With a swift motion, Lao Tao was beheaded. The process was clean and efficient, the body quickly swallowed by darkness. Inyuyu, witnessing everything from the spiritual realm, silently gave Yiming a thumbs up. Professional. Meanwhile, in a noisy mahjong parlor, Wang Haoyang was smoking and playing. Just my luck, he complained. Being suppressed by that Yi kid in real life, and now losing 20 grand at the table. I'm almost out of pocket money. Don't worry, Wang. A fellow player reassured him. Luck can change at any moment. By the way, weren't you planning to deal with Yiming? Any updates? The mention of this made Wang Haoyang even more irritable. That bastard Wu Mao wants to raise the price and act all high and mighty. If I weren't still at the first stage, I wouldn't have to put up with him. Once I reach the second stage, I'll take care of Yiming in no time. Damn it, I'm going to take a leak. Don't look at my cards. In the luxurious private room, Wang Haoyang stood up from the card table. The room was opulently decorated, and the restroom was just a few steps away. He pushed open the restroom door, unzipped his pants, and stood in front of the toilet. The sound of his urine was thin and yellowish, like a leaking faucet, intermittent. It's all because of that bastard Yiming. He's been stressing me out lately. Wang Haoyang cursed as he flicked off the splashes that landed on his shoes. He moved to the sink, wet his hands with water, and was about to fix his slicked back hair, which he took great pride in. As he lifted his head, he saw a strange black shadow reflected in the mirror. The figure stood right behind him, its blood-red eyes staring intently at him through the glass. Help! The word barely left his mouth before Wang Haoyang felt a dizzying spin, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. The moonlight was like water, spilling onto the ground outside the interrogation room, casting long shadows on the walls. Yiming stood with his hands in his pockets, leaning against the shadowed wall, just a step away from stepping into the moonlit area. Su Chang'e sat on a nearby chair, listening to the cries of agony coming from the interrogation room, the cigarette between his fingers flickering. I heard the guy in there is your classmate. Su Chang'e exhaled a puff of smoke. Yeah. Damn. You're ruthless, man. You've only been in the job for a short time, and you've already nabbed a classmate. At this rate, are you going to arrest the principal too? Yiming shot him a glance. I'll arrest you. Arrest me. Su Chang'e laughed, shaking his head. I'm a model citizen. I haven't even watched any adult films. You can't catch me. Inside the interrogation room, the painful screams continued. Yiming leaned quietly against the wall, gazing at the bright moon in the night sky, his expression indifferent. Feeling bad, Su Chang'e stood up and patted his shoulder. I once arrested a classmate too, even copied his homework. Honestly, my heart was pounding when I did it, afraid of being recognized. You're something else. Yiming shook his head. I'm not upset, just tired. How much longer for teacher's son? Bang! As soon as he spoke, Sun Hoyuan kicked the door open. Teacher's son, how did it go? As soon as I mentioned Lao Tao's accident, the kid confessed everything. Sun Hoyuan nodded. The Wang family colluded with Yonghe Pharmaceuticals, kidnapping people for illegal drug experiments. Yonghe Pharmaceuticals? Su Chang'e asked, puzzled. Isn't that a company in Hansan City? It's easy to find test subjects these days. Offer a good price, and plenty of people would volunteer. They aren't short on resources, so why resort to this? Yiming shared the sentiment. Even if the Wang family had fallen on hard times, they wouldn't need to save this small amount of money. For normal drug testing, there's no need for kidnapping. Sun Hoyuan's expression was grim. But they're producing unauthorized drugs. It's extremely malicious. They can't possibly make it public. What kind of drug is so terrifying? Su Chang'e was intrigued. Who are they selling it to? Sun Hoyuan narrowed his eyes, enunciating each word. The elixir of life. Su Chang'e and Yiming's eyes widened in shock. After becoming a contract master, humans can extend their lifespan. However, in this world, there are still many wealthy yet ordinary people who cannot prolong their lives. Despite their immense wealth, their desperation for longevity is almost frantic. In this world of supernatural abilities, conventional longevity medicines don't exist, but the powerful energy within fierce beasts has opened a new door for humanity. Currently, 3 known materials from these beasts can be crafted into longevity potions that can effectively extend an ordinary human's life by 5 to 10 years. However, these potions come with a fatal flaw: the consumer's mind will be eroded by the beast's will, eventually turning them into mindless monsters. Although a very few lucky individuals might escape this fate, the odds are extremely slim. To maintain social stability, nations have reached a consensus to strictly prohibit any form of longevity drug production and trade, with severe punishments for violators. Yet, faced with such enormous profit temptations, few can remain clear-headed. Whether it's the local Wang family or foreign enterprises like Yonghe Pharmaceuticals, crossing this line would lead to severe consequences. Sun Hoyuan's chest heaved violently, his eyes glinting coldly. What's more alarming is that if Yonghe Pharmaceuticals, being a foreign company, starts circulating their longevity pills, it will inevitably involve money laundering and capital outflow. They're using the guise of longevity pills to harm the interests of the entire people of Long Country. Yiming and Su Chang'e's expressions grew grave. This seemingly simple case had unraveled into a significant crisis. Especially for Yiming, he never expected the Wang family to collude with foreign companies, selling off Long Country's strategic resources. These greedy bastards, they're utterly shameless for their selfish gains, Yiming said through gritted teeth. Thankfully, it was discovered in time. Sun Hoyuan looked at Yiming, eyes filled with admiration. Yiming, you've made a great contribution this time. I'll report to the higher-ups and try to get you into the Susha Hall before the martial arts exam. Yiming respectfully clasped his hands. Thank you, Teacher Sunday. When Yiming returned home, it was already 3 a.m. Sun Hoyuan still needed to conduct a thorough investigation into the Wang family and Yonghe Pharmaceuticals case. However, it was foreseeable that within 5 days, the Wang family would be removed from Songnan City. As for the Wang family's civilian industries, they would be taken over by other families, though the specific successors were yet to be determined. For now, These matters were no longer Yiming's concern. His primary focus was on two things: joining the Susha Hall and advancing to a third-tier contract master before the martial arts exam. With this in mind, Yiming opened his attribute panel. Name: Yiming. Spirituality: max level. Realm: second-tier contract master 4-510-010-0000. Mental power: 300. Vitality: 300. Contract spirit: Godfall Dark Knight Devil Emperor. Contract spirit level: SSS level. Upgradable skills: Dark Domain level 5, Godfall Demon Armor level 5, Eternal Night Descent level 6. Spiritual talent. Talent 1, growth through slaughter. Effect: blood and death excite you. Any creature that dies by your hand will become your strength. Your realm advancement will encounter no bottlenecks. Talent 2, Devil Emperor's battle intent. Effect: when battling with a contract master of the same realm, your abilities will increase tenfold. As he looked at the data on the panel, Yiming fell into contemplation. He still needed over 50,000 experience points to advance to a third-tier contract master, with the martial arts exam just a few days away. At the current pace, he should be able to achieve his goal on time. Yiming focused on checking the status panel of his contract spirit. Divine Fallen Knight Emperor Shadow Yuyu. Level: SSS. Progress to next level: 0.1. Revival progress: 6. Huh. Yiming raised an eyebrow. The progress to the next level had increased by 0.05, and the revival progress had jumped by 1. Typically, these values only increased through refining beast materials, yet he hadn't been to any secret realms recently, let alone obtained any materials. Yuyu, what's going on? He asked. Shadow Yuyu shook her head slightly, her voice carrying a hint of contemplation. I'm not entirely sure. However, when you executed those prisoners earlier, I felt a peculiar sensation, both excited and delighted. Perhaps it's related to that. She paused. Moreover, I can do more things now. Before she finished speaking, a jet-black tendril suddenly formed behind Yiming. Under Shadow Yuyu's control, it twisted and transformed into a blade, a long sword, a silver spear, and a 5-edged spike, changing effortlessly. From now on, I can help you in battles too. Shadow Yuyu beamed with a radiant smile, genuinely happy to assist Yiming. Watching this innocent witch, Yiming couldn't help but smile. Choosing to form a contract with her was one of the wisest decisions he'd ever made. She wasn't an evil witch at all. She was an adorably silly girl. 2 days later, Yiming arrived at the teleportation hall. To advance to a third-tier contract master, he needed to hunt a large number of beasts to gain experience. Mr. Yiming, the staff enthusiastically introduced, a new 2-person secret realm has just opened Demon Train. It has a wide variety of beasts, perfect for your needs. However, it's a requirement that 2 people team up to enter. If you don't have a partner, we can randomly match you with someone. A 2-person secret realm? Yiming pondered. With Shadow Yuyu, he didn't really need a teammate. But the staff insisted it was a strict rule that couldn't be changed. All right, then match me randomly. Guided by the staff, Yiming stood before the teleportation gate. He was reminded that he could exit at any time using his wristband, even if he was dissatisfied with his teammate. With a flash of light, Yiming found himself on the top of a speeding train. The howling wind swept past, and on either side of the tracks, demons emerged from the ground. Suddenly, a blue light materialized beside him, revealing a girl in combat attire. Yiming, Lu Yuxuan exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she eagerly showcased her presence. Oomph, I'm a second-tier contract master now. You used to mock me, but I've caught up with you, and soon I'll surpass. Whoosh. Before she could finish, Yiming expressionlessly pressed his wristband, exiting the secret realm immediately. Yiming, Lu Yuxuan stood there, stunned, her confusion turning to anger. Do you really dislike me that much? I haven't done anything to wrong you. Do you have to be like this? What's your deal? Her angry shout echoed above the train, but it could no longer reach Yiming, who had already left. After exiting, Yiming carefully confirmed the matching mechanism with the staff to ensure he wouldn't encounter Lu Yuxuan. Only then did he confidently step into the secret realm. A blue beam of light flickered, and a graceful figure appeared. It was a tall woman with dark red hair, tied up high. She wore a tight-fitting strapless top, paired with loose cargo pants and mountain boots, with a dagger and throwing knives at her waist. Her makeup was simple, and as soon as she entered the secret realm, she adopted a vigilant combat stance, exuding a sense of competence. A second-tier contractor? Chu Luin quickly glanced at Yiming beside her, then focused her attention ahead. Yiming simply nodded in response. Do you have any experience with 2-person secret realms? No, it's my first time. Great. Match with a newbie again. Chu Luin's expression instantly darkened. The demon train isn't suitable for second-tier rookies. It's dangerous here. When the demons appear, stay behind me. I can help you clear it, but you'll have to give me your clearance reward. Yiming remained silent at this. Suddenly, the clear sky turned crimson. Countless terrifying night demons surged from the ground, launching a frenzied assault on the train from both sides. These demons resembled emaciated monkeys, with dark gray skin, sharp teeth, and incredible speed. Though all second tier, their numbers were staggering. Over 3,000 quickly occupied the tops of the 13 carriages. Damn, so many of them. Chu Luin cursed under her breath and turned to Yiming, saying, I'm going to start sprinting, remember to keep up. Before she finished speaking, Yiming had already shot out like a black light. His entire body was covered by the Godfall demon armor during the sprint, and a long scythe materialized in his hand, its chilling gleam trailing a black-red streak through the air. What the hell are you doing? You're a second-tier contractor rushing in like a madman. Chu Luin shouted angrily, but the next moment, her expression froze. Yiming, akin to a reaper in the darkness, swung his scythe, with crimson crescent moons flashing continuously, each strike claiming the lives of dozens of demons. The dark tendrils behind him were even more ferocious, skewering demons and flinging them hundreds of meters away. Yiming and Inyuyu worked in perfect harmony, wiping out all 3,000 demons within just 3 minutes. What the hell is this? Chu Luin was dumbfounded. Wait, you're telling me a second-tier contractor wiped out 3,000 demons? Isn't this a bit over the top? You said it's your first time in a two-person secret realm? You call this a first time? This is... Suddenly, she frowned. Wait, am I just here to make up the numbers? Damn. As she felt her defenses crumble, a new wave of demons attacked. This time, they were massive bat-like creatures, descending from the sky with menacing sword-like teeth. No way, I have to act this time, or I really will just be making up the numbers. Chu Luin's eyes flashed with determination, and red vines extended from her shoulders, wrapping around her arms and transforming into 2 sturdy long whips. A class Thorn Maiden. Demons, perish. She was about to strike, but the dark scythe wielded by Yiming flipped, and darkness spread out from him, enveloping everything under the influence of the eternal night descends skill. All the flying demonic creatures were engulfed in this pitch-black realm. Countless dark tendrils emerged from the void, wrapping around each flying demon like ravenous beasts, dragging them into an abyss devoid of light. System notifications echoed in Yiming's mind. Killed a second-tier flying demon, realm experience 2, skill experience 2. Despite some losses against the 2,000 aerial demons, this wave of battle earned him over 3,000 experience points. Clenching his fists, Yiming could distinctly feel the significant enhancement of his internal power. Meanwhile, Chu Luin was secretly shocked. She noticed that Yiming's contracted spirit exuded a bloodthirsty and dark aura, completely opposite to the traits of a saintess. Could he be a witch contract master? She recalled recent intelligence about the exceptionally talented spiritual genius at Songnan No. 1 High School, who had chosen to contract with a witch. May I know your name, my friend? Chu Luin asked urgently. Yiming. The simple response struck Chu Luin like a thunderclap. Was indeed that genius which contract master. Suddenly, the speeding train came to an abrupt halt. A 15-meter-tall, mutated giant appeared in front of the train, effortlessly lifting it with the intent to smash it down on them. A third-tier fierce beast mutant giant. This secret realm is indeed no simple matter. Chu Luin was about to suggest teaming up, but Yiming had already darted forward as a streak of black light. The dark domain unfolded instantly, temporarily immobilizing the giant. Seizing the opportunity, Yiming unleashed the single-target version of Eternal Night Descends. The power of darkness coalesced at the edge of his scythe, the violent energy causing his body to tremble. Gripping the scythe tightly with both hands, he delivered a powerful horizontal slash, like a blood-red crescent rising in a world of darkness, cleanly severing the mutant giant's head. A system notification followed. Successfully killed a third-tier mutant giant. Realm experience 30, skill experience 30, obtained item, Giant's Eye. Witnessing the second-tier contract master obliterate a third-tier fierce beast with a single move, Chu Luin couldn't help but marvel. Is this the power of max-level spirituality? It's far superior to me, a third-tier contract master. With the death of the mutated giant, the secret realm was successfully cleared. Yiming once again set a new record, earning 4th-tier beast materials, the Crimson Demon Core, as a reward. Materials from a Tier 4 beast. A glint of joy flashed in Yiming's eyes as he turned to ask Inyuyu for her opinion. When he learned that the materials were perfect for her, his heart filled with even more delight. Since it was a dual-person secret realm, both of them received clearance rewards. Chu Luin stood nearby and stepped forward to Yiming, her slender fingers holding the Crimson Demon Core that emitted an eerie red glow. Yiming, you should take this reward. I don't deserve it, she said firmly, her eyes shining with determination. As someone who adheres to principles, she believed that rewards should be earned through effort, not given freely. Yiming's gaze briefly shifted between Chu Luin and the Demon Core. Being straightforward, he accepted it without hesitation since it was offered. Thank you, he said, cupping his hands in gratitude. No need to be formal, Chu Luin replied with a smile. Let's work together again sometime. Sure. After their conversation, Yiming was about to leave the teleportation hall when suddenly, thunderous explosions of lightning shook the entire space. At the far end of the hall, a teleportation gate erupted with blinding lightning, scorching the ground black. Several nearby contractors were caught in the blast and severely injured. Swiftly, several strong figures rushed into the secret realm. After a few tense minutes, the lightning inside the gate gradually subsided. What happened? Yiming asked a nearby staff member. The staff member waved dismissively, looking relaxed. A beast riot in the Thunder Ruins. It happens a few times every month, nothing unusual. Thunder Ruins? Yiming recalled it was a VIP secret realm. Where there's a riot, there's treasure. Inyuyu's voice sounded in his ear. Yiming, should we take a look? Yiming nodded and turned to the staff member. Can I enter Thunder Ruins now? I'm afraid not, sir. The staff member shook his head. Even with privileges, it's too dangerous during a beast riot. You'll have to wait 5 days until it's safe. 5 days, huh? Yiming sighed inwardly, as if watching a treasure slip away. Back home, Yiming immediately closed his door and took out the giant's eye and 2 crimson demon cores. A dark aura enveloped the beast materials, voraciously absorbing their energy. After a few minutes, his attribute panel changed. Mental power, 300,310. Vitality, 300,310. Additionally, his skill levels improved. Dark Domain, level 56. God's Fall Armor, level 56. Eternal Night Descends, level 67. Indeed, to grow stronger, you must slay beasts. Yiming then opened Inyuyu's panel. Contract Spirit, Godfall Dark Knight Emperor. Name, Inyuyu. Level, SSS. Advancement Progress, 0.15. Revival Progress, 7. Although both progress metrics increased, the growth was minimal, and Inyuyu did not acquire any new abilities this time. Once I join the Slaughter Hall, I'll be able to obtain Black Dragon Bone Marrow, Yiming thought. The power contained in this Tier 7 beast material was extremely important for him at this stage. Once I refine the Black Dragon Bone Marrow, my revival progress might reach 10%, or even higher. Inyuyu's voice was filled with anticipation. Beep, beep. Just as the thought crossed their minds, a message from Sun Hoyuan popped up. Got a moment? Sun Hoyuan got straight to the point. Yiming immediately replied. Is there a new assassination mission? We've uncovered the dealings between the Wang family and Yonghe Pharmaceuticals. Now, we're just missing the final piece. They've hidden an important figure. Once we capture this person, the Wang family will be completely wiped out in Songnan City. Yiming frowned, typing quickly. You've taken down the big players, and you can't catch one small-time figure? Mr. Sun, just tell me, is this mission another test for me? Smart, Sun Hoyuan replied. This time it's a test from my teacher, the Deputy Master of the Hall of Execution. The mention of the Deputy Master sent a shiver through Yiming, but he quickly composed himself. A test is a test, but when will I be able to join the Hall of Execution? I can't just keep doing tasks without any pay. The martial arts exam is approaching, and I still need to venture into the secret realm for beast materials. After a brief pause, Sun Hoyuan responded. This is the final test. Once you pass, you'll be exempt from 700 points on the martial arts exam, directly join the Hall of Execution, and receive a base salary of 15 million. Plus, the Black Dragon Marrow you wanted. 15 million. The number left Yiming stunned. Sun Hoyuan had mentioned that the usual starting salary for newcomers was only 5 million, and this was triple that. I won't let you down, Mr. Sun. Yiming promised sincerely. Save your thanks for later. I've sent you the mission details. Usual routine, act tonight. Yiming immediately checked the mission details. Target, Chun Duan, one of the key figures. Level, 2nd tier contract master, level contract spirit. Mission, capture Chun Duan, dead or alive. Time, tonight at 2200 hours. Time quickly approached 10 o'clock at night. Target location set. Once captured, stay put. Other assassins will meet you for the handover. Sun Hoyuan reminded one last time. Do I need to conceal my identity from them? That's up to you. In the dead of night, inside a dilapidated room in a secluded alley. The furniture was sparse, the floor was dusty, and spiderwebs clung to the corners. 3 figures entered. Brother Chen, you'll have to stay here for a while. We'll arrange for food to be sent, one of the underlings said. Chen Duan, dressed in a black suit with bushy eyebrows and large eyes, nodded silently, sitting on a chair with a dejected expression. Don't worry, once the heat dies down, it'll be fine. The 2 underlings reassured him before leaving. Chen Duan sat with his legs spread, elbows on his knees, sighing repeatedly, and raking his hair in frustration. Damn it! How did the plan get exposed all of a sudden? Who's behind this? Suddenly, 2 shadows appeared on the floor. Looking up, he saw the 2 underlings who had just left now pointing guns at his head. What are you? Chen Duan's pupils contracted. Sorry, Brother Chun, but tonight you have to die. Bang! The gun fired. 2 heads rolled to Chen Duan's feet, making a gurgling sound. He looked up in terror to see Yiming standing before him, a bloody scythe in hand, his eyes filled with a crimson killing intent. You're next. You. Who are you? Chen Duan stared at Yiming, his voice trembling. The chilling aura of intent to kill emanating from Yiming made his skin crawl and his body shiver. Yiming stood still like a statue, holding a long scythe, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the ceiling shattered, leaving a large hole. A burly figure descended from above, landing with such force that the floor shook. Haha, I knew I'd catch a big fish, and here you are. The newcomer was clad in crystal armor, his eyes fierce and sharp. He grinned, and as he moved, countless tiny crystal shards fell from his armor. Yiming frowned slightly, quickly assessing the identity of his opponent, a third-tier contract master, the contractor of Glass Crystal Saintus. Brother Liu, you came just in time. Save me. Chen Duan, seeing the newcomer, clung to him like a lifeline. Kill this guy, he just tried to kill me. Lu Ningshan sneered. Relax, he can't kill you. He fixed his gaze on Yiming, and the crystals on his body quickly formed sharp spikes, his fists swelling to 5 times their original size, filled with terrifying power. So, you used Chen Duan to lure me out. Yiming shook his head slightly. What a boring trick. Dark domain, activate. The dim room fell into a deathly silence. Lu Ningshan glanced around, a trace of panic rising in his heart. Damn, this feels eerie. Die. He roared, charging at Yiming, his massive crystal fist crashing down. But just as it was about to hit Yiming, the dark domain fully expanded. The darkness acted like invisible chains, immobilizing Lu Ningshan in midair. Damn it. Let me go if you have the guts. Thud. Before he could finish, Yiming flicked his wrist, launching a dark dagger. The sharp blade sliced through the air, effortlessly piercing Lu Ningshan's skull. His life force quickly faded, his body consumed by darkness, leaving only a shriveled corpse. Keep the body. It might be useful later, Yiming thought. Though Lu Ningshan was an unexpected event, his body could hold some value, so it was best to keep it. Having dealt with Lu Ningshan, Yiming turned to Chen Duan, still sitting in his chair. Terrified, Chen Duan's pupils trembled violently, and as Yiming approached, he collapsed to the ground. Please, don't kill me. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I want to live, Chen Duan stammered. If you touch me, I won't tell you anything, even if I die. Bang! Yiming punched Chen Duan in the face, teeth flying, blood splattering. Facing death and still pretending to be unafraid? Is that really what you should be saying? Just sit tight. Someone from the underworld will come for you soon. Another punch knocked Chen Duan out cold. Chen Duan's heavy eyelids slowly fell as his consciousness faded, leaving him limp in the chair. Looking at the dried-up, beheaded Lu Ningshan and the urine-soaked Chen Duan on the floor, Yiming remained calm and unfazed. Perhaps someone else will come to rescue Chen Duan. Yiming hid in the shadows, fully alert, waiting quietly. Time passed, and once he was sure no one else would come for Chen Duan, he took out his phone. It's done. I knocked out Chen Duan and killed Lu Ningshan. Lu Ningshan? So that's where he was hiding. Sun Hoyuan replied. Are you hurt? I remember he's a third-tier contract master, with Glass contracted spirit. Yiming intended to say he wasn't hurt. After pondering for a moment, Yiming decided that words couldn't fully capture the scene, so he snapped a photo of Lu Ningshan's corpse and sent it to Sun Hoyuan. Hiss, Sun Hoyuan gasped upon seeing the picture, the mummified body making him click his tongue in disbelief. This guy's methods are truly endless. The assessment is over. I've arranged for personnel to pick you up. They'll arrive in 5 minutes. Sun Hoyuan quickly messaged back. All right. Yiming replied briefly, ending the conversation. He surveyed the area, then activated his dark domain, blending his form into the shadows of the corner. To the outside world, his presence and aura were perfectly concealed, a skill that even a 5th-rank contract master would find hard to detect. This was the signature stealth technique of a top assassin. The sound of the wind grew closer, and 2 figures, one in black and one in white, entered the room. The person in white stepped on Lu Ningshan's arm, glancing down and exclaiming, "Whoa, a ghost." The person in black gave him a sidelong glance of exasperation. Calm down, it's just a corpse. Probably the work of that new killer Captain Sun mentioned. Wow, this newbie's got some skills, the person in white marveled. Lu Ningshan was a 3rd-rank contract master with level contracted spirit. At this level, a contract master's body is incredibly resilient, not easily damaged. To have been drained like this, could it be some kind of demon like a 9-tailed fox reborn? The person in black didn't respond, instead walking over to Chen Duan. He picked up a urea bag, yes, just an ordinary urea bag, and swiftly stuffed Chen Duan into it. The two then began to clean up the traces of the fight. This newbie has no idea about protocol. The person in white grumbled while working, leaving without cleaning up the battlefield, leaving us seniors to tidy up. If I find out who he is, I'll give him a taste of a combo punch. Let him feel some elder love. You're wrong. The person in black smirked slightly. He hasn't left. He's been in this room the whole time. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? The person in white exclaimed, startled. Serves you right for talking too much. Consider it a lesson. Damn it. The two left, still cursing under their breath. As they departed, Yiming noticed the person in black seemed to glance briefly at his hiding spot. Not bad, Yiming murmured to himself, then took out his phone to message Sun Hoyuan. They've taken the body. Any other tasks? Congratulations on successfully completing your final assessment, Sun Hoyuan replied. I've submitted your information. Once the review is complete, I'll let you know. A review? Usually not, but your performance was exceptional. The Deputy Hall Master wants to personally review it. He's very interested in you. You won't be shortchanged during this waiting period. I've already sent 3 sets of 5th rank beast materials to your home, specially tailored for a witch contract master, so you can't say our order is stingy. Yiming felt a surge of joy. In this era dominated by saintess contract masters, high-level beast materials suitable for witches are extremely rare. Aside from secret realms, one would have to hunt beasts beyond the domain to obtain them, and they're hard to buy even with money. Thank you, teacher's son. Yiming expressed his sincere gratitude. Sure. By the way, just a heads up, Sun Hoyuan added. With the fall of the Wang family, their assets will be taken over by your Yi family. Someone will meet with your second uncle soon. Give him a heads up, so he doesn't get too anxious. Got it. Yiming pushed open the door to his home, and the first thing he saw was his second uncle, Yi Jun, pacing restlessly. In the main room, a finely crafted wooden box lay quietly on the table, while Yi Jun walked back and forth with his hands behind his back, his expression filled with unease. Second uncle, Yiming called out. Hearing his voice, Yi Jun quickly approached him and asked urgently, Yiming, what have you been up to lately? How did you get involved with the person in charge of the Cangnan city's secret realm? Yiming's gaze fell on the exquisite wooden box, and he immediately understood the situation. Jiang Qingyi had sent the materials. In this world, although the Yi family was considered a prominent family in Cangnan City, they were weak in business, and in front of a powerful figure like Jiang Qingyi, who had both strength and connections, they felt inadequate. Second uncle, it's a long story. What did Manager Jiang say to you? Yiming probed. He said this was for you. That you performed outstandingly in the secret realm and caught the attention of the higher-ups, so he specially sent some ferocious beast materials, Yi Jun said with a frown. Yiming, I looked at those materials, and they're worth over 10 million. Even if he appreciates you, there's no reason to give you something so valuable, right? After a moment of silence, Yiming sighed. All right, I'll be honest. With the martial arts exam approaching, I am determined to become the top scorer in Cangnan City. These are Manager Zhang's investments in me. You're just talking nonsense. Yi Jun gave him a look. If winning the top spot were just about talking, your third uncle would have been famous nationwide long ago. Never mind, if you don't want to talk, I won't press you. But remember, never go against your principles or do anything immoral. Yiming nodded repeatedly, thinking that his second uncle was easy to talk to. If it were his third uncle, he would have insisted on getting to the bottom of things. Oh, by the way, second uncle, Yiming lowered his voice. There might be some high-level people from Cangnan City coming to talk to you soon. Don't be nervous, and don't panic. When you get the news, don't tell anyone, especially not third uncle. You know how he loves to spill secrets. Before he could finish speaking, a familiar voice came from the doorway. Who are you talking about? Who's spilling secrets? Hey Yiming, what are you doing here so late? Going out. What's inside that box? Before his third uncle, Yi could finish his barrage of questions, Yiming had already picked up the wooden box and dodged the questions. Ah, third uncle, just in time. I'm short of 5 million for materials. Goodbye. With that, he turned and left. Behind him, he could hear his third uncle humming a little tune, as if nothing had happened. Yiming shook his head with a smile, having long been accustomed to such situations. Back in his room, Yiming carefully opened the wooden box. A strong smell of blood enveloped him, and the bright light was instantly shrouded in a bloody mist. Inside the box lay 3 ferocious beast materials resembling skulls, with black patterns flowing over them, their hollow eye sockets seemingly staring at Yiming. 5th-tier beast materials, evil spirit skulls, Shadow recognized at a glance. These materials, embodying darkness, blood, and slaughter, are perfect for a witch. Yiming, teacher's son has really put thought into this. Yiming nodded silently. In an instant, the dark aura surged out like a tide, enveloping the 3 withered skulls, frantically absorbing their power. Yiming's body was shrouded in darkness, his muscles becoming more defined, and faint black runes flickering beneath his skin. His body had become stronger. After successfully absorbing the evil spirit skeleton, Yiming's stats immediately changed. His level progress increased by 1.35, his mental recovery progress went up by 1, and his vitality rose from 310 to 330, with his contracted spirit also increasing to 330. As the shadowy figure of the Dark Knight Demon Emperor, Inyuyu's SS level progress reached 1.5, and her recovery progress soared to 8. No wonder it's such a powerful material for a witch. Yiming thought, excitement flashing in his eyes as he looked at the data. He glanced out the window, sighing inwardly. If only I could go to the outer domain right now. The outer domain, a land without an owner, was the realm of fierce beasts and a prime location for acquiring valuable materials. However, the law clearly stipulated that no one could enter this domain before becoming a third-tier contractor, not even an SS-level Holy Maiden contractor. As Yiming pondered, Inyuyu's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, filled with undisguised joy. Yiming, my freedom has increased. Before she finished speaking, two pitch-black tentacles extended from Yiming's back, a qualitative leap from the previous single tentacle. Let's test it in the training room. Yiming eagerly stood up, but collided with his third uncle, Yuan, as he opened the door. Uncle, why are you still up so late? Yuan coughed awkwardly and handed Yiming a bank card. Well, you mentioned you were short 5 million for materials. This card has over 4 million. Take it. Yiming was stunned, not expecting his uncle to take a joke seriously. Thanks, uncle. I promise I won't talk bad about you behind your back again. I'll say it to your face. Get lost. Time flew by, and only 10 days remained until the martial arts exam. That day, Sun Hoyuan sent a message. Yiming, your application has been approved. Congratulations on joining the Sushadian. The black dragon marrow you requested will arrive tonight. Since it's a 7th-tier material, the transportation process is a bit complex. Thank you, Teacher Sunday. You should call me Captain Sun now. Also, the deputy head reviewed your file and spoke very highly of you, saying you are sure to become the top scholar of Tsongnan. Yiming immediately sensed the deeper meaning. With the deputy head status, such praise carried expectations. If I become the top scholar of Tsongnan, is there a reward from the deputy head? You're sharp. Sun Hoyuan laughed. Yes, the teacher said that if you become the top scholar, you'll receive another piece of 7th-tier beast material and be accepted as his disciple. This is a chance to reach the top, Yiming thought, his heart racing. Thank you for nurturing me, Captain Sun, and thanks to the deputy head for valuing me. After Sun Hoyuan hung up, he leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples and sighing. Finally found a promising student, only for the teacher to snatch him up. That old man just said he wouldn't take more disciples, and then he changes his mind. It's infuriating. As the vice-chancellor of Star Demon University, how can he go back on his word? I must complain to the teacher's wife. With the call ended, Yiming felt invigorated. Whether it was the title of top scholar in the martial arts exam, the 7th-tier beast material, or becoming the deputy head's disciple, all were crucial for him now. I must succeed. To the teleportation hall, to challenge the secret realm. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from the teleportation hall staff. Hello, is this Mr. Yiming? Your reserved VIP secret realm, Thunder Ruins, is now open. You can come anytime. Perfect timing. Yiming thought happily. In the teleportation hall, over 100 contract masters were intently gathered at the entrance of the Thunder Ruins. The Thunder Ruins is a highly unstable secret realm, the staff member emphasized gravely. If you notice anything unusual, you must evacuate immediately. Additionally, the beasts here start at level 2, with the highest suspected to be near level 4, so level 1 contract masters should choose another realm. As soon as the words were spoken, about a dozen contract masters gradually withdrew from the group. Among them were not only those lacking strength at level 1, but also some level 2 contract masters who reconsidered for safety reasons. Yiming frowned in thought. He recalled his sister Yishinshin's advice that when staff mentioned suspected existence, it often meant that although no one had seen it firsthand, the aura of a near level 4 beast had indeed been sensed. With my current strength, Yiming clenched his fist, assessing himself. As a level 2 contract master, his physical strength and spirit skill damage were enough to instantly defeat most level 3 beasts. More importantly, the progress of Yuyu's awakening had improved, allowing for a burst of astonishing damage. Even if he encountered a near level 4 beast, he believed he could at least escape unscathed, and perhaps even put up a fight. Upon entering the secret realm, a suffocating scene unfolded before his eyes. Under a sky thick with dark clouds, piles of rubble and debris rose like mountains, and 3 ancient palaces stood majestically amidst the ruins. On either side were the side halls Falling Thunder Hall and Meteor Thunder Hall, mainly inhabited by level 2 beasts. Though treasures were also hidden there, their value was far less than that of the central main hall. The central Thunder Hall was the true focal point, inhabited entirely by level 3 beasts, rich with treasures, but only 10 people were allowed entry. Yiming, go to the Thunder Hall. Inyuyu suddenly urged excitedly. There's a treasure there that's perfect for you. Yiming's eyes lit up as he looked up at the imposing Thunder Hall. The exquisite wall carvings and the 2 peculiar beast statues at the entrance highlighted its extraordinary status. Just as he was about to move, 10 figures suddenly appeared in front of the Thunder Hall's entrance. At the forefront, a short-haired man stood with his hands behind his back, a sharp smile on his face. I'm Su Xingfeng. This time, the slots for the Thunder Hall are all taken by our Flame Martial Arts Hall. Please, make way and head to the other 2 halls. Who do you think you are? A burly man in the crowd shouted angrily, charging forward. Yet in the next instant, Su Xingfeng's fist, wrapped in swirling magma, sent the burly man flying 30 meters. A near level 4 contract master, someone in the crowd exclaimed. I remember now, this Su Shengfeng is the chief disciple of the Flame Martial Arts Hall's master. No wonder he's so arrogant. Upon hearing that Su Shengfeng was a near 4th level contractor, a noticeable commotion erupted at the scene. Many people glanced at the direction of the other 2 halls and hurriedly left, fearing trouble. The strong man who had been reprimanded earlier also got up from the ground, shot Su Shengfeng a vicious glare, and left while muttering curses under his breath. Just as Su Shengfeng was about to turn around, a figure boldly approached. A long-haired martial arts disciple immediately stepped forward, gripping a spiked club. This 3rd-level contractor, relying on his crank strength Maiden contract spirit, was considered to be of above-average skill within the martial arts school. Hey kid, the long-haired man blocked the path. We've claimed the Thunder Hall, so you'd better scram. Before he could finish his sentence, Yiming's fist had already landed heavily on his face. The sound of cracking skull was unmistakable, as teeth and blood splattered. The long-haired man's eyes rolled back, and he fell straight to the ground, unconscious. Nothing special, Yiming said flatly, wiping his fist as if he had just done something trivial. This scene stunned everyone. A 3rd-level contractor, taken down with a single punch. Those who had left earlier stopped in their tracks, staring in disbelief. Damn, you dare lay a hand on someone from the Flame Martial Arts School? A dark-skinned woman in a fiery short skirt stormed forward, but was stopped by Su Shengfeng. Wait, Su Shengfeng said gravely. Don't be reckless. Anyone who can defeat Brother Qinzheng with one punch can do the same to you. Yiming paid no attention to their reactions and headed straight for the Thunder Hall. As he passed by Su Shengfeng, the latter warned ominously. Friend, think carefully. The path to the Thunder Hall is not easy. It's just about killing anyone who stands in my way. Yiming replied coldly and decisively. He strode into the Thunder Hall, with Su Shengfeng following closely behind. With a loud rumble, the heavy stone door fell. Inside, it was pitch black, with arcs of lightning occasionally flickering on the walls, and the air was thick with the scent of dust. Yiming, this place has an outer hall, main hall, and inner hall, a shadowy voice echoed. All the powerful beasts and precious treasures are in the inner hall. Follow my directions, head straight to the inner hall, and remember to deploy your domain to shield your presence. The outer hall is booby-trapped. Yiming immediately expanded his dark domain and surged towards the inner hall like a stream of black light. Seeing this, Su Shengfeng shouted, that kid's up to something, follow him. As the Flame Martial Arts School members moved, lightning bolts suddenly shot out from the walls. With a thunderous crash, 3 second-level contractors were severely injured on the spot. Damn, where did these traps come from? Xiao Xiaoyin gritted his teeth, watching Yiming's unscathed back with a surge of resentment. Why is he unharmed? Su Shengfeng roared angrily. How the hell should I know? Yiming unfolded his dark domain, weaving through the Thunder Hall. As he moved from the outer hall to the main hall, he looked down, and the sight before him was breathtaking. Hundreds of fierce beasts resembling crocodiles lay sprawled on the ground. Their backs were covered with hard scales, and their foreheads were set with ghostly blue gems. Their sharp claws crackled with tiny bolts of lightning. Shadow Ghost's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him, these are Tier 3 Thunderclaw crocs, adept at lightning attacks, and considered mid-level in strength among beasts of their tier. Yiming smirked coldly, sweeping his scythe in a wide arc. The blood-red slash cut through several Thunderclaw crocs with precision, like a crescent moon slicing through the night sky. The remaining beasts roared in fury, their gaping maws lunging toward him. Just in time, Yiming leaped into the midst of the beasts, his scythe tracing arcs of blood as he moved. Like a reaper, he harvested the Thunderclaw crocs' lives. Each strike accompanied by a system prompt. Successfully killed a Tier 3 Thunderclaw croc, Realm Experience 4, Skill Experience 4. In less than 3 minutes, all the Thunderclaw crocs lay in pools of blood. However, the battle was far from over. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the stone tiles turned to mire as more Thunderclaw crocs emerged, their ghostly green eyes fixed on him. At that moment, Su Shengfeng and the others freed themselves from the trap and reached the main hall. Seeing this, Yiming immediately activated his dark domain, his form flickering like lightning as he sped between the walls toward the inner hall. Damn it, Xiao Xiaoyin gritted her teeth. He's just a Tier 2 contract master, yet his speed is unbelievable. She spread her wings to pursue him, but was blindsided by a massive Thunderclaw croc, losing a wing and crashing heavily to the ground. How did that kid make it through unscathed? Xiao Xiaoyin shouted angrily. Su Shengfeng interrupted her, his face expressionless. Save your complaints for later. Let's deal with these beasts first. That kid's target is the inner hall. He's not simple. When Yiming reached the inner hall, the ghostly blue flames of ancient lamps cast flickering shadows of his figure on the walls. On either side of the hall stood statues of Western dragon-shaped beasts, wings outstretched, sharp teeth bared, and claws ready. In the center stood an armored warrior surrounded by lightning, both hands resting on the hilt of a great sword. Shadow Ghost spoke. This place hides the demonic devourer lightning heart, a treasure fused with the power of darkness and lightning. Refining it will greatly benefit your physical body. Her voice trailed off, tinged with curiosity. But something feels strange. Yiming stood before the three statues, his brow furrowed. The aura detection clearly indicated that the target was here, yet it was nowhere to be seen. He approached the statues thoughtfully, gently brushing his hand over their surfaces. In an instant, everything changed. With a loud noise, the stones on the surface of the statues cascaded down like a waterfall. Two dragon-shaped statues broke free, revealing their true blue-purple forms. Their vertical pupils fixed on Yiming, and they let out a roar that shook the entire Thunder Hall. With the dragon's roar, lightning burst forth. The power of thunder filled the hall, causing the stone slabs on the walls to crumble, revealing coffins embedded within. The coffin lids crashed to the ground, and bandaged, skeletal creatures twisted their bodies and charged out. Their eyes flickered with lightning as they frantically lunged at Yiming. Third-tier ferocious beasts, thunderstorm dragons, and thunder-eyed zombies, Ing reminded softly. These thunderstorm dragons are top-tier within their level. Her progress in awakening had increased, allowing her to grasp extensive knowledge of ferocious beasts. Yiming's eyes narrowed as his figure flickered. The scythe in his hand traced a dazzling silver arc. With a slicing sound, a dragon's wing was severed. Another dragon immediately swiped its claws in retaliation, but halted abruptly half a meter from Yiming's dark domain centered around him had already unfolded. Seizing the opportunity, Yiming stepped on the dragon's sharp claw and leaped, a cold flash following, and a massive dragon head crashed to the ground, creating a deep pit. Successfully killed a third-tier thunderstorm dragon, realm experience 35, spirit skill experience 35. No wonder it's a top-tier beast, just one can provide so much experience. Yiming thought with delight. If only there were hundreds or thousands more, I might break through to a third-tier contract master. Before he could finish the thought, countless thunder-eyed zombies surged like a tide. Rather than fear, Yiming felt a surge of excitement torrent these living packages of experience. He charged into the zombie tide with his scythe, like a mighty ship cleaving through waves, unstoppable. The notifications of kills kept ringing, and experience accumulated continuously. However, the zombies seemed endless, impossible to kill completely. Even with Yiming's near immunity to slaughter power, he grew impatient. I need to end this quickly and continue treasure hunting. Yiming observed that each time the zombie tide surged, the distant thunderstorm dragons would emit a roar imbued with thunder power. So that's it. This thunder power is the key to the zombies' creation. With this realization, Yiming's figure flickered like a ghost under the ghostly blue firelight. His scythe aimed directly at the throat of the remaining dragon. Blood splattered as the dragon's head soared into the sky. As the second thunderstorm dragon fell, it dropped a beast materialis cerulean fong intricately engraved with blue patterns, resembling a work of art. This is thunder pattern fong. Leiwen Lichi lay quietly in front of Yiming, emitting a faint electric glow. Though it was just a third-tier beast material, its contained lightning power could effectively temper the body, achieving the effect of lightning body refinement, and was quite valuable. Just as Yiming reached out to touch it, a sharp sword light suddenly slashed down from above. His heart tightened, and with lightning speed, he dodged to the side, pulling back to a safe distance of 20 meters. Looking up, he saw a massive silver-armored figuria creature fully clad in silver heavy armor, holding a giant sword, with electric flashes in its deep blue eyes. A quasi fourth-tier beast, the silver-armored guardian. Inyuyu's voice echoed. Yiming, don't fight it, Hedon. Aim for its eyes. Before the words were fully spoken, two pitch-black tentacles shot toward the eyes of the silver-armored guardian. It reacted swiftly, sweeping its heavy sword to block the tentacles. Slash. Yiming bent his knees and leaped up, raising his scythe high. In an instant, several dark flying knives formed around him, launching out simultaneously with the scythe's swing. The dull sound of collision reverberated in the inner hall as the silver-armored guardian was forced to stagger back by the immense force. Just as Yiming was about to strike again, a crimson figure suddenly burst out from behind him. Su Shengfeng, enveloped in magma, unleashed a barrage of punches like a storm onto the silver-armored guardian. This beast is mine. His eyes were crimson, and his punches relentless, raining straight punches, hooks, and uppercuts onto the guardian, sparks and magma flying everywhere. Yiming's expression turned grim. The thunder-devouring heart that Inyuyu mentioned was likely with this silver-armored guardian, and he wouldn't let anyone take it. But just as he was about to rush forward, a barrage of feathered arrows sealed his path. Xiao Xiaoyin approached slowly with 5 contract masters, looking down at Yiming. Kid, stay put. The treasures of the Thunder Palace are not for you to touch. Her tone was full of disdain and provocation. You think you can stop me? Yiming charged forward without hesitation, unleashing a dark aura, his scythe sweeping out in a crescent arc. Such a petty trick, Xiao Xiaoyin sneered, attempting to catch the slash barehanded. However, as soon as her hand touched the dark power, her entire arm vanished without a trace, not even leaving a drop of blood. She retreated in panic, but it was too late. Her entire arm had been obliterated. The other disciples of the Flame Martial Hall were shocked and dared not advance. He's too dangerous. We're no match for him, someone trembled. I've never seen such terrifying power. Suddenly, a puzzled voice arose. Wait, why don't I sense the aura of the Saintess from him? Could his contract spirit be a witch? A voice suddenly shouted in shock from the crowd. This statement hit everyone like a sledgehammer, leaving them stunned. They stood frozen, eyes locked on Yiming, as rumors about him flooded their minds. A contract master with a full-level spiritual contract with a witch, known for his intense aura of aggression. Something's not right. Didn't they say contracting with a witch leads nowhere? Someone murmured. Reaching the level of a second-tier contract master just 20 days after awakening. That's an insanely fast progression. Xiao Xiao looked at her broken arm, regret surging through her heart. If she had known, she wouldn't have tried to stop Yiming. On the other side of the battlefield, Su Xingfeng was locked in fierce combat with a silver-armored guard, unaware of the changes happening nearby. Just as he was about to launch another attack, Yiming suddenly appeared. With a swift kick, he sent Su Xingfeng flying, then instantly expanded a dark domain, his scythe aimed at the guard's head. Inyuyu, attack with full force. Yiming's low command was followed by black tendrils striking like venomous snakes. With a slicing sound, the guard's head fell, as the dark tendrils pierced precisely into its eyes. Yet Yiming's expression remained tense. His keen assassin instincts were warning him danger was not over. Indeed, the guard's body began to swell rapidly and exploded with force. The explosion triggered a chain reaction. The lightning power within the walls was unleashed, causing the entire Thunder Hall to shake violently, debris falling from the ceiling. Thunderclouds roiled in the sky, with lightning bolts as thick as barrels striking the ruins, turning the whole area into a perilous lightning pool. This place is too dangerous to stay. Everyone began to retreat. As Yiming was about to press the teleportation button, a vortex portal suddenly opened behind him. The fierce spatial turbulence shattered his wristband, forcibly pulling him in. Run! Su Shengfeng and the others, seeing this, frantically pressed their wristbands to escape the spatial chaos. As blue beams of light flashed, they each withdrew from the Thunder Ruins. In the teleportation hall, the survivors shouted, "Something's wrong. The Thunder Ruins have gone berserk again." Jiang Qingyi, the Secret Realm's manager, arrived quickly, his expression grave as he inquired about the casualties. The staff swiftly pulled up surveillance footage. Out of 50 participants, 30 are injured, 1 is dead, and 1 is missing. Missing? Who is it? It's Yiming. He was pulled in by a suddenly appearing vortex portal. What? Yiming. Jiang Qingyi's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted in anger. At this moment, Yiming, drawn into the mysterious space, heard a system prompt in his ear. Hidden challenge initiated. Defeat the ruler of the Thunder Ruins, the Lightning Monarch. Yiming found himself in a mysterious space, surrounded by sights that took his breath away. Beneath his feet was a meticulously carved marble floor, with special runes shimmering faintly. As he looked around, the murals on the walls were vividly lifelike, and various fierce beasts seemed ready to leap out at any moment. Gazing upward, sharp stone formations hung like inverted icicles in an ice cave, exuding a chilling aura. This was the deepest part of the Thunder Ruins, a mysterious palace no one had ever entered. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed through the hall. Hidden challenge activated. Defeat the Thunder Monarch. In an instant, lightning from all around converged like rivers into a sea, forming a humanoid creature that sent shivers down his spine. Its skin was a bizarre blue-violet, with a muscular, bare upper body and legs covered in black feathers. Most terrifying of all, currents of electricity surged beneath its skin, and 3 large drums hovered on its back, tightly connected by bolts of lightning. Its face was a grotesque sight, a beak-like mouth, cat-like eyes, embodying a fearsome appearance. Its presence was more intimidating than the silver-armored guards Yiming had encountered before, yet it fell short of a true 4th-tier beast. As soon as the Thunder Monarch appeared, it exhibited a fierce desire to attack, its claws crackling with electricity as it charged at Yiming. Yiming's heart tightened, and he immediately summoned the Divine Descent armor, darkness enveloping him instantly. His aura surged, and he swung his scythe, clashing head-on with the creature. In a thunderous explosion, the forces of darkness and lightning collided violently, sending debris flying across the hall. With this strike, Yiming managed to push the Thunder Monarch back several meters. The Thunder Monarch let out a deafening roar, its claws gathering strength before firing a barrage of lightning bolts. Just as Yiming prepared to dodge, a voice echoed in his mind. No need to evade. I'll help you neutralize most of the lightning, and the rest can temper your body. Yiming was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected turn. Amidst the thunderous noise, dark tendrils summoned by the voice formed a solid shield, blocking the majority of the lightning. with only a few strikes landing on Yiming. Instead of harming him, the lightning brought a tingling warmth, and he could feel his body being continuously tempered. As the Thunder Monarch's relentless attacks continued, Yiming's physical abilities rapidly improved. The voice reminded him, though the Thunder Monarch wields the power of lightning, its physical form is its weakness. Now, you can easily overpower it. When the voice withdrew its defense, Yiming, clad in the Divine Descent armor, was able to withstand all the lightning. Seeing this, the Thunder Monarch was terrified, frantically releasing lightning strikes. But this time, Yiming didn't even need his scythe. He charged through the dense lightning, grabbed the Thunder Monarch by the neck, and slammed it upward. Amidst the flying debris, Yiming propelled himself like a missile, his fist striking the Thunder Monarch's head with precision, driving it through the rock layers toward the mountain's summit. Your lightning is useless against me now, Yiming shouted, and the Thunder Monarch's aura immediately weakened. Meanwhile, in the teleportation hall, Jiang Qingyi's face was exceptionally grave. Damn it, how could this happen? He was filled with regret. A promising talent had finally appeared in Songnan City, only to encounter trouble in the secret realm. Even worse, Yiming was someone Sun Hoyuan had taken an interest in. Although Jiang Qingyi didn't know what power Sun Hoyuan represented, his years of experience told him it was no ordinary force. Now that Yiming was in trouble in the secret realm, if Sun Hoyuan decided to hold him accountable. Damn it! Jiang Qingyi clenched his fists, his eyes red with anger, radiating fury. As the head of the secret realm, he knew he had to take the primary responsibility. Are you sure Yiming is missing? He stared intensely at Su Xingfeng. Absolutely. Su Xingfeng replied, his expression grave. I saw Yiming being swallowed by that mysterious vortex gate. There must be a great danger lurking behind it. Director Jiang, the situation at the Thunder Ruins is unstable now. I suggest closing the entrance immediately. Jiang Qingyi's face darkened, his voice cold. Whether to close the entrance is my decision. Now that someone is missing, I must personally confirm his fate. With that, he turned and prepared to enter the Thunder Ruins. Su Xingfeng was taken aback, hardly able to believe it. A second-tier contract master prompting the head of the secret realm to personally mount a rescue? Couldn't an ordinary rescue team suffice? Seeing his confusion, the one-armed Xiao Xiaoyin quietly explained, that kid, Yiming, is the recently famous witch contract master. Yiming? The full-level spiritual contract witch, an exceptionally powerful genius. Yes. Su Xingfeng's pupils contracted, his hands trembling involuntarily. Damn, I should have realized earlier. He felt a sense of relief, thinking, offending a genius is taboo in this era, but luckily, Yiming is already missing, probably doomed. A dead genius poses no threat. Before he could finish, a sudden change occurred. Something's wrong. A staff member's exclamation interrupted everyone's thoughts. There's energy surging underground, pushing towards the surface. Jiang Qingyi immediately shouted, quick, check the database and confirm the energy source. It's confirmed, it's Yiming. The characteristics of this dark energy match him exactly. What? Su Xingfeng staggered back. Boom. A dark figure suddenly shot up from beneath the Thunder Ruins, carving an astonishing path through the pitch-black clouds like a black rocket soaring into the sky. Jiang Qingyi fixed his eyes on the monitor screen and suddenly noticed a second figure in the footage. He quickly grabbed the analysis tablet, locking onto the blue-purple figure subdued by Yiming. A near fourth-tier fierce beast, the Thunder Monarch. This discovery left Jiang Qingyi astounded. Although the Thunder Monarch is only of moderate level among fierce beasts, even an SS-level Saintess contract master couldn't defeat it at the second tier unless they had a special lightning immunity artifact. Yet Yiming not only defeated the Thunder Monarch, but seemed to have won decisively. He appeared virtually unscathed. Could it be some method of lightning immunity? Or is this the true strength of a witch contract master? Jiang Qingyi recalled a widely circulated evaluation. At the same realm and contract spirit level, a witch contract master's combat power is actually stronger than that of a Saintess contract master. In the sky, lightning crackled fiercely. Yiming landed a powerful punch, sending the lightning monarch flying, and gripped its head with his fingers like steel claws. Muscles bulged instantly, knuckles turned white, and with a sickening squelch, the lightning monarch's head exploded in his grasp. Its red and white innards splattered everywhere, and the aura of this near fourth-tier beast dissipated instantly. Its massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Yiming descended from the sky, unharmed in his godfall demon armor. This armor, crafted from special materials, allowed him to withstand the impact of a 100-meter fall. A system notification sounded, defeated a near fourth-tier lightning monarch, double experience awarded, realm experience and skill experience increased by 70 points each. However, Yiming's true objective wasn't merely this experience. Boom. Thunder roared in the sky, and 3 lightning bolts as thick as barrels struck the tops of the 3 palaces in the lightning ruins. The ground trembled, and a mysterious altar slowly rose. In its center stood a stone pillar adorned with intricate patterns. Atop the pillar, a small azure lightning orb hovered quietly. It's the demon devour lightning heart. A voice of delight from Inyuyu echoed in Yiming's mind. Yiming reached out to pick up the lightning orb, the surrounding arcs dissipating to reveal a core as transparent as a sapphire. Outside the secret realm, Jiang Qingyi smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. You're quite lucky to have obtained the demon devour lightning heart. This wasn't an ordinary beast material, but a rare treasure born of nature's creation, containing the dual energies of lightning and darkness. Refining it could strengthen the body, achieving lightning tempering. On the market, a demon devour lightning heart could be worth millions. No wonder the Thunder Ruins are always restless. This energy must be agitating the beasts, Jiang Qingyi realized. Such a creation of nature benefits both contract masters and beasts alike. However, they are extremely rare, and many contract masters may only encounter them 3 times in their lifetime. Although Yiming had already undergone lightning tempering, this demon devour lightning heart was still of significant value to him. He carefully stored the treasure and left the secret realm. As soon as he exited, a crowd surrounded him. Some held up phones to record, others inquired about his experiences inside the realm, and some even directly asked about his actual combat strength. As a top assassin, combat strength is the most confidential information, and such questions are inherently impolite. Yiming walked through the crowd expressionlessly, refusing to answer any questions. As an assassin of the Temple of Death, he preferred to stay out of the public eye. Before leaving, Yiming made a point to visit Jiang Qingyi's office. Yiming, if I'm not mistaken, you're close to breaking through to the 3rd tier, right? Jiang Qingyi asked with a smile. Yes, Yiming nodded. Breaking through to the 3rd tier required 100,000 experience points, and with today's gains, he was only 10,000 short of completing the transformation, at most 2 more days. Here, take this. Jiang Qingyi handed over a transparent box. Yiming carefully opened the box, revealing a blood-red flower. The petals were full and arranged in 20 neat layers, exuding a chilling aura of slaughter. Blood condensation flower. Ying's soft voice broke the silence. It's a rare treasure, containing powerful slaughter energy. It's the perfect aid for a 2nd-tier contract master to break through. However, she added with a hint of concern, if you're not careful, the energy can erode your mind, driving you mad. Yiming silently gave a thumbs up, acknowledging Ying's encyclopedic knowledge of various treasures. I remember you mentioned having a way to counteract the backlash of slaughter energy, Jiang Qingyi said with a smile. The side effects of the blood condensation flower shouldn't be a problem for you. Consider it a token of my goodwill. I'll remember your kindness, Director Jiang, Yiming said, accepting it with both hands and a solemn thank you. Huh, no need to be so serious, Jiang Qingyi chuckled, patting his shoulder. Aim to become a 3rd-tier contract master before the martial arts exam. Our Songnan city has never seen such a precedent. I hope you can be the first. I'll give it my all. Back home, Yiming immediately opened his personal panel. Name, Yiming. Spirituality, max level. Realm, 2nd-tier contract master 9000100000. Mental power, 310350. Vitality, 310,350. Contract spirit, Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract spirit level, SSS. Spirit skills, Dark Judgment level 7. Godfall Demon Armor level 7. Eternal Night Descend level 7. Spiritual talent, Slaughter Growth, Demon Emperor Battle Intent. Just 10,000 experience points away, Yiming thought, taking out the blood condensation flower and absorbing it without hesitation. System prompt, absorb blood condensation flower, realm experience 1,000. Only 1,000. Yiming sighed. The value of the blood condensation flower is far greater than this. It seems more experience will have to come from slaying fierce beasts. He then focused his attention on the demon-devouring Thunderheart, a treasure capable of greatly enhancing the body. Dark energy instantly enveloped the Thunderheart, with arcs of electricity winding around Yiming's body like serpents. Hiss, the intense pain made him gasp. Do you want me to ease some of the pain? Ying asked worriedly. No need. Yiming shook his head. As a top assassin, he had endured training and torture far worse than this. 15 minutes later, the last arc of electricity faded. Yiming's physical attributes had improved significantly. His muscles were toned and powerful, increasing his explosive strength while maintaining agility. Mental power, 350,400. Vitality, 350,400. Feeling invigorated, Yiming went to the training hall and casually shattered a steel-reinforced wooden post with a single punch. That's enough for today. Rest well, and continue striving for 3rd tier tomorrow. Returning to his room, Yiming fell into a deep sleep, resting from the afternoon until evening. Upon waking, the first thing he did was check his phone. Your stuff has arrived. I'll send you the address. Come pick it up. A message from Sun Ho Yuan. 7th tier, beast material, black dragon bone marrow. Yiming's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied, "On my way." In a secretive room, Sun Ho-yuan carefully opened the alloy case in his hands, which had been secured with multiple layers of encryption. Inside, 3 items were neatly arranged, glinting with a mysterious sheen under the dim light. The first item, Sun Ho-yuan said as he took out a delicate energy badge, is a special badge made from the marrow of a 7th-tier Biasta black dragon. It must be worn during missions to prevent accidental injuries among our assassins in the Susha Hall. He explained, since our assassins are strangers to one another, this badge can sense proximity to prevent any friendly fire. Following his instructions, Yiming placed the badge on his wrist. Instantly, the badge transformed into a wisp of black aura, penetrating his skin and forming a faint dagger mark on the inside of his wrist. He covered the mark with his palm for half a minute, after which the badge reappeared. Good. Sun Ho-yuan nodded. The badge has now fused with your life signature and will recognize only you. If anyone else tries to wear it, the badge will vanish immediately. It's like a modern version of a blood bond. Amazing technology. Yiming carefully stored the badge away, his gaze shifting to the third item sheet of white paper filled with dense writing. This is the contract, Sun Ho-yuan said, lighting a cigarette as white smoke rose slowly in the light. Once you sign it, you will officially become a professional assassin of Susha Hall. From then on, your life will be anything but ordinary, filled with opportunities and challenges. Consider it carefully. Yiming didn't hesitate for a moment. He picked up the pen and quickly signed his name, pressing his fingerprint onto the paper. At this point, what's there to hesitate about? Besides, he added with a meaningful smile, even if I wanted to back out, Captain Sun, you wouldn't let me go, would you? Sun Ho-yuan shrugged. Who can say? But congratulations on officially joining Susha Hall. He went on to detail the benefits, a 10 million annual salary paid in 5 installments, with the option to advance a year's salary. Plus, you can apply for a free luxury RV worth millions. Those benefits, Yiming remarked in awe. This really is a legitimate assassin organization. Now that you're officially an assassin, the Black Dragon Marrow is yours. Sun Ho-yuan took out a titanium alloy cylinder, activated a mechanism, and a vial emerged, containing a mass of writhing black liquid. A 7th-tier beast is a treasure trove, and the Black Dragon Marrow is its essence. I'm surprised you set your sights on this right away. After handing over the Black Dragon Marrow, Sun Ho-yuan opened another box. Inside lay a pair of blood-red wings, each feather as if forged from fine steel, with edges sharp enough to slice through metal. This is, Yiming began to ask, but Sun Ho-yuan interrupted with a wry smile. The Deputy Hall Master specially bestowed upon you these 7th-tier bloodbone blade wings. He has quite an appreciation for you. The value of this item is no less than that of the Black Dragon Marrow, Sun Ho-yuan said, eyeing the object in Yiming's hand with obvious envy. I begged the Deputy Hall Master for it for ages, but he never gave it to me. Yet here you are, a newcomer, getting it right away. Sensing the bitterness in Sun Ho-yuan's words, Yiming chuckled awkwardly. How about you take it, Captain Sun? No way. Sun Ho-yuan quickly waved his hands. The Deputy Hall Master would skin me alive. Sun Ho-yuan then briefly explained the code of conduct for official assassins to Yiming, which boiled down to one core principle. As long as you don't commit acts of cruelty or injustice, you're free to do as you please. The freedom is quite significant. All right, you can start refining the Black Dragon Marrow now, Sun Ho-yuan said, standing by. I'll ensure your safety. Having such a strong guardian was a blessing for Yiming. At that moment, Ying's voice echoed in Yiming's mind. Yiming, I'm going to refine both the Black Dragon Marrow and the Bloodbone Blade wings at the same time. It'll be painful. Don't worry, I can handle it. Yiming nodded resolutely. In the next moment, 2 dark tendrils extended from Yiming's back. One grasped the vial, crushing it to absorb the Black Dragon Marrow. The other completely enveloped the Bloodbone Blade wings, crushing them to absorb their energy. Intense darkness and blood-red murderous energy surged into Yiming's body through the tendrils. The excruciating pain swept over him instantly, as if countless sharp blades were slicing his flesh and a massive hammer was pounding his spine. Damn! Yiming cursed under his breath, clenching his fists as large beads of sweat rolled down. Sun Ho-yuan shook his head as he watched. This kid's really reckless, refining 2 7th-tier materials at once. The pain. He recalled his own experience at the 4th tier, writhing on the ground in agony, wishing he could just pass out. Although both materials suited a witch, Yiming was only at the 2nd tier attempting this, and while it wasn't life-threatening, the level of pain was truly admirable. What surprised Sun Ho-yuan even more was Yiming's silent endurance. Half an hour later, just as Sun Ho-yuan was about to speak, an astonishing aura of darkness erupted from Yiming. His body hovered in the air, and powerful energy waves spread outward. With a roar, Yiming's aura surged rapidly. Sun Ho-yuan's eyes widened, and before he could react, a terrifying ripple of power spread and then quickly retracted. Yiming opened his eyes, feeling a transformative change within, as the system notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations. You've successfully reached 100,000 experience points. Second-tier Contract Master, third-tier Contract Master. Yiming's breakthrough in his abilities was both astonishing and rapid. His status panel clearly reflected this change. A third-tier Contract Master with a mental strength of 0,1, 0,000,000, and both his vitality and contract spirit had increased from 400 to 550. His contract spirit, the Godfallen Dark Knight Demon Emperor, maintained an SSS grade, equipped with 3 major spirit skills: Dark Judgment, Godfallen Demon Armor, and Eternal Knight's Descent, all reaching level 7. Additionally, he possessed 2 spiritual talents, Slaughter Growth and Demon Emperor's Battle Intent. Sun Hoyuan watched this exceptional newcomer with admiration shining in his eyes, though it was tinged with a hint of regret. Such a genius had already been taken under the wing of his own teacher. However, what troubled him more was Yiming's unusually rapid breakthrough. The breakthrough for a witch contract master is notoriously difficult. As the saying goes, it takes decades to hone a sword, Sun Hoyuan mused. Yet Yiming seems to achieve it as easily as drinking water, which defies all logic, even surpassing the expectations for a Saintis contract master. What concerned him further was the hidden danger of slaughter backlash. If this extraordinarily gifted young man were consumed by the power of slaughter and turned into a mere killing machine, it would be a tremendous loss. Although Yiming assured him there was no need to worry, Sun Hoyuan had already decided to discuss this matter with his teacher and, if necessary, report it to the Hallmaster. At that moment, the data for Yiming's contract spirit, Inyuyu, also changed. As the Godfallen Dark Knight Demon Emperor, her SS grade level progress leaped from 1.5 to 3, and her revival progress increased from 8 to 12. This was the effect of using 7th-tier beast materials, though the difficulty of improvement continued to rise with the revival progress. Yiming, Inyuyu exclaimed excitedly. You can fly now. No sooner had she spoken than a pair of jet black wings unfolded from Yiming's back, each wing spanning 1.5 meters and covered with razor-sharp black feathers. With a simple mental command, several black feathers shot out like arrows, piercing straight through the specially reinforced steel wall. In the following 10 minutes, although he was initially clumsy and nearly knocked out the room's lighting, Yiming quickly mastered various flying techniques, from leaping into the air to spinning mid-flight, from high-speed sprints to low-altitude glides, excelling in all. Sun Hoyuan observed all this thoughtfully. Not only does he have exceptional talent for stealth, but his ability to absorb beast materials is also remarkable. He seemed to foresee the rise of a future powerhouse and couldn't help but quietly remark, "A nurturing game, is it? Interesting." Phew. After familiarizing himself with his new abilities, Yiming let out a long breath. The ability to fly, gained from breaking through to the 3rd tier, filled him with excitement. This was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. Realizing that all of this was thanks to the person in front of him, Yiming stood up solemnly and bowed deeply to Sun Hoyuan. "Captain Sun, I will forever remember your kindness." "It's enough that you feel this way," Sun Hoyuan replied with a smile, patting Yiming on the shoulder. His expression suddenly turned serious. "By the way, there's something else I need to tell you. The Vice Hall Master is planning to visit Songnan City to meet you soon. The exact timing is uncertain. It could be tomorrow or the day after, during the martial arts exam, or after it. The old man loves to catch people unprepared, and his schedule is always unpredictable. You need to be ready at all times. A big shot who could show up at any moment? That's exciting." Yiming nodded in agreement. "I'll keep that in mind." "All right, go home and get some rest," Sun Hoyuan said with a smile. "Prepare for the martial arts exam, though it seems like you already have the top spot in the bag." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yiming returned home. 4 days flew by, leaving only 6 days until the martial arts exam. During this time, Yiming remained diligent. He frequently traveled to the secret realm to battle fierce beasts and occasionally sparred with various martial arts schools. Through countless real battles, he accumulated 30,000 experience points in his current level, mastering the 3rd-tier power with increasing proficiency and a foundation as solid as a rock. Today, Yiming put on a casual outfit to keep an appointment yesterday. He had arranged to meet with the top disciple from the Hanshan Martial Arts School. Standing at 1.8 meters tall with a well-proportioned and muscular physique, he looked striking even in simple attire. In short, he was handsome. Just as he was about to head out, he suddenly heard his sister Yi Xinshin's anxious shout from behind. "Yiming, something terrible has happened. Something terrible." She appeared pale and hurried over to him. Seeing this, Yiming frowned. "Sis? Why do you look so worried? Did our family go bankrupt?" No. Yi Xinshin shook her head quickly. "It's that cold block of ice, Yi Shuang, who's coming back. Once she returns, she'll definitely train us like Uncle C does, and we'll be in for a tough time." Yi Shuang. The name stirred Yiming's memory. She was his second uncle's daughter, his cousin, 2 years older than Yi Xinshin and 3 years older than him. His cousin Yi Shuang had a cold demeanor and wasn't good with words, so his second uncle never intended for her to take over the family business. Instead, she trained in martial arts with Uncle C from a young age. Standing at 3, training with weapons at 5, and mastering 18 types of weapons by 10. By 15, she had absorbed 90 of Uncle C's teachings, and at 18, she awakened a super talent, successfully contracting with the S-grade Winter Saintess, propelling her to great heights and earning her a place at Shanghai University. Despite being just a junior, she had already reached the 4th tier, demonstrating extraordinary skill. In her spare time, she accompanied Uncle C to the 3rd frontier city to exterminate dangerous extraterrestrial beasts, earning her the title of the Yi family's hope in martial arts. However, this cousin was extremely cold by nature. Just being near her felt like being pierced by an icy chill, as if she had built an invisible wall around herself. Even her father, Uncle Yi Jun, struggled to have a conversation with her. As a cousin to Yiming and Yi Xinxin, Yi Shuangren truly treated them well. She often selected gifts for her younger cousins, ranging from spears to swords, and even once spent millions to have a set of armor custom-made for them. Yiming was thrilled at the time, fantasizing about becoming a warrior in armor. However, the next day brought a harsh reality. Yi Shuangren, under the pretext of training their resilience, had them wear the armor and endure a beating. Yi Shuangren is back, we're doomed. Yi Xinxin stood in the courtyard, holding her head in regret. Just days ago, she was ecstatic about the early school break, but now she wished she could return to school for refuge. Yiming, however, appeared much more composed. Over the years, his skills had improved dramatically, and he was no longer the easily bullied youth he once was. If push came to shove, he was ready to face Yi Shuangren in a real battle. After all, in the Yi family, strength was the ultimate authority. Yiming, say something. Are we really going to be tormented by Yi Shuangren all summer? Yi Xinxin lamented. I don't want to drink those dreadful tonics again. Yiming patted his sister's shoulder with a relaxed tone. Don't worry too much. At least Yi Shuangren isn't back yet, so you can enjoy a few more peaceful days. With that, he turned and left, leaving Yi Xinxin standing there in surprise. She wasn't shocked by fear, but by her brother's unexpected calmness. Could it be that he already had a plan? After leaving home, Yiming headed straight to the 5th-ranked Hanshan Martial Arts School in Songnan City. This well-established school was led by a 4th-tier contract master whose contract spirit was the ranked mountain-shaking Maiden. Today, Yiming's opponent was Zhang Hashan, a prospective 4th-tier contract master with a cranked rock Maiden. As the battle whistle blew, Zhang Hashan stomped the ground, and his fists were instantly covered with heavy rock armor. He lunged forward, aiming a powerful punch at Yiming's face. However, Yiming had already moved behind him, unleashing a dark domain that enveloped the entire arena. Zhang Hashan, undeterred, attacked again, only to see Yiming's black wings unfurl, releasing countless sharp feather blades that easily shattered his rocky defense. Just as Zhang Hashan turned to respond, a cold scythe was already at his throat. The battle was over, and Yiming had won decisively. Damn, I heard you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be this formidable. Zhang Hashan shook his head in disbelief. Are you really a witch contract master? You're nothing like the others. Yiming smiled calmly. Everyone's physique is different. I just happen to be more suited to the witch. When the headmaster has time, you should have a match with him, Zhang Hashan suggested. He's a true battle fanatic. I'd like that. Yiming nodded in agreement. I need strong opponents to refine my skills. Don't worry, we'll let you know, you talented monster. As Yiming left the martial arts school, there was no sign of fatigue. Since advancing to a 3rd-tier contract master, his skills had skyrocketed. Now, no prospective 4th-tier contract master, regardless of their contract spirit's rank, could match him. As for the 4th-tier contract master, a glint of battle intent flickered in Yiming's eyes. He was confident that he now had the strength to take on such a challenge. The image of his sister Yi Shuang came to mind, and he was determined to spar with her when she returned. It seemed he was growing more fond of seeking out strong opponents for battle. Suddenly, the familiar ding-ding-ding of his phone ringtone echoed through the room. Without needing to check the caller ID, Yiming knew it was Sun Hoyuan. Captain Sun, there are only 6 days left until the martial arts exam. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to assign tasks now? Didn't you tell me to rest well? Yiming replied with a hint of teasing as he looked at the message on his phone screen. Stop pretending, Sun Hoyuan replied immediately. I've been keeping an eye on your daily records at the teleportation hall. The martial arts exam isn't even on your radar. Yiming chuckled lightly. All right, you win. Send over the task details. Soon, a data package of up to 1 gigabyte arrived. Yiming quickly skimmed through it. The mission targets were a pair of twin brothers Du Qishan and Du Qia. The brothers were strikingly similar, even in height and build, with only a black mole on Du Qishan's neck distinguishing the two. Their target levels were Quasi 4th tier and a level 3rd tier, respectively. Both were repeat offenders involved in 20 kidnapping and extortion cases. Yiming carefully studied their combat footage. Du Qishan was quite formidable, able to slice through steel with his blade hand, and his contract spirit was in a level magnetic saintess. As for his younger brother Du Chiha, as a third-tier contract master, he no longer warranted much of Yiming's attention. These brothers used to work for a large security company, Sun Hoyuan added. After the company went bankrupt, they turned to crime. It's noteworthy that Du Qishan advanced from third tier to quasi fourth tier within a year, which is an unusually fast progression. Do you suspect someone is supporting them from behind the scenes? Yiming immediately grasped the key point. That's right, they might be enforcers nurtured by some faction. However, this is just a hypothesis and needs you to verify. Considering the danger of the mission, Sun Hoyuan mentioned that a fourth-tier contract master would be sent to protect him secretly. Although Yiming felt it was unnecessary, it was the regulation of the execution hall. By the way, the mission reward is 5th-tier beast materials black, Zay cicada wings, Sun Hoyuan finally said. The operation is set for tonight at 2400 hours. Night. The sky was dotted with stars, and a gentle, cold breeze blew. A white van traveled along a winding mountain path under the moonlight. Two middle-aged men who looked alike sat in the front seats, while a woman in professional attire, bound tightly with a fertilizer bag over her head, sat in the back. Hey, brother, how much do you think we'll make from this job? Du Chi-hee, sitting in the passenger seat, asked. This woman only gets off work at 11 at night. She looks like a worn-out worker. He couldn't help but glance at the back seat again. The woman's long, shapely legs in black stockings, her rising and falling chest, and her tall figure perfectly matched the traits of a mature, attractive woman. Humph. Du Chi-hee suddenly turned his head, crossing his arms. What good is being pretty with a nice figure? Just a beautiful skeleton, a harmful enchantress. Heh. His brother, Du Chi-shan, who was driving, gave a cold smile. Don't worry, I've been scoping this out for days. She's a company executive with $1 million salary and a solid family background. Plus, he lowered his voice, she has some unspeakable secrets with the company boss. We can extort her parents and her boss. A minimum of 20 million. 20 million. Du Chi-hee was immediately excited. He loved the smell of money. Stay sharp. Du Chi-shan rolled down the window, cautiously scanning the surroundings, his brow furrowed. Things have gone too smoothly today. Something feels off. He pressed the gas pedal, and the van sped through the forest. Above the van, a dark figure soared with wings outspread. This was Yiming, whose black wings allowed him to blend perfectly into the night, enhancing both his speed and stealth. He maneuvered skillfully, sometimes weaving through the trees, sometimes soaring into the sky, expertly concealing his presence. On a cliff above, a tall figure observed Yiming intently. Fast, responsive, knows how to change positions to hide his presence. She murmured to herself. This newcomer is interesting. Suddenly, she noticed Yiming glance in her direction while flying. The woman's brow furrowed. Did he really spot me? That shouldn't be possible. I have artifacts that cloak my presence and make me invisible. How could a newcomer see through them? Puzzled, she decided to follow and investigate further. Inside a dilapidated mountain cabin, the woman in black stockings was tied to an iron chair, unable to move. Moonlight streamed through a hole in the roof, illuminating her white blouse and pencil skirt. How's it going? Have you contacted her family? Du Chi-shan asked. Relax, Du Chi nodded. I've already made contact, told them to keep quiet and not alert the sheriff. How much are we asking? The usual. Du Chi-hee grinned smugly. 1 million for a single meal. 2 million for a double meal. A single meal means only extorting money from the hostage. A meal for two is just 2 ways to make money. Du Chi-shan nodded with satisfaction. The parents of the female executive and the business owners she has connections with. Well done. Du Chi-ha looked worried, his brow furrowed. Boss, Yuan Guang gives us millions every year. If they find out we're doing this behind their backs, it could be a disaster. They're notorious for being ruthless. They wouldn't hesitate to kill to keep secrets. Humph. Du Chi-shan sneered. Yuan Guang is by the sea. We're inland, miles apart. How can they possibly keep tabs on us? Besides, we've kidnapped so many of their competitors for them. A prospective 4th-tier and a 3rd-tier expert doing such risky jobs, and they pay us just 3 million a year? They're treating us like dogs. Enough about Yuan Guang. Once this job is done, I'll take you out for some fun. White silk, black silk, lace suspenders, whatever you want. Come on, be serious. Just as Du Chi-shan was about to laugh, a sharp pain shot through his stomach. Damn. Wait 10 minutes before sending a message for them to deliver the money to the meeting point. Why wait? Do you think it's easy to gather 1 million in cash? They need time. Besides, my stomach hurts. I need to hit the restroom first. With that, Du Chi-shan clutched his stomach and dashed off, moving so fast even a dog couldn't catch up. Du Chi-ha shook his head as he watched his brother's hasty retreat. Ugh, always the same. He pulled up a chair and sat next to the female executive, his gaze frequently drifting to her legs. His Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled internally. He wanted to reach out and touch, but his brother's warning echoed in his mind: "Don't touch the hostage, or she'll lose her value." No. Beauty is deceptive, no matter how pretty. It's just a painted skeleton. Yet, his hand involuntarily reached out. Just as he was about to make contact, a cold glint flashed. a sharp dagger pressed against his wrist. Before he could cry out, a cold scythe was already at his throat. Yiming emerged from the shadows. Who are you? What do you want? Du Qi's heart pounded like a drum. Don't rush, just a few questions, Yiming said expressionlessly. I won't talk. Even if you kill me, chop off my head and throw it in the river, I won't say a word. Before he could finish, a flash of cold light. With a wet thud, blood splattered, and Du Qi's head fell, eyes wide open, mouth agape, as if he still wanted to say something, but it was too late. Yiming looked at the body on the ground, his eyes narrowing slightly. Trying to play tough in front of me, useless. Yiming had just killed Du Qi. As he looked at the gradually cooling corpse, his eyes remained calm. Having been a top assassin in his past life, ending a life was something he had long become accustomed to. His gaze lingered briefly on the deceased as he silently thought to himself, one down, now for your brother. Atop the treetops, a tall figure observed everything below. Her eyes, a deep shade of purple, narrowed slightly as she disapprovingly watched Yiming's actions. A common rookie mistake, she judged internally, talented but lacking experience. In her opinion, it would have been wiser to keep Du Qi alive, given the brothers' likely held secrets. Controlling Du Qi, he could have been used to leverage information from Du Qishan. But now with a corpse on their hands, things had become complicated. The rustling of footsteps broke the night silence. Du Qishan emerged from the woods, fastening his belt while grumbling about the texture of the leaves. As he approached the tightly shut cabin door, a sense of alarm washed over him. Instead of barging in, he turned toward the van, adeptly employing the abilities of an rank magnetic saint. Scrap metal reformed in his hands. His left hand transformed into a sharp steel drill, his right into a solid heavy fist, and his chest and back were clad in metal armor crackling with arcs of lightning. Come out and face me like a man, Du Qishan yelled as he smashed the door with a punch. Do you want the barrel of a gun or a loaf of bread? Speak up. His call was met with dead silence until he looked down to see his brother's corpse, Du Qi, hands cradling his own head as if he had removed it himself. No. His heart-wrenching scream echoed through the night sky. Du Qishan's eyes were bloodshot as he wildly punched the air. Come out. If you have the guts, show yourself. You killed my brother, and you must die. Before he could finish, the shadows on the wall began to shift. Yiming stepped out, his god-bane demon armor glinting coldly in the moonlight, the long scythe in his hand reflecting a chilling gleam of death. Each step he took was steady and graceful, as if performing a meticulously choreographed dance of death. From a distance, the woman with purple eyes watched the scene unfold, frowning. What is this newcomer thinking? Facing a nearly insane pre-fourth-year powerhouse, he chose this moment to reveal himself? Isn't going out now just asking for death? The woman secretly protecting Yiming hid in the shadows, watching the scene unfold before her, and couldn't help but curse in her heart. This so-called newcomer wasn't lacking in experience. He was clearly a reckless fool with no regard for his life. He had no understanding of the caution and patience an assassin should have. Du Qishan stood in place, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Watching the enemy who killed his brother walk out so brazenly, the rage in his chest almost consumed his reason. You have a path to heaven but refuse to take it. You force your way into hell instead. You dare show your face after killing my brother? You really have a death wish. Before he finished speaking, Du Qishan charged forward like a cannonball, his iron-like fists slicing through the air, aiming straight for Yiming's face. However, not only did Yiming not retreat, he swung his scythe horizontally against the oncoming punch. Boom. The two forces collided, stirring up a cloud of dust. The mysterious woman hiding in the shadows gasped internally. Damn it, that newcomer can't just die like that. A cold wind blew, dispersing the dust. An arm flew into the air, blood raining down. Du Qishan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his severed limb, his mind blank, his body trembling violently with fear. How is this possible? You're that strong. Du Qishan's voice shook. Who are you? Are you a killer sent by Yuan Guang? So you finally said it out loud? A cold gleam flashed in Yiming's eyes, his murderous intent palpable. Du Qishan's heart sank as he realized his mistake. This person wasn't from Yuan Guang. They were an assassin sent by another faction. It was over. It felt like an invisible hand was gripping his chest, making it hard to breathe. Du Qishan turned to flee, but Yiming casually flicked a throwing knife. Whiz. The cold blade flashed, piercing the back of Du Qishan's head with precision. He fell heavily to the ground, convulsing a few times, foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolling back, tongue out, before he quickly expired. After cleaning up the scene, Yiming didn't leave immediately. He looked up at the canopy of a distant giant tree and spoke calmly. Du Qi's life was expendable. Using him to threaten Du Qishan was indeed effective, but directly threatening Du Qishan himself is even better. Other people's lives are far less important than one's own. Ordinary people might not notice, but with Yiming's keen sense for auras, he was certain that the assassin secretly protecting him was standing atop the tree crown, silently observing everything. The woman on the tree frowned slightly. He really noticed me. These words are in response to my earlier thoughts. She recalled when Yiming killed Du Chiha, she had silently assessed. Using Du Chiha to threaten Du Chishan was feasible, but had a low success rate. Directly threatening Du Chishan would yield better results after all. Everyone values their own life. Surprisingly, Du Chishan's feelings for his brother were so deep. Upon seeing Du Chiha's body, his emotions collapsed instantly, inadvertently exposing the faction known as Yuan Guang behind everything. Though the information was scant, it was sufficient. Inside the cabin, Yiming used Du Chishan's phone to send the address to the female executive's parents. Only after seeing the elderly couple, accompanied by sheriffs, arrive at the cabin did he silently depart. As for the bodies of the Du brothers and the bloodstains in the cabin, he had already cleaned them up meticulously. Upon returning home, Yiming quickly pulled out his phone and sent a message to Sun Ho Yuan. Mission accomplished. Both Du Chishan brothers are dead. However, I discovered some information indicating they're connected to a force called Yuan Guang. Sun Ho Yuan furrowed his brows, tapping his fingers on the table. Yuan Guang. Could it be the Yuan Guang group from the coastal area? The image of this foreign-owned joint venture appeared in his mind. On the surface, it was known for offshore fishing and land reclamation, enjoying a stellar reputation locally. Yet, behind the scenes, it painted a different picture. Rumors had long circulated that Yuan Guang Group not only exploited legal loopholes to manipulate prices, but also maintained a covert team of hounds to suppress competitors. After a moment of thought, Sun Hoyuan replied, "Well done. Even she spoke highly of your performance." She. Yiming keenly picked up on the word, recalling his intuition during the mission. The presence of a female contract master was indeed gentler, a subtle difference that outsiders couldn't discern, but he could. "Thank her for me, for watching over me tonight." "Yeah, quite the gentleman you are." "All right, I will." Sun Hoyuan quickly sent another message. "The Hei cicada wing is ready for you. Come pick it up." He followed with the detailed address. Yiming immediately set off to collect the Hei cicada wing and began refining it as soon as he got home. However, the results were far from ideal. Aside from slightly enhancing the flexibility of the black wing, there were no other noticeable effects. Although it was a fifth-tier beast material, it seemed not quite suitable for a witch contract master, so the weak effect was understandable. "That's it for today," Yiming muttered, collapsing into bed with exhaustion. The next morning, a commotion woke him up. Opening the door, he saw that his cousin Yi Shuang had returned. She wore a black leather jacket over a strapless top, accentuating her curves, and a miniskirt that highlighted her long, white legs. Her striking feature was her pair of deep purple eyes. Despite her delicate face, there was no hint of a smile, and her gaze was indifferent. "Humph, typical cold fish," Yi Xinshin complained, leaning against the doorframe. "Always with that frosty expression, speaking as if we owe her money." "That's just how Yi Shuang is, don't badmouth her," Yiming advised. "Hey, Yiming, since when did you start siding with her?" Yi Xinshin retorted, displeased. "Aren't you still my lazy partner in crime? Do you think flattering her will get you a break?" At that moment, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air as Yi Shuang dragged her suitcase over to them. Her gaze swept over the siblings, and she greeted them. "Long time no see." The greeting was so formal, it almost sounded like an elder speaking. Yiming smiled in return. "Long time no see, Yi Shuang. How have you been? Have you grown stronger? I heard you're already a fourth-tier contract master. Let's spar when you have time." "I've just advanced to a tier 3 contract master," Yiming stated calmly. Yi Xinshin whipped her head around, eyes wide with disbelief. "Wait, Yiming, when did you break through? How did I not know it all?" Her voice was filled with incredulity. At that moment, Yi Xinshin finally understood why Yi Ming could face Yi Shuang with such composure. His strength had grown enough to give him the confidence to stand his ground. Yi Shuang's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "It's been just over 20 days since your awakening, and you've already reached tier 3, especially with a witch as your contract spirit. You really are as exceptional as our uncle and the others say." She paused, her tone softening. "As your sister, I only hope you never fall victim to the backlash of your power." "Frosty as ever with your words, sister," Yiming nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, I won't." "All right," Yi Shuang replied, then turned her gaze to Yi Xinshin, her tone suddenly turning icy. "Compared to Yiming's excellence, some people have yet to reach tier 4. Is it a lack of talent, or just sheer laziness?" Her eyes sharpened. "Now that I'm back, the devil training begins immediately, starting with you, Yi Xinshin." "Why?" Yi Xinshin protested, pointing at Yiming. "What about him? Why doesn't he need training? Yiming is already exceptional and doesn't need special training," Yi Shuang sneered. "Of course, if you can reach tier 4 by tomorrow, I might let you off." Yi Xinshin gritted her teeth. "Can I refuse? Do you think you can beat me? Fine, I'll train." The usually overbearing Yi Xinshin could only relent in front of Yi Shuang. Then, Yi Shuang presented the gifts she had prepared. Yiming received a black crystal pendant worth over 5 million. with exquisite patterns and delicate craftsmanship that was pleasing to the eye and calming to the wearer. Yi Xinxin received a white jade bracelet worth several million. These were all earned by Yi Shuang herself. Though she often wore a cold expression, she was never stingy with her family. After a brief conversation, Yiming returned to his room to change into casual clothes, preparing to challenge the Xuanfeng Martial Hall. Before leaving, he remembered the assassin's badge. Such a small item could easily be lost, Yiming thought. I might as well integrate it into my body. He placed the badge on his wrist, and as it merged, a strange sensation arose. It was the companion sensing. Yiming recalled Sun Hoyuan's words the badge would give a special alert when its holders were near each other, growing stronger with proximity. There's an assassin nearby. Yiming immediately removed the badge to conceal his identity. The sensation vanished, but questions lingered. Who was this assassin? Were they passing by, or lying in wait? Just as he was about to leave, he heard noises from the training room. Yiming paused to watch, and suddenly, Yi Shuang unleashed a powerful aura, forcing Yi Xinxin back 3 meters. In that instant, Yiming was shocked, his pupils contracting this aura. It was identical to that of the female assassin from the previous night. Could it be? Yiming stood outside the training room, his brow slightly furrowed. With his exceptional ability to sense auras, he was certain that the aura Yeshang had just released was exactly the same as that of the female assassin from last night. Coupled with the unusual reaction of the badge, the truth was becoming apparent. Yeshang was a member of the Susha Hall, and definitely not a novice. He couldn't help but analyze his cold and taciturn sister in his mind. Her background in martial arts and her strong ability to conceal her killing intent made her well-suited for the profession of an assassin. Although she had some minor flaws, overly relying on external objects to conceal her aura, always choosing high places as vantage points, and her obvious tells when lying that were almost laughable, but compared to other assassins, her professional skills were several times higher. Yiming pondered whether to confess his identity to Yeshang and perhaps share some assassin tips, but on second thought, he decided against it. After all, she had already witnessed his skills last night and would naturally understand in the future. Besides, if she didn't accept his joining the Susha Hall, it would be a hassle to explain. With the martial arts exam approaching, he had no time for these matters. Better go challenge the dojo first. Yiming turned to leave. Yiming, Yeshang suddenly called out. Come here, I want to see how strong you are now. Yiming frowned and walked into the training room, wondering if his secrets were about to be exposed. You, demonstrate your strength first. Yeshang pointed to a mechanical dummy. Hit this. Yiming secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then clenched his fist and punched. The mechanical dummy instantly had a large hole punched through it, showcasing his pure physical strength. Damn, exclaimed Yexingson from the side. That's insane. You punched right through it? You weren't this strong a few days ago. Yiming shrugged. A few days ago, I wasn't a third-tier pact master yet. Yexingson was left speechless. Yeshang carefully examined the hole in the dummy and nodded approvingly. Your strength is focused and not dispersed. Your aura is fierce yet controlled. It seems you haven't slacked off over the years. As if I ever slacked off, Yexingson muttered. Yiming nodded silently. No wonder Yeshang was valued by Susha Hall. Her analytical skills were indeed outstanding. Now, let's test your speed. Yeshang pointed to another dummy, 20 meters away. Run to that mechanical dummy. Before she finished speaking, a light breeze swept past her ears. In less than a breath, Yiming had covered the distance, as if he had teleported. Even the usually composed Yeshang was moved. With my current speed, I can cover 20 meters in one breath. But you completed it before I even finished half a breath. Impressive, very impressive. Both Yexingson and Yiming were stunned. It was the first time they had heard Yeshang use the word impressive. Your speed surpasses mine, and your strength is on par with mine. I'm at the 4th tier, yet you're only at the 3rd tier. Yeshang narrowed her eyes suspiciously at Yiming. Is your pact spirit really a witch? Are you deceiving us? Could it be that your pact spirit is actually an SS-level saint? Really? Yiming raised an eyebrow in surprise, his gaze resting on Yi Shuang. Realizing her own boldness, Yi Shuang quickly cleared her throat and corrected herself. Sorry, I misspoke. I meant to ask, is your spiritual skill for single targets or groups? Both. Why do you ask? No reason, you can go now. Yiming shrugged, secretly amused. He was ready to reveal his true identity, but Yi Shuang inadvertently helped him keep it hidden. After leaving, Yiming headed straight for today's challenge Targeta Suntobe 4th-tier contract master. Although the opponent's contracted spirit was a level, it posed no real challenge to him. However, he preferred battling contract masters over fierce beasts. Human intelligence made battles unpredictable, and even a swift victory could be enlightening. Of course, he hadn't given up on hunting fierce beasts in secret realms to enhance his experience and skills. Not long after Yiming left, something unexpected happened in the training room. Yi Shuang, unusually, ended her intense training session early, leaving Yi Xinxin wide-eyed in disbelief, as if witnessing the sun rising from the west. I need to ask you something. Yi Shuang turned to Yi Xinxin. Yiming's contracted spirit is a witch, right? Yes, and it's SS level. Why do you ask? Isn't he worried about the backlash from killings? Yi Shuang frowned, her tone laced with concern. Yi Xinxin sighed. Of course he's worried, but there's nothing we can do. The backlash from killings can't be completely resolved. But Yiming told us not to worry. Whether he truly has a solution or is just trying to comfort us, I don't know. As his older sister, her concern for her brother was evident. Yi Shuang was silent for a moment before leaving the training room. Once back in her room and ensuring she was alone, she took out her phone to send a message. Captain Sun, I heard the Hall of Execution is short on people recently. I can recommend someone. His strength is on par with mine, but he's faster. Sure, what level is he? Sun Hoyuan replied. 3rd-tier contract master, but he's highly gifted. What about his contracted spirit? That's the thing's peculiar. Despite having max-level spiritual affinity, he contracted with a witch. Sun Hoyuan, who had been lounging in his chair, suddenly sat up straight. A max-level spiritual affinity contracting a witch. Why did this sound so familiar? The person you're recommending, could it be Yiming? Yi Shuang frowned, realizing Yiming's reputation had already spread so widely. But on second thought, it made sense that Captain Sun, having visited Songnan City recently, would know about Yiming. Yes, it's him. Captain Sun, if Yiming joins the Hall of Execution, can you help him avoid the backlash from killings? The material costs can be deducted from my salary. Sun Hoyuan furrowed his brow. Despite being under the same roof, Yiming hadn't revealed his identity to Yi Shuang. Thinking from Yiming's perspective, it quickly became clear this kid probably wanted to make a grand impression during the martial arts exam, surprising Yi Shuang by revealing he was the newcomer she had praised. Young people, they love to show off. Besides, Yi Shuang had already seen Yiming in action last night. If she saw him again, she'd surely recognize him. To avoid getting involved, Sun Hoyuan cleverly replied, let's discuss Yiming joining the Hall of Execution after the martial arts exam. Okay. Yi Shuang looked at the reply, thinking Captain Sun probably wanted to see how Yiming performed in the martial arts exam first. After all, she herself had only joined the Hall of Execution after her own exam. The next day, just 3 days remained until the martial arts exam. Yiming stood at the door, adjusting his gear. Today was significant for him. The head of the Hanshan Martial Arts School, a 4th-year contract master with an 11 spirit, had agreed to spar with him. It would be his first time facing a contract master beyond his own level, and the mere thought of it filled him with excitement. Just as he was about to step out, his sister Yi Xinxin and cousin Yi Shuang appeared at the door. Hey there, Yi Xinxin said with a smile. Are you heading to the mock exam at Songnan High School? Good to get familiar with the martial arts exam process, even if it doesn't matter much for you. Yiming was puzzled. Mock exam? What mock exam? The one your school is holding. Wow, I completely forgot. Yiming's eyes widened. Then he waved it off. Forget it. The exam process is all online, but you don't get a chance to challenge a 4th-tier master every day. With that, he headed out. Yi Shuang frowned at Yi Xinxin. Isn't the mock exam important? Aren't you spoiling him as his sister? Aren't you his cousin too? Yi Xinxin shrugged. Honestly, the mock exam is important for others, but for Yiming? This kid didn't even attend the basic or intermediate tests. You have no idea how extraordinary he is. He broke records at Songnan Martial Arts School by killing hundreds of beasts alone at Tier 1. At the Blood Demon Hall, he treated multiplayer dungeons as solo missions at Tier 2. Can you really control someone like that? Yi Shuang pondered. If he joined the Susen Hall. She trailed off, shaking her head. No, Yiming will be even better. He's my brother, and I believe in him. What are you mumbling about? Yi Xinxin turned to ask. Nothing. Yi Shuang replied awkwardly as she left. Upon arriving at the Hanshan Martial Arts School, Yiming politely sent a leave request to his homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen. Initially, Yang wasn't pleased and criticized him for not taking the martial arts exam seriously. But when Yiming opened a video call and brought in the head of Hanshan to explain, Yang's attitude changed instantly. Oh, you have an appointment with Mr. Chun, Yang Jinwen said with a smile, then gasped. Wait, you're going to spar with him? He's a 4th-tier master. Hanging up, Yang Jinwen was left in disbelief while other students were busy with mock exams. This kid was already challenging a 4th-tier master. Yiming is already challenging 4th-tier contract masters? The gap is getting way too big. Inside the Hanshan Martial Arts Hall, the head coach, Chen Bai, handed the phone back to Yiming. The young man smiled and bowed. Thank you so much, Coach Chun. Chen Bai squinted at the young man before him and jokingly scolded. You little rascal, it's one thing to keep coming to my martial arts hall to challenge us, but now you want this old man to help you get leave? You've got some nerve. Yiming scratched his head sheepishly. I had no choice, Coach Chun. Students fear their teachers. I'm a student of Teacher Yang, and Teacher Yang is your student, so your words carry the most weight. You even know my background so well. Chen Bai asked with interest. With your reputation, Coach Chun, do I really need to investigate? It's common knowledge on the streets. Yiming's flattery made Chen Bai beam with pride. Enough talk, let's get on the ring. Chen Bai lightly tapped his toe and agilely leaped onto the platform. Yiming followed closely behind. Bai announced the rules. This is a friendly spar. We stop at a touch. Whoever touches the opponent's forehead, waist, or thigh first wins. Then, excuse my impudence. Yiming's words were barely out when he dashed forward like a black arrow. Just as his finger was about to touch Bai's forehead. Boom. A dull thud echoed. Behind Bai, a robust figure materialized, the Hanzhan Saintess. Her arms were like mountains, her abdominal muscles sharply defined, and an earthy glow surrounded her. Her eyes, flashing with white light, exuded authority. Her massive arms formed an impenetrable defensive wall in front of Bai. Yiming's punch struck the barrier, sending shards of rock flying, but it couldn't break through. This isn't working. I need to get serious. A red light flashed in his eyes, and a long scythe appeared in his hand. Darkness rapidly expanded from him, engulfing the entire platform. Bai frowned slightly, and the next moment, Yiming's figure disappeared into the shadows. The old coach closed his eyes, focusing on sensing the surrounding aura. When Yiming emerged with his scythe, Bai's eyes snapped open, and he countered with a punch. Boom, boom, boom. Energy waves burst continuously as the two clashed fiercely on the platform. The battle only paused when a loud roar echoed. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Bai looked at Yiming with excitement. The young man was catching his breath, with a white mark on his forehead and thigh, but his waist remained untouched. Meanwhile, Bai had been tagged in all 3 critical spots. You've surpassed the master. You're quite something, you little rascal. If I were worthy, I'd definitely take you as my disciple. Bai admitted his defeat willingly, embodying the spirit of Hanzhan Martial Arts Hall. The rules favored me this time. In a different match, I might not have beaten you, Coach Chun. Yiming remained humble. Don't be modest, kid. I know you weren't using your full strength. After a brief exchange of compliments, Yiming left the Hanzhan Martial Arts Hall. This match confirmed one thing for him. His current strength was enough to defeat ordinary 4th-tier contract masters. 3 days later, the martial arts exam officially began. Yiming stood at his doorstep, surrounded by family members seeing him off. His father, Yi Zheng, patted his shoulder, eyes full of expectation. Son, do your best in the exam. If you get into college, that's great. If not, you can work with your second uncle. At least you won't go hungry. I'm already at the 3rd level. How could I not pass? Yiming replied with a helpless smile. What does being at the 3rd level mean? Interrupted his third uncle, Yuan, with a serious expression. There's always someone better out there. Stay humble, and don't be careless in the exam. He added his expert advice. Remember, read the questions carefully. If you're unsure about a multiple choice question, pick C. If there are 3 long options and 1 short, choose the short one. If 3 short and 1 long, pick the long one. Uncle, Yiming said, half amused, half exasperated. I'm taking the martial arts exam, not a written test. Same difference, just adapt as needed. His uncle waved dismissively, acting like a seasoned advisor. Yiming was completely resigned. His uncles were indeed savvy businessmen, but when it came to martial arts, they were utterly clueless. Explaining it to them was a waste of breath. At that moment, Yi Shuang approached gracefully, her eyes filled with anticipation. Yiming, do well in the exam and aim to be the top scorer in Songnan. Maybe I have a surprise for you. She thought secretly about introducing Yiming to the Susa Palace, unaware of the secrets she herself was yet to uncover. Good luck, little brother. Yi Shuai suddenly appeared from behind, grinning. I believe in you. But if you don't get the top score, don't bother coming home. I might just dismantle your bed. Yiming's mouth twitched, thinking that his sister truly knew his weaknesses best. The martial arts exam was held at the teleportation hall, and on the exam day, no civilian vehicles were allowed within a 10-kilometer radius. Military tanks and heavy weaponry were on standby. At this moment, dozens of buses were neatly parked around the teleportation hall, and students from Songnan City were entering the exam venue in an orderly manner. In the Songnan First High School group, Yang Jinwen was anxiously making a phone call. Hello, is this Yiming's second uncle? Where's Yiming? The martial arts exam is about to start, and he hasn't arrived yet. After learning that Yiming had left half an hour ago, her frown deepened. As the supervising teacher, she clearly remembered that Songnan First High School had 300 students taking the exam, with 255 expected to attend under normal circumstances. Yet, only 254 had shown up. Yiming was the only one missing. How could a usually outstanding student develop such a bad habit of being late? Around her, students whispered among themselves. Yiming is really pushing it this time. He skipped the preliminary test, the intermediate test, and even the mock exam. Is he planning to miss the martial arts exam too? If he doesn't show, I might have a shot at being the top scorer in Songnan. With your level contract spirit and first-level contract master skills, you're not even as good as me, someone scoffed. The competition is Fierceather's Chu Chiuyu from Songnan Second High, an S-level Rain Saintess, and a second-level contract master, Zhou Zhanlong from Songnan Third High, an S-level Thousand Gun Saintess, and our school's beauty, Lu Yuxuan. who reportedly has also reached the second level. The top scorer will definitely be one of them. The teachers leading the teams from Songnan number 3 High School and Songnan number 2 High School straightened up, turned to face their students, and began shouting slogans with great enthusiasm. Who else but us can be the champions of Songnan? Fight with style, fight with strength. Their eyes shone with determination. Yang Jinwen paid no attention to these rousing slogans, her gaze fixed on the electronic timer on the ceiling. 20 minutes, only 20 minutes left. Her brow furrowed slightly. Where was Yiming? Could he really miss the exam because he's late? Lu Yuxuan murmured with a hint of disdain. I even considered him a potential rival. Time ticked away, and the murmurs around them grew louder. If Yiming doesn't show up, Songnan number 1 High School's dominance this year will be broken. Don't worry, didn't the homeroom teacher say he's on his way? The roads are so jammed, it would take 3 hours by car, and there are only 13 minutes left. Unless he can fly? Yeah right, fly my foot. Does he think he's Superman? Boom. Before the words were finished, a figure suddenly shot in from outside the gate. It was Yiming, wings unfurled behind him, skimming low like an arrow and landing steadily among the Songnan number 1 High School team, right next to Yang Jinwen. Everyone was stunned. Damn, dude, you can actually fly. Are there really so many witch abilities? Without a word, Yang Jinwen raised her hand and gave Yiming a light knock on the head. Why are you so late? I was worried sick. If you missed the martial arts exam, you'd regret it for life. I had no choice, Yiming explained, rubbing his head. I left an hour early, but the roads were so jammed. Even the bike lanes were full. I had to fly over. Fly over. Yang Jinwen's eyes widened. That's over 30 kilometers. Do you still have enough energy? Yiming smiled slightly, releasing a hint of aura. Don't worry, I'm now a Tier 3 contract master. Tier 3. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The faces of the leading teachers from other schools turned as bitter as if they'd eaten bitter herbs. This was unprecedented in Songnan City. As the scene buzzed with Yiming's impressive feat, a gentle breeze swept through the teleportation hall. Everyone's gaze turned to the central platform, where 3 figures stood: Wang Changkong from Xingkong University, Sun Hoyuan from Tsinghua University, and Zhao Feng from Shanghai University. The burly Zhao Feng, dressed in training attire, scanned the room and announced loudly. The martial arts exam is about to begin. Since everyone is so excited, let me share some good news. The secret realm for this exam is the Extreme Ice Palace, where the lowest level of fierce beasts is Tier 1, and the highest level is Tier 4 Giant Ice Demon. What? A Tier 4 beast? The pupils of the candidates contracted sharply at that moment, their shock evident. The expressions of the accompanying teachers were equally frozen. This news was like a heavy blow, shattering everyone's expectations. In previous martial arts exams, the strongest beasts had never surpassed Tier 3: the spectral elephant from last year, the serpent-tailed lion king from the year before, and the arcane wind demon from earlier years. All were at the Tier 3 level. But this time, the appearance of a Tier 4 beast completely broke this precedent. An air of unease permeated the exam hall as candidates exchanged worried glances. Some quietly complained about the exam's difficulty being too high, not taking into account the actual level of Tier 1 contract masters. Zhao Feng raised his hand to signal for silence, his voice steady and strong. Listen to me. The Tier 4 beast is a special challenge prepared for the top talents. As long as you don't approach the center of the secret realm, ordinary candidates won't encounter it. He paused, then continued. Of course, the overall difficulty has increased. The number of Tier 3 and Tier 2 beasts has risen, and the strength of Tier 1 beasts has also improved. But remember, the essence of the martial arts exam is to select true warriors. You may have to fight beasts beyond the domain in the future. This isn't just a simple exam, but a real trial. Zhao Feng's words carried both an official stance and his earnest expectations for the students. The exam hall fell into a brief silence. Although there were still murmurs of discontent, more people began to seriously consider his words. In this quiet, Yiming clenched his fists, his eyes shining with confidence. I've dealt with Tier 4 contract masters. Why should I fear a mere Tier 4 beast? As the electronic clock hit 0, the martial arts exam officially began. Candidates filed into the secret realm, each holding a teleportation ring for safety. The artificial secret realm, named the Palace of Extreme Ice, was equipped with omniscient surveillance equipment, and the exam footage was broadcast nationwide to households, with EXIN and others watching attentively. Inside the Palace of Extreme Ice, under a gray sky, slanting snowflakes fell, covering the ground with a soft white blanket. Yiming landed in the center of the snowy plains, surrounded by semicircular ice caves and 10-meter-tall ice spires, forming a vast forest of ice spikes. In the distance, atop a majestic ice mountain, stood an ice-blue palace. The exam rules were clear: slay beasts to earn badges, and the number of badges determined the final score. 1 badge for a Tier 1 beast, 5 for a Tier 2, 10 for a Tier 3, and a staggering 5,000 for a Tier 4 beast. An almost impossible challenge. But Yiming squinted his eyes, His target was the Tier 4 Frost Giant Demon. The pervasive white snow severely impaired visibility and slowed reaction times. Yiming adjusted his breathing, expanding his awareness while narrowing his focus skills honed during snowfield assassination missions. Charge! His figure transformed into a streak of black light, racing unhesitatingly toward the ice mountain. The Yi family members watching from the sidelines suddenly noticed Yiming's unusual actions. What the heck? Yiming is heading towards the center of the snow mountain. Is he planning to directly challenge the Tier 4 Giant Ice Demon? Yi Xinxin's eyes widened, her voice filled with disbelief. Yi Shuang frowned slightly. Although Yiming was already at Tier 3 strength, this action seemed reckless. However, she quickly relaxed. Yiming was never an impulsive person. He must have his reasons. Hey, hey, hey. Third Uncle Yuan pointed at the TV in shock. Look, everyone. Fierce beasts have surrounded Yiming. On the screen, Yiming stopped and surveyed his surroundings. A pack of snow-furred wolves was staring at him with eerie blue eyes. These beasts were adept at hiding in snowdrifts and would suddenly leap into action once they spotted prey. They had astonishing jumping ability, capable of leaping 30 meters high, making it hard even for airborne prey to escape. 20 Tier 2 snow-furred wolves might pose a threat to other candidates, but for Yiming, his eyes flashed red, and with a flick of his wrist, a black scythe sliced through the air. A whoa! The snow-furred wolves howled and charged at Yiming, but the sharp blade cut through, instantly slicing their tough hides. Some unlucky ones were cleaved in half, their hot blood staining the snow and leaving a trail of crimson spots. In the blink of an eye, all 20 snow-furred wolves lay defeated. This brat is this strong now? So many beasts, taken out in one move. Third Uncle Yuan exclaimed, standing up excitedly. Yi Xinxin shook her head with a smile. Third Uncle, Yiming is Tier 3, those snow-furred wolves are Tier 2. A Tier 3 defeating Tier 2 is a piece of cake, right, Sister Yishuang? However, Yishuang's brows were tightly knit as she stared at the screen. The sight of the black scythe and Yiming's movements reminded her of a newcomer she encountered during a mission one night. Her expression grew increasingly serious, as if she had realized something. Congratulations on obtaining 100 badges. The leaderboard has been updated. First place has already reached 500. This week's Zhan Long is quite capable, Yiming muttered to himself, then quickened his pace. Donning the Godslayer armor, his speed surged, transforming into a shadow as he pressed on. The closer he got to the snow mountain, the stronger the beasts became. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the sky. Yiming stopped to observe, only to see a massive snowball rolling down the mountain, engulfing everything in white as it hurtled towards him. Yiming, watch out, Inyuyu shouted. There's a dangerous life form in the snowball. Near Tier 4, a snowball landed near Yiming's feet, sending a spray of white snow into the air. With agility, he sidestepped just as the snowball hit the ground. The loud crash reduced visibility, enveloping the surroundings in a white haze. Yiming gripped his scythe tightly, his eyes fixed ahead with caution. Through the thick fog, a massive shadow slowly rose, advancing towards him step by step. As the snow mist dispersed, the outline became clearer. A three-turtle beast stood before him, as imposing as a small mountain. Its body was covered in white fur, with claws that seemed forged from ice crystals, and its icy blue eyes glowed menacingly. Bloodstained fangs added to its terrifying appearance. Most alarming was the layer of glistening ice armor that encased its entire body. A near 4th-tier beast, the ice armor bear. Yiming squinted, his energy surging as dark power coiled around his scythe. The bear let out a thunderous roar, causing the mountain snow to cascade down and birds to scatter from the forest. With a powerful thrust, its ice-blue eyes gleamed with bloodlust as it charged at Yiming with incredible speed, the deep snow doing nothing to slow it down. Yiming, be careful. The ice armor bear is incredibly strong. If it hits you with a claw, you could be injured. Inyuyu's warning echoed just as a cold flash sliced through the air. As the bear swung its claw, Yiming's wings unfurled, lifting him into the sky. He executed a graceful 360-degree spin in the air, his scythe carving a crescent arc. Whoosh! A black crescent appeared, slicing a wound in the ice armor bear, from which hot blood gushed. Yiming, do you see the blue gem on its chest? That's its exposed heart. Break it to end the fight. Inyuyu advised. Got it. Yiming reversed his scythe, launching another crescent slash. This time, the ice armor bear was ready, roaring as it blocked the attack with its sturdy arms. Boom. The clash of forces resulted in a brief stalemate. This was his chance. Yiming dashed forward, a black streak aiming directly for the bear's heart. The sharp scythe flashed, shattering the exposed blue heart. In agony, the ice armor bear roared madly, its eyes red with rage as it pounded the ground, finally collapsing and compressing the snow beneath it. A system notification sounded. Congratulations, you've earned badge 45. Yiming calculated silently. Defeating a 3rd-tier beast nets 10 badges, and slaying a 4th-tier ice demon yields 5,000. Yet, This near 4th tier beast only gave 45 badges. What a ripoff. Forget it, I'll just stick to hunting ice demons, Yiming decided, soaring into the sky with his wings, leaving a trail of defeated beasts in his wake. In front of the TV, Yishuang watched Yiming's black wings and finally confirmed her suspicion. Yiming was the newcomer from that night. His strength, aura, and combat style were unmistakable. No wonder Captain Sun said to wait until after the martial arts exam to consider his inclusion. Yishuang had thought Sun Hoyuan wanted to see Yiming's exam results before making a decision. Now she finally understood that Sun Hoyuan's intention was simply to watch her make a fool of herself. Yishuang clenched her fists, a flicker of anger in her eyes. Damn Captain Sun. Damn Yiming. It was outrageous to keep such important matters from her. For someone who seldom spoke harshly, the word outrageous carried significant weight when it came from Yishuang. Suddenly, Yishuang paused, holding her chin with one hand, her brows furrowed. A question emerged in her mind. If that newcomer was Yiming, why were his assassination skills so well honed? Especially his ability to conceal his presence, which was so masterful that even she, a seasoned veteran, felt inferior. Once the martial arts exam is over, I must question him thoroughly. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Yiming harbored quite a few secrets. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, 3 examiners were intently watching Yiming as he took down a near 4th tier beast. Zhao Feng from Shanghai University couldn't help but exclaim, "This candidate, Yiming, is truly extraordinary. To have awakened just a month ago and already reached the 3rd tier, and now to defeat a near 4th tier beast. His strength and talent are simply phenomenal. I dare say, even a 4th tier great ice demon might not be able to handle him." Sun Hoyuan nodded slightly. Indeed, Yiming's talent and strength are exceptional. In the history of candidates from Chang'an City, he is undoubtedly the strongest. I believe he has the capability to take on the great ice demon. Take on. Wang Changkong from Xingkong University scoffed. The gap between near 4th tier and 4th tier beasts is not insignificant. Although Yiming has reached the 3rd tier, defeating a 4th tier great ice demon? Forget killing it. Even hoping for victory is slim. Huh. Zhao Feng looked at Wang Changkong in surprise. What's gotten into you today, Professor Wang? Usually, when you see a prodigy, you're eager to cheer them on. But today, not only are you not supportive, you're throwing cold water. Surely you don't have a personal grudge against Yiming. Wang Changkong began, but was interrupted by Sun Hoyuan. You may not know, Zhao, but shortly after the awakening ceremony, Xingkong University offered Yiming a special admission slot, on the condition that he abandon the witch and contract with the saintess instead. Yiming refused on the spot, and so Professor Wang's pride was hurt, naturally making him displeased with Yiming. Wang Changkong was so angry that his beard bristled, pointing at Sun Hoyuan in anger. Nonsense. A dignified 6th tier contract master, would not be petty with a junior. It's already challenging to fight across levels, let alone for Yiming, who has just broken through to the 3rd tier and is not yet fully proficient in controlling his power. A newcomer attempting to challenge a 4th tier beast is incredibly difficult. This time, Zhao Feng, after a moment of silence, nodded in agreement. Professor Wang makes a valid point. Fighting across levels is inherently difficult, and even more so for newcomers. Sun Hoyuan did not respond. His gaze remained fixed on Yiming. He was convinced that Yiming could defeat the 4th tier great ice demon. In the secret realm, Yiming was moving swiftly, navigating numerous obstacles, and was about to reach the summit of the snowy mountain. Along the way, he encountered many formidable beasts, snow sprites, ice-toothed crocodiles, blizzard vultures. These beasts were not only highly dangerous, but their bloodlines and gene levels were above average among beasts, yet they all fell to Yiming's formidable strength. Thud! A snow demon with bat wings crashed to the ground. The system notification sounded promptly. Ding! Successfully killed a 3rd tier snow demon, realm experience 6, skill experience 6. Congratulations, you have earned 10 badges. The top 3 on the leaderboard have surpassed 2,000 badges, but as the number of fierce beasts in the secret realm dwindles, the speed at which candidates acquire badges will slow down. Yiming recalled the data from last year's martial arts exam. At that time, the top candidate from Chang'an had just over 3,000 badges. This year, it's expected that the 1st and 2nd places will also finish around 3,000. As long as I can defeat the Great Ice Demon, the top spot in Chang'an is mine. Even if I fail, my current score is enough to get me into the 3 top academies. Yiming looked towards the majestic palace in the distance, his fighting spirit surging. He quickened his pace, noticing scattered bodies in the snow along the way. Some were young men in black tight-fitting clothes. Others were girls in work attire. These candidates might have failed to press the teleport button on their bracelets in time during critical moments. The martial arts exam never promised absolute safety. Even with the most advanced protective measures, the mortality rate remained at 5%. Whenever he saw such bodies, Yiming would stop to press the button on their bracelets. Although this was the job of the secret realm's cleaners after the competition, for Yiming, it was a simple task. In the monitoring room, Sun Hoyuan silently watched this scene, his expression calm, but his heart quietly gratified. The biting cold wind cut across Yiming's face like a knife. When he took the final step, he looked up at the ice crystal palace before him, a towering structure over 20 meters high reaching into the clouds, its grandeur inspiring awe. This is it. The great ice demon is inside. Yiming gripped his scythe tightly and charged toward the palace without hesitation. Suddenly, a barrage of ice arrows cut through the air towards him. Yiming's pupils contracted as the black wings on his back swiftly folded into a shield, easily deflecting the attack. As the wings unfurled again, he looked up to see a purple-skinned beast standing atop the palace. This tall figure with 6 eyes was a Quasi-4th-tier beast, the Ice Crystal Archer. It specializes in long-range attacks, but has a weak body. A close-range strike will kill it instantly, a ghostly voice reminded him in his mind. Yiming's legs exploded with power, launching him like a cannonball. The Ice Crystal Archer's 6 pupils contracted sharply, but it was too late. The scythe blade rapidly enlarged in its eyes, and then a head flew skyward. The system notification followed. Successfully killed Quasi-4th-tier Ice Crystal Archer. Realm experience 31, skill experience 31, obtained badges 43. So the number of badges is based on the beast's strength. Yiming pondered as he stood atop the palace. Quasi-4th-tier beasts had appeared in succession, yet the great ice demon remained unseen. Just as he finished speaking, the palace beneath him began to tremble violently, the originally 20-meter high structure starting to rise. Yiming spread his wings and leaped down, hovering in midair. Amidst the thunderous roar, snow flew, and ice shattered. The entire ice crystal palace suddenly shook, and then rose up as if it were a living creature. The main hall transformed into a torso, 2 auxiliary halls extended into arms, and the supporting pillars at the base morphed into legs. A colossal figure over 20 meters tall stood before Yiming, its 2 gigantic eyes emitting a ghostly blue light, looking down at the ant-like Yiming. This is actually a 4th-tier beast? Yiming's pupils contracted as he stared in disbelief at the giant before him. Outside the secret realm, the expressions of the Yi family members turned grave. Impossible. Third Uncle Yi, Wen's eyes widened. That creature could smash a mountain with a single punch. How could Yiming possibly be a match for it? Second Uncle nodded repeatedly. Even for a 4th-tier beast, it shouldn't be this enormous. It's absurd. One wrong move, and he'll lose his life. Yi Xinshin frowned in silence, clearly worried as well. The 3 of them looked at Yi Shuang, who calmly said, "Find the weak spot, and it can be killed. Otherwise, certain death awaits." Meanwhile, the entire secret realm trembled with the appearance of the giant creature. Other candidates looked up in shock towards the direction of the snow mountain. My God, what is that? The palace turned into a giant? Someone is challenging the 4th-tier beast, the great frost ice demon. Zhou Zhanlong, ranked first on the leaderboard, was on the mountainside and immediately felt the urge to retreat. Ranked second, Chu Qiyu, and fourth, Lu Yuxuan, stood not far away, watching Yiming confront the great frost ice demon, their brows furrowed. Boom. The great frost ice demon swung its first punch. Yiming narrowly dodged, but the blow left a massive gap in the snow mountain, triggering a chain of avalanches with falling rocks. Yiming was undeterred, swinging his scythe to slash out a fierce cold blade. Deep wounds appeared on the great frost ice demon's body, yet they healed in an instant. It can regenerate? Yiming's heart tightened. The great frost ice demon's second strike came crashing down like a meteor. Yiming immediately unleashed a dark domain, using the momentary delay in the opponent's movement to dodge. Another mountain peak was shattered to pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Yiming slashed dozens of times, but the great frost ice demon's body kept regenerating, its power only increasing. A quick battle is necessary. Just as Yiming was about to strike again, Inyuyu's voice suddenly rang out. Yiming, I've discovered its weakness. This big guy is just a paper tiger. Don't hold back. Use your single target skill, Eternal Knight's Descent, and unleash a full-force fatal blow. Trust me, it will surely die. Roar! An earth-shattering bellow echoed through the heavens and earth. The massive form of the ice giant appeared especially menacing atop the snowy peak, as it swung its frost-covered claws down fiercely at Yiming. In that critical moment, a pitch-black domain erupted around Yiming. Countless black tendrils emerged from the domain, entwining the ice giant like a web. The beast's movement slowed, and it could only roar in fury, its blood-red eyes filled with rage. Yiming hovered in midair, a palpable aura of killing intent emanating from him. His scythe was shrouded in darkness, and a flash of blood-red light burst from his eyes. In the next instant, his figure became a streak of light, darting toward the beast. This was his most powerful spirit skill, Eternal Night Descends, which amplified his strength several times in single combat. The dark domain enveloped the snowy mountain like a vast black curtain. The scythe in Yiming's hand glimmered with a cold light, intertwining crimson and stark white. In the darkness, the flash of red in his eyes flickered briefly. Roar! A piercing wail sounded as the ice giant's head fell, rolling down the mountain and triggering a small avalanche. Scalding blood splattered, leaving red marks on the white snow, only to be swallowed by the darkness. The headless body of the beast crashed to the ground, disintegrating into ice crystals and snowflakes, merging into the snowy landscape. A system notification rang out. Successfully killed a Tier 4 ice giant. Realm experience 70, Spirit skill experience 70, earned badges 5,000. Watching the changes on the badge leaderboard, Yiming finally smiled with relief. With half an hour left until the martial arts exam ended, even if he lay down and slept now, the top spot in Songnan was assuredly his. Outside the secret realm, Uncle Yuan stared blankly at the leaderboard. Over 7,000 badges. What does that even mean? Last year's Songnan champion only had a bit over 3,000. Uncle Yijun swallowed hard. That's right, Yi Xinshin exclaimed excitedly. This time, Yiming is not only the Songnan champion, but the greatest champion in history. The two uncles were initially stunned, then burst into cheers. Even the usually composed Yi Shuang smiled, secretly eager to ask Yiming how he discovered the ice giant's weakness. In the monitoring room, watching this scene, Sun Hoyuan exhaled deeply. This guy keeps surprising me. It's important to inform the teacher about this matter. The news of Yiming becoming the top scholar in Songnan will definitely attract attention from the other two universities, and they are sure to offer generous conditions to compete for this talent. Sun Hoyuan quickly took out his phone, his fingers swiftly gliding across the screen, and sent two messages to the vice president of Tsinghua University. Teacher, when would you be available to meet with Yiming? He immediately followed up with, Teacher, Yiming has earned over 7,000 badges, securing the title of top scholar in Songnan. I suggest we visit him as soon as possible and offer generous conditions to prevent the other universities from getting ahead of us. In less than a minute, the vice president's reply popped up, with a tone of determination. Vice head teacher, I'll personally go to recruit Yiming later, and let's see who dares to compete with me. Sun Hoyuan quietly turned off his phone screen and looked at Zhao Feng beside him, with a playful glint in his eyes. Old Zhao, are you planning to visit the Yi family later to recruit Yiming personally? Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment, frowning slightly, and glanced at Sun Hoyuan. Why are you asking? Just curious. Oh, I'm not going. Definitely not. He's just the top scholar in Songnan. Of course, I wouldn't go. Sun Hoyuan chuckled to himself. This old fox sounded so certain, but he was probably all set and ready to go. He then turned his gaze to Wang Chongkong. Old Wang, what about you? Be honest, did Shinkong University send you here to recruit Yiming? Wang Chongkong crossed his arms and snorted. Nonsense. Is that possible? I had a conflict with Yiming before, so even if they wanted to recruit him, it wouldn't be me. Sun Hoyuan nodded, understanding fully. This one was an even bigger trickster, sounding more resolute than Zhao Feng. But he was almost certainly the representative from Shinkong University, and well prepared too. Looking at these two old foxes trying to deceive him, Sun Hoyuan's lips curled slightly. He was already looking forward to their reactions when they met the vice president of Tsinghua University later. Half an hour later, the martial arts exam concluded. As Yiming stepped out of the secret realm, countless eyes focused on him like spotlights. A swarm of reporters rushed forward with cameras, aiming their lenses at his face, and a barrage of questions erupted. Yiming, how do you feel about becoming the top scholar in Songnan? Can you share your thoughts with us right now? You became a Tier 3 contract master before participating in the martial arts exam, which is rare nationwide. How did you achieve this? Any tips? As a witch contract master, why do all the theories about witches seem to not apply to you? Facing the barrage of questions, Yiming took a deep breath and calmly replied, I don't have much experience or any secret tips. If I had to summarize why I became the top scholar in Songnan, it's just one thing, daring to try. After speaking, Yiming walked out of the crowd, his face calm as he passed by the curious glances from both sides. As the top scorer in the martial arts examination and the champion of Songnan, he was destined to be the focus of Songnan City today. However, he maintained his usual low profile, politely declining all requests for media interviews and directly hailing a taxi by the roadside. Isn't this the top scorer? The taxi driver recognized him at once and excitedly offered to waive the fare. Yiming politely nodded in agreement, but discreetly left a $100 bill when he got out. As soon as he opened the door to his home, his second uncle's family immediately surrounded him, hugging him tightly. You've made us proud. Our Yi family finally has a top scorer. Big brother, are you seeing this from above? Minger has made us proud. The chorus of praises warmed Yiming's heart. Looking up, he saw Yi Shuang leaning against the door frame, arms crossed, staring at him with a meaningful look, as if awaiting an explanation. So, Sister Yi Shuang has found out. Yiming chuckled and shook his head. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Taking advantage of his second uncle Yi Zheng and the others preparing a celebratory dinner, he followed Yi Shuang into the room. Tell me, when did you join the Susha Hall? Yi Shuang asked directly, sitting on the edge of the bed with her legs crossed. When I just became a second-level contract master. Yiming pondered as he sat on a chair. Captain Sun approached me. Interesting, Yi Shuang's eyes flickered. Susha Hall has never proactively invited a second-level contract master. But you mentioned an invitation, so when did you officially join? About 10 days ago. What's the base salary? Don't get me wrong. I'm just worried you might be taken advantage of. 15 million. That high. Yi Shuang's expression changed slightly. She had only earned 10 million after nearly 2 years of service. Shaking her head, she asked, the newcomer that night was you, right? Yes. How did you recognize me? I remember you looked at me once. Yiming couldn't reveal his past life as a top assassin, so he explained, my contract spirit is very sensitive to aura. I see. Yi Shuang realized and patted her brother's shoulder. Keep it up. You're doing great. Just as Yiming was about to stand up, his third uncle Yi Wen's excited voice suddenly came from the courtyard. Yiming, the results are out. Full marks. Sangnan champion. The martial arts examination, unlike academic tests, is scored based on strength and the number of badges, with results available within 2 hours. Yiming looked at the information on the tablet, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Candidate name, Yiming. Exam type, martial arts examination. Score, 10001000. Final ranking, first place, Sangnan champion. Yiming clenched his fist, overwhelmed by an uncontrollable joy his milestone goal had finally been achieved. At that moment, a deafening roar filled the sky. An armed helicopter hovered at low altitude, while a row of black cars was neatly parked on the ground. Soon, a flurry of footsteps approached, accompanied by angry shouts. Zhao Feng, you bastard. Sun Hoyuan grabbed Zhao Feng by the collar. Didn't you say Shanghai University wasn't interested in Yiming? Now you're here faster than anyone. This has nothing to do with me. Zhao Feng waved his hands defensively, pointing at Wang Chongkong beside him. The higher-ups gave a last-minute order, and since Wang Chongkong is here, why can't I be? Sun Hoyuan released Zhao Feng and turned his furious gaze to Wang Chongkong. You shameless old man. You were the one who wanted Yiming to change his contract spirit. Now that he's aced the exam, you're the first to try to recruit him. A wise man changes his mind. Wang Chongkong retorted with a cold snort. Let the past be the past. As long as my offer is good enough, Yiming will naturally choose Shinkong University. Shameless. Sun Hoyuan cursed under his breath, turning to the bespectacled elder beside him. Zhao Feng and Wang Chongkong are one thing, but Su Zhuge, what are you, a liberal arts professor from Qingbei, doing here? Su Zhuge adjusted his glasses and smiled. There's no harm in trying. Maybe Yiming has an interest in the liberal arts. Besides, Qingbei also offers martial arts courses. Cut the nonsense. The three scoffed at Su Zhuge's words in unison. Their heated exchange drew the attention of passers-by. Usually, students would fight to get into prestigious universities, but now the universities were vying for a student. It was certainly a rare sight. The 4 admissions officers entered the Yi household one after another. Wang Chongkong got straight to the point upon seeing Yiming. Yiming, we apologize for our oversight before. If you choose Shinkong University, we'll waive your tuition fees entirely, provide professional mentorship, and offer a 50% discount on all training resources. No way. Zhao Feng's eyes widened. That's twice as good as last year's top student from Sangnan. Shanghai University's offer is even better. Zhao Feng quickly added. In addition to everything Shinkong offers, we'll also provide a monthly gift of materials below the 6th tier, plus a reward of 50,000 to 150,000. Yi Shuang, standing nearby, frowned silently. As a student of Shanghai University, and once among the top 3 in Sangnan City, she had never received such generous treatment. Old son, it's your turn, Wang Chongkong taunted Sun Hoyuan. You didn't come empty-handed, did you? That would be disrespectful to Yiming. Exactly, Zhao Feng chimed in provocatively. You might as well stand aside with Su Zhuge. Sun Hoyuan chuckled and pointed to the sky. Hold on, give me 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, boom. The clear sky suddenly changed, with rolling dark clouds and flickering lightning. A massive rift opened in the clouds, and golden light poured down like a waterfall. A figure descended slowly, standing with his hands behind his back, eyes sharp as if commanding the heavens and earth. Today, I, Gu Yunfeng, stand here. Who dares to take my disciple? A voice, ancient and authoritative, echoed across the sky. The sudden appearance from the sky disrupted the scene. An elderly man with white hair descended slowly from the heavens. He wore a gray robe adorned with shimmering golden patterns. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his gaze was as calm as a serene lake, yet it sparkled with a captivating golden light. As he touched down, an invisible pressure spread outward, causing the surrounding trees to topple and the wind to howl fiercely. That's Vice Principal Gu Yunfeng of Star Demon University. Wang Chongkong exclaimed in shock. Everyone present was stunned, as if frozen in place. The Vice Principal of Star Demon University, one of the superpowers of the Dragon Nation, was rumored to have reached the 8th tier of power. His mere presence was enough to deter any rash actions. What shocked everyone even more was the mention of the word disciple by Gu Yunfeng. Could he be planning to take Yiming as his apprentice? The thought sent a shiver through everyone present. Yi Shuang frowned in contemplation. As an assassin of the Temple of Silence, she knew that Gu Yunfeng held another astonishing identity, deputy head of the Temple of Silence. Such a top-tier figure with dual identities had personally come to the Yi family to accept a disciple. Gu Yunfeng landed beside Yiming and spoke in a resonant voice. Yiming, if you join Star Demon University, you will not only enjoy the highest privileges, but I will also personally mentor you, providing comprehensive training. Of course, it's all up to your own will. Disciple Yiming greets the master. Yiming said without hesitation, cupping his fists in salute. Excellent. Gu Yunfeng laughed heartily 3 times and casually tossed out 3 wooden boxes. These are materials from 3 7th-tier ferocious beasts. Consider them a meeting gift. Once you officially enroll, you'll receive materials from a quasi-tier beast as well. Yiming's pupils contracted in astonishment. He had struggled greatly to obtain a single 7th-tier material, and now, by simply becoming an apprentice, he was receiving such a generous gift, with the promise of quasi-tier materials as well. This was the privilege of being under the tutelage of a renowned master. Gu Yunfeng briefly introduced the situation at Star Demon University and exchanged a few words with Yiming's second uncle. Before leaving, he patted Yiming on the shoulder, saying, "I'll come to see you again in a few days." As soon as the words were spoken, he transformed into a streak of light and shot up into the sky. Wang Changkong and Zhao Feng watched all this unfold with grim expressions. They hadn't even had the chance to speak, and the recruitment of the top candidate had concluded just like that. Damn, this is ridiculous. Zhao Feng couldn't help but curse. The vice principal of Star Demon University personally recruiting? Who would believe that if you told them? Upon learning that Gu Yunfeng would be attending, Wang Changkong furrowed his brows and said gravely, "He must at least bring the vice principal of Shanghai University." As he spoke, he nodded thoughtfully. Both men simultaneously turned their gaze to Sun Hoyuan, who was sitting in the corner with a gleeful expression, and suddenly understood. No wonder this old fox had been unusually quiet upon entering. He had been holding back a big surprise. "Old son, your Tsinghua University sure knows how to play hardball." Zhao Feng couldn't help but speak up. Didn't Senior Gu Yunfeng just announce recently that he wouldn't be taking any more disciples? Wang Changkong nodded repeatedly in agreement. Sun Hoyuan shrugged helplessly. "I can't do anything about it. How would I know about the teacher's decisions? Why don't you guys ask him yourselves?" At this, both Wang Changkong and Zhao Feng shivered. Who would dare question the decisions of an 8th-tier master? Ultimately, they left disappointed. And so, Yiming officially joined Tsinghua University, becoming Gu Yunfeng's last disciple. Before leaving, Sun Hoyuan pulled Yiming aside to a secluded corner and said seriously, "Yiming, first of all, congratulations on joining Tsinghua University. But there's something I need to remind you of. Do you remember the Qingyun Association?" Qingyun Association. Yiming's eyes sharpened as images of the Cangnan city's ground forces and his own confrontation with Zhou Kuisui and Zhou Qiming flashed in his mind. He nodded slightly. "I remember. The president of Qingyun Association, Zhou Qingyun, a 4th-tier contract master, has fled to the Outlands," Sun Hoyuan whispered. "The Outlands?" Yiming's brows furrowed deeply. The Outlands were the territory of fierce beasts, filled with peril. As far as he knew, Zhou Qingyun's location was near the 3rd frontier city, on the outskirts, but still formidable. "If I'm not mistaken, you haven't been to the Outlands yet," Sun Hoyuan continued, seeing Yiming deep in thought. Yiming immediately understood his intent. "Captain Sun, you want me to?" "Yes, go to the Outlands and kill him," Sun Hoyuan said calmly. "Of course, I wouldn't feel comfortable sending you alone. I'll assign a contract master to accompany you." "Not Yi Shuang," Yiming said firmly. "Why not?" Sun Hoyuan asked, surprised. "The Outlands are too dangerous. There's no guarantee of safety. I worry something might happen." "Understood," Sun Hoyuan nodded. "I'll provide you with the relevant information in 3 days. Prepare well." "All right." After Sun Hoyuan left, Yiming crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. "The president of Qingyun Association. Our grudge is too deep. I must eliminate him." That night, major news outlets rushed to report on Yiming's achievements. The news of Tsinghua University's vice principal personally recruiting him caused a sensation in Cangnan City. Yiming became the most dazzling star among the city's martial arts candidates, and one of the few recognized talents nationwide. Meanwhile, Lu Yuxuan sat alone in her room, staring at her score of 820 and the admission letter from Shinkong University, unable to feel happy. Why is Yiming so outstanding? Are demonic contract masters truly more powerful than saintly contract masters? Her faith began to waver, as her contract spirit sighed with disappointment and resignation, though she failed to notice. In the Yi family room, Yiming was intently examining 3 pieces of 7th-tier beast materials before him. barely able to contain his awe. Black Flame Claw from the 7th tier Beast Black Flame Tyrant. Thunder Crystal from the 7th tier Beast Furious Thunder Lion. Black Dragon Core from the 7th tier Beast Dark Demon Dragon. Yiming focused intently on the 3 beast materials before him, took a deep breath, and began the absorption process. In an instant, a dark aura coiled around the materials like a serpent, and a massive surge of energy erupted. A searing pain swept through his body, as if countless needles were piercing him from within. Yiming gripped the table tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure as he struggled to steady his erratic breathing. Cold sweat poured down his back, and large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Suddenly, black flames ignited on his body, and arcs of lightning danced across his fists, as if these energies were trying to tear his flesh apart. Yiming, if it hurts, you can cry out. I can block the sound for you, Inyuyu said with concern. Yiming shook his head resolutely, his gaze unwavering. Pain is a sign of transformation. Crying out would only disrupt my resolve. Besides, this pain is nothing. In his memory, this level of pain didn't even rank in the top 10. 10 minutes later, the 3 pieces of 7th tier beast materials were completely absorbed. Yiming stood up abruptly and tore off his soaked shirt. His bare torso was now more defined and muscular, with clear lines on his arms and chest. Most notably, black lightning flickered faintly beneath his skin. What is this? Yiming clenched his fist, feeling the surge of lightning power within him. Inyuyu explained, you've undergone a lightning body refinement, and combined with the lightning crystal you absorbed earlier, these forces have merged with your body, granting you the ability to control lightning. What does it do? Yiming asked. It enhances your explosiveness, defense, and speed, and gives your attacks a lightning effect. Yiming immediately headed to the training room to test it. He swung a scythe at a mechanical dummy, and as the dark and crimson crescent strike landed, black lightning arcs crackled, producing a sizzle. This wasn't just a visual effect. The lightning could continuously damage the target. Afterward, Yiming checked his status panel and found that both his vitality and mental strength had surged from 550 to 700. He clenched his fist, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. No wonder these are 7th tier beast materials. Now, even if I encounter a 4th tier Great Ice Demon, I wouldn't need to find its weakness, I could defeat it with sheer force. Finally, he began to review Inyuyu's status panel. The data panel for the contract spirit, Shadow Yuyu, under the Dark Knight Demon Emperor shows significant improvements. Shadow Yuyu's level remains at SSS, but the advancement has increased from 3 to 4.5, and the recovery progress has climbed from 12 to 14. With these improvements, Shadow Yuyu's abilities have undergone a qualitative leap. She is no longer limited to using either dark tentacles or black wings individually. She can now control both powers simultaneously. Shadow Yuyu, Yiming called softly. The contract spirit immediately understood, and a pair of dark demon wings unfurled slowly behind Yiming, while 2 thick dark tentacles solidified in the air. Holding a scythe, Yiming was enveloped in the Godfall demon armor, with blood-red eyes shining, resembling the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Facing 5 mechanical dummies ahead, Yiming launched a fierce assault. The scythe swept across, the dark tentacles shot out like venomous snakes, and the demon wings unleashed countless sharp blades. In a flash, the 5 mechanical dummies were completely destroyed, reduced to scattered parts. What an incredible power! Yiming marveled to himself, grateful for the decision he made a month ago to sign the contract. Yiming, Shadow Yuyu suddenly pouted. Calling me like that feels so strange. Over the next couple of days, Yiming, having just finished his martial arts exam, chose to rest at home. On the 4th morning, he received a message from Sun Hoyuan, confirming the exact location of Zhou Qingyun, a cave 10 kilometers outside the 3rd border city. After confirming that no special procedures were needed, the mission details quickly arrived on Yiming's phone. Target Zhou Qingyun, a 4th tier contract master, possessing Enslevel Cloudfall Saintus, suspected of selling stimulant grass. More dangerously, he carries stimulant essence refined from 1,000 stimulant grasses, which can boost strength by 2 to 4 times upon consumption. Don't worry, I'll be careful, Yiming replied. Your teammate is already waiting in the 3rd border city, Sun Hoyuan added. But her personality is rather unique, so you might need to be patient. The 3rd frontier city. The sky was overcast with thick clouds, towering skyscrapers resembling a forest of steel beneath them. Armed flying vessels hovered over the city, emitting a low hum, while the anti-aircraft guns mounted on the rooftops glinted with cold metallic light. This city, located on the boundary between the safe zone and the outer regions, was shrouded in an atmosphere of tension and solemnity. Since the arrival of the ferocious beasts, the geography of the blue planet had drastically changed. The ocean area plummeted from 70% to 20%, while the land area surged to 80%. On this vast land, humans occupied only 40%, with the remaining 60% dominated by beasts, scattered with the remnants of human civilization. Yiming stood on the street, observing an armed squad returning from the outer regions. Their military green armor was riddled with cracks, blood seeping from their wounds and dripping into the puddles on the road. Watching these battle-worn soldiers, Yiming couldn't help but think of his fourth uncle, Yizheng. This taciturn relative joined the Guardian Army at 25 and had been defending the third frontier city for 15 years. Yiming had once seen his uncle shirtless, his scarred body, silently narrating the harshness of the frontier. In recent years, the beast disasters had not diminished, but rather intensified, becoming increasingly severe. However, within the safe zone, many people remained indifferent, with some even criticizing the construction of the frontier city as a waste of resources online. Damn, sometimes I just want to kill those bastards. A gritted female voice suddenly broke out. Yiming turned towards the voice to see a blue-haired woman leaning against a lamppost under the dim streetlight, arms crossed, calmly watching him. Who are you? Yiming frowned slightly. The blue-haired woman approached, smiling. Hello, I'm Qianming, a fourth-tier contract master. Got it. A companion assigned by the Su Sha Temple. Yiming shook hands with her. Yiming, third-tier contract master. Third tier, huh? Qianming withdrew her hand, pursing her lips and shaking her head. The energy within you is much denser than an ordinary third tier. Yiming was slightly surprised, then heard Ying's reminder. S-strength phantom heart saintus. She can perceive internal energy and is extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations. Let's go, Qianming said. It's about time. We'll leave the city through Gate 5. It's the closest to our mission location, and if all goes well, we'll finish in an hour. On the way, Qianming and Yiming chatted about the history of the frontier city. The blue-haired girl was cheerful and approachable, quite contrary to Sun Hoyuan's description of her as eccentric and hard to understand. Upon reaching Gate 5, Qianming handed the documents to the reviewing soldier. The soldier checked Qianming's information with a blank expression, but his eyes lit up when he saw Yiming's details. Yiming? Are you Yiming? You know me? Yiming asked, puzzled. Ahem. The soldier realized his reaction was excessive and quickly explained. Your fourth uncle Yizheng is my captain. Just a few days ago, he showed me pictures from your martial arts exam day. Yiming understood. His uncle must have watched his martial arts exam livestream and couldn't resist sharing his joy with his comrades. Since they were acquaintances, the tense atmosphere eased considerably. Where is uncle now? How is he doing? Yiming asked the soldier in front of him, a hint of concern in his voice. The soldier waved his hand, looking relaxed. Don't worry, he's just on a minor mission. He'll be back in a couple of days. He paused and added, the mission is classified, so I can't disclose any details. Yiming nodded in understanding, smiling. Thank you, uncle. No problem, don't mention it, the soldier replied with a smile. He hesitated to say more, but his professionalism kept him silent. In reality, Yizheng was not far from Yiming's destination and might run into him soon. As Yiming and his companion finished their paperwork and prepared to leave, 3 figures brushed past them. On either side were 2 burly men, nearly 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds. In the middle was a slender, fair-skinned man. The slender man glanced at Yiming. It was an ordinary look, but it made Yiming, a top assassin, sense intense hostility. He frowned slightly. Who is this person? Why does he bear ill will towards me? Suddenly, the soldier's voice came from behind. Yuan Guang Group? Please wait. As representatives of a joint venture, we need to verify your identities. Please follow me. Yuan Guang Group. The name struck Yiming's memory like lightning. The kidnapping case, the Du brothers, the lackeys of Yuan Guang Group. Could it be that the Du brothers' matter has been exposed? He quickly dismissed the thought if it had been exposed, Sun Hoyuan would have informed him. But the hostility in that man's eyes was unmistakable. Yiming's thoughts unconsciously shifted to Zhou Qingyun, linking him to Yuan Guang Group. Could Zhou Qingyun be involved in this? At the city gate, deep in these thoughts, Yiming suddenly noticed Qianming standing still. She was rummaging through her pocket. What are you doing here? Yiming asked, puzzled. Qianming smiled and took out a coin. I have a little habit. When I encounter danger or something unsettling, I flip a coin. Heads means good luck, tails means bad luck. With that, she tossed the coin into the air, caught it, and opened her palm. Heads. It's good luck. We can set off. What if it's bad luck? Yiming inquired. Then I'll wait half an hour and flip again until I get good luck, Qianming explained with a smile. But don't worry, we came half an hour early, just in case. What if it's tails twice in a row? Yiming pressed. Qianming's expression turned serious. I've rarely encountered consecutive tails since I was a child. Her tone became grave. But just now was an exception. I flipped the coin twice for those 3 from Yuan Guang Group, and both times it was tails. This means they might bring us misfortune. Yiming, we must be extra cautious. In the wilderness, guided by Sun Hoyuan's location, Yiming and Qianming ventured into a chilling black forest. The cold wind howled, causing the dark tree trunks to sway, and the dry leaves rustled like countless ghosts lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar shattered the silence. A large leopard with crescent-shaped markings on its back leapt from the darkness. Its fangs were still clinging to decaying flesh, and its eyes glowed with a terrifying ferocity. As the moon shadow leopard sprang into the air, Yiming's scythe flashed with a cold gleam, and blood splattered. Successfully killed a Tier 3 moonshadow leopard. Level experience 40, skill experience 40. Yiming frowned slightly, pondering. Could it be that the beasts in the wilderness are more dangerous, thus offering higher experience points? While he was contemplating, a sudden whistling sound came from the treetops. 3-bone arrows whizzed through the air. Looking up, he saw a group of spirit-furred monkeys with fur as white as cotton, equipped with crossbows. Their sharp fangs and blood-red eyes were strikingly visible in the shadows. These creatures, known as wise beasts, not only used tools but also understood group hunting. Die! Yiming whispered fiercely, leaping up from the tree trunk. Several spirit-furred monkeys tried to escape, but were instantly pierced by his dark tendrils, strung together like a bloody kebab. Successfully killed a Tier 3 spirit-furred monkey. Level experience 45, skill experience 45. The notification chimed 3 times. It seems the experience points are much higher than those from Secret Realm beasts. A hint of excitement flashed in Yiming's eyes, and he considered leveling up in the wilderness. All right, Yiming, tread lightly. We're almost there. Don't alert anyone. Qianming whispered a reminder. They continued deeper, occasionally coming across piles of eerie white bones. Every year, at least 100,000 people perish in this lawless land, some devoured by beasts, others killed in conflicts over resources. In this unregulated wilderness, violence was commonplace. We're here. Qianming stopped in front of a cave. Instead of rushing in, she took out a coin and tossed it into the air. Heads. Good luck. Charge. Seeing the result, Qianming's fighting spirit soared. She summoned a brilliantly colored ancient book and darted into the cave like lightning. Yiming now understood why Captain Sun described her as eccentric. A person who relied on coin flips to make decisions was indeed unusual. Inside the cave were scattered items like lighters, firewood, and clothing, but there was no sign of Zhou Qingyun. Just as Qianming was puzzled, Yiming suddenly looked up to the cave ceiling, where a gaunt figure was pressing against the wall, a murderous intent blazing in his crimson eyes. Yiming, die! Zhou Qingyun roared, leaping down from the cave ceiling like a meteor, charging fiercely towards Yiming. Your ability to hide your presence is impressive, but your strength is not enough to kill me. Yiming was clad in his divine armor, his scythe glinting with a cold light. In a flash, as he was about to collide with Zhou Qingyun, his muscles tensed, and his scythe carved a sharp arc, breaking through Zhou Qingyun's attack. Dark tendrils shot out like venomous snakes, piercing through Zhou Qingyun's body in an instant. With a spurt of blood, Zhou Qingyun fell to his knees, his face as pale as paper. As Yiming approached, Zhou Qingyun quickly pulled out a vial of essence from his robes. But before he could drink it, a shadow flashed by Yiming's swift kick shattered the vial. Interrupt his spell, Qianming exclaimed. Yiming remained unfazed, casually saying, just basic maneuvers. Unexpectedly, a strange smile appeared on Zhou Qingyun's lips as another vial of essence appeared in his hand. Taking advantage of the momentary shock of those around him, he swallowed it in one gulp. What? 2 vials? Qianming's eyes widened. No, this guy split the essence into 2. Yiming realized instantly. The energy in the air flowed like silk, converging towards Zhou Qingyun. His withered body rapidly expanded, muscles bulging, his complexion turning rosy. Even more astonishing, a female apparition appeared behind him, holding a dark cloud in one hand. S-class Cloudfall Saintus. Boom. With a mighty push of his palm, Zhou Qingyun sent a massive black cloud crashing through the cave. He then struck upwards, blasting a huge hole in the mountain, the deafening explosion echoing beyond. Not far away, Yi Zheng and his team, having just completed their mission, were drawn by the commotion. A mushroom cloud rose amidst the swirling dust, and suddenly a dark streak shot across the sky. This aura. Yi Zheng frowned. Wait. Is it Yiming? What's he doing out here? You guys head back. I'll check it out. There might be something urgent. With that, Yi Zheng rushed towards the battlefield. In the sky, Zhou Qingyun looked at his severed left arm, terror on his face. You've got to be kidding me. I'm a 4th-year contract master. My power doubled after taking the essence, and yet you. Yiming unfurled his black wings, his scythe radiating death and darkness. I don't have time to explain. Your priority now is to report to hell. In an instant, Yiming dodged the punch, swung his scythe, severing Zhou Qingyun's right arm. Then, with a spin of the blade, Zhou Qingyun's head was sent flying. Blood stained the ground. This damned guy, finally it's over. From now on, there will be no more Qingyun society in Songnan City. Yiming stepped over the pool of blood, ready to leave. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 massive cleavers sliced through the air, embedding themselves on either side of Yiming. His gaze sharp as lightning, he stared into the depths of the forest. 3 figures emerged slowly, led by Yuan Guang, who crossed his arms with a mocking smile on his face. Yiming, What a coincidence, we meet again. This time, can I ask you for a favor? Yiming frowned, silent. Yuan Guangxiu chuckled. Promise me, let me kill you. Yiming frowned, a flicker of anger in his eyes. The cold light of his scythe gleamed as he charged at Yuan Guangxiu without hesitation. In the dark forest, his figure moved like a phantom, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Just as Yiming was about to deliver a fatal strike, two towering figures suddenly appeared in front of Yuan Guangxiu. They punched in unison, and the powerful shockwave caused Yiming to momentarily pause. Let me handle this. Yiming's voice rang out. She gracefully leaped onto the treetop, and 5 icy daggers shot from her hands. The two hulking figures quickly raised a defensive barrier, but to their shock, the daggers eerily pierced through and embedded themselves in their bodies. Seeing this, Yuan Guangxiu's expression changed. Go all out. This woman is trouble. The two massive figures exchanged glances, and their aura surged. An invisible ripple spread from them as their forms gradually blurred and finally merged into one. The newly formed figure stood a towering 2.5 meters tall, with 4 arms and strange white patterns appearing on its skin. A level twin saintess. Ing whispered, this special saintess requires 2 contractors. Her spirit skill, Twin Fusion, allows the contractors to merge into one, combining all attributes. Qianming scoffed, conjuring a phantom blue fist and launching it with full force at the fused figure. However, the opponent merely sneered, pushing out a barrier with all 4 arms, sending her flying. Yuan Guangxiu smugly said, Sakamoto Koichi and Sakamoto Kawani are twins, and their power skyrockets when they merge. They were already 4th-tier contractors, and now they've reached quasi 5th-tier strength. Qianming quickly summoned an ancient book, chanting a spell under her breath. A strange formation formed beneath Sakamoto Koichi's feet, and 5 iron chains burst from the ground, temporarily binding him. Now Yiming, strike at the leader, Yuan Guangxiu. Yiming moved with lightning speed, but Yuan Guangxiu smirked. Think I'm a pushover? I'm a 4th-tier contractor. His eyes emitted a green poisonous gas, tattoos of venomous creatures appeared on his arms, and his body quickly doubled in size. Level toxic saintess, immune to all poisons. The saintess of poison's body is like a toxic vessel. Every attack she makes carries a venomous effect, and even a slight touch can cause instant corrosion to ordinary people. Inyuyu quickly analyzed the opponent's characteristics, but his weakness is obvious. Just avoid his attacks and strike him down in one blow. Yiming, do you need my help? Yiming shook his head coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. A 4th-tier contractor might have made me wary in the past, but now. Before he finished speaking, his figure moved like a phantom, stepping through the void. In an instant, a dark domain unfurled around him, engulfing everything into a night-like darkness. Yuan Guangxiu sneered, playing tricks. He then swung his fist fiercely towards Yiming. In the pitch-black darkness, fists and scythe shadows clashed intensely. Outside the domain, Sakamoto Koichi was just about to laugh at Yuan Guangxiu's courage when suddenly the dark domain dissipated. The scene before him froze his smile. Yuan Guangxiu's arms were severed, his knees shattered, and he knelt before Yiming. His mouth opened, his throat emitted unclear sounds, but he couldn't utter a complete word. Yiming looked down at this once arrogant opponent, his long scythe mercilessly slicing towards the man's neck. No! Sakamoto Koichi shouted hoarsely. He's from the Yuan Guang Corporation. If you kill him, they won't let you go. With a swift motion, the head flew off. Yiming turned to Sakamoto Koichi, his voice icy. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Sakamoto Koichi was momentarily stunned, then began to tremble violently, his eyes bloodshot. He charged at Yiming like a mad dog. You damned thing! How dare you kill young master Yuan Guangxiu? I'll have your life. Just as he was about to reach Yiming, a figure descended from the sky, landing in front of Yiming. The newcomer charged their right fist, unleashing it like a thunderbolt. Bang! Under the immense force, Sakamoto Koichi's body exploded, his dual fusion state undone, leaving 2 shattered corpses. Fourth uncle. Yiming was taken aback. Yi Zheng, clad in military green combat gear, retracted his fist, his gaze sweeping between Qianming and Yiming, eyebrows furrowed. What are you doing outside the borders? On their way back to the 3rd frontier city, Yiming explained his presence by claiming it was for training. As a newly promoted 3rd-tier contractor, training outside the borders was indeed a compulsory course, a reason Yi Zheng accepted. Next time, let me know before you come, Yi Zheng said sternly. If something happens to you out here, I couldn't face your parents. Yiming nodded obediently. Why did those people attack you? Yi Zheng continued to ask. Yiming was about to explain when Qianming quickly interjected. They wanted to kill and rob us. We found a Chilean crystal mine, and they wanted to take it, so we had to fight. With that, she produced a piece of Chilean crystal. Yi Zheng glanced at the crystal, remaining silent. As a joint venture, the Yuan Guang group's controlling stake is firmly held by the Yuan Guang family from Sakura country. Although Yiming had killed Yuan Guang Zuichi, He wasn't too worried about retaliation in the territory of the Dragon Country. No matter how angry the Yuan Guang family might be, they could only suppress their actions. After the outbreak of the beast disaster, more than half of the countries on Blue Planet were destroyed. The surviving countries, while maintaining economic and technological exchanges, adopted an unusually tough stance. For any joint venture or equity control, if any behavior harmful to national interests was discovered, assets would be immediately confiscated, and violators would be executed and publicly broadcast nationwide. All right, Yiming nodded in response. I've booked you a ticket for half an hour from now. Get back to Cangnan City as soon as possible. Yizheng said, and then turned to leave. Fourth uncle, take care. Yiming called out to his uncle's retreating figure. Yizheng simply waved his hand without turning back. Watching his uncle's figure recede into the distance, Yiming spoke calmly. Qianming, your earlier excuse was too clumsy. My fourth uncle won't believe it. Huh? Isn't robbery a common excuse? Qianming asked, puzzled. Common? Yes, but it won't work on my fourth uncle. Too many loopholes. A little thought would see through Ito wealthy heir of the Yuan Guang group, backed by a powerful family, wouldn't risk attacking someone from the Dragon Country for a mere crimson crystal mine at the border. The risk is too high. Even the most reckless heir wouldn't do such a thing. Don't be so sure. Let me flip a coin and see. Qianming tossed a coin. Tails. Tossed again. Tails again. Third time, still tails. 3 tails in a row. Seems things didn't go as I expected. Your fourth uncle probably saw through my lie. Qianming shrugged indifferently. After all, it wasn't her uncle. Yiming was at a loss for words. On the way back to Cangnan City, Yiming informed Sun Hoyuan about what happened outside the domain. Half an hour later, Sun Hoyuan replied, Big devils are no problem. It's the small devils that are tricky. The Yuan Guang group's higher-ups won't confront you openly, but they might instruct their subordinates to act. Let them come. I'll kill them, Yiming replied. But I can't figure out why Yuan Guang Zuichi targeted me. I left no traces when I killed the Du brothers. It's not because of that. It's Zhou Qingyun. He has connections with the Yuan Guang group. As expected, Yiming mused, rubbing his chin. Qingyun Society, selling contraband. Yuan Guang group, kill Zhou Qingyun, silence witnesses, it all seemed to connect. So, the source of the contraband is the Yuan Guang group? You're quick on the uptake. That's right, it's them. Since you know, why not take action against them? We already have. You might not have noticed, but 90% of the contraband in the Dragon Country has been cut off recently. And the remaining 10% won't be long. Within a month, it will be completely eradicated. We're fishing for a big catch, a 7th tier. After reading the last message, Yiming quietly closed his phone, exhaled deeply, and shook his head with a heavy expression. Indeed, the games played at the top are always subtle and silent. Even though I am involved in the situation, the information I have is just the tip of the iceberg. A 7th tier contract master and ins-level contract spirit represent top-tier power in any country. Yiming pondered to himself, realizing that the incident he was involved in was far more complex than he had imagined. Returning home, Yiming found that Yi Shuang was not there. She was likely out on a mission. As he passed through the living room, he heard the busy voices of his uncles, and from the next room came the steady breathing of Yi Xinxin, who was evidently still asleep. Yiming quietly made his way to the training room. Just as he stepped across the threshold, a sharp sense of pressure suddenly surged from the left. Watch out, Inyuyu warned in a low voice, instantly forming a shield of dark energy to barely block the incoming wind blades. Immediately afterward, 3 spinning wind blades attacked from the front. Yiming's pupils narrowed as he jumped with force, his dark wings unfurling in the air. The scythe in his hand traced a graceful arc, clashing with the wind blades and producing a deafening boom. In the darkness, Yiming gripped his scythe tightly, cautiously sensing the surrounding presence. Suddenly, a streak of light shot toward him from behind. Yet, he remained motionless and calmly said, Master, there's no need for such tricks. They won't scare me. The light halted abruptly, revealing an elderly man with white hair and a white robe. Behind Yimingit was Gu Yunfeng. He patted Yiming's shoulder with satisfaction. Good lad. Only met once, and you remembered my presence. Yiming smiled humbly. Master, your strength is extraordinary, and your presence is unique, naturally easy to recognize. His compliment was well-timed, and it indeed pleased Gu Yunfeng. The elder took out an exquisite wooden box from his sleeve, inside which lay a fruit crackling with electricity. This is a thunder fruit. It can help you awaken the power of lightning. Well, Yiming gave an awkward smile. Thank you for your generosity, Master, but I have already awakened the power of lightning with the thunder crystal you gave me before. Gu Yunfeng's face stiffened. As a dignified 8th tier contract master, his second gift was still inappropriate. Seeing this, Yiming quickly added, however, this thunder fruit will greatly aid me in enhancing my control over lightning. Never mind. Gu Yunfeng waved his hand. From now on, don't call me master. Like Sun Hoyuan and the others, just call me teacher. By the way, there's one more Tina master thief has appeared in Cangnan City. He has something called the bloodthirsty root, which will be useful to you. Should I kill or capture him? Yiming asked. Gu Yunfeng snorted coldly. A scoundrel who steals and bullies the weak, why keep him alive? Yiming nodded, understanding the implication. Gu Yunfeng's reminder made Yiming thoughtful. As the vice principal of Tsinghua University, his specific mention of the entrance exam reward material from an 8th-tier ferocious beast must hold hidden significance. Teacher, what's the minimum level needed to secure first place in the entrance exam? Yiming asked, focusing intently. Gu Yunfeng glanced at him with slight surprise. The previous top scorer was a 3rd-tier contract master with an S-grade contracted spirit. With your current strength, as long as you don't regress significantly, first place is practically yours for the taking. Practically guaranteed? Yiming furrowed his brows, already calculating in his mind. Although breaking through to a 4th-tier contract master seemed unlikely, raising both his vitality and mental strength to over 1,000 points was not impossible. Currently, both were around 700 points. Once he crossed the 1,000-point mark, even if he became a target in the entrance exam, he was confident he could fight his way through. All right, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be on my way. Gu Yunfeng patted Yiming's shoulder. Xiao Sun is your team leader. He's got a peculiar temper, so if he gives you any trouble, just let me know, and I'll deal with him. Before finishing his sentence, he turned into a stream of light and shot into the sky. Yiming watched Gu Yunfeng's departing figure, murmuring to himself, who's really the one with the peculiar temper here? At 11 p.m., the training room echoed with sounds Yixinxin's steady snores on one side and Yiming's fierce punches on the other. After knocking down the last mechanical dummy, Yiming looked over at his sister lying on the bench, clutching a tablet, already sound asleep. Asked her to help record some data, and she fell asleep. Yiming shook his head helplessly, gently covering Yixinxin with a blanket. Looks like I'll need to buy a smart machine tomorrow. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification. It was a message from Sun Hoyuan. Wu Da, the notorious thief, a habitual offender with 375 cases, extremely malicious. He vanished 5 years ago, rumored to have fled beyond the domain. Beyond the domain? Wu Da's capabilities must be quite formidable, Yiming replied. Indeed, he's a 4th-tier contract master with a grade contracted spirit. However, his strength is superficial. He's best known for bullying the weak and avoiding the strong. Upon reading the message, Yiming frowned. It wasn't that he had a stereotype about thieves, but from experience most petty thieves are cowards, skilled only in picking on the weak. The truly bold ones would have moved on to robbery, ending up either caught or shot. Oh, and Wu Da has a peculiar habit, Sun Hoyuan added. During or after his crimes, if anyone makes eye contact with him, he will mercilessly kill them. That's clearly a sign of a guilty conscience, Yiming responded. He's just haunted by his own demons. Yiming reviewed the mission details. No turning back. Target. Wu Da, mission requirement. Elimination, deadline. Tonight at midnight. As nightfall enveloped the city, Yiming sat quietly on the edge of his bed, his gaze fixed on the slowly turning clock hands on the desk. When the hands aligned at midnight, he suddenly stood up, his figure transforming into a streak of black light that vanished into the night. On the rooftop, Yishuang crossed her arms, watching Yiming's departing silhouette with a hint of a smile at the corner of her lips. He's really putting in the effort. The Happiness Garden residential area was silent. Most of the residents had turned off their lights and gone to sleep, except for one particularly dim room where a ghostly figure was rummaging through drawers. Dressed in black, tight-fitting clothes and wearing silent shoes, the figure moved so deftly that not even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Damn it, where's the money? Not even a penny. Wu Da muttered, frowning. As a level 4 contract master, he was severely restricted due to being nationally wanted, and even underground deals were easily discovered. Forced by circumstances, he took desperate measures. Check the bedroom, he thought, using the ability of his clever sound-blocking Saint's contract spirit to muffle any noise, slipping silently into the bedroom. Inside the bedside table, he finally found a stack of cash. Just as he was secretly pleased, a curious gaze suddenly fell upon him. He turned to see a little girl, innocent and wide-eyed, tilting her head and looking at him with a bright, curious smile. Wu Da's heart tightened, his gaze shifting between the little girl and her sleeping mother beside her. I've been seen. He steeled himself, quietly gripping a dagger in his right hand. No matter who it is, they must be killed. As the dagger gleamed coldly, it aimed for the sleeping woman's neck. Just at that critical moment, with a crash, a shadow broke through the window. Multiple dark tendrils instantly bound Wu Da, and Yiming dragged him swiftly out of the room, merging into the night. Behind them, the startled woman's sharp scream echoed. Ah! In a rundown alley, Yiming threw Wu Da heavily to the ground, a scythe poised at his neck. Speak. Where is the bloodthirsty root? You think you can threaten me and take what you want? Do you even know who I am? Wu Da began to retort. Before he could finish, Yiming swung the scythe, severing Wu Da's right arm. As his agonized scream rang out, another swing took off his left arm. I told you to answer the question. not to wail like a banshee. Yiming's voice was icy. Last chance. Where is the bloodthirsty root? Wuda nodded towards his own chest with his chin. It's in. Yiming summoned the dark tendrils to search, quickly locating the item. Hey, you got what you wanted, and you took my arms. Could you let me go? We're all just trying to survive in this world. After all, Wuda pleaded on his knees. Show some mercy. Yiming frowned. Who said we're on the same path? Scum like you. The only path left is death. The scythe blade grew larger in Wuda's pupils, and with a flash of cold light, a chill ran down his neck. Before his consciousness faded, his head fell to the ground, finally stopping next to a trash can. Even in death, he knows how to sort himself. Yiming scoffed, unfurling a dark domain. Darkness surged like a tide, engulfing the body and bloodstains on the ground. After cleaning up the scene, Yiming recalled the recent events and silently thanked himself for arriving just in time. Had he been a moment later, 2 more innocent lives would have been taken by the beast Wuda. He glanced down at the bloodthirsty root in his hand. This treasure resembled ginseng, but was surrounded by strands of crimson light. He gently scratched it with his nail, and the juice that flowed out was like fresh blood. Yiming, this is quite a find. Ying's voice echoed in his mind. It's a rare treasure that can help your body merge with the aura of slaughter. Not only does it enhance your vitality and mental strength, but it also helps you resist the backlash of killing. It's a win-win. Gu Yunfeng really went to great lengths to acquire such a treasure. Quite a teacher, Yiming remarked, preparing to leave when a transparent barrier suddenly blocked his path. Friend, that's a bit unfair, a playful voice called out. It's one thing to kill the man, but taking the treasure too? That's just not right. Yiming turned to see a delicate man in a black cloud-patterned robe, holding a feather fan and wearing a confident smile. 4th-tier conjurer, a class barrier saint. Ying reminded him. He can create extremely high defense barriers and compress them into attacks. 4th tier, a class spirit. A cold glint flashed in Yiming's eyes. Another one coming to die. The delicate man continued. Friend, let me advise you. We're all in the same business. Don't push things too far. Hand over the bloodthirsty root, and I'll let you go. Wuda may have been 4th tier, but lacked combat prowess, whereas I'm a genuine 4th tier conjurer. I suggest you. Before he could finish, Yiming shot forward like an arrow. The Godfall demon armor exuded a deep, dark aura, and his eyes glowed with a sinister red light. You reckless fool, the delicate man cursed, spreading his arms as a sturdy barrier instantly formed. Yet, with a swing of Yiming's scythe, the barrier shattered. The momentum continued, and a crimson crescent swept through the darkness, severing the delicate man's head. Staring at the body on the ground, Yiming's gaze grew colder. When the Reaper comes for someone, there's no stopping it. He carefully searched the delicate man's belongings. From what the man said earlier, it was clear he was acquainted with Wuda. Since Wuda was no good, those who knew him were likely the same. Soon, Yiming found an ID card on the body and learned the delicate man's name was He Qingming, a resident of Wuan City. As for why he ended up in Chang'an City, that's unclear. Yiming quickly took out his phone and sent a photo of the ID card and the gruesome scene of the corpse to Sun Hoyuan, along with a brief explanation of the incident. At that moment, Sun Hoyuan was in his office handling paperwork when his phone vibrated with a new message. He casually opened it, and, upon seeing the victim's face, his brow furrowed slightly. He immediately turned to his computer to verify the identity. The screen soon displayed the victim's information, causing his mouth to twitch involuntarily. He Qingming, a native of Wuan City and the deputy leader of the Black Wind Gang. The Black Wind Gang's status in Wuan City was akin to that of the Qingyun Association in Chang'an City, but the two cities were worlds apart in terms of rank. Wuan was a 3rd-tier city, while Chang'an was a small city beyond the 5th tier. More intimidating was the fact that the gang leader himself was a 6th-level contract master. This kid. Sun Hoyuan looked at the photo Yiming sent, unsure whether to call him lucky or doomed. With a sigh, he sent a message to Gu Yunfeng. Teacher, your precious disciple has stirred up trouble. What should we do? Gu Yunfeng's reply came quickly. A deputy leader of a ground force. If killed, so be it. However, since the issue has already been exposed, let's escalate matters and stir things up in Wuan City. Teacher, what do you mean? When the heron and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. The Black Wind Gang has been too arrogant these years. It's time they were dealt with. Yiming, that kid, has lit a fire. This fire could bring danger to him. No matter, he has the strength. After ending the conversation with Gu Yunfeng, Sun Hoyuan immediately informed Yiming of the situation. To his surprise, upon learning that he had killed the deputy leader, Yiming showed no fear, but rather a hint of anticipation. This kid had a peculiar quirk. He loved seeking thrills and danger and breakthroughs in dire situations. Only in this way could his foundation become more solid, and his strength could improve more quickly. Oh, by the way, Captain Sun, Yiming suddenly sent a message. I also found this on He Qingming. He then sent a photo of a small shaped token, with the words, theft is without principle, engraved on the back. Looking at the photo, Sun Hoyuan scoffed. Theft is without principle. Huh, playing with organizational slogans. He quickly asked, check if Wuda also has this thing in his pocket. As soon as he sent the message, he realized something and added, never mind. Knowing your habits, you must have cleaned the scene thoroughly. You really know me well, Yiming replied with a hint of pride. With no other choice, Sun Hoyuan had to investigate on his own. Soon, information about the token emerged. It belonged to an organization called the Golden Basin Society, a criminal group specializing in training thieves. Although its leader died 3 years ago and the organization faded away, it had now resurfaced, and it was linked to the deputy leader of the Black Wind Gang, clearly backed by significant forces. Sun Hoyuan reviewed data on theft cases in recent years and discovered a peculiar pattern. 90 of thieves fled to coastal cities after committing a crime, disappearing completely once they entered a city called Blue Sea City. In Blue Sea City, there was a renowned joint venture company Yuan Guang Group. Golden Basin Society, Black Wind Gang. They are likely connected to Yuan Guang Group. Sun Hoyuan narrowed his eyes. Big ghosts raise little ghosts, and little ghosts support big ghosts. What a grand scheme. However, his gaze fell on a familiar contact on his computer screen. Yiming. On our side, we seem to have a masterstroke. After dealing with Wu Da, Yiming hurried back to his residence and eagerly began absorbing the bloodthirsty root recommended by Gu Yunfeng. The ginseng-shaped treasure hovered before him, emitting a continuous stream of crimson aura. Under Inyuyu's precise control, the crimson aura seeped into Yiming's body like fine threads. A searing heat exploded from his chest and quickly spread throughout his body. White steam began to rise from his skin, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. His muscles appeared to have a unique fibrous texture, with red lines faintly visible beneath his skin, pulsating rhythmically as if breathing. Exhaling a deep breath, Yiming felt invigorated, his gaze becoming more resolute. He clenched his fists, and his status panel unfolded. Vitality, 700,770. Mental strength, 700,770. An increase of 70 points. Yiming's eyes widened in surprise and delight. Swoosh. Dark tendrils extended from behind him, and Inyuyu's voice followed. Yiming, although my freedom hasn't increased, my strength has significantly improved. Yiming noticed crimson patterns emerging on the tendrils, intertwining with the original black, exuding an even more chilling aura. Though my level hasn't broken through, my strength has at least doubled. Just then, his phone rang. It was a message from Sun Hoyuan. So late. Could it be the investigation into the Golden Basin Society has yielded results? Yiming quickly opened his phone. Sun Hoyuan's message soon revealed the truth. The Golden Basin Society had been a tool nurtured by the Yuan Guang Group from the start, tasked with stealing money, materials from ferocious beasts, and rare treasures, which were then funneled to the Yuan Guang Group through special channels. Isn't the Yuan Guang Group a joint venture? Wouldn't the stolen wealth end up in the hands of other countries? Yiming inquired. Exactly, Sun Hoyuan replied. It's theft on a small scale and a threat to national interests on a larger scale, essentially stealing the people's money for foreign countries. This is outrageous. Yiming was furious. Sun Hoyuan continued. 3 years ago, the president of the Golden Basin Society offended the Yuan Guang Group and was killed, leading to the society's downfall. Its recent resurgence is likely due to the Yuan Guang Group's manipulation. We can't sit idly by, Yiming stated firmly. The organization has already launched an investigation, codenamed Incurable Vice. You were the first to discover the Golden Basin Society, and you have the most information. I've assigned this task to you, Sun Hoyuan explained. While Yiming thought to himself that he was more focused on fighting than gathering information, he knew Sun Hoyuan had a reason for his decision. Captain Sun, what do you mean? Sun Hoyuan then sent a document detailing the hierarchy of the Susaden, low, medium, high, special, and top 10 chiefs. The document indicated that higher ranks came with more status, privileges, and benefits, especially the top 10 chiefs, who even had the right to act before reporting. A medium-level assassin? Yiming was surprised. Sun Hoyuan explained. Once you complete this task, your record will be sufficient to promote to a medium-level assassin. I'll submit an application to the higher-ups. In short, becoming one of the top 10 chiefs would grant the authority to execute any suspicious individuals. If a mistake is suspected, being among the top 10 chiefs means no mistakes. This statement reflects the organization's trust in them. Sun Hoyuan spoke with a touch of pride. After becoming a mid-level assassin, you'll gain access to the Susha Mall. This mall ranks among the top 3 in the entire Dragon Nation in terms of both the variety and quantity of its items. Yiming's eyes lit up. So, I can buy the materials needed for a witch contract master at the Susha Mall? That's right. Sun Hoyuan nodded in confirmation. Although the total amount of materials for a witch contract master is limited, the reserves in the mall are definitely more abundant than those on the market. Great. I'll take the task, Yiming immediately declared. Sun Hoyuan added. Additionally, after being promoted to a mid-level assassin, your annual salary will rise to 20 million. Thank you, Captain Sun, Yiming said seriously. The investigation of the Golden Basin Society is still ongoing, and the first task will probably be released tomorrow night. Before that, I plan to visit the Secret Realm. Neither the promotion in the Su Sha Hall nor becoming stronger in the Secret Realm can be delayed. While Yiming was checking the relevant information, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from Gu Yunfeng. Teacher, you haven't rested yet. Gu Yunfeng got straight to the point. Yiming, a new secret realm called the 10,000 Swords Pool will open in Songnan City tomorrow. There's a treasure inside, the ancient demon sword. Go and acquire it. But teacher, I already have a weapon. Yiming frowned. I know, Gu Yunfeng explained. The ancient demon sword contains demonic energy and shares the same dark origin as your scythe, though at a lower level. You can use it to enhance your scythe. Yiming was greatly shocked. There's such a use. Inyuyu nodded to confirm. Indeed, the Divine Doom Scythe has the ability to devour other weapons to enhance itself. This discovery made Yiming realize how little he knew about many things. He made up his mind. Tomorrow, I'll go to the 10,000 Swords Pool to seize the ancient demon sword. The next day, over 30 contract masters gathered in the teleportation hall, all there to participate in the exploration of the 10,000 Swords Pool. Yiming scanned the crowd, noticing that the lowest rank was a second-tier contract master, and among them were two fourth-tier experts who seemed to get along well. At that moment, a third-tier contract master approached the two fourth-tier experts with a fawning smile. Can I tag along with you two bosses? I won't be greedy, just looking for a chance to tag along. One of the fourth-tier contract masters, Su Kuei, sneered. Sure, 50,000, and I'll guarantee your satisfaction. 50,000? The person exclaimed. You can't even earn that much from a single trip to the secret realm. Su Kuei was furious. You realize it's a joke? Who gave you the courage to ask me? Find out when Su Kuei ever took someone for free. In my secret realm, the strong eat meat, while ants like you won't even get a bone. This arrogant remark stirred anger among the crowd, and people glared in indignation. Clearly, they didn't believe being fourth tier allowed one to act with impunity. Yiming frowned at Su Kuei, but didn't speak up. Under the guidance of the staff, 30 contract mages entered the secret realm one by one. Before them lay a basin surrounded by towering mountains, which stood like natural barriers. The crimson clouds hung oppressively low, creating a suffocating sense of pressure. In the center of the area was a strikingly large blood pool. The water was a thick, scarlet hue, as if formed by the blood of countless lives. Countless black long swords were embedded in the pool like lotus roots, each sword wrapped in a strange crimson aura. At the very center of the blood pool, a particularly eye-catching sword stood out, the blade interwoven with red and purple hues, exuding a chilling aura. The ancient demon sword. Yiming's eyes lit up as he noticed that the other contract mages were also drawn to this treasure. Charge! Let's create chaos so those of us with lower levels have a chance at the treasure, someone shouted, and the 30 contract mages immediately surged forward, openly revealing their presence, plunging the scene into chaos. However, Yiming did not follow the crowd. Instead, he chose to advance in a different direction. Su Kuei, a fourth-tier contract mage, glanced at his companion. These guys are smart, trying to create chaos. Unfortunately, the size and layout of the blood pool mean it won't work. Brother Wu Zhong, let's approach from another direction. As three factions converged from different directions towards the center of the blood pool, an unexpected change occurred. The swords embedded in the pool began to tremble violently, and phantom figures emerged from the blood. Each figure grasped a long sword and launched a frenzied attack on the crowd. Ghost sword souls, Inyuyu explained. They are extremely unique spectral beasts, weak in life force but fearless of pain, fighting with a suicidal style. Before her words had faded, screams erupted from the ranks of the second and third-tier contract mages. Thousands of ghost sword souls surrounded them, launching frenzied thrusts. Many were injured, blood splattering, but they continued to push forward, displaying impressive combat strength. Suddenly, hundreds of sword soul ghosts encircled Yiming, who was moving alone. The main group smirked at the sight. Serves you right. Who told you to act all high and mighty, fighting solo? Su Kuei and Wu Zhong, seeing that Yiming was only a third-tier mage, were even more dismissive. Su Kuei sneered. How arrogant. A third-tier mage fighting solo, thinking he can compare to us fourth tier. Before he could finish, a fierce crescent slash tore through the air. Yiming, wielding a long scythe, unleashed an arc of blade energy that obliterated the sword's soul ghosts in its path. Clad in the Godfall demon armor, he became a streak of light, bursting out of the encirclement. Any sword soul ghost daring to intercept him was instantly decapitated. In the blink of an eye, Yiming had become the closest to the center of the blood pool and the ancient demon sword. Damn! The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What the heck? A third-tier contract master with this kind of power? Su Kuei cursed angrily, pushing his legs to sprint faster. However, even at full speed, the ghost sword spirits kept swarming in, layering upon each other to block his path. With a furious roar, a thunderous boom echoed. Behind Wu Zheng, a phantom of a saintess appeared, and his fists were wrapped in terrifying energy, each punch causing deafening explosions. While fending off the ghost sword spirit's attacks, he shouted to Su Kuei, "Keep pushing forward. I'll clear the way for you." "Got it." As Wu Zheng unleashed his full power, a bloody path was forcibly opened through the ghost sword spirits. Su Kuei seized the opportunity to break through the encirclement, keeping his eyes locked on Yiming, who was nearing the center of the blood pool, and gritted his teeth to speed up. System notifications echoed in Yiming's mind. Killed 3rd tier ghost sword spirit, realm experience 5, spirit skill experience 5. Once again surrounded by the ghost sword spirits, his scythe swung like lightning, reaping a swath of spirits with each sweep. His figure transformed into a black whirlwind within the blood pool, unstoppable. Other 3rd tier contract masters witnessing the scene were thunderstruck. "No way. How is this possible? We're all 3rd tier. How can you be this powerful?" Someone suddenly noticed something unusual. "Wait, his contract spirit's aura is strange. Could he be a witch contract master?" Witch contract masters might be weak early on, but once they grow, they far surpass same-tier saints contract masters. Damn, witch contract masters are this strong? I thought they couldn't compare to saints contract masters. As everyone was in shock, Yiming had already slain the last ghost sword spirit blocking his way and stepped onto the central platform of the blood pool. He frowned slightly, staring at the ancient demon sword deeply embedded in the ground, and quickly moved forward to grasp the hilt, exerting force. "No!" Su Kuei's urgent shout came too late. Blinding red light flared, and torrents of crimson and ghostly purple energy erupted from the ground, merging to form a terrifying figure. Right wielded a red and a purple demon sword in each hand, bore massive horns atop its head, with a ferocious face and gleaming fangs. Its upper body was bare, clad in armor below, emitting a suffocating aura. A 4th tier beast, the Nether Sword Demon. Su Kuei's pupils contracted sharply. This is a top-tier 4th tier beast, requiring a contract spirit of at least rank and a 4th tier contract master to handle. We're doomed. We need to get out of this secret realm. Su Kuei had sensed the powerful aura hidden underground long ago, but never expected it to be the Nether Sword Demon. Even if Wu Zheng and I team up, we can't defeat it. This damn newly opened secret realm is a trap. Our 100,000 participation fee wasted. As he prepared to retreat, suddenly, clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing resonated through the sky, black ripples spreading outward. Su Kuei and the others looked up to see the Nether Sword Demon in the air, swinging its twin swords, unleashing fierce sword lights. Yet Yiming, wielding a scythe, moved with eerie agility, not only evading its attacks, but even inflicting damage. Yiming is fighting the Nether Sword Demon, and he's gaining the upper hand. Su Kuei was dumbfounded, cursing loudly. This is freaking insane. The 4th tier beast, the Nether Sword Demon, has immense combat power and possesses a powerful sword technique. Even I stand no chance against it. Su Kuei exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear. The other contract masters present, including Wu Zheng, all turned their attention to Yiming. A series of metallic clashes echoed in the air. Yiming, wielding a long scythe and with his black wings unfurled, was locked in fierce battle with the Nether Sword Demon. He unleashed a dark domain, sending countless shadowy tendrils, sharp as blades, toward the beast. The Nether Sword Demon swung its dual swords, severing the shadowy tendrils with precision. Seizing the opportunity, Yiming lunged forward, his scythe slicing through the air. A sharp glint flashed as the Nether Sword Demon raised its swords to block, yet Yiming's overwhelming strength hammered it to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As Su Kuei marveled at a 3rd tier contract master repelling the Nether Sword Demon, 2 figures burst through the dust. One was the Nether Sword Demon, wielding red and purple swords, its eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty intent. The other was an even more terrifying presencia 4th tier beast, the Ghost Blade General. Clad in samurai armor and wielding a katana, its eyes beneath the ghostly mask were filled with rage and murderous intent. "Yiming, I'll handle the Ghost Blade General. The Nether Sword Demon is yours." Inyuyu quickly strategized. "It's swift and skilled with the sword. Avoid its edge, and you can win. Strike with all your might for a chance at a decisive blow." Even before finishing her sentence, she had already summoned dark tendrils, transforming them into spears and shields to engage the Ghost Blade General. Yiming's gaze grew sharper as the Nether Sword Demon advanced. His pride as a top assassin drove him to confront it head on rather than evade. Avoid the edge of a mere 4th tier beast? Never. Under the blood-red sky, Yiming became a shadow, diving down. As he neared the Nether Sword Demon, his dark domain enveloped his opponent entirely. He vanished into the darkness, reappearing behind the demon in an instant. Sensing the chill behind it, the beast swung its sword in reflex, but it was too late. Yiming's scythe cut through effortlessly, severing its head. Successfully slain the Nether Sword Demon, gaining 60 realm experience and 60 skill experience. With one threat neutralized, Yiming spread his wings and charged toward the Ghost Blade General, still locked in combat with Inyuyu. She timed it perfectly, using her shield to halt the general's movements. Her dark spear then pierced its body. The heavily injured Ghost Blade General roared in fury as the surrounding bloodthirsty aura surged into its core, causing its muscles to swell and burst through its armor. What's all this howling about? Just die. Before the Ghost Blade General could complete its power-up, Yiming appeared behind it like a phantom. With a flash of cold light, the Divine Reaper scythe mercilessly sliced down, effortlessly cleaving the Ghost Blade General in half from head to tailbone. Did my spell get interrupted? Was the last thought that flickered through the Ghost Blade General's consciousness. Real combat is nothing like a special effects show. The enemy won't give you a chance to unleash a big move. As the two fourth-tier beasts fell, a system notification sounded in Yiming's ear. Realm Experience 70, Spirit Skill Experience 70. The two corpses transformed into an eerie aura, slowly drifting toward the center of the blood pool, eventually coalescing into an ancient-looking long sword, the Ancient Demon Sword. Yiming landed gracefully from above and reached out to take the Ancient Demon Sword. The moment he touched the hilt, the Divine Reaper scythe suddenly began to tremble violently, as if it had encountered something exciting. What is this? Yiming was about to contemplate his next move when the Divine Reaper scythe acted on its own. A powerful suction force erupted from the scythe, drawing the blood-red aura from the Ancient Demon Sword like a stream, fully absorbing it into the scythe. Having absorbed the Ancient Demon Sword, the Divine Reaper scythe's power increased significantly, now easily capable of cutting through the hide of fourth-tier beasts. When the last trace of aura was completely absorbed, the Divine Reaper scythe contentedly merged back into Yiming's body. Deprived of its power, the Ancient Demon Sword lost its luster, turning dull like a piece of charcoal, and with a clatter, it fell to the ground, disintegrating into dust. Nearby, Su Kuei and Wu Zheng exchanged incredulous looks. As fourth-tier contract masters, they had expected to showcase their skills on this mission, only to be overshadowed by a third-tier contract master. This kid is something else, Wu Zheng remarked, gazing at Yiming. He could be a formidable opponent or a reliable ally. What do you mean? Su Kuei frowned. I want to recruit him, Wu Zheng said firmly. With him, we could pull off something big. Su Kuei was immediately alarmed. Are you kidding? Recruit a stranger? We're not exactly doing anything legal here. If this kid turns on us, we're done for. Wu Zheng shook his head. The Golden Basin Society isn't sustainable. Small-time operations will eventually lead to trouble. I want to do something big with the guys. What exactly are you planning? I'm going to overthrow the Golden Basin Society's leader, rob the bank in Yuan City with the crew, and then escape to foreign lands. Su Kuei gasped, his voice trembling. You're asking for a bullet. Victory or defeat. Wu Zheng gritted his teeth. Life is a gamble. If we succeed, we'll live lavishly abroad. It's better than rotting away in the Golden Basin Society. But the leader is a near fifth-tier contract master. And why involve an outsider? Who would agree to something so dangerous? You don't understand. Wu Zheng narrowed his eyes. I see a fierce spirit and murderous intent in that kid. He might be an assassin from some organization. Besides, I won't mention the coup right away. I'll get him into the Golden Basin Society first. We're short on people anyway. We're not from Sangnan City, unfamiliar with the place. Don't mess around. Don't worry, if anything happens, it's on me, Wu Zheng said decisively. After leaving the 10,000 sword pool, Yiming quickly headed to other secret realms. Demon Cave Mountain, Ghost Fox Cliff, and the Land of Great Tombs, these three beast-infested realms became his hunting grounds. With his sword in hand, Yiming moved like a precision killing machine, taking down beasts one after another. System notifications flashed in his mind. Successfully killed a Tier 3 ghoul, Realm Level 7, Spirit Skill Experience 7. The continuous kills rapidly enhanced his strength. Taking a moment to check his stats, Yiming found them satisfactory. His realm had reached Tier 3 Contract Master, with experience points at 251, 6211, 000, 000. Mental strength and vitality both stood at 770. Contract Spirit, SS level Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Upgradable spirit skills, Dark Domain and Godfall Demon Armor could both be upgraded from level 7 to level 8, with Eternal Night remaining at level 7. Special talents, Slaughter Growth, Demon Emperor's Battle Intent. He still needed over 700,000 experience points to advance to a Tier 4 Contract Master. Yiming knew that instead of aimlessly hunting beasts, it was better to first boost his mental strength and vitality to 1,000. By then, even Tier 4 beasts would be no match for him, and his experience gathering speed would significantly increase. As night deepened, clouds obscured the stars. It was already 8 p.m. when Yiming left the secret realm, standing at the entrance of the teleportation hall, waiting for the two persistent followers. Sure enough, Wu Zheng and Su Kuei soon appeared in his line of sight. If you have something to say, just say it. Following me around the secret realms all day, don't you find it boring? Yiming's tone was icy. Wu Zheng glanced at the surrounding streetlights and surveillance cameras, smiling. How about we talk somewhere else? Not convenient. Yiming refused bluntly. Wu Zheng's face darkened. That's not very friendly. I can tell. You're probably a professional killer, right? Yiming remained expressionless. You're overthinking it. Whether you are or not, you know, Wu Zheng continued. We're on the same path and would like to invite you to join an organization. Yiming squinted his eyes, understanding their intentions. They thought he was one of them. Go on. Have you heard of the Golden Basin Society? Yiming's heart skipped a beat. He was very familiar with it. Seems like you're interested. Shall we discuss it in detail somewhere else? Wu Zheng suggested with a meaningful smile. In the dim and noisy bar, Yiming and Wu Zheng sat with others in a private room. Under the warm yellow light, Wu Zheng leaned in mysteriously towards Yiming. Have you heard of the Jinpin Society? I've heard a bit, but I'm not clear on the details, Yiming responded cautiously. A glint flashed in Wu Zheng's eyes as he began to explain the origins of the Jinpin Society. This theft organization, once destroyed, had been revived with the support of a mysterious group. Most notably, their leader was a near fifth-rank contract master, and their headquarters was located in Yuan City. Now, they were actively recruiting talent. Yuan City. Yiming pondered silently. No wonder Wu Zheng and Su Kuei knew nothing about him. Yuan City was over 2,000 kilometers away from Cangnan City. If they were locals, they would definitely know about him as the top scholar of Cangnan. Suddenly, Wu Zheng put his arm around Yiming's shoulder, speaking warmly. I've told you everything I should and shouldn't have. Friend, we noticed you because you're quite skilled and have worked as an assassin. He lowered his voice. You know, contract masters like you are rare to find. Although you're doing well now, the life of an assassin will eventually lead to your downfall. Why not join our Jinpin Society? Yiming frowned slightly, not responding immediately. He was weighing his options. Should he take down these two immediately, or use this opportunity to infiltrate the enemy and capture them all? No worries, think it over. Just give me an answer by midnight, Wu Zheng said, handing over a business card before leaving the room gracefully. Isn't this too reckless? Su Kuei asked worriedly outside the room. What if he refuses and reports us? He won't, Wu Zheng replied confidently. When I asked him to join, the hesitation in his eyes was genuine. We have 3 hours until midnight. If he agrees, we'll leave together in the morning. If not, we'll leave early. Inside the room, Yiming pressed his hands to his forehead. Once he confirmed Wu Zheng and Su Kuei had left, he took out his phone to contact Sun Hoyuan. Just then, a message from Sun Hoyuan arrived first. Yiming, good news. The organization just learned that 2 members of the Jinpin Society are in Cangnan City, Su Kuei and Wu Zheng. I'll send you their location and information. Try to capture them alive and find out the headquarters location. Yuan City, Yiming replied briefly. What? What do you mean? The headquarters of the Jinpin Society is in Yuan City. Where did you get this information? Captain Sun, would you believe me if I said Wu Zheng was just trying to recruit me? I believe, not a word. The Golden Basin Society wants to recruit Yiming? Sun Hoyuan furrowed his brow, shaking his head in disbelief. Although he knew Yiming wasn't the type to lie, the news was simply too shocking. After a detailed conversation, he finally accepted the truth. The world is full of surprises, Sun Hoyuan sighed, tapping his fingers on the table. You never know what the next moment will bring. Yiming replied earnestly. I find it hard to believe too. Captain Sun, what should I do next? Did they reveal the level of the Golden Basin Society's top fighters? Sun Hoyuan asked with piercing eyes. They didn't say explicitly, Yiming recalled. But the 2 who approached me were 4th-tier contractors. I suspect their top fighters are above the 4th tier. Sun Hoyuan stared at his phone screen, contemplating for a moment. He didn't issue a direct order but said cautiously, infiltrating the enemy is dangerous. You're only at the 3rd tier now, so this decision has to be yours. My choice. Yiming's lips curled into a confident smile. Of course I'm going in. Opportunities are fleeting, and who knows how long I'd have to wait if I missed this one. His gaze was determined. Being an assassin means being ready to face death. Besides, he paused, I'm confident I can retreat safely, even against a 5th-tier contractor. Since you've decided, proceed as you planned, Sun Hoyuan said resolutely. Once it's done, you'll be promoted to a mid-level assassin. Thank you, Captain Sunday. After the call ended, Yiming immediately contacted Wu Zheng using the information on the business card. He didn't directly express his intention to join the Golden Basin Society, but subtly indicated he wanted to understand the work environment first. Meanwhile, Sun Hoyuan sat in his office chair, deep in thought. After a fierce internal debate, he finally reached out to a 5th-tier contractor. Are you available? I need you to protect someone covertly, Sun Hoyuan messaged. Who? Replied someone named Ghostface. A newcomer. Newcomers aren't worth my effort, Ghostface sneered. They're all overconfident amateurs. I have no respect for them. He's different. What makes him different? He's a witch contractor, and the deputy hall master has a high opinion of him. As night fell, Clouds obscured the moonlight. After ending the call, Wu Zheng smirked. Just as I suspected, this guy used to be an assassin and now wants to join our Golden Basin Society. Su Kuei frowned. He didn't explicitly say he wanted to join, just that he wanted to take a look. Taking a look is as good as joining. Wu Zheng's eyes flashed with malice. Once he's on our turf, we call the shots. Even if he's strong, we have numbers on our side. Why fear a third-tier contractor? Su Kuei's frown relaxed. Exactly. Whether he agrees or not. Once we lure him into our territory, we can just beat him into submission. He added with a cold smile. Half of the 20 members of the Golden Basin Society were forced to join. The next day, Yiming followed Wu Zheng and Su Kuei to Yuanyuan City. Although this city is similar in size to Cangnan City, it had experienced a shocking mystical beast riot a year ago. A 6th-tier beast broke through to the 7th tier, breached the mystical realm's confines, and rampaged through the city, devastating 70% of the urban area. The city is now under reconstruction, and various criminal forces have taken advantage of the chaos, forming a 5-way power struggle. Nanshan Society, White Tiger Gang, Bayou Family, Black Cloud Martial Arts Hall. And then there's our Jinpin Society. Su Kuei puffed up with pride as he mentioned Jinpin Society, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. From today onwards, perhaps it will be a 4-way power struggle. Yiming just smiled faintly without responding. Led by Wu Zheng and Su Kuei, the three of them took an elevator from the city center down to the underground, then drove to an overgrown, abandoned parking lot on the outskirts. At the edge of the parking lot, a manhole cover with a gold basin emblem stood out prominently. Wu Zheng expertly pried it open, and the three of them jumped into the dark underground world. They navigated through the maze-like sewers, the air thick with a nauseating stench of rot, and finally stopped in front of a heavy iron door. As soon as the iron door was pushed open, more than 20 fierce gazes locked onto them simultaneously. A dim, swinging chandelier cast flickering shadows on the stained walls. In the damp corners, green moss thrived. Inside the room, a group of bare-chested men were busy with their own activities. Some were gathered around a battered wooden table throwing dice. Others were meticulously polishing sharp knives with cloth strips, and some were even roasting rats skewered on knives over a charcoal fire, emitting a repulsive, burnt smell. Yiming frowned slightly, quickly scanning the room. There were 25 people, 10 of whom were ordinary, and 15 were contract masters, with 3 being third-tier contract masters. No wonder Wu Zheng and Su Kuei held executive positions in Jinpin Society. Suddenly, the iron door behind them slammed shut. The bare-chested men put down their tasks and surrounded them with malicious intent. Wu Zheng and Su Kuei's expressions changed as they joined the encirclement, cracking their knuckles. What are you doing? Yiming asked coldly. Su Kuei sneered. Once you enter the doors of Jinpin Society, don't think about leaving easily. You're new here, so of course, we oldtimers have to give you a welcome ceremony. Brothers, get him. Before he finished speaking, over 20 fierce men brandished sharp weapons, rushing at Yiming like ravenous tigers. Just at that critical moment, there was a loud bang as the iron door was kicked open from the outside. Everyone froze in their tracks. An elegantly dressed man in a white suit, holding a metal cane, walked in, flanked by 2 bald, burly bodyguards in suits. The heels of his shoes clicked crisply on the floor. What are you all messing around for? Get back to your seats. The man in the suit commanded, his tone leaving no room for disobedience. The group of men wilted like frost-bitten eggplants, retreating to their original positions. Wu Zheng and Su Kuei stood beside Yiming, frowning. Vice President, what brings you here? Chen Chuanming did not answer. Instead, he walked straight up to Wu Zheng and slapped him hard across the face. Then he backhanded Su Kuei, leaving both of their cheeks instantly swollen. Vice President, what are you doing? Wu Zheng shouted angrily, clutching his face. Chen Chuanming kicked Wu Zheng to the ground, roaring, You idiot! Do you even know who you've brought here? He's the top scholar of Cangnan City this year, personally recruited by the Vice President of Tsinghua University. You dared to lay hands on him? How could you be so reckless? Wu Zheng and Su Kuei exchanged glances, turning to Yiming in shock. Their eyes were filled with surprise and confusion, as if silently questioning. Why didn't you tell us about someone with such a powerful background earlier? Yiming met their gaze coldly, thinking to himself, You never asked. Chen Chuanming, enraged, strode forward and slapped both Su Kuei and Wu Zheng hard across the face. The two of them immediately fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Yiming stood aside, observing the farce with a detached demeanor. He knew that his undercover identity within the Jinpin Society had been exposed, and events were taking a delicate turn. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Chuanming unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on Su Kuei and Wu Zheng, and after venting his anger, he pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Panting, he approached Yiming with a sudden change in attitude, apologizing. Mr. Yiming, I apologize sincerely. I failed to discipline my men properly. Please accept this token of our apology. As he finished speaking, 3 bodyguards stepped forward with a case. opening it to reveal bundles of cash, likely amounting to millions. Yiming accepted the case without expression. Chen Chuanming maintained a fawning smile. Haha, Mr. Yiming, you've accepted the money. Our humble place can't accommodate someone as esteemed as you. May I offer you a ride back? No need. Yiming turned and headed for the door. Before leaving, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. I've been discovered, and they paid me to leave. But I feel things aren't that simple. My instincts tell me they won't let this go. Someone might try to kill me. Sun Hoyuan quickly replied. Yes, it's the president of the Jean Pin Society, a level 5 contract master. In the room, watching Yiming's departing figure, Wu Zheng staggered to his feet, urgently saying, Vice President, that kid knows too much. We can't let him go. Bang. Before he could finish, Chen Chuanming kicked him again. Do you think I wouldn't have thought of that, you fool? Once someone steps into the Jean Pin Society, it doesn't matter who they are, they must die. Wu Zheng clutched his stomach, still unwilling to give up. Then why give him money and let him leave? To lower his guard. Chen Chuanming fumed. Do you think that kid is easy to deal with? Even I can't match him. Once Yiming was confirmed to have left, Chen Chuanming picked up his phone and sent a brief message to a contact. President, you can make your move. In the dim, damp sewer, Yiming walked calmly, carrying the box full of cash. His eyes were vacant, as if deep in thought. Suddenly, a shadow appeared silently behind him, a katana in hand gleaming coldly in the dim light. Die, the shadow shouted, bringing the katana down in a swift strike. At this critical moment, a pitch-black aura erupted from within Yiming, instantly expanding into a dark domain. Yiming's figure melded into the darkness, and the katana struck empty air. The shadow's pupils contracted, sensing the icy presence behind him. Gripping his sword with both hands, he twisted his waist to deliver a spinning slash backward. Clang! The scythe and katana clashed, the metallic hum echoing through the sewer. At that moment, Yiming finally saw his opponent's face clearly. He wore his hair tied back, his skull prominent, and a meticulously groomed mustache above his lip. His stance, wielding dual blades, was reminiscent of a samurai from the land of cherry blossoms. This realization made Yiming instantly alert the Jean Pin Society was indeed being manipulated by the Yuan Guang group. Yiming's eyes turned cold, and his scythe erupted with astonishing power. Baka! How did his strength suddenly surge? Kawada's eyes widened as his katana sliced through the air, casting cold gleams as he barely managed to fend off Yiming's fierce attacks. The sound of clashing metal echoed in the spacious area. As the president of the Jean Pin Society, Kawada was a near 5th-tier contractor, while Yiming was only at the 3rd tier. Facing such a disparity, Yiming poured all his strength into every strike, not daring to be careless. Thunderheart slash. Kawada suddenly roared, arcs of electricity flickering along his katana. His figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Yiming's vital points. At that critical moment, a man wearing a demon mask emerged from the shadows, flicking a cigarette from his fingers and lunging into the fray with clawed hands. Boom! Kawada collided violently with the masked man, sending debris flying and dust swirling. The masked man's claws firmly gripped the katana, mocking, the mighty president of the Jean Pin Society, attacking a 3rd tier? That won't sound good if it gets out. Baka, who are you? Kawada demanded angrily. Banama, the masked man shouted, his claws flashing coldly. With a crack, the katana shattered. 5 cold streaks flashed, and Kawada's head was instantly sliced into several pieces, killing him on the spot. The masked man withdrew his hands, white mist dissipating gradually. He turned to Yiming, who was calmly watching him, and frowned. You're not afraid of me? Why should I be afraid? I killed Kawada. Aren't you afraid I'll turn on you? You're sent by Captain Sunday. Why would you kill me? Hearing this, a frustrated sigh came from behind the mask. So boring. I wanted to scare you a bit, but it turns out Captain Sun told you everything. Yiming quietly assessed this seemingly childish yet extraordinarily powerful 5th-tier contractor. Kawada is dead, so the Jean Pin Society is finished, the masked man said as he rushed into the building, returning moments later with bloodied hands. Mission accomplished. You're interesting for a newcomer, being able to pressure a near 5th tier as a 3rd tier. You're worthy of a seat at the table. Yiming silently picked up a briefcase from the ground and handed it over. Stolen money. After a brief conversation, they parted ways. On the way back, the masked man complained to Sun Hoyuan. Captain Sun, you're no fun. You know I like scaring newcomers, so why did you tell him in advance? You're a 5th tier already. Can't you stop being so childish? Sun Hoyuan replied helplessly. Besides, I never told him you were going to help. You didn't. The masked man was taken aback. Damn, that's really strange. That kid wasn't sure of my identity, yet he wasn't affected by my intimidation field at all. As a 5th-tier contract master, Guamian's unique intimidation domain is truly remarkable. The characteristic of this spiritual skill is that anyone unaware of his identity and level will involuntarily fall into an inexplicable fear. During his recent confrontation with Chuan Weitian, He deployed this domain and maintained it even after the battle ended. Originally, Guamian intended to use this to intimidate the newcomer, Yiming. However, unexpectedly, Yiming showed no sign of fear and was completely immune to this intimidation domain. This left Guamian puzzled, unable to figure it out. Only Yiming understood the reason behind this. As a top-tier assassin in his previous life who had faced countless life-and-death trials, even death was not enough to instill fear in him. How could a mere intimidation domain affect him? As night fell, Yiming returned home. After washing up, he lay down on his bed to sleep. Before sleeping, he habitually glanced at Yishuang's room. It was completely dark. His night-owl sister usually rested around 1 or 2 in the morning, so she was likely still out on a mission. Drawing the curtains, soon, the sound of his steady breathing filled the room. The next morning, the vibration of his phone woke Yiming. Unlocking it, he saw a message from Sun Ho Yuan. Yiming, congratulations on being promoted to a mid-level assassin. Your annual salary has been increased to 20 million. Also, the Susha Mall has now granted you access. Susha Mall is a massive virtual trading platform created by the Susha Hall. To enter, one must undergo strict identity verification. Unless you're a top leader in Longhua, only the assassins of Susha Hall have the privilege to use it. Yiming clicked on the exclusive link sent by Sun Ho Yuan, entered a series of verification information, and successfully entered the mall. What greeted him was an interface resembling a video game, with a dazzling array of goods that were overwhelming. The system promptly displayed a message. Congratulations on receiving 500 contribution points. This newcomer benefit was enough to purchase a 6th-tier beast material. In the product list, Dark Language Book, an ancient foreign book exuding a cursed and dark aura, containing obscure ancient text, priced at 300 contribution points. Purification Crystal, a mysterious item from an external purifying pool, possessing purifying power, which can alleviate the backlash for which contract masters. When consumed by ordinary people, it can detoxify and clear the mind, priced at 599 contribution points. Ice Wing Wings, taken from a 6th-tier beast, the Ice Wing Phoenix, containing ice power, with a 1 in 10,000 chance of growing wings upon absorption, priced at 769 contribution points. Yiming carefully browsed through the product page. After looking through a dozen items, he found that the lowest prices were all above 300, with slightly better items starting at 500. The newcomer reward contribution points are still too few. I need more. Yiming thought to himself. There are 2 ways to earn contribution points. One is through gifts from others, and the other is by completing tasks. Since the mall was not accessible before, the tasks completed previously were not counted towards contribution points. This system design is really not reasonable. Yiming felt he had missed out on at least 100 contribution points. Night Ming, search for the fallen dark crystal. Ying's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Night Ming's eyes lit up. Although he wasn't clear on the specific use of the fallen dark crystal, since it was requested by the Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor himself, it must not be simple. He quickly opened the search bar and entered the keyword. Product information immediately popped up. Fallen dark crystal. Type, celestial treasure. Description, a super mineral from beyond, containing intense dark power. Warning, direct contact will cause the body to instantly turn to mush. Extremely dangerous. Purchase with caution. Price, 5,999 contribution points. 5,999. Night Ming looked at the price and silently withdrew his hand from the mouse, sighing helplessly. This was clearly beyond his current means. Just then, a system notification sounded. Someone had requested to add him as a friend, and it was his teacher, Gu Yunfeng. Night Ming, good evening, teacher. Please take care of your health and don't stay up late. Gu Yunfeng, at my current level, I no longer need rest. I heard you open the marketplace, so I'm sending you some good stuff. Shortly after, an email arrived. Night Ming was surprised to find his contribution point balance had increased by a full 6,000 points. Gu Yunfeng continued messaging. It's not much, but it's enough for you right now. I'll give you more when your strength improves. Giving too much now might make you complacent. Night Ming was deeply moved. His teacher regarded these contribution points as mere trifles. With this unexpected windfall, he immediately placed an order for the fallen dark crystal. System notification, the item will be delivered within an hour. Exactly 1 hour later, a nearly invisible drone quietly descended to his window. Made with color-changing materials, this delivery machine had a stealth level of 90, and its flight was quieter than a mosquito. After completing facial recognition, Night Ming retrieved the metal box and signed for it. Back in his room, he input the password to open it, and a purple aura immediately wafted out, carrying a unique yet not unpleasant scent. Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor. How should I use this? Night Ming asked. Ying's face turned bright red, and she clenched her fist, protesting. Don't call me that. It's too embarrassing. I won't help you if you keep doing it. All right, I won't say it again. Just a joke. No need to be shy. Night Ming chuckled, trying to soothe her. Under Ying's guidance, a dark aura surged from Night Ming's elbow, enveloping his entire arm. As he grasped the fallen dark crystal, the deep purple aura attempted to penetrate his skin, but was blocked by the dark aura on his arm. Absorb. Yiming commanded sternly. The dark aura instantly devoured the fallen dark crystal, leaving no trace behind. Vitality and mental power both increased by 80 points, skyrocketing from 770 to 850. As Yiming watched the numbers on the panel jump, a subtle smile appeared on his lips. It was indeed worth the investment of over 5,000 contribution points. However, what truly stirred his blood was the change in data for his contract spirit, Inyuyu. Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor Inyuyu. Level SSS. Enhancement Progress 4.58. Revival Progress 1416. The system notification promptly sounded. Revival Progress exceeds 15, unlocking the contract skill /. Contract skill. Yiming frowned in thought. According to the records, contract skills were abilities that only 5th-tier contract masters could wield, allowing them to truly merge their power with their contract spirits. Yet he had awakened it at just the 3rd tier? Heh. A life with cheats doesn't need explanations. Yiming chuckled and immediately checked the effects of /. The description of // was straightforward. It draws all the contract master's power, fuses it with the contract spirit's abilities, and unleashes a slash 10 times more powerful than a normal full-force strike. This contract skill has no level restriction and will strengthen as proficiency and the contract master's realm improve. Yiming, shall we give it a try? Inyuyu's voice echoed in his mind. Sure. In the training room, a 3-meter spherical mechanical dummy stood before Yiming. This fully armored training apparatus was made from high-strength metal, reportedly able to withstand a full-force strike from a near 50-year contract master, according to his second uncle. A red glint flashed in Yiming's eyes, and the Godfall demon armor instantly covered his body. With a swift motion of his slender fingers, a pitch-black scythe materialized in his grip. With a whooshing sound, dark tendrils surged from his back, entwining the scythe, making it seem as though the weapon and his arm were one. Unfurling his dark wings, Yiming dashed forward, swinging the scythe as an aura of darkness erupted. Crimson patterns flowed along his arm, and a blood-colored slash tore through the air in an instant. Boom! The proud mechanical dummy shattered into fragments with a single strike. This! Yiming stared at his arm fused with the scythe, his pupils contracting. This power far exceeded his expectations. If he were to encounter the president of the Gene Pen Society again, he could probably end the fight in just 5 breaths. Just as Yiming was absorbed in the shock of his newfound power, his third uncle Yi's furious voice suddenly rang out. You brat! What are you doing? That mechanical dummy cost me $500,000, and you blew it up again. Seeing his third uncle's expression of shock and twitching mouth, Yiming immediately activated his evasion skill, sprinting away while shouting, Sorry, uncle, my grip was too strong, couldn't hold back. I'll definitely replace it another day. As he dashed out the door, an excited gleam appeared in Yiming's eyes. Now to find a secret realm to test this out. After leaving home, Yiming headed straight to the teleportation hall to test his true strength. Mechanical dummies were ultimately lifeless. He needed real combat to find the answers he sought. Upon reaching the teleportation hall, Yiming confidently expressed his desire to challenge a Quasive 5th-tier fierce beast. However, the staff informed him that unless there were special circumstances, such as a mutated beast or hidden danger, a 3rd-tier contractor could not challenge a Quasive 5th-tier beast. With no other options, Yiming had to settle for a few 4th-tier beasts as opponents. The battle was unsurprising. The 4th-tier beasts were completely powerless against him. Disinterested, Yiming turned to leave the teleportation hall. Just then, a sharp, chilling wind suddenly struck from behind, filled with an intense, killing intent. Yiming's expression remained unchanged as he continued walking while secretly observing his surroundings. When the figure behind him was just 3 meters away, he suddenly turned around with a gentle smile and said, Good afternoon, teacher. Gu Yunfeng's figure came to an abrupt halt, clicking his tongue in frustration. Did you see through me again? How did you do it? The killing intent you deliberately exposed wasn't pure. Teacher, since you didn't really intend to kill me, Yiming explained. Moreover, although you concealed your aura, your formidable strength makes your aura quite distinctive. I remembered it from last time, so it wasn't hard to recognize. How boring. Gu Yunfeng waved his hand and said with a meaningful tone, I'll never scare you again. He emphasized the words, never again. Yiming knew that his playful teacher wouldn't give up so easily. Did you need something from me today, teacher? Yes. Gu Yunfeng got straight to the point. Your previous trip outside the domain was for a mission, not a true trial. I want to take you to a place called the Death Swamp. It's densely populated with fierce beasts, and the weakest are 3rd tier, with thousands of 4th-tier ones. Additionally, there's an ancient book called the Death Curse at the center of the swamp. If you can retrieve it, I'll exchange it with you for 7th-tier materials. 7th-tier materials. Yiming's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed with a respectful gesture. Without another word, Gu Yunfeng grabbed Yiming's shoulder and shot into the sky like a stream of light. Flying at an altitude far exceeding 100 meters made Yiming's heart race. Although he could fly, he had only ever reached a height of 100 meters. This was his first experience at such a high altitude. Upon reaching the third frontier city, Yiming began to worry about the formalities, but Gu Yunfeng simply said, "Just follow me." As the one who set the rules, they naturally didn't apply to him. At the entrance, after confirming their identities, the soldier learned that it was the 8th-tier contractor, Gu Yunfeng, and immediately let them pass. Special permission from the Dragon Kingdom, unrestricted access. Principal Yun, please proceed. Once they had left, the soldier quickly rushed to the communications room and called the control department. Hello? Is this the control department? This is the captain of the 25th team at the 3rd frontier city. Please report to the higher-ups. Tsinghua University vice principal and 8th-tier contractor Gu Yunfeng has entered the outer domain, and his whereabouts are unknown. He is accompanied by a 3rd-tier witch contractor named Yiming. The death swamp was shrouded in a dark, damp atmosphere. The ground was covered with muck that bubbled ominously, emitting unsettling gurgles. Gu Yunfeng and Yiming hovered above, overlooking the perilous marshland below. Within the swamp, fierce beasts covered in sharp spikes lay in wait. Their blood-red eyes glowed with a murderous gleam. They were the dominant creatures of this death swamp, the Tier 3 spiked crocodiles and Tier 4 armored lizards. Let's give it a try, Gu Yunfeng said, patting Yiming on the shoulder. Yiming nodded silently, and the godfall armor instantly enveloped his body. He descended like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the swamp, sending mud splattering everywhere. Wielding a scythe, Yiming unleashed a burst of dark energy. Slash! A cold light flashed, and blood splattered. A system prompt echoed. Successfully killed Tier 3 spiked crocodile, realm experience 20, skill experience 20. Blood dripped slowly from the side's blade. This scene enraged the surrounding beasts. Their bloodshot eyes widened, and they roared thunderously, charging at Yiming like a tidal wave. Yet, Yiming remained calm, transforming his scythe into a dance of death. Sharp blades flashed, slicing through a group of Tier 3 spiked crocodiles, with kill prompts ringing continuously. High above, Gu Yunfeng watched with folded arms and a cold gaze. To him, these Tier 3 beasts posed no threat to Yiming, and even the Tier 4 beasts would struggle to harm him. Indeed, when the Tier 4 armored lizards attacked, Yiming didn't retreat. Instead, he charged into their midst. His aura surged, and his scythe became a blood-red whirlwind, ceaselessly harvesting the beasts' heads. Just as Yiming contemplated the possibility of challenging a quasi-Tier 5 beast, an abrupt change occurred. In the center of Death Swamp, a mysterious ancient altar suddenly rose. Surrounding the altar, 4 crocodile warriors with large machetes stood proudly, their fierce gaze fixed on Yiming. They drew the machetes from their backs, their blades sticky with flesh and gleaming sharply. These were elite Tier 4 beasts, the crocodile blade warriors, known for their formidable bodies and domineering blade techniques. See the blades they're holding? Ying's voice reminded him. They're coated with a deadly poison. If touched, your body will rot instantly. But they have an obvious weakness: they're slow and clumsy. You can wear them down with agile movements. Yiming narrowed his eyes, his breathing becoming subtle. The 4 crocodile blade warriors launched their attack. As he advanced, Yiming expanded his dark domain, slowing his opponents while speeding up his actions. His goal was not just to defeat these Tier 4 beasts, but to do so without taking any damage. After all, Gu Yunfeng was still watching from above. He needed to show his true skills, suppress their speed with his domain, and dodge their attacks with nimble footwork. As he made his move, he intentionally concealed his presence. He managed to take down a crocodile blade warrior with just one strike? Gu Yunfeng's lips curled into a slight smile, and a glimmer of approval shone in his eyes. Yiming, this young man, displayed not only strength but also a rare character, proud yet composed, humble yet confident. Such a unique personality earned Gu Yunfeng's admiration. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. Gu Yunfeng looked up to see a massive airship hovering above, casting a shadow over him. Gu, it's been a while. Care to come aboard? A familiar voice called out. Qingjun. Gu Yunfeng muttered to himself, then leaped onto the airship. Inside the cockpit, a tall middle-aged man was intently watching the control screen. He wore a traditional Chinese robe, his square face exuding determination and his eyes sharp as knives. Shaoqin, are you here to keep an eye on me? Gu Yunfeng asked directly, frowning. You must be joking, senior. Qingjun replied, turning with a courteous smile. You're an 8th-tier powerhouse. How could I dare to supervise you? It's just that the situation outside the 3rd border city is unstable. If experts above the 7th tier take action, it could trigger unrest. I'm here to assist you. Although polite, his words hit the mark. Qingjun's presence was precisely because of Gu Yunfeng's uniqueness. This powerhouse had once stormed into a high-risk area beyond the borders alone in a fit of anger, returning half-dead with an incurable hidden ailment. Everyone had written him off, but he defied expectations by breaking through to the 8th tier, proving them all wrong. Through the cockpit screen, the two watched the death march below. When they saw Yiming swiftly deal with 3 more crocodile blade warriors, Qinjun raised an eyebrow. Senior Gu, is this your new disciple? His skills and techniques are quite remarkable. Indeed, this lad is exceptionally gifted, defeating enemies above his level as easily as drinking water, Gu Yunfeng replied with pride. But Qinjun hesitated for a moment. His contracted spirit is a witch, SS ranked. The more a summoner with such a contract kills, the stronger the backlash. It's a significant risk. Gu Yunfeng's expression turned serious. I'm searching for a way to completely eliminate the backlash. Completely eliminate. Qinjun frowned, about to say more. Suddenly, a mysterious altar in the Death Marsh underwent a transformation. An ancient parchment book appeared out of thin air on the central stone pillar, its pages turning in the wind, exuding an unsettling aura. The air was thick with the stench of blood. The Book of Curses? Qinjun's pupils constricted sharply. Such a treasure exists in this place. When the ferocious beasts descended upon Blue Star, a collection of mysterious artifacts appeared alongside them. Known as historical relics, these artifacts seemed to be the products of an unknown civilization, each possessing unique powers. Although their history is shrouded in controversy and lacks concrete historical evidence, their existence is undeniable. Among these relics, the Cursed Book is particularly notable. It can inflict various curses on people, ranging from common ailments like coughs and fevers to deadly afflictions such as decay and death, with varying levels of potency. Each cursed book has its distinct effects. Qinjun stood with arms crossed, a deep gleam in his eyes. I never expected to find a cursed book in such a small place. Interesting. In the Death Swamp, the top assassin Yiming was staring intently at the parchment in his hand, his brow furrowed. As an experienced assassin, he could keenly sense the dangerous aura emanating from this item. He cautiously wrapped his hand in dark energy and reached for the ancient book, immediately causing a panel to appear before him. Name: Cursed Book Fear. Type: Historical Relic. Description: a mysterious and ancient existence, each word imbued with the power of curses. The holder can harness its power to inflict a curse of fear upon enemies. A curse that induces fear? Interesting. Yiming was about to absorb the book's power with his dark tendrils when a sharp voice interrupted him. Hold on, sir. We have our eyes on that item. Could you let us have it? Yiming turned to see 3 people approaching him. Flanking them were individuals dressed in ninja attire, with kunai and shuriken at their waists, moving silently with cunning in their eyes. The person in the middle wore a tailored suit, long hair, and a deliberately groomed mustache, exuding an air of arrogance. People from Sakura country? Yiming instantly recognized their identity. In this unclaimed territory beyond the borders, encountering people from any nation was not unusual. Sir, that item is useless to you. Sell it to us. We'll give you a generous reward, the ninja on the left said in a broken accent. Yiming's eyes turned cold. Even if I were to discard it, I wouldn't sell it to you. With that, he immediately used his dark energy to refine the cursed book. Fool. The group across from him erupted in anger, and the person from Sakura country in the middle waved a hand. Kill him for me. The 2 ninjas quickly formed seals, and behind them appeared the shadows of the Shadowless Saintess and the Blade Saintesty were both tier 4 contractors, with contract spirits reaching a grade. For Yiming, the strength of these Sakura country ninjas was laughably low. Kunai and shurikens rained down like a storm, tracing dense silver lines in the air. Yiming remained calm, his spear sweeping horizontally, instantly killing 2 ninjas. Their blood arced vividly through the air. He approached the suited man with a bloodstained scythe. The man's Adam's apple bobbed as he forced himself to stay calm. Baka, I advise you not to act rashly. I am the eldest son of the Takahashi family from Sakura country. If you dare harm me, our family will surely. Before he could finish, a flash of cold light appeared. The eldest son's head was already soaring into the sky. A 3rd-tier contractor, S-class contract spirit, impressive strength. But Yiming glanced coldly at the corpses on the ground, a hint of disdain in his eyes. They're just Sakura country scum training in the outer regions. Let this swamp swallow them. On the spaceship, Qinming watched the surveillance footage, a smile of interest on his face. Interesting, this kid acts decisively and remains unfazed by threats. I'd love to recruit him and nurture his talent. Senior, Qinjin asked, puzzled. Yiming always finishes his opponents in seconds. Even 4th-tier beasts are no match for him. Just how strong is he? Gu Yunfeng stroked his beard and replied. Indeed, he is strong, but not quite 5th tier. According to Sun Hoyuan, he was ambushed a few days ago by the chairman of the Jinpin Society, a quasi 5th-tier opponent, and barely managed to draw. Just then, the death swamp began to shake violently, the ground splitting open as a massive figure emerged winged, with steel-like claws, its body covered in green armor, resembling a giant bat. It let out a long howl, shaking the sky. Quasi 5th-tier beast, the poison ghost bat. Inyu's voice echoed in Yiming's mind. What is this creature that prefers dry regions doing in the death swamp? Qingjin and Gu Yunfeng were equally puzzled. Seeing Yiming charge towards the beast without hesitation, Qingjin frowned. Too reckless. He's strong, but not yet at the Quasi 50-year level. However, the next moment, Yiming's aura erupted, dark tendrils extending from his back, wrapping around his arms, and merging with his scythe. Fallen slash. With a roar, Yiming swung his scythe. In an instant, the head of the poison ghost bat soared skyward. The Quasi 50-year beast was killed in seconds. How is this possible? A third tier killing a Quasi 50-year. Qingjin's pupils contracted in disbelief. Gu Yunfeng's brow furrowed. A few days ago, he couldn't win, and now he can kill instantly. How fast is his improvement? Just then, Captain Yizheng hurried over. Quick look, Qingjin pointed at the screen. This is your nephew, a third-tier cultivator able to kill a Quasi 50-year beast in seconds. What? Yizheng's eyes widened. Yiming, how is this possible? In the swamp of death, Yiming stood with a grim expression, holding a long scythe. In front of him, the corpse of a toxic ghost bat was convulsing violently. Its head had turned to ash, and its life force was rapidly fading, leaving only a puddle of bubbling poison. A system notification appeared. Successfully killed a Quasi 50-year toxic ghost bat. Realm experience 120, spirit skill experience 120. Among the loot was a palm-sized poison mask, resembling a blue-faced demon with sharp features, narrow eyes, and a mouth full of jagged teeth. It's worth 7 million. A decent beast material. Absorbing it grants some poison immunity. Inyuyu remarked as she examined the mask. Yiming nodded and, following Inyuyu's guidance, first enveloped his face with a layer of dark energy before applying the poison mask. Instantly, streams of green and black energy intertwined and surged. After 3 breaths, a system prompt reappeared. Successfully absorbed the poison mask. Acquired poison immunity. Toxins from beasts below the 6th tier contract master will not cause fatal harm. This is great. Yiming's eyes lit up. Aboard an airship, Qingjin and others watched the battle below with serious expressions. Gu Yunfeng shook his head and said, in just a few days, he's gone from struggling against a Quasi 50-year to defeating it in seconds. This progress is unusually fast. Qingjin turned to ask Yiming the reason, but saw that he looked puzzled, clearly unaware himself. After defeating the Quasi 50-year, Yiming didn't rest. Swarms of 3rd-tier sharp-armored crocodiles and 4th-tier split-armored lizards rushed at him with angry roars. Yiming pushed off with his legs, the ground cracking beneath his feet, and swung his scythe, flashes of cold light appearing. A series of system prompts sounded, showing the experience gained from defeating numerous 3rd-tier and 4th-tier beasts. Opening the panel, Yiming checked his progress. Realm, 3rd-tier contract master 464880100000. Divine Ruin Demon Armor, level 89. Dark Domain, level 89. Eternal Night, level 78. He was just one step away from becoming a 4th-tier contract master. Currently able to defeat Quasi 50-year opponents as a 3rd tier, once he ascended to the 4th tier, even 5th-tier powerhouses would no longer pose a threat. Led by Gu Yunfeng, Yiming left the swamp of death and entered the silent forest. The eerie trees swayed as if alive, and as soon as Yiming stepped in, the tree spirits opened their eerie eyes, branches transforming into claws attacking him. With a whoosh, Yiming leaped from branch to branch, his scythe tracing a crescent moon in the night sky. Squelch. Successfully slaying the 3rd-tier black tree demon, Yiming's realm and skill experience each increased by 20 points. As he continued to hunt more beasts, his aura grew increasingly powerful. He was like a bloodthirsty demon, becoming more formidable with each battle, his form flickering through the dark forest like a shadow, elusive and swift. Suddenly, the ground split open, revealing a deep chasm. An ancient tree, towering tens of meters high, emerged with its thick roots spreading in all directions. The trunk bristled with thousands of fist-sized protrusions, and a pair of crimson eyes glinted in the canopy. Boom! The tree's fists rained down like a storm. Yiming leaped into the air, only to see sharp branches shooting up from the ground. Gripping his scythe tightly, he swung it toward the trunk with a flash of cold light. Clang! The scythe bounced off, as if the tree's surface was sheathed in a layer of steel. Yiming's pupils contracted sharply. Was this a 5th-tier beast? Aboard the floating ship, Qingjin watched the screen, his brows furrowed. A 5th-tier beast, the giant tree demon king? Senior, Yiming is not yet a match for a 5th-tier beast. Gu Yunfeng nodded and replied, I brought him here intentionally for training. His strength has skyrocketed, but his foundation is unstable. I intended to use a Quasi 50-year beast to hone his skills, but it seems only a 5th-tier beast is worthy of being his opponent. Beside him, Yizheng clenched his fists, his Adam's apple bobbing. On the screen, Yiming was locked in a fierce battle with the giant tree demon king. The branches struck the godfall demon armor like blades. Though they couldn't penetrate, the tremendous impact sent Yiming flying, crashing through dozens of trees before coming to a halt. Boom. The dark domain unfolded as Yiming unleashed his full power. Blood-red light coated the scythe's blade, and the cold gleam sliced through branches and leaves, sending them flying. Falling slash, dark tendrils entwined his arm, merging the scythe with his limb. Yiming charged forward with all his might. Waves of force spread out, shrouding the area in dust. When the dust settled, Yiming was covered in bloodstains, with blood streaming from where his arm and scythe connected. This was his limit, yet a thick branch came hurtling toward him. Damn it! He wanted to dodge, but the falling slash had drained his strength, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. The wooden spike was just half a meter away. Stop! A commanding voice rang out. The wooden spike halted before Yiming's eyes, and the giant tree demon king froze, glaring fiercely at Gu Yunfeng in the sky. Break! Gu Yunfeng waved his hand, and an invisible force swept through. The giant tree demon king's body shattered into fragments, scattering like paper in the wind. Such was the power of an 8th-tier master, capable of destroying a city with a mere gesture. Is this what the 8th level feels like? Yiming gazed up at Gu Yunfeng in midair, unconsciously clenching his fists. If he could reach the 4th, 5th, or even 7th or 8th level, he wouldn't have needed his teacher's help to defeat the giant tree demon king earlier. He could have easily killed it himself. He looked down at his panel, realizing he was still 400,000 to 500,000 experience points away from advancing to a 4th level contract master. This number wasn't astronomical, but it was no easy feat either. A strong desire to become more powerful surged within him. You have exceptional talent, and with time, you will surely become an 8th level powerhouse, Gu Yunfeng said, patting him on the shoulder. Yiming nodded silently, setting a goal for himself to break through to a 4th level contract master after joining Tsinghua University. After the expedition beyond the region, Yiming met with Qinzhen, the head of the 3rd frontier city. Qin's eyes gleamed with approval. I watched your battle with the nearly 5th level beast. To be honest, your strength is impressive. A witch contract master not only possesses great power, but also breaks through much faster than a saint contract master. Joining the defense forces would be a huge asset for our frontier city. Before Qin could finish, Gu Yunfeng interrupted. Hey, 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 aren't you blatantly trying to poach my student? Yiming is my student. No offense, sir, Qinzhen explained with a shrug. Being in the defense forces doesn't conflict with his enrollment at Tsinghua University. The experience would greatly benefit his growth, and as you know, a greenhouse can't nurture a true powerhouse. Gu Yunfeng paused for a moment and left the decision to Yiming. Because of his 4th uncle Yizheng, Yiming had always held the defense forces in high regard. But with only 3rd level strength and the Tsinghua University entrance exam in just over 10 days, time was tight and his tasks were heavy. I'll consider it once I reach the 4th level, he declined politely. Right now, I'm afraid I can't offer much help to the frontier city. Fair enough, Qinzhen nodded, turning to Yizheng. Captain Yi, you heard him. Once he breaks through to the 4th level, make sure to bring him into the defense forces. Yizheng's expression was serious, and he didn't answer. As a senior, he didn't want Yiming to join the defense force. It was too dangerous. Seeing this, Qinzhen didn't press further, casually dismissing his earlier comments as a joke. After leaving the 3rd frontier city and returning to Tsangnan City, Gu Yunfeng handed Yiming a piece of wood. It was a cylindrical piece, 10 centimeters in diameter and 20 centimeters long, with vibrant green patterns swirling on its surface. This is the Xuanmu Lingjin, a precious treasure of the world, Gu Yunfeng said, handing it to Yiming. Absorbing it will strengthen your body and increase your vitality with the energy of Xuanmu. As a teacher, he was always generous with his students. Thank you, teacher. Yiming expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. Late at night when he returned home, he immediately began absorbing the Xuanmu Lingjin. As the green energy flowed into him, his injuries healed rapidly, and he felt revitalized and full of strength. The power of the Xuanmu spirit root surged into Yiming's body, and he felt a warm current flowing through his meridians. His vitality and mental strength both increased by 50 points, soaring from 850 to 900. Clenching his fist, Yiming's eyes glimmered with determination. Just one more step to break through the 1,000-point barrier. In the days that followed, Yiming practically became a permanent resident of the teleportation hall. Besides the necessary eating and sleeping, he was always found in various mission scenarios. Sometimes, caught up in the thrill of battle, he would fight from 5 a.m. until midnight, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Through such intense training, his experience as a Tier 3 contract master rapidly grew, reaching 650,000 points, just 350,000 short of the breakthrough. Leaning back in his room's chair, Yiming glanced at the calendar on the wall. 10 days left until I report to Star Demon University, he murmured to himself. His vitality and mental strength remained at 900 points. To advance further, he needed to complete some assassination missions to accumulate contribution points. Opening the Grim Marketplace, an item called the Heart of Demon Flame immediately caught his eye. Heart of Demon Flame. Type: beast material. Description: sourced from the Demon Flame Lion. It contains immense power. When integrated into the body, it will restructure the physique, granting greater physical strength. The process is extremely painful, so use with caution. Price: 1,000 contribution points. I currently have over 800 contribution points. Just 1 or 2 more missions should do it, Yiming calculated. Eliminating a Tier 4 contract master criminal could earn me around 200 contribution points. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted his thoughts. The door slammed shut with 3 times the usual force. Looking up, Yiming saw it was Yishuang. She was like this 3 days ago too, Yiming analyzed sharply. It seems she took on a difficult mission, and her plans have been repeatedly disrupted. He silently prayed that Yishuang wouldn't encounter any danger. The next day, Yiming arrived at the teleportation hall and discovered a newly opened dual secret realm, High Wall Guardians. The mission required contract masters to become guards, resisting the onslaught of countless Tier 3 and Tier 4 beasts for 30 minutes to earn the treasure, soul, condensing bracelet. A well-featured man suggested a strategy of group rotation, but it was quickly met with opposition. Who wants to go first? A man with a prominent forehead shrieked. The scene descended into chaos, with everyone wanting to conserve their strength and no one willing to step forward. Yiming watched coldly for a moment, then suddenly kicked the lead dissenter into the air and leaped off the high wall, charging directly into the beast horde. Rather than wasting time with this mob, I'd rather fight alone. The beast horde erupted into a deafening clash. Yiming was like an unsheathed sword, leaving a trail of beast limbs in his wake. Stimulated, the beast horde split into 2 groups, one attacking Yiming and the other rushing toward the high wall. The hesitant contract masters on the wall panicked, with the slower ones heavily injured and the timid ones pressing the teleportation button to flee. Yiming glanced back at the disintegrating team, his gaze icy. Since they refused to unite, they would fight on their own terms. It was their choice, and he had no interest in playing the hero. Electronic alerts kept pinging as Yiming's achievements were updated in real time with each beast he vanquished. Third-tier ice beasts, flame marauders, and demon-toothed lions fell one after another, each granting 20 to 30 points of realm and skill experience. The fall of a 4th-tier bone-eroding archer brought him a hefty 50 points of duel experience. In the heart of the battlefield, Yiming was like an unstoppable killing machine. His scythe flashed with icy glints, while the dark tendrils extending from his back cut through the beasts with precision. Blood arced gracefully through the air as the bodies of the beasts were flung aside. In stark contrast, the other contract warriors on the high walls were struggling against the beast tide, desperately trying to escape. You've successfully defended for 30 minutes. You can exit the secret realm at any time, a cold electronic voice announced. 30 minutes? This is just the beginning. Yiming grinned and plunged back into the fray. The torrent of beasts before him was the perfect practice target he had longed for. There was no way he would give up now. The contract warriors who had retreated to the sidelines watched in awe. This is incredible. We barely held on for 30 minutes. Yet he's been fighting for half an hour and still wants more. As they observed the figure at the center of the battlefield, the heavy scent of blood, the crimson aura of slaughter, and the continuous flow of dark energy finally revealed Yiming's identity. It's the witch contract warrior. No wonder he's so powerful. Isn't he the top scorer from this year's Songnan City martial arts exam? They exclaimed. But even for a top scorer, to reach the point where he can easily kill 4th-tier beasts in such a short time is unprecedented. After a full 2 hours, Yiming finally left the secret realm, still not fully satisfied. He opened his personal panel to check. Name: Yiming. Spirituality: max level. Realm: 3rd-tier contract warrior 73211210000000. Mental power: 900. Vitality: 900. Contract spirit: Godfall Dark Knight, Demon Emperor SSS Great. Upgradable skills: Dark Domain level 910. Godfall Demon Armor level 910. Eternal Knight, Descent level 89. Spiritual talent: Slaughter Growth, Demon Emperor Battle Intent. He still needed over 200,000 experience points to advance to a 4th-tier contract warrior, making it challenging to achieve before entering Star Demon University. However, Yiming was not worried, as the path of cultivation should be gradual and foundational. As a reward from the secret realm, Yiming received a soul condensing bracelet. This piece of equipment was said to absorb soul energy from the air, enhancing the wearer's mental power. Yet when he tried it on, he felt no difference. What's going on? Yiming frowned. Shadow sighed and explained. The soul condensing bracelet's effect only applies to Sanctus contract warriors. The intense magical aura inherent in a witch contract master naturally suppresses the power of the soul condensing bracelet, significantly reducing its effectiveness. Upon hearing this, Yiming shook his head slightly. Since it couldn't be used, he might as well exchange it for something more useful. In the teleportation hall, he successfully traded the soul condensing bracelet for a tier 5 beast material black soul veins. This precious material, taken from the fierce beast black soul spirit, is renowned for its exceptional toughness. After absorbing the black soul veins, a warm current flowed through his body, making him feel extraordinarily comfortable and enhancing the capacity of his meridians. After returning home, Yiming took on an assassination mission. The target was a tier 4 contract master named Chen Tianqing, who not only sold contraband on the market, but also engaged in loan sharking, using violent methods to collect debts. Under Yiming's coercion, Chen Tianqing revealed the source of the contraband, the Yuan Guang group. So it really is them secretly manufacturing contraband, Yiming thought, frowning, and immediately sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. Yuan Guang group? Haha, soon. The big fish is already on the way, Sun Hoyuan replied. Yes, this tier 7 contract master has been baited for half a month. It's time to reel them in. Back at home, Yiming opened the marketplace and used the 200 contribution points he earned from the assassination mission to directly exchange for a magic flame heart worth 1,000 contribution points. Half an hour later, as he gazed at the heart enveloped in purple flames, a strange sensation stirred within him. Even though it has lost its vitality, I can still feel it beating, Yiming murmured, his eyes narrowing slightly. Shadow softly explained, you are a witch contract master. You have a special sensitivity to these dark-aligned beasts. As my awakening progresses, this sensitivity will grow stronger. Of course, this is beneficial for you. Yiming nodded in agreement, always trusting Shadow's judgment. After absorbing the magic flame heart, a fiery power surged within him. He opened his palm, and a purple fireball rose into the air, its flames flickering with tiny arcs of lightning. A sense of pressure spread, making the room's atmosphere heavy. Suddenly, a strange wind sounded outside the window. Shortly after, the door was hastily opened and then closed, producing a creak and bang, as if someone had sneaked back in. Yiming opened the door to find that his sister Yi Shuang had returned. Lately, she had been working late into the night, and her relentless work ethic made Yiming feel he should learn from her. As he was about to close the door, a faint scent of blood reached his nose. Though subtle, Yiming, as a top assassin, was exceptionally sensitive to the smell of blood. Upon careful sensing, he realized the pungent scent was overwhelmingly strong. Yi Shuang was seriously injured. Yiming's expression instantly turned cold. He quickly approached Yi Shuang's door and knocked gently. Who is it? Came a cautious voice from inside. It's me, Yiming. Yiming? What are you doing up so late? You're hurt, Yiming stated bluntly, causing a silence to fall inside the room. After a long pause, she spoke softly. It's my own business. I don't want to drag you into it. What nonsense? Yiming snapped. You're seriously injured and still trying to hide it. You're not some protagonist in a heroic tale, so why keep it to yourself? There was a hint of reproach and resentment in Yiming's words, leaving Yi Shuang momentarily puzzled. She knew it was likely because she had concealed her injuries, insisting on keeping him out of danger. After pondering for a moment, Yi Shuang sighed softly and allowed Yiming inside. Under the dim light, Yi Shuang's dire condition was clearly visible. Her tight-fitting clothes were torn and soaked with blood, continually seeping through the black fabric. Her face was pale, eyes still holding traces of fear, her slightly parted lips gasping for breath as her chest heaved violently. Upon seeing Yiming, she instinctively stepped back into the shadows, seemingly unwilling to let him see her in such a sorry state. Who did this? Yiming asked bluntly, his expression grim. I can't tell you. Yi Shuang hesitated. You could get hurt. Who did this? Yiming pressed again, his eyes filled with a fierce intent that made Yi Shuang shiver, a wave of fear rising within her. He's a near 50-year contract master. You're no match for him. Yi Shuang shook her head, trying to dissuade him. A near 50-year contract master? Yiming sneered, as if he'd heard the most absurd joke. A few days ago, he might have been wary, but now things were different. With the mastery of the falling slash, a full-force strike could severely injure or even kill a 5th-tier contract master. Sister Yi Shuang, it doesn't matter if you don't tell me. In 3 hours, I'll bring you his corpse. Yiming turned to leave, dialing Sun Hoyuan's number as he went. Calling in the middle of the night, get to the point. Something happened to Yi Shuang. I need to know who did it. Sun Hoyuan hesitated. By the rules, assassination missions that hadn't been reviewed shouldn't be disclosed. But given Yiming and Yi Shuang's relationship, he decided to make an exception. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Soon, the mission information was sent to Yiming. Target, Han Yuanxian. Level, near 50-year contract master. Codename, A-class multi-armed saintess. Han Yuanxian was a legendary figure in the gambling world of Songnan City. With his unique cheating techniques, he rose from underground casinos and later consolidated all the casinos to establish the massive Dream Sky Entertainment City. On the surface, this entertainment city ran legitimate businesses like foot massages, karaoke bars, and pubs, but secretly, it was a money-devouring beast with daily revenues in the billions, ruining a third of the households in Songnan City. The public security and tax departments investigated over 50 times, but never managed to catch him. This cunning old fox not only had a strong anti-investigation sense, but was also well-versed in the law. Capturing him through conventional means required enormous resources. Hence, the execution hall took action. Han Yuanqian. Yiming clenched his fists, the image of Yishuang's severe injuries flashing in his mind, a fiery rage boiling in his chest. Yet outwardly, he remained unusually calm, his anger hidden, his intent to kill concealed. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery glow. Yiming's figure blended into the city's steel jungle like ink, weaving through the silent high-rises. Ahead, the neon lights of the Dream Sky Entertainment Club pierced the night, their opulence palpable even from outside. Yiming activated his shadow domain, slipping unnoticed into the building through the shadows. Like a ghost, he passed the surveillance room and security office, heading straight for the entertainment floor. Deafening music, drunken chatter, and dazzling lights merged into chaos. Yiming shut off his senses, his eyes fixed on the top floor where the energy signature matched exactly with that of Yishuang's wound. In the chairman's office, Han Yuanqian lounged with his legs propped on the desk. A cigar dangled from his left hand while his right held the phone. Beside him, a mature woman in professional attire was massaging his shoulders. Hey, old Zhang. Han Yuanqian exhaled a smoke ring. Ran into something weird tonight. Got attacked by a fourth-rank contract master. I'm just doing business. Who the hell has it out for me? Look into it for me. A cold laugh came from the other end of the line. What's there to worry about? Probably some old enemy from your turf days. Besides, you're almost at the 5th rank, afraid of a 4th. You're right. Han Yuanqian's eyes gleamed wickedly. But that woman had some skills. Her fierceness really spoke to me. Too bad she got away. Would have been fun tonight. The two shared a lecherous laugh. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind lifted the curtains. Han Yuanqian shivered and gestured for the woman to close them. Watching her seductive back, he began to loosen his belt, intending to approach. A flash of cold light. A scythe blade pressed against his throat. Friend, where do you come from? Care to give your name? Say it yourself. You're not worthy to hear it. With a swift motion, blood splattered. Yiming deftly placed Han Yuanqian's head into a black bag, and the darkness swallowed the body. It all happened in the blink of an eye. When the woman turned back after closing the curtains, the office was empty. Boss? Boss, where are you? Boss. Meanwhile, at the Yi residence, Yishuang paced anxiously, her eyes filled with worry. Yiming is only at the 3rd rank, while Han Yuanqian is almost at the 5th. Even I can't take him on. She stood abruptly. Damn it. How could I let him go? If something happens, how will I face Uncle? She hurriedly opened the door, only to freeze. Yiming stood there. He silently handed her a black cloth bag and turned to leave. As she watched his retreating figure, Yishuang opened the bag with a complex mix of emotions. Seeing Han Yuanqian's head inside, she was too shocked to speak. Yiming had actually killed the almost 5th rank Han Yuanqian. Outside, the cold wind howled. The chill stung Yishuang's face, making her wince slightly. She looked down at Han Yuanqian's bloody head on the ground with a complex expression. It wasn't the gruesome sight that shocked her, but rather Yiming's astonishing power, how a 3rd-tier cultivator could kill a near 5th-tier opponent. This ability to defeat someone of a higher tier left her with mixed feelings of joy and concern. As a witch contractor, Yiming constantly faced the risk of being consumed by the very violence he wielded. The thrill of such a victory could blur one's senses and plant a seed of insatiable bloodlust. With these worries, Yishuang reached out to Sun Hoyuan for advice. After a brief silence, he replied, occasionally defeating someone stronger is exhilarating, but if it becomes routine, it won't have any lasting effect. This succinct response enlightened Yishuang's Sun Hoyuan seemed to think that for Yiming, overcoming stronger opponents was already a commonplace occurrence. His talent is truly extraordinary, she mused to herself. Back in his room, Yiming immediately contacted Sun Hoyuan. Before I killed Han Yuanqian, he made a call to someone saved as Old Zhang. I couldn't hear the details, but judging by his sinister smile, it couldn't be anything good. Old Zhang. Sun Hoyuan frowned, quickly mapping out a network of connections related to Han Yuanqian in his mind. Suddenly, a realization hit him, and he sent detailed information to Yiming. Suspect, Zhang Tongtian. Level, 4th-tier contractor, a rank poison saintess. Profile, a well-connected figure in the underground black market, dealing in information trade, known for his eccentric personality and ruthless tactics, involved in several major criminal cases. The mentioned underground black market is located at the border between Songnan City and Songbei City, a place with a harsh environment and chaotic order, serving as a hotbed for illicit trade. Sun Hoyuan added. To become a renowned informant in such a hellhole, Zhang Tongtian must really have some skills. Yiming simply responded with an before turning off his phone. The dangers of the underground market and Zhang Tongtian's capabilities were not his immediate concern. His role was to relay the information, while the higher-ups of the execution hall would handle the specifics. He then logged into the execution mall to check his rewards. Killing Han Yuanxian had earned him 400 contribution points. While not a huge amount, he was quite satisfied. The next morning, as soon as Yiming woke up, he received a message from Sun Hoyuan. Still in bed? Do you know what time it is? Yiming stretched and groggily replied. Captain Sun, if you have something to say, just say it. Let's skip the small talk. Do you remember that Zhang Tongtian you mentioned last night? I remember. Sun Hoyuan suddenly sent an important piece of intelligence. The organization just received news that Zhang Tongtian is planning to sell a company secret from the Yi family, valued at 300 million. Yiming's brow furrowed as alarm bells went off in his mind. Targeting the Yi family? Who's behind this? Is it the Yuan Guang group causing trouble in the shadows? He noticed the word again in the message and immediately sent an inquiry to Sun Hoyuan. Sun Hoyuan quickly replied. About 10 years ago, Zhang Tongtian once sold a core secret of the Yi family's industry. This information hit Yiming's memory like a heavy blow. He recalled the disaster from 10 years ago when the Yi family lost 5 billion in cash overnight and nearly faced bankruptcy. He vividly remembered how his second uncle's hair turned white overnight after the crisis. Little did he expect that all of this stemmed from a black market information dealer. Sun Hoyuan then sent the mission details. Mission name: Ignorance is guilty. Target: Zhang Tongtian. Level: 4th tier conjurer, A-class poison saintess. Location: border of Tsangnan and Songbei City. Just a 4th tier. Even if they're skilled in poison, they can't harm me. Yiming thought as he touched the poison mask mark on his chest, his body long immune to toxins. The mission will be executed at 11 tonight, Sun Hoyuan added. Also, a reminder. The Yuan Guang family is preparing for revenge because you killed Yuan Guang Xiaoyi. Let them come, I'll just kill them. Those Sakura country scoundrels are nothing to fear, Yiming replied coldly. With several hours until the mission, Yiming arrived at the strongest martial arts hall in Sangnan City, the Wenxin Martial Hall. The master, Wen Jiahua, a 120-year-old 5th-tier conjurer, wielded the power of an S-class mirror heart saintess. At this moment, the two stood facing each other in the arena. Wen Jiahua, dressed in a white training uniform, wore a gentle smile. Yiming, my young friend, please make your move. Yiming gathered his energy to attack, but as he moved, a sudden change occurred. Strange ripples spread from around Wen Jiahua, and the mat underfoot transformed into a vast ocean. Yiming felt his heartbeat suddenly accelerate, its rate tripling. Wait, triple heartbeat? This is danger sensing. Yiming's instincts kicked in, heightening his alertness. Yiming was startled, and his scythe traced a sharp arc through the air. Using the energy released by the scythe, he forcibly changed his trajectory. Just as he dodged sideways, an invisible golden giant palm burst forth from Wen Jiahua, thundering into the distance. The audience outside stared in shock and awe at the super metal steel plate that had been blown through, their faces full of disbelief and fear. 10 minutes later, the evenly matched duel finally concluded. Although there was no clear winner, both sides had demonstrated an extremely high level of skill. Yiming looked up at the elderly man in front of him, who stood with hands behind his back and a kindly smile. Sincerely, Yiming cupped his hands in salute. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. He thought to himself, this old man is incredibly powerful, truly deserving of being a 5th-tier contract master, far beyond what a quasi 5th-tier could hope to achieve. It's a completely different level of combat. Wen Jiahua responded with a smile. You're too kind. Your foundation is solid, and your moves are decisive. Once you advance to the 4th tier, you may very well be my match. After exchanging some compliments, Yiming earnestly said, Master, I will continue to challenge you. With that, he turned and left the martial arts hall. Looking up at the sky, he saw it was only 2 in the afternoon. Yiming then headed to the teleportation hall and entered a VIP secret realm, the Snow Ruins. There, he successfully slew a quasi 5th-tier beast and obtained a precious snow crystal bone. This high-quality material for body strengthening, once absorbed, significantly enhanced Yiming's vitality and mental strength. Vitality, 900,920. Mental strength, 900,920. He was now only 80 points away from breaking the 1,000-point threshold. The possibility of breaking through before officially enrolling at Star Demon University was very high. As night fell, Yiming returned home. After an hour on the Star Rail train, he arrived at the underground black market. The ground was muddy, the buildings on either side were dilapidated, and the entire perimeter was shrouded in darkness. Guided by a map, he navigated through the sewer's many checkpoints and finally reached a brightly lit underground city, where the air was thick with the scent of desire and decay. At this moment, a man and a woman with bizarre hairstyles and bodies covered in tattoos passed by, complaining, Damn it, the price of soul departure flowers has risen another 20%. What the hell is Zhang Tongtian doing, going crazy for money? Hearing the words, soul departure flowers, Yiming furrowed his brow. This contraband induces an out-of-body sensation when consumed, providing temporary escape from pain, but causing long-term damage to brain tissue, nerves, and bones. He hadn't expected Zhang Tongtian to be involved in selling such things. A woman with a distinctive style sneered as she walked past. Contraband is nothing. Zhang Tongtian's into all sorts of dirty business: kidnapping, robbery, selling information, making junk mechanical organs. If there's money to be made, he's involved. I saw him with my own eyes, dragging a tiny little girl from door to door, trying to sell her. That poor child, subjected to such torment at such a young age. Yiming was furious at what he heard, but when he asked why no one stopped him, the woman sighed. The Security Bureau wants to, but they have no evidence. They've asked us for proof several times, but who dares? If they can't take Zhang Tongtian down, we'd be the ones to suffer. This independent woman sounds quite selfish, but she's also very realistic. What about the black market? Surely someone there can keep him in check. Yiming pressed, a hint of expectation flickering in his eyes. The woman chuckled coldly. Keep him in check? You must be kidding. Do you know the Yi family from Chang'an City? Even a big family like theirs was once deceived by Zhang Tongtian and couldn't do a thing about it. You know about that? Yiming's eyes widened in surprise. What's so strange about it? She shrugged. It happened 10 years ago. Zhang Tongtian sold the Yi family's core secrets to the Wang family, making a cool 2 billion in one go. The entire underground black market was buzzing with the news. She paused, a trace of envy in her eyes. But now, the Wang family has fallen. Nearby, a man with a similar demeanor lowered his head silently, his eyes clouded with gloom. Yiming's curiosity was piqued. The Wang family? Wang Haoyang's family. Memories flooded back how the Wang family and the Yi family were once the two major families in Chang'an City. It wasn't until Yiming joined the Su Sha Hall that the Wang family's crimes were exposed, leading to their downfall. If he made 2 billion in one deal, why does Zhang Tongtian still stay in a place like this? Yiming asked, puzzled. Wouldn't moving to a luxury neighborhood be better? Gambling, drinking, women. The woman spread her hands. This guy can lose 5 billion in a single night at the casino. The money goes straight into the pockets of the casino owners and the princess of Merchant K. Besides, the underground black market is his cash cow. How else would he make money if he left? Yiming understood and handed the woman 200 yuan as a fee for the information. This was a common transaction in the black market. Following her directions, Yiming arrived at Zhang Tongtian's territory. A dilapidated building shaped like a bull's head came into view, with thick steam spewing from its crevices. Inside the bullhead house, it was crowded, with a long queue snaking around. What do you want? Solas flowers? 7,000 each. Zhang Tongtian said lazily from behind the counter, a smoking pipe dangling from his lips. He was so thin that he was practically skin and bones, his skull prominent, and his sunken eyes exuding a menacing glare. What? 7,000? It was 6,000 just yesterday, a woman exclaimed, her eyes trembling with shock. Zhang Tongtian glanced at her dismissively. Market fluctuations. Price hikes are normal. Trembling, the woman pulled out 7,000 yuan from her undergarment. Zhang Tongtian casually tossed her a poorly shaped solos flower, half of its 10 petals already wilted. Can I exchange it for another one? She pleaded pitifully. I need it for medicine, and this one's potency is too low. Damn it! Zhang Tongtian erupted in anger. If everyone else can use it, why are you being so picky? Not only won't I exchange it, but I'll make sure you get the worst one. Take it or leave it, and if you don't want it, get lost. Several shirtless thugs approached upon hearing the commotion, forcing the woman to leave in fear. As Zhang Tongtian continued to curse, a figure in a black robe suddenly appeared at the counter. Hiding your face, trying to act mysterious. What do you want? Zhang Tongtian frowned. If you want to buy something, get in line. Unless you have 1 million for me to make an exception. Huh, 1 million? Can you afford that? Before he could finish speaking, a flash of cold light burst forth. Yiming's black sword sliced through the air like lightning, severing Zhang Tongtian's arm. Yiming caught the severed limb midair and slammed it onto the counter. Does this worthless arm cover 1 million? Yiming's voice was as cold as ice. Oh no, something's happened. The sudden commotion threw the room into chaos. In the once orderly space, addicts scrambled to escape, some crawling on the floor, others stumbling over each other in their frantic rush. Their frail figures collided, nearly falling apart. The dim chandelier swung unpredictably from the ceiling, casting flickering shadows. Under this shifting light, the silhouettes of Yiming and Zhang Tongtian danced eerily on the walls. You bastard! Zhang Tongtian clutched his severed arm, blood dripping through his fingers, pooling into a dark red stain on the floor. He gritted his teeth, his gums swollen, eyes gleaming with malice. Who are you? What do you want? Yiming didn't reply. A flash of red glimmered in his eyes as he brandished his long sword, the blade slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Zhang Tongtian's pupils contracted as a strange green glow enveloped him. Just as the sword was about to strike, he transformed into a cloud of eerie green smoke. The sword cut through, the smoke dissipating in its wake. Hee hee. A cold laugh echoed from behind Yiming. Suddenly, Green smoke billowed from every corner of the room through the floorboards, teacups, and even the chandelier. A pungent odor assaulted Yiming's nostrils. This smoke, it's poisonous. Yiming's brow furrowed. He, too late to realize that now. Zhang Tongtian's laughter grew sharper. Just in case, I filled the room with toxins. This high concentration would kill even a fourth-tier contract master without professional antidote training. Amid the smoke, a hunched figure clutched his shoulder, trembling with excitement as he stared at Yiming. Yiming silently sheathed his dark sword and, with a flick of his wrist, summoned the divine scythe. He launched himself into the smoke like an arrow. Having absorbed the toxic mask, he was fully immune to poisons. What the hell? This poison should have paralyzed you completely. How are you still moving? Zhang Tongtian's eyes widened in terror as he turned to flee, only to feel the cold blade of the scythe at his throat. Zhang Tongtian froze. Friend, we have no quarrel, right? Quarrel? Yiming snorted. No quarrel, just want to kill you. You bastard. Swish. The sharp scythe carved an elegant arc through the smoke, as beautiful as a crescent moon. A head flew skyward, blood spurting like a rocket, finally crashing against the ceiling. Yiming retracted the scythe, raised his hand, and darkness surged from the ground, engulfing Zhang Tongtian's headless body. Then, his figure vanished into the swirling smoke. An incense stick later, the poisonous fog dissipated. Those who fled earlier returned, staring in disbelief at the empty room and the battle scars that marred it. Grab it! Zhang Tongtian is dead. The shout instantly ignited the crowd's greed. People swarmed in and began ransacking the room, plunging it into chaos. At 2:30 a.m., Yiming, wrapped in a black cloak, walked alone down the silent street. He took out his phone and sent a brief message to Sun Hoyuan. Mission accomplished. Were there any unexpected events? Sun Hoyuan quickly replied. Nothing major, just triggered a poison trap, but it didn't affect me. Yiming responded simply. I'm not talking about that. Did you encounter anyone from the Yuan Guang group? Yiming frowned slightly. He had previously killed Yuan Guang Zuiqi, the son of the second-in-command of the Yuan Guang family. Although the strong members of the Yuan Guang group were currently occupied and unable to confront him, their less powerful members were beginning to stir. To completely eliminate the threat, I must advance to the 4th level soon, Yiming thought, clenching his fist. Just as he was about to reply to Sun Hoyuan, he sensed something unusual. In the moonlight, two shadows silently appeared on the tall buildings flanking the street. One held a knife, and the other wielded a sword. With a strange whistle, they leapt down simultaneously. Behind each appeared a phantom of a saint. One clad in armor, wielding a long knife with a heroic demeanor, the other with a handsome face, brandishing a sharp sword, their robes fluttering. Yiming swiftly put away his phone, and the godfall demon armor instantly enveloped him. His eyes glowed red as he pushed off the ground, causing it to collapse. His figure melded into the night like a specter, first subduing the knife wielder, then springing off his body to attack the other, slicing off both arms with his scythe before delivering a heavy blow to knock him unconscious. These two might have some interrogation value. Keep them alive for now, Yiming said coldly. Shadowy tendrils formed by the spectral figure wrapped the two into a ball, suspending them in the air. Following Sun Hoyuan's instructions, Yiming arrived at a sealed room in an abandoned factory on the outskirts. He sat expressionlessly before the two captives, who were gradually regaining consciousness. Damn it! What do you want? The knife wielder shouted first. You fool! Let us go if you know what's good for you, or you'll regret it, the other one chimed in. Smack! Yiming backhanded a powerful slap, the force of darkness instantly mutilating half the face of the one who cursed, killing him instantly. The room fell silent. Ready to answer my questions now? Yiming asked calmly, looking at the survivor, who nodded frantically in fear. Name? Gono Masada. Who sent you? I. As soon as Gono Masada hesitated, Yiming's small knife plunged into his thigh. Overwhelmed by pain, he dared not hide anything. It was Yuan Guang Lai. He's our superior, and he sent us to kill you. Where is he? Yiming's voice was as cold as ice. Sweat beaded on Gono Masada's forehead as he shook his head repeatedly. I don't know. Genko Rai is my superior, and it's disrespectful for a subordinate to pry into their superior's whereabouts. That information won't save your life. Yiming's gaze was sharp and unyielding. Gono Masada's heart skipped a beat, his mind racing. Suddenly, he shouted as if grasping at a lifeline. Wait. I remember now. Before he left, I heard Genko Rai mention he was going to Songbei City first, then to Songnan City, and it wouldn't take more than 2 days. Anything else? Yiming asked calmly. That's all I know. Gono Masada pleaded, falling to his knees. Please spare me. I have a family to support. I was forced into this. Before he could finish, a flash of cold light appeared. With a swift swing of his scythe, Yiming ended Gono Masada's life. The man's eyes were wide with confusion, as if silently questioning. Wasn't I promised mercy? Yiming swept a cold gaze over the body. Mercy? Impossible. No amount of information or reward can buy your life. As for your family, they are of no concern to me. Devour. With Yiming's low whisper, a dark aura emerged, consuming the body entirely. At that moment, a wave of heat burst forth, which Yiming quickly suppressed. Clink, a pair of translucent red beads rolled onto the ground. What is this? Yiming looked at the unexpected objects with curiosity. Shadow's voice quivered with excitement. Yiming, these are treasures. They're the seeds of the red calamity lotus, a rare yang element artifact. Absorbing them not only enhances your body with red flames, but also replenishes yang energy. Additionally, her voice trailed off, her cheeks flushed. They have another effect. What effect? They're great for kidney health. A major boost. Shadow quickly added, any kidney ailment, like deficiency, can be cured after consumption. Yiming remained expressionless. There's nothing wrong with my kidneys. Don't use me as an example. Oh, okay. Yiming then absorbed the red calamity lotus seeds. The red flames coursed through his body, making his muscle definition even more pronounced, achieving a perfect physique that looked lean in clothes and muscular without them. Vitality, 920,940. Mental power, 920,940. After solidifying his strength, Yiming sat in a chair, contemplating. Within 2 days, Jinko Rai would travel from Songbei to Tsangnan. There were 5 possible routes: the Star Track train, regular roads, and on foot. By setting up checkpoints along these paths, he could capture him. He immediately sent the intel to Sun Hoyuan, who promptly mobilized his forces. Once Jinko Rai entered Tsangnan City, escape would be impossible. The next morning, Yiming returned to Tsangnan City. After a day of simple rest, he resumed his relentless journey of clearing dungeons. In his eyes, fierce beasts were like growth fruits. Each beast he defeated added to his experience, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. Jiang Qingyi, the secret realm manager, stood in the monitoring room, his gaze fixed on Yiming, who was dominating the battlefield. His shock had long turned into numbness. Every move Yiming made was incredibly sharp, and he broke through realms as easily as drinking water. His combat skills and agility were top-notch. This doesn't seem like a witch contract master at all. He's a battle maniac, Jiang Qingyi muttered to himself. When Yiming emerged from the secret realm, Jiang Qingyi immediately granted him new access high-risk secret realms. These realms were of a difficulty level far beyond that of VIP secret realms, where beasts of the same realm were several times stronger than those in ordinary secret realms. According to the rules, high-risk secret realms were only open to third-year and above contract masters with at least 1 year of experience. However, Yiming's strength was so astonishing that granting him some privileges was not excessive. High-risk secret realms. A glint of anticipation flashed in Yiming's eyes. This is the battlefield that suits me. In the last 5 days before enrollment, Yiming trained vigorously in the high-risk secret realms. His realm experience soared to 800,000, just 200,000 shy of advancing to a 4th-tier contract master. As his strength grew, so did his attributes. His health increased from 940 to 960, and his mental power also rose by 20 points. More importantly, several of his skills reached new levels. The dark domain advanced from level 10 to 11, gaining an astonishing special effect in the domain. Enemies not only had their strength suppressed, but were also shrouded in fear. Regardless of the enemy's realm, their strength would be reduced by at least 20, up to 50. The Divine Fall Demon armor also reached level 11, doubling its resistances and allowing it to absorb enemy blood to strengthen itself during battles. The Eternal Knight descended 2 levels at once, unlocking the effect of enhancing strength when battling high realm enemies. Seeing these incredible advancements, a confident smile appeared on Yiming's lips. He believed that even when facing a near 5th-tier opponent, he could defeat them within 5 moves, and in a heated confrontation at that. Just as he was about to head to the Wenxin Martial Hall to test his strength, his phone rang. It was a message from Sun Hoyuan, asking if he would be willing to duel a severely injured 5th-tier contract master. After a brief conversation, Yiming learned that this 5th-tier master was Yuan Guang, and the duel was arranged by his teacher, Gu Yinfeng. Since it's the teacher's arrangement, there must be a deeper meaning, Yiming pondered. Finally, he replied, I accept the challenge. Tonight at 11, near your home. Sun Hoyuan quickly confirmed the time and place for the duel. At 6 in the evening, Yiming sat alone in a chair at home, his brows slightly furrowed as he sank into deep thought. My current strength is comparable to an ordinary Quasi 5th tier, but there's still a gap when facing a true 5th-tier powerhouse, he murmured to himself, thoughts swirling. Why did my teacher arrange for me to fight Yuan Guang? Is he testing my true capabilities, or does he want me to experience a brush with death to temper my character? His eyes flickered as another thought emerged. Could it be that Yuan Guang possesses some sort of treasure, and obtaining it requires defeating him and completing my teacher's challenge? As a top assassin, Yiming knew he had no mind-reading abilities and couldn't fathom others' intentions. Just as he was puzzling over this, a sudden, bone-chilling wind attacked from behind. A blade of icy wind whistled towards him, aiming for his neck. At the critical moment, Yiming merely tilted his head slightly, allowing the wind blade to graze past, narrowly avoiding it. Teacher, let's skip these little tricks, Yiming said, standing up and turning around. Even if you hide your presence, I can still sense you're here. Gu Yunfeng shook his head and replied, this is no trick. I'm testing your adaptability. He nodded in satisfaction. Well, you passed. I passed. Yiming smirked. Is there a reward? No. That's just no fun, Yiming pouted. A test with no reward is just plain teasing. Ignoring Yiming's complaint, Gu Yunfeng asked, you've received the mission details, right? About Yuan Guang. Captain Sun has already informed me. Yiming nodded, then asked, teacher, is my battle with Yuan Guang also a test from you? Of course, Gu Yunfeng admitted openly. Your strength is increasing rapidly, and your foundation is solid, but I'm concerned that this rapid growth might affect your mindset. That's why I found a 5th-tier contractor to hone you. Just as I thought. Yiming grimaced. Is there no reward this time either? There is. Gu Yunfeng waved his hand. As far as I know, Yuan Guang has 10 red calamity lotus seeds. These are excellent for enhancing the physical body, very suitable for you. If you can kill him, all 10 seeds are yours. If you can't, they'll fall into Little Sun's hands. Little Sun? Sun Hoyuan? Yiming asked in surprise. He's already 6th tier. Why does he need the red calamity lotus seeds? Even a fly's leg is meat. Besides, the red calamity lotus seeds are effective and beneficial for contractors below the 7th tier. Gu Yunfeng walked over to Yiming and patted his shoulder. So, Yiming, do your best to get those 10 red calamity lotus seeds. I've given Little Sun enough good stuff. I don't want to give him more. If Captain Sun hears this, he'll definitely be heartbroken. After a brief conversation, Gu Yunfeng left. Yiming sat back down, calculating. If I can absorb all 10 red calamity lotus seeds, my vitality and mental strength should surpass 1,000 points. As long as I kill Yuan Guang, it'll all be mine. Though he had never fought a 5th-tier contractor, he was confident in his abilities. During the long wait, Yiming received another piece of news. His 4th uncle, Yizhong, would be visiting home tonight or tomorrow. He took a leave during a break in his mission to return home and see off Yiming, who was about to embark on his journey to Tsinghua University. In 5 days, Yiming would set off, and this was a significant event for the family, so naturally, they gathered together. As night fell, stars dotted the sky, and the bright moonlight cast a silvery frost over the city's buildings. Dressed in a black robe, Yiming quietly made his way to a nearby alley, following Sun Hoyuan's instructions. On the rooftop, Yi Shuang sat cross-legged. The moonlight sprinkled over her, creating a shimmering silver glow. She finished her meditation and opened her eyes just in time to see Yiming leaving the house. On a mission, Yi Shuang watched her brother's path intently crossing a 50-meter avenue, turning left, then right after a short distance, finally stopping in a small alley. Suddenly, Yiming's figure vanished into thin air. Disappeared? Yi Shuang frowned, quickly piecing together the puzzle. It's a stealth technique. No wonder Captain Sun said he had the makings of an assassin. Such stealth skills are indeed what professional assassins dream of. She pondered further. However, that alley is only 500 meters from the Yi family home. Why is the mission location so close? The Susha Temple never assigns close-range missions unless. At that moment, a strange shadow stumbled through the alleyways, quickly arriving at the alley where Yiming was. Could this be the target? Yi Shuang thought, just as a sudden change occurred. Yiming, who had been hidden, suddenly sprang up, unleashing a dark domain that shrouded the entire alley in darkness. Damn, swore the raincoat-clad Genko Rai. The eerie, cold atmosphere of the darkness made the already severely injured man even more terrified. Damn you. Come out if you have the guts. What's the point of hiding in the shadows? Face me like a true warrior for a fair fight. Genko Rai drew a long, dark blade from his waist. As a peculiar light flickered, a ghost-faced samurai armor enveloped him. His hair was disheveled, and he scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes, his aura suddenly intensifying. S-class Ghost Warrior Saintus, skilled in close combat, but lacking in ranged attacks. As long as we avoid close quarters and drain his energy, victory is within reach. Analyze shadow from the darkness. Yiming understood the plan. With a wave of his hand, he conjured 10 dark arrows and shot them toward Genko Rai. Damn! Genko Rai cursed, swinging his blade to cut down the arrows. But in the next moment, more and faster arrows attacked him from behind. Amidst the clanging sounds of deflection, although most arrows were struck down, one pierced his thigh. This blow was not fatal, but significantly slowed Genko Rai's movements and briefly clouded his mind. Now's the time. In the darkness, Yiming made his move. Whoosh! Beneath Yuan Guanglai's feet, shadowy tendrils, like wild-growing vines, suddenly emerged, tightly entwining his legs. At the same moment, several dark arrows shot through the air, aiming straight for his vital points. Yuan Guanglai let out a fierce shout. ghostly energy surging around him as he forcibly broke free from the dark tendril's grip. He dashed forward, his long sword slicing through the air, silver currents blooming at the blade's edge, cutting down the incoming dark arrows. Mere child's play. Before he could finish, Yiming's figure suddenly appeared behind him. With a swing of his scythe, a black wave cleaved downward, tearing through Yuan Guanglai's samurai armor and leaving a ghastly wound on his back, blood gushing forth. Damn it! Yuan Guanglai roared, turning to charge at Yiming. His aura surged, and a spectral image of a female warrior emerged behind him. As he swung his sword, a flurry of blade energy rained down on Yiming. Yiming's pupils contracted as he swung his scythe to fend off the assault. Just then, Yuan Guanglai suddenly lunged forward, his eyes as dark as ink, black veins protruding on his arms, and ghostly energy gathering on his blade. From a distance, Yi Shuang was alarmed. A fifth-tier conjurer? Damn it! How could Yiming take on such a dangerous mission? She was about to intervene, but Sun Hoyuan held her shoulder. Don't interfere. This is his trial, Sun Hoyuan said sternly. Trial? Sending a third tier to kill a fifth tier isn't a trial, it's a death sentence. Yi Shuang retorted angrily. He hasn't even used his full strength yet. How could he be overpowered? Sun Hoyuan replied calmly. Clang. A sharp chill sliced through the air. Behind Yiming, two dark tendrils controlled by Inyuyu precisely countered Yuan Guanglai's strike. As Yuan Guanglai swung his sword down, Yiming unfurled his black wings, deftly dodging aside. Yiming's dark tendrils began to coil around his right arm, merging with the scythe to form a massive black mantis blade. His eyes glowed red as he unleashed the fallen strike, severing Yuan Guanglai's right arm. Yuan Guanglai's scream was absorbed into Yiming's dark realm. He burned through his life force, his aura surging again, his strength almost becoming tangible, adopting a reckless stance. Just as Yuan Guanglai charged at Yiming, ready to strike, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his brain. In that instant of his chronic ailment flaring up, his energy plummeted. A glint of cold light flashed in Yiming's eyes as he seized this fleeting opportunity. His scythe cut through the air, cloaked in dark luminescence, aiming straight for Yuan Guanglai's vital point. Meanwhile, outside the gates of the Yi family, Yi Zheng had just gotten out of his car. As he was about to carry his suitcase inside, he felt a surge of intense energy and the overpowering scent of blood. A beast invasion, he thought, frowning. He tossed his suitcase into the courtyard and transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the battlefield. On the rooftop, Yi Shuang sensed Yi Zheng's approach, and his heart tightened. Oh no, if fourth uncle discovers Yiming's identity as an assassin of the Su Sha Hall. Before he could finish his thought, Sun Hoyuan was already preparing to intercept. But at that moment, a white streak of light zipped past him at an astonishing speed. It was Gu Yunfeng. This expert had been observing from the shadows all along. Yi Zheng sprinted at full speed, and just as he was about to round the corner to reach the heart of the battle, a figure suddenly blocked his path. He stomped hard on the ground, leaving a 10-meter skid mark before coming to a halt. Who are you? This place is very dang. He stopped mid-sentence, recognizing the person in front of him. Gu Yunfeng, sir. Conducting a little test, Gu Yunfeng said, hands clasped behind his back, his expression inscrutable. A test? What kind of test? Testing whether a third-tier contract master or a fifth-tier beast is stronger. Yi Zheng initially breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was an experiment rather than a beast invasion, but soon sensed something was off. A third-tier contract master against a fifth-tier beast? How is that even a contest? The latter is bound to win. What's the outcome? Gu Yunfeng calculated with his fingers. 3 more minutes. In the depths of the alley, a glint of cold light appeared. Yiming's scythe cut through the darkness, and Yuan Guanglai's head fell. This battle came at a cost to Yiming as well. He looked at the wounds on his arm and thigh, pondering. With my current strength, killing a fifth-tier contract master without a scratch is indeed impossible. From Yuan Guanglai's body, he retrieved 10 Chi Hua lotus seeds and a parchment map. Chi Hua lotus from beyond the realm. Yiming was thrilled. These were priceless treasures just one could sell for over 1 billion, and its effects surpassed 100 lotus seeds. After securing the treasure map, he used darkness to swallow Yuan Guanglai's body and the traces of their battle. Just as he was about to leave, Sun Hoyuan handed him a beast's head. Do as I say. Moments later, Yiming emerged from the alley carrying the beast's head, feigning excitement as he shouted, Teacher, the fifth-tier tyrant has been dealt with. Does this mean I passed the test? Oh, uncle is here too. Yi Zheng's eyes fell on the beast's head, and he asked in shock, Did you kill this beast? It was me who killed it, Yiming admitted calmly, nodding. However, the beast was not at its peak. It was severely injured and couldn't unleash its full power. He didn't exaggerate his feat for glory, but simply stated the truth. Yi Zheng's pupils contracted sharply, his shock evident. As the captain of the Third Frontier City's defense forces, he had seen many prodigies capable of defeating foes beyond their level, but they usually only managed to fight one level higher. Yet here was Yiming, a third-tier contract master, who had slain a fifth-tier beast. It completely overturned his understanding. If it weren't for Gu Yunfeng, a figure of great authority, standing there as a witness, Yi Zheng would never have believed such an unbelievable fact. After a fierce internal struggle, he finally accepted this reality. Back at home, Yi Zheng took out a delicate wooden box. I was planning to prepare something for you, but with your current strength, you probably won't need it. He opened the box to reveal 3 black mirror flowers, which emitted a dark luster. These were rare treasures infused with dark power, highly beneficial for which contract masters, which he had specifically sought out for Yiming during his missions. No, uncle, I really need these, Yiming said with a smile as he accepted the box. I need everything my uncles give me. You cheeky boy, when did you learn to be so slick? Yi Zheng said, half amused, half exasperated, giving Yiming a playful smack on the back of his head. Under the moonlight, Yi Zheng shared some insights about the situation beyond the borders. The extraterritorial environment was perilous, with various factions expanding aggressively. Out of every 100 people who perished beyond the borders, 70% fell at the hands of foreign contract masters. Particularly between the Dragon Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, the long-standing enmity had only intensified following the Beast Crisis. Encountering someone from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom beyond the borders, the best course of action was to eliminate them immediately, as they would eventually target compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom. Yiming's hatred for the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was so profound that he wished to tear them apart. But he knew that hatred alone wouldn't suffice for revenge. Action was necessary. He immediately took out the 10 red calamity lotus seeds he had seized from Yuan Guang and asked Inyuyu, with my current physical condition, can I fully absorb these seeds? Inyuyu shook her head. Your body is indeed strong, but your level is only at the 3rd tier. I suggest you absorb a maximum of 4 seeds at a time, over the course of an hour, to maximize energy absorption. Yiming immediately sat cross-legged and began refining the red calamity lotus seeds. As the abundant energy surged through him, black flames boiled beneath his skin, turning it red and releasing white steam. Large beads of sweat covered his body, as if flames were scorching him, making the process excruciatingly painful. Inyuyu was once again amazed by Yiming. Such resilience was beyond what one would expect from someone his age. She gazed at the young man in front of her, with whom she had signed a contract, and couldn't help but nod to herself. Besides being kind-hearted, his temperament was impeccable, though the intense aura of bloodlust was certainly concerning. Suddenly, as the godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor, Inyuyu furrowed her brow as a thought flashed through her mind like lightning. She finally understood why Yiming was so confident that he could resist the backlash of bloodlust. It was because he already carried such a strong murderous aura that he need not worry about the influence of the witch's contract. Inyuyu's small mouth opened slightly in sudden realization, but she soon fell into confusion. Yiming was just a prospective university student who had just graduated. Where did this aura of bloodlust come from? Could he have picked it up? That seemed utterly absurd. As she pondered, Yiming had already absorbed all 10 scarlet disaster lotus seeds. He could clearly feel the changes in his body. Just a little exertion would cause his skin to heat up, like a blade tempered by fire. The data panel updated accordingly. Vitality, 960-1000. Mental power, 960-1000. Why isn't the improvement as significant as before? Yiming frowned. Have I absorbed too much, causing resistance? Inyuyu chuckled softly and explained, that's normal. The higher the numbers, the harder it is to improve. Of course, resistance is also one of the reasons. Yiming nodded, and then opened Inyuyu's attribute panel. Contract Spirit, Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Name, Inyuyu. Level, SSS. Enhancement Progress, 810. Revival Progress, 1618. Yiming suddenly asked with a smile. Since your revival progress has improved, can you turn into a palm-sized little person and perch on my shoulder as an accessory? Accessory. Inyuyu put her hands on her hips in his mind. I refuse to be an accessory. I want to be your steadfast support in battle. As soon as she spoke, she realized what she had said, and her face turned a deep shade of red. Don't hold back, Yiming smiled gently. Do what you want. I won't blame you. Inyuyu nodded like a pecking chick, but couldn't bring herself to look up, her cheeks burning. It seems this revival progress increase hasn't brought any substantial changes, Yiming mused. Well, it's only a 2% increase. But when it reaches 20%, maybe a powerful new ability will awaken. He had no concrete evidence, but he was inexplicably certain. Perhaps it was the common belief that something significant happens at round numbers. Having absorbed the scarlet disaster lotus seeds, Yiming felt invigorated and wide awake. He took out a map he obtained from Yuan Guang and studied it carefully. Crimson Flame Pool, guarded by a nearly 5th-tier beast, the Crimson Flame Crocodile Turtle, with a precious scarlet disaster lotus blooming within, worth exploring. Yiming fell into thought. The Crimson Flame Pool was located in the outskirts near the 3rd border city, with only one scarlet disaster lotus, guarded by a nearly 5th-tier beast. This information intrigued him greatly. The enhancement brought by a single scarlet disaster lotus seed was already immense, but the effect of a full scarlet disaster lotus was said to be hundreds of times greater. This enticing prospect cemented Yiming's decision. He had to make a trip beyond the realm. The next day at noon, taking advantage of the fact that his fourth uncle Yizheng was home on leave, the entire family gathered for a warm reunion meal. Officially, they were celebrating Yiming's successful admission to Star Demon University, but on a deeper level, they hoped he would achieve great things in his studies. Amid the cheerful clinking of glasses, Yiming shared his thoughts with his uncle. You want to go beyond the realm again? Yizheng pondered for a moment. All right, but, he added, do you have someone to accompany you? Although your abilities are not weak, you lack experience, and I wouldn't feel comfortable with you going alone. Yiming recalled his previous trips beyond the realm. The first time, he was accompanied by assassins from the Susha Hall, and the second time, Gu Yinfeng acted as his bodyguard. This time, he mused, it wouldn't do to bother his teacher again. That would be too reliant. His gaze shifted to his sister. Yi Xingxinch was easygoing and adept at handling situations. What? You want me to go? Yi Xinxin waved her hands dismissively. Sorry, Yiming. I'm currently focusing on reaching the 4th tier and can't spare the time. Yiming was taken aback by this response. The Yi family's #1 lazy person, who usually preferred lying down to standing, was actually working hard to advance to the 4th tier? Was this the strength of a naturally gifted individual? Just as he was reflecting on this, the others gave him exasperated looks they disliked, showing off even more than they did the pretentiousness of Versailles. If no one else is available, I can go, Yi Shuang suddenly offered. Fourth uncle Yizheng scrutinized her closely. Yi Shuang was not only powerful, but also had a calm and rational demeanor. If she's accompanying you, I would feel reassured, he said. Turning to Yi Jun's second brother, what do you think? As Yi Shuang's father, Yi Jun considered for a moment. The realm beyond is indeed dangerous. But isn't that why contract masters exist? You can't grow resilient flowers in a greenhouse. Go. It will be both a training experience and an opportunity to broaden your horizons. But, his tone turned stern, make sure to stay safe. And so, Yiming and Yi Shuang's journey beyond the realm was set, with their sights firmly on the Scarlet Disaster Lotus. After lunch, they followed fourth uncle Yi Zheng to the third border city. Once the formalities were completed, they ventured into the realm beyond. The sky was dark and heavy, with fierce winds driving swirling clouds and lightning flickering intermittently among them. Sister Yi Shuang, stay close, Yiming instructed as he activated his dark domain, concealing his presence to the utmost. He transformed into a streak of black light, moving swiftly and silently as a breeze brushing past treetops. Yi Shuang watched Yiming's silhouette, impressed by his exquisite movement and control of power, and resolved to learn from him. She pushed off with her legs, mimicking Yiming's movements as she maneuvered through the branches. Though her actions were somewhat awkward, she was beginning to grasp the essentials. The two figures weaved through forests, swamps, fields of flowers, and the Black Deathlands. Along the way, Yiming slew countless fierce beasts, with notifications echoing in his mind continuously. When defeating a first-tier beast, the bone-eating ant, both realm and skill experience increased by 2 points. Hunting a second-tier beast, the soul-burning lantern monster, doubles the experience to 5 points. Slaying a third-tier beast, the bone-crushing battle puppet, boosts the experience to 10 points. Facing a fourth-tier beast, the black pattern golden beast, realm experience surges by 20 points, with skill experience increasing by 10 points. The ground was a foreboding shade of crimson, and the surrounding giant trees were all withered and pale. Yiming's gaze was fixed on a bubbling pool not far ahead, resembling molten lava and radiating an intimidating heat that distorted the surrounding air. At the center of this fiery pool, a dazzling 13-petaled lotus blossomed proudly, its entire form a brilliant red, its petals like flickering flames, and its bud akin to a bright, fierce lantern. Sister Yi Shuang, let's charge. Yiming and Yi Shuang dashed toward the fiery pool without hesitation. Meanwhile, explosions echoed from another direction. Sparks collided with the beasts, bursting into brilliant light, and the beasts' flesh scattered in all directions. The three figures, initially surrounded by the beasts, swiftly turned the tide of battle, carving a bloody path through. The young lady's mastery of star collapse is becoming more refined, said a man in a black combat suit with a smile. At this rate, becoming a fourth-tier contract master is just around the corner. The young lady is exceptionally talented, agreed a slim woman with a high ponytail. She will surely become a formidable force. Enough. Shanggong Lingxin, clad in purple battle armor, interrupted their praise. This sophomore tobe at Star Demon University shook her head and said, although I've indeed made progress this holiday, I'm still far from being a fourth-tier contract master. You say this because you haven't seen true geniuses. She knew she was only average at Star Demon University. I know a girl my age, Shanggong Lingxin recalled the figure, her expression becoming serious. She trains only 1 hour a day, enters secret realms once a month, explores beyond the domain every 3 months, and doesn't absorb natural treasures or consume beast materials. Yet, her strength is comparable to mine, possibly even surpassing me. She's that laid back and still matches you, the man exclaimed in surprise. Could she be from a prominent family? No, Shanggong Lingxin shook her head. Her name is Yi Xinshin, from a small city like Tsangnan. The man drew a sharp breath. The world is indeed full of hidden talents. Shanggong Lingxin looked toward the distant fiery pool, her expression solemn. Her talent is her own. I just need to focus on my own improvement. If I can obtain the red calamity lotus, I might have a chance to break through to the 4th tier. Even if I can't, at least I'll gain some insight into it. Swish. The sharp blades sliced through flesh, sending blood splattering. Shangguan Lingxin led 2 4th-rank bodyguards swiftly through the jungle. Although she was only a 3rd-rank contract master, her class star Maiden contract spirit, specialized for offense, made her far stronger than others at her level. As they approached the scarlet flame pool, the surrounding beasts grew increasingly fierce. Just as Shangguan Lingxin stepped forward, several fire-armored lizards, their heavy armor gleaming like rubies, suddenly surrounded them from all directions. Oomph. It's just a numbers game, Shangguan Lingxin sneered, flicking her wrist to unleash a colorful whip. Moving like lightning, her whip shattered the scales of the fire-armored lizards, sending flesh and blood flying. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly erupted. Miss, watch out, the ponytailed female bodyguard exclaimed. Shangguan Lingxin turned, her pupils contracting sharply. A giant beast, twice the size of a regular fire-armored lizard, had its gaping maw open, lunging towards her. Damn it, she cursed internally, about to reveal her trump card, when a burly figure charged forward first. Wielding a heavy shield, he crashed into the giant beast like a cannonball, forcing it back over 20 meters. Following closely, a shadow darted through the air. Clad in a black robe with a hood concealing his face, his arms transformed into sharp blades as he weaved through the fire-armored lizards. With each strike, a beast was sliced in two. An incense stick's time later, the robed figure returned to the shield-bearer's side, respectfully announcing, "Young master, all 23 fire-armored lizards have been eliminated." The shield-bearing man nodded and turned to face Shangguan Lingxin. Finally, she could see his features clearly: a square face, small single-lighted eyes, a prominent nose, pronounced cheekbones, and thick lips, giving him a mature look despite being in his early 20s. Yiming, what are you doing here? Shangguan Lingxin frowned slightly. They were peers at Star Magic University and had explored secret realms together multiple times, forming a friendship. Recently, however, Yiming had shown romantic interest in her, even writing a love letter to confess. Devoted to her studies and cultivation, Shangguan Lingxin had straightforwardly rejected him, yet he remained persistent. I have relatives working in the border city. I heard there's something good from the outer realm, so I came to check it out, Yiming explained with a smile. Shangguan Lingxin knew the He family was a prominent clan in a second-tier city, with considerable influence. So, you're here for the Scarlet Disaster Lotus too? Shangguan Lingxin narrowed her eyes, probing for answers. Yiming let out a piercing laugh and said, yes, I'm here for the Crimson Calamity Lotus. Shangguan Lingxin looked at him coldly, not bothering to question further. This guy had probably been tracking her movements, and it wasn't the first time. She clenched her fists, suppressing her disgust. Normally, she would have already lashed out, but she had important matters to attend to today. Besides, there was a nearly 5th-tier contract master standing beside Yiming, so she had to swallow her anger. After Yiming's persistent pestering, Shangguan Lingxin finally relented and allowed him to join her. That's more like it, Lingxin. Yiming immediately beamed, boasting about his preparations. I did my homework before coming to the Outland. The data shows that the Crimson Calamity Lotus grows in the Crimson Flame Pool, absorbing the pool's fiery power. This kind of natural treasure attracts not only human contract masters, but also the fierce beasts of the Outland. Right now, a nearly 5th-tier fierce beast called the Crimson Flame Giant Ghost is guarding it. With just the 2 4th-tier contract masters you brought, you stand no chance. Shangguan Lingxin listened expressionlessly, having already made her plans. She knew her team wasn't strong enough to confront a nearly 5th-tier beast Hedon. But her plan was never to fight directly. Instead, she intended to seize the Crimson Calamity Lotus and retreat immediately. In this perilous outland, engaging in battle with fierce beasts was utterly foolish. Yiming suddenly stopped and pointed into the distance. It seems we're not the only ones here. In another direction, 2 figures, a man and a woman, were approaching slowly. They were Yiming and Yishuang, choosing the most dangerous route. Before them lay a vast crimson flame pool, with a pure crimson calamity lotus floating at its center, emitting radiant flames. It seems we're not the only ones aware of the Crimson Calamity Lotus, Yiming said quietly to Yishuang, while eyeing Yiming's group on the opposite side. Sister, That man in the black robe has a sinister aura. If there's a conflict, make sure to avoid him. Yiming had an exceptionally keen sense of danger. Yishuang simply nodded, saying nothing. Seeing the two newcomers, He Xiaoming's expression darkened, and he turned to ask, Old Chun, who are they? 1/4 tier, 1/3 tier. Old Chun sneered. With just that level of strength, they dare to cause trouble here? They don't know their place. He Xiaoming stepped forward and shouted, Hey, you two over there, if you know what's good for you, stay away. The Crimson Calamity Lotus isn't for you to touch. If you get hurt, don't blame me for not warning you. Yiming and Yishuang exchanged a glance, both concluding that the shouter was a complete fool. He Xiaoming. Shangwan Lingxin suddenly scolded sharply. What's wrong? He Xiaoming asked, bewildered. Use your brain. Shangwan Lingxin whispered. Look closely, they chose the most dangerous route, and with just a 3rd tier and a 4th tier, they dared to compete for the Crimson Calamity Lotus. Anyone with common sense would understand they're not as simple as they appear. Oh, that's true. He Xiaoming finally realized, but remained unconcerned. So what? We have a nearly 5th tier on our side. No matter how strong they are, can they be stronger than a nearly 5th tier? Shangwan Lingxin opened her mouth, but ultimately gave up trying to persuade this utterly foolish guy. She could only cup her fists toward Yiming and Yishuang on the opposite side and say, The Crimson Calamity Lotus is a masterless treasure. Whether you can obtain it depends on your abilities. However, there is a nearly 5th tier beast guarding this place, so please be extra careful. Yiming and Yeshang exchanged glances once more. Reading the same judgment in each other's eyes, the woman indeed had some insight. Just as Yiming was about to respond with a respectful gesture, an unexpected change occurred. The Qi-Yin pool suddenly began to churn violently, with the once calm magma now surging wildly, distorting the surrounding air with its scorching waves. A deafening roar echoed around them, followed by a loud crash as a massive creature burst from the pool. It was a nearly 5th tier beast, the crimson flame crocodile turtle. Its back was covered with a shell as hard as a ruby, its limbs were strong and powerful, and it was engulfed in blazing flames. Its eyes were filled with a murderous intent, and its tail was a serrated, snake-like appendage. Though it resembled a Xuanwu, it lacked the same divine aura. Mr. Chun, you handle it. I'll retrieve the Crimson Calamity Lotus. He Xiaoming commanded. The man in the black robe, Mr. Chun, immediately rushed forward, his hands transforming into short blades to confront the beast. The crimson flame crocodile turtle roared and swung its tail, causing large amounts of magma to fly like missiles. Mr. Chun dodged with agility, leaping above the beast and slashing down sharp sword energy. Now's the time. Seeing the beast being suppressed, He Xiaoming pushed off with his legs, charging towards the center of the Qi-Yin pool with a giant shield. The spewing magma was entirely blocked by his shield. My contract spirit is in class Giant Shield Sanctus. Even as a mere 3rd tier contract master, I can withstand most attacks from 4th tier masters. He looked back at Yiming with a smirk of disdain. Yiming, let's make our move. Yeshang called, brandishing her ice sword, ready to attack. Wait. Yiming stopped her. Something's not right. What's not right? Yeshang asked, puzzled. Yiming stared intently at the distant Crimson Calamity Lotus, analyzing calmly. The Crimson Calamity Lotus is worth over 1 billion, and its aura is so prominent that it can be sensed from hundreds of meters away. With the keen senses of a beast, a treasure like this couldn't possibly be guarded by just one nearly 5th tier beast. As Yeshang realized, Yiming continued. Exactly, there must be a more powerful beast hidden in the shadows. From the moment I stepped into this place, I felt an inexplicable threat. Now I'm certain, there's a 5th tier beast lurking at the bottom of the Qi-Yin pool. Sure enough, just as He Xiaoming was about to reach the Crimson Calamity Lotus, a column of magma shot skyward, encircling the lotus. Damn it! Who's meddling in the dark? He Xiaoming shouted angrily. Before he could finish, a thick tail suddenly emerged from the magma, sweeping across like a huge stone, striking He Xiaoming heavily. With a loud bang, He Xiaoming was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing hard into a body, accompanied by a clear sound of bones cracking. Young master. Mr. Chin's heart trembled, and his fighting rhythm was immediately disrupted. Roar! The red flame alligator snapping turtle seized the moment, its massive jaws snapping open to embed its sharp fangs deep into Chun Lao's arm. With a violent shake of its head, accompanied by the sound of tearing flesh, it ripped his entire arm off in an instant. A blood-curdling scream echoed around. Chun Lao's eyes turned bloodshot as he ignored the agony of his severed arm and charged at the snapping turtle. Just then, a thick tail burst from the lava pool like a flash of lightning, striking Chun Lao with precision. The forceful blow sent him flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the rock wall. The magma in the pool churned violently, and a colossal figure emerged from the waves, a giant serpent over 20 meters long, its body covered in blood-red scales and vertical pupils glinting with a chilling murderous intent. It flicked its scarlet tongue, its robust body marked with pale scars. Even though flames wreathed its form, they couldn't mask its innate cold-blooded nature. A fifth-tier beast, the burning sky python. Shangguan Lingxin's pupils contracted sharply, every sense screaming with danger, leaving her with only one thought: escape. The power of a fifth-tier beast was far beyond her imagination, something she couldn't possibly contend with. Instinctively, she reached out to help He Qiuming, but her arm dropped quickly as she turned to flee without hesitation. In a life-and-death moment, she chose reason over risking her life for someone she despised. Miss Run. Her bodyguards also retreated hastily. The severely injured He Qiuming leaned against the rock wall, his body riddled with dozens of broken bones. Watching Shangguan Lingxin's retreating figure, he cursed with a bitter smile. Damn it. If I had known, I would have knocked her out in the outer region. Before he could finish, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes. To his surprise, it was the very third-tier contractor he had previously humiliated. Yiming charged towards the red flame alligator snapping turtle with a scythe in hand. Black wings unfurled behind him, moving with blinding speed. As the beast's gaping maw loomed, he leapt into the air with a swift movement, his scythe precisely slicing at the turtle's neck. A flash of cold light, and blood spattered. The turtle's head fell, sinking into the magma. A system notification followed. Successfully killed a near 50-year red flame alligator snapping turtle, realm experience 100, skill experience 100. Shangguan Lingxin, He Qiuming, and Chun Lao were stunned, still reeling from the shock as Yiming stepped off the turtle's corpse to rise again. Behind him, several dark tendrils extended, enveloping his arm and scythe completely. Centered around him, a dark domain expanded rapidly, his energy surging, black lightning crackling constantly in his hand. A crimson gleam flashed in Yiming's eyes as he unleashed the falling slash. In that moment, it seemed as though a black crescent moon rose over the red flame pool. The blade's light flashed, and the burning sky python's head fell, releasing a torrent of energy essence that poured into the red disaster lotus, ultimately merging into the red flame pool. Everyone present seemed caught in a slow-motion scene, watching in silent astonishment as the massive snakehead fell, crashing into the red flame pool and sending 100-foot spray of magma into the air. The massive body of the flaming python crashed to the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. In midair, Yiming wielded a long scythe, his black wings unfurling in the night as killing intent surged in his crimson eyes. This scene left everyone present in awe. He Qiuming's eyes widened, and his throat went dry. A third-tier contract master actually killed a fifth-tier beast? It shattered his understanding of reality. Master Chun, an almost fifth-tier contract master, was so shocked that he leaned against a rock, unable to speak, struggling even to breathe. Not far away, Lingxin Shangguan, who had been fleeing for her life, stopped in her tracks, gazing at the astonishing scene. She frowned, her pupils quivering, thinking to herself, this person is indeed unfathomable. Yiming ignored the reactions of the others and went straight to the center of the crimson flame pool, retrieving the crimson calamity lotus worth millions. A system notification immediately chimed, successfully killed a fifth-tier flaming python, increasing realm experience and skill experience by 360 points each. This was the largest experience gain he'd received so far. However, Yiming was well aware that his current strength was still no match for a fifth-tier beast at its peak. He carefully examined the flaming python's corpse, noting the black scars covering its crimson scales. These scars were clearly from fighting over the crimson calamity lotus, reducing its strength to less than 30% of its peak. It was this weakness that Yiming had exploited. After storing the crimson calamity lotus in his pouch, Yiming returned to the still-stunned Yishuang. Hey, Sister Yishuang, snap out of it. He waved a hand in front of her face, bringing her back to reality. Lingxin Shangguan and He Qiuming approached as well. Thank you for saving us, Lingxin Shangguan said with a smile and a clasped fist. Yiming waved it off, saying, even if I hadn't stepped in, you wouldn't have died. After all, she was the fastest runner. He Qiuming gave Yiming a complicated look. Although he was the one who should be most grateful, his pride wouldn't let him say it. He quietly called Master Chen over and whispered a few words. Master Chen understood and stepped forward immediately. I am Chen-san. Thank you, young friend, for saving our lives. Master Chen clasped his hands, but his eyes kept darting to Yiming's pouch. I have a bold request. I wonder if it's appropriate to say. If it's bold, then don't say it, Yiming interrupted bluntly. No, I must say it, Chen-san replied with a fawning smile. I wonder if you could sell us the Crimson Calamity Lotus? Rest assured, the price will be fair. How much can you offer? 50 million. Get lost, Yiming shouted angrily. The market price is at least 200 million, and you offer 50 million? Do you think I'm some clueless fool? A fierce killing intent swept over them, startling Chen-san, who quickly dragged He Qiuming away. This foolish idea was entirely He Qiuming's, and he had only been forced to go along with it. Watching the two flee in embarrassment, Yiming couldn't be bothered to chase them. Although Yiming had obtained the Crimson Calamity Lotus, he knew that the most urgent task was to return and absorb it as soon as possible. On the way back, Shangwan Lingxin chose to accompany him. Along the journey, she cleverly initiated various topics, trying to bridge the gap between them. However, Yiming remained indifferent, only responding simply to trivial questions. Soon, they arrived at the third border city. Shangwan Lingxin stopped, a gentle smile on her lips, and extended her hand. Well, this is where our journey together ends. I'm Shangwan Lingxin, a student at Star Demon University. If there's a chance in the future, we could team up for an expedition in the wilderness. Yiming was slightly taken aback. Star Demon University. Is there something wrong? Shangwan Lingxin keenly caught his reaction and probed. You aren't a student there too, are you? In a way, Yiming nodded. No way. So we're classmates. Shangwan Lingxin's eyes lit up, her tone becoming more familiar. You seem so skilled. Are you a senior? No, I haven't enrolled yet, Yiming replied calmly. Not enrolled yet. Shangwan Lingxin was momentarily stunned, then a thought struck her. Are you a new student this year? After Yiming confirmed, Shangwan Lingxin fell into a brief silence. This meant that this young man had advanced from a novice contract master to the third tier in just over a month and could even defeat a fifth-tier beast. She looked at Yiming again, her eyes filled with disbelief, as if she were seeing someone extraordinary. You really are remarkable, Shangwan Lingxin said, squinting her eyes. Yiming just smiled faintly without saying more. Before parting, Shangwan Lingxin offered to be his guide when school started to help him get familiar with the campus. For Yiming, who indeed needed such a guide, it was an attractive offer, especially since relying on the laid-back Yixinxin seemed unlikely. So it's settled. I'll wait for you at the school gate when the term starts, Shangwan Lingxin said with a smile. Yiming nodded slightly and turned to leave. As she watched Yiming walk away, Shangwan Lingxin sighed softly. It's a pity I didn't get the Crimson Calamity Lotus. My plan to advance to the fourth tier will have to be postponed. The male bodyguard beside her consoled. The Crimson Calamity Lotus is extraordinary. Although we didn't get it this time, at least we preserved our lives. Yes, Shangwan Lingxin nodded, then thought of something. It's unfortunate, though. I might not catch up to that detestable woman Yixinxin this holiday. But before the break, she was only at the third tier, and her aura was unstable, so she's probably far from the fourth tier. If I focus on advancing after returning to school, I might still surpass her. Miss, do you have a grudge against Yixinxin? The bodyguard asked curiously. No grudge. Then why do you always compare yourself to her? Because she's so talented, and it annoys me. Shangwan Lingxin's words, although somewhat unreasonable, revealed a common human trait, the tendency to set up a rival in one's mind. Meanwhile, at the Yi family in Songnan City, just as Yiming and Yi Shuang stepped through the door, a mysterious aura suddenly emanated from Yixinxin's room. This aura is... Yi Shuang frowned. Yiming's expression was serious. She's broken through. Who would have thought that his usually lazy sister had actually achieved a breakthrough? After Yixinxin advanced to the fourth level, she was in high spirits. She immediately took out her saved pocket money and treated her whole family to a meal at the most renowned restaurant in Songnan City. The family gathered in a luxurious private room, enjoying each other's company over food and drinks. During the meal, Yixinxin excitedly promised Yiming, when Tsinghua University starts, I'll be your guide. Yiming initially wanted to tell her that he had already booked a guide, but seeing his sister's joyful expression, he decided to remain silent. Besides, with Yixinxin's carefree nature, such promises were often forgotten in no time, and she would just laugh it off if reminded, so he paid no mind to it. Once back in his room, Yiming immediately began his training. The fiery red Calamity Lotus hovered in the dim space, its glow illuminating the entire room. Even with the protective dark aura wrapped around his hands, he could still feel the fierce power of the crimson flames when he touched the lotus. You should start by absorbing the petals, then the bud, and finally, even the immature seeds shouldn't be missed. Inyuyu reminded him with a much lighter tone than usual. Yiming unfolded his dark domain, working in perfect harmony with Inyuyu. Dozens of dark tendrils extended from the domain, wrapping layer by layer around the red Calamity Lotus. This absorption process lasted for a whole day and night. When the power was completely integrated, Yiming's attributes saw a significant boost. Vitality, 10001200. Mental power, 10001200. Standing before the mirror, Yiming examined his transformed self, well-defined muscles, a prominent eight-pack, and no excess fat anywhere. Even his appearance had become more striking, with a sense of righteousness between his sword-like brows and starry eyes. If not for the faint trace of killing intent deep in his eyes, who would have guessed he was a top assassin? Simultaneously, Inyuyu's attributes also greatly improved. Contract Spirit, Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Name, Inyuyu. Level, SS level. Enhancement Progress, 1012. Revival Progress, 1820. Yiming, open your palm, Inyuyu said excitedly. As Yiming opened his hand, A ball of pitch-black flame rose into the air. This was the special ability, Black Flame, which held immense power. Eager to test his new abilities, Yiming headed to the training room and summoned 3 combat mechanical dummies, each as powerful as a 4th-level contractor. When these rocket-boosted iron fists struck him, the protective effect of the Black Flame became apparent. Without relying on the Godfall demon armor. The power of the Black Flame alone allowed him to withstand the attacks of a 4th-level contractor. Yiming removed his Divine Doom armor, allowing the Black Flames to flow over his body. The iron fists of 3 attacking mechanical dummies rained down like a storm, the sound of their impacts echoing continuously. Although he felt a dull ache from the blows, the protection of the Black Flames made this damage negligible. Interesting, Yiming smirked. With the dual defense of the Black Flames and the Divine Doom armor, even a near 50-year beast couldn't budge him. This near-invincible feeling filled him with confidence. Acing the entrance exam at Tsinghua University tomorrow seemed like a breeze. A day quickly passed. Little brother, today your sister will show you around Tsinghua University, Yi Xinshin declared confidently before they set off. Hearing this, Yiming inwardly groaned. He'd had arranged for Guang Lingxin to be his guide, but had forgotten to get her contact information, leaving him no way to inform her in advance. Why the long face? Yi Xinshin laughed. University isn't like high school. You can do whatever you want as long as it's legal and doesn't break any rules. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yiming sighed and explained the situation honestly. Oh, that's nothing. Yi Xinshin dismissed with a wave of her hand. Having an extra guide is even better, more people to chat with. She paused, muttering under her breath. Just as long as we don't run into that person, but we probably won't. 2 hours later, the Star Rail train smoothly arrived in Chiyuan City. This megacity was 50 times larger than Songnan City, and its bustling Chiyuan City alone was a visual feast. Towering skyscrapers, dazzling lights, giant statues on street corners, and countless floating cars weaving between buildings, all exuding a sense of futuristic technology. The residents here were lavish spenders, casually purchasing floating cars worth billions. After passing through the city center's natural park and along a wide avenue, the grand entrance of Tsinghua University stood majestically. The 50-meter-high gate was flanked by stone pillars intricately carved with mythical beasts and adorned with glittering gemstones. It's said that this 5 billion gate is just the tip of the iceberg of this top-tier university, valued at over 100 trillion. Little brother, where's your guide? Yi Xinshin asked impatiently at the campus entrance. What's their name? Are they male or female? She's a girl. Her name is... Yiming suddenly remembered. Guang Lingxin. Wow, what? Yi Xinshin's face instantly darkened. Just then, a clear voice called from behind. Hello, Junior. We meet again. Guang Lingxin approached with a smile, locking eyes with Yi Xinshin as they both turned. The two girls froze momentarily, shouting in unison, Whoa, what are you doing here? The two women locked eyes, and in an instant, a series of complex expressions appeared on their faces: shock, astonishment, horror, disbelief. Standing nearby, Yiming noticed their mouths twitching uncontrollably. After a heated argument and some explanations, Yiming finally understood. There was an unspoken rivalry between his older sister and Guang Lingxin. Both were prodigious talents with similar ages and appearances, always in the spotlight from a young age. Now that they had met, neither wanted to be outdone. On the surface, they were polite, but beneath it, they were competing fiercely. Too much free time. Yiming sighed inwardly, deciding to ignore these competitive women and headed towards Star Demon University. Star Demon University, one of the top 3 martial arts institutions in Longhua, was as large as a small city. The campus was fully equipped. Spacious teaching buildings lined up in rows. Martial arts halls with advanced technology glimmered. Diverse large canteens filled the air with enticing aromas, and the beautiful, serene parks were lush with greenery. Even more impressive was the school's accommodation, which was distinctly tiered. High-end areas featured standalone villas, while standard areas consisted of high-rise apartments. Everything was tied to tuition fees. The more you paid, the better the conditions you enjoyed. Yi Xinshin and Guang Lingxin quickly caught up, providing Yiming with a detailed introduction. Star Demon University comprised 6 colleges, covering 560 majors. Every instructor was at least a 6th-tier contract master, and even the security guards had to be at the 5th-tier level. Even the security guards are 5th-tier. Yiming marveled at the university's immense resources, thinking, but surely no foolish troublemaker would dare cause a scene here, right? The two women then detailed the 6 colleges to Yiming. The Assassination College stood out prominently. It primarily taught skills like agility, instant kill, and stealth. The Assassin program was not only the flagship of the Assassination College, but also the most renowned program at Star Demon University. Even barely passing graduates could kill without a trace and vanish in an instant. Guang Lingxin added, statistics show that graduates from the Assassin program have a mortality rate of only 10% before the age of 40, much lower than the 30% average of other programs. In this dangerous world plagued by fierce beasts, such a low mortality rate naturally attracts countless talents. However, entering the assassin program requires excelling in the martial arts exams and performing exceptionally in the entrance tests. She further explained that unlike liberal arts universities where you choose a major before enrolling, martial arts universities require you to enter first and then recommend a major based on test performance. As a top institution, Star Demon University had particularly stringent requirements in this regard. After introducing the Assassination College, the two women went on to describe the other colleges. The War God College focused on close combat, direct confrontation, fighting multiple opponents, and dominant killing techniques. The Sword Immortal College offered various swordsmanship programs such as the Drunken Sword Immortal and Dream Sword Immortal. As a prominent department within Tsinghua University, the School of Sorcery offers various majors, including elemental magic, psychic magic, general magic, and ancient magic. The most common specializations are elemental sorcerers, psychic sorcerers, and close combat sorcerers. Adjacent to it is the School of Healing, which has the highest female student ratio and focuses on training talents in area healers, single target healers, and combat healers. Meanwhile, the Shield Support School, serving as the team's logistical backbone, trains students to become frontline support specialists, such as shield bearers, damage boosters, damage reducers, and shield warriors. Standing on campus, Yiming couldn't help but ponder as he looked at the two girls beside him. His sister, Yi Xinxin, majored in elemental sorcery at the School of Sorcery, whereas Shanggong Lingxin, although in the same school, chose to specialize as a grand sorcerer. This left him puzzled. Their majors are different, so how did they become rivals? Could it be that they simply share similar interests? Guided by the two girls, Yiming began his campus tour. Tsinghua University is vast, making it hard to fully explore even in half a month. You can explore the rest later, Yi Xinxin suggested. But for now, let's head to the freshman registration office to complete your enrollment. After completing the identity registration, Yiming officially became a member of Tsinghua University. As a freshman benefit, he could choose from a monetary reward dragon country currency, a resource reward natural treasures and beast materials, or a combat reward weapons, armor, techniques, and skills. After careful consideration, he opted for the resource reward, receiving 3 purifying blossoms and a thunder pill to strengthen his physique. Next was the accommodation choice. A standalone villa with a dedicated training room costs 2 million a year, while a standard 2-bedroom apartment is only 30,000 a year. Despite the hefty price, Yiming didn't hesitate to choose the villa. As more students enrolled, the campus became increasingly lively. Returning to the villa, Yiming immediately began absorbing the resources he obtained. However, in less than a minute, Inyuyu reminded him, with your current physical strength, these ordinary materials won't provide any further enhancement. Yiming nodded silently, acknowledging the ever-growing difficulty of his cultivation journey. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. It was Sun Yuan, a teacher from the admissions office, smiling as he handed over a document. This contains information about the entrance tests. Although it's available on the school's official website, knowing your personality, you probably wouldn't check it voluntarily. Yiming took the document, his gaze fixed on the cover with the prominent words, Entrance Test, Star Path Challenge, Spirit Mark Imprint, and his eyes narrowed slightly. You can look at the entrance exam materials later. With your current abilities, getting first place shouldn't be difficult, Sun Yuan said, his gaze falling on the thick stack of documents on the table. Yiming gently placed the materials aside and looked up at Sun Yuan. He could sense from the serious expression on Sun's face that today's conversation was likely about more than just the entrance exam. Do you remember what I mentioned before about fishing? Sun Yuan's voice was low and meaningful. The 7th level contractor from the Sakura Nation, the hidden power behind the Yuan Guang group. Has he been caught? Yiming furrowed his brow, quickly making a judgment. Sun Yuan took a sip of tea. Yes, the operation took place this morning. You can check the news. It's trending at number 120 and 135. Yiming quickly opened his phone and scrolled down. Number 120 read. Shocking. The 7th level powerhouse from Sakura Nation, Yuan Guang Zhengxian, fell at the outer wilderness wall today at 9:32 a.m. Witnesses claim a giant beast, resembling an 8th level wild beast, the archaic stone python, devoured him, leaving no remains. He continued to scroll to number 135. Major news. The joint venture Yuan Guang Group in Blue Sea City has been reported by multiple citizens for alleged illegal activities, endangering lives and threatening public safety. Authorities have intervened, with further reports to follow. This, Yiming frowned, taking down a 7th level contractor and dismantling the Yuan Guang Group at the same time? Normally, these actions would be staggered to avoid suspicion. Sun Yuan put down his teacup and explained, the longer we delay, the more things can change. The Yuan Guang Group is worth billions. If they were to flee with their assets, society would suffer great losses. However, Yiming pondered, such significant news didn't even make it into the top 100 trends. Meanwhile, Trivial matters about entertainment stars easily make the top 10. Isn't this a case of entertainment overshadowing important issues? Sun Hoyuan smiled knowingly. The rise and fall of major events often occur quietly. As for so-called popularity, a nation's prosperity isn't built on trends. If it were, Sakura Nation would have long been the top country on Blue Star. Yiming paused, then realized, I was talking about online trends, and you meant real influence. The Yuan Guang group is finished, and the Yuan Guang family behind it will have to slink back home without a penny. Sun Hoyuan suddenly shifted the topic. The big threat is gone, but there's still a smaller one. Yiming immediately understood. Captain Sun, just say what needs to be done. Do you remember the Black Wind Gang? He Qingming, the young leader of the Black Wind Gang, the largest ground organization in Wuhan City, and a henchman of the Yuan Guang group. I remember, Yiming's eye sharpened. I killed the young leader of the Black Wind Gang during a mission. You said at the time they wouldn't let it go. Sun Hoyuan said meaningfully. Now that the Yuan Guang group is gone, the Black Wind Gang should be finished too. Wuhan City is adjacent to Chiyuan City, and it's only a half-hour ride from Star Magic University by Star Rail. I want to entrust you with the mission concerning the Black Wind Gang. Upon hearing this, Yiming frowned slightly. He recalled the intelligence about the Black Wind Gang, and, after pondering for a moment, said, the leader of the Black Wind Gang is a level 6 conjurer. With my current level 3 strength, even though my combat skills are formidable, it's difficult to defeat a level 5 conjurer, let alone a level 6. Don't worry, Sun Hoyuan reassured with a smile. This is a growth-oriented task. You can tackle it when your strength is sufficient. Yiming relaxed upon hearing this and nodded in agreement. Understood. All right, that's all for now, Sun Hoyuan said seriously. You need to perform well in tomorrow's entrance exam. Although you're quite confident about securing the first place, don't take it lightly. There are indeed quite a few talented contenders in this test. Before he finished speaking, Sun Hoyuan's phone suddenly rang. After a brief conversation, his expression became thoughtful. What's wrong? Yiming noticed his unusual demeanor. It's strange, Sun Hoyuan frowned. Lin, the vice principal who has always been indifferent to worldly matters, actually wants to attend tomorrow's freshman test. It's quite unusual. Yiming knew that Star Magic University had one principal and two vice principals. Besides Vice Principal Gu Yunfeng, the other was Lin. Even among graduates, very few had ever met Lin. It seems she's interested in you, Sun Hoyuan pointed out directly. You're Gu Yunfeng's disciple, and Lin has taken notice of you. So, I've already become the focus of attention for the big shots. Yiming shrugged helplessly. Sun Hoyuan specifically reminded him to give it his all tomorrow. He mentioned that Lin is a disciple of the strongest person in the Dragon Kingdom, with deep resources. Being recognized by her could lead to rewards like S-level or S-level techniques, or high-grade beast materials. Are there good things? Yiming's eyes lit up, and his attitude immediately became serious. After Sun Hoyuan left, Yiming carefully studied the information about the entrance test. The test consisted of two parts, the Star Path Battle and the Spirit Mark Imprint. The former involved a strength contest in a virtual space, while the latter required leaving Spirit Mark imprints on the Star Magic Ancient Pillar, with higher scores for more marks. Just as Yiming was gearing up, his phone suddenly pushed a message the entrance test favorites list. The top three were Li Xiaoran, Yi Qingyu, and Wu Feng, all level 2 conjurers. Yet, as a level 3 conjurer, Yiming was ranked 10th. Meanwhile, in a standalone villa, Yi Xinxin's furious voice echoed, damn, whoever made this list is an idiot. A level 3 conjurer ranked 10th? How on earth did they come up with this list? The bias against the witch is just too much. The Star Magic University's championship favorites list is always managed by current students. Although it lacks professionalism, this list never fails to spark heated discussions. However, the latest ranking left Yi Xinxin in disbelief a third-tier SS level, which Contract Master was placed 10th. It's one thing to rank Yiming behind those two SS level same as Contract Masters, but straight to 10th? That's outrageous. Yi Xinxin immediately sent a complaint to the official account, detailing the unreasonable aspects of the ranking. The response she received only fueled her anger. Which Contract Masters are prone to backlash from their killings, and no one can guarantee that Yiming won't encounter an accident during the entrance test. Damn it, this is just pure provocation. Yi Xinxin slammed the table in frustration. These students running the official account are getting more arrogant. They think they're in charge with just a little power. Just then, her phone chimed with a new message. It was from Shanggong Lingxin. Send me Yiming's details. Level, contract spirit, martial arts exam score. What do you want to do? Yi Xinxin asked, puzzled. If the championship favorites list is unreliable, then I will create a credible one. Are you having a delusional episode again? Meanwhile, in his private villa, Yiming was reviewing the controversial favorites list. He quickly noticed a pattern. The top 9 were all new students from major cities. These individuals had received elite education and systematic training from a young age. far surpassing the standards of smaller cities. To many, even if a new student from a small city had a higher level, their practical abilities and skill application often paled in comparison to those from major cities, especially the prodigies from prestigious families. This is too much, Inyuyu exclaimed angrily, her dark eyes seemingly ablaze. Just because he's a witch contract master from a small city, they won't even consider the basic level assessment. Yiming chuckled softly and reassured her. It's all just numbers on paper. In the end, it all comes down to strength. No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone buzzed again with a new notification. This time, the list wasn't posted by the school's official account, but by the official account of the Mage Academia brand new entrance test Dark Horse list. First place, Yiming, SS level Fallen Knight Demon Emperor, 3rd tier contract master, perfect score in martial arts exam. Second place, Li Xiaoran, SS level Hanging Pot Saintess, 2nd tier contract master, 950 points in martial arts exam. Third place, Yi Qingyu, SS level Mirror Moon Saintess, 2nd tier contract master, 945 points in martial arts exam. Fourth place, Wu Feng, S level Warhammer Saintess, 2nd tier contract master, 875 points in martial arts exam. Fifth place, Su Xiaoxiao, S level Illusion Fox Saintess, 2nd tier contract master, 866 points in martial arts exam. Yiming stared at the screen, stunned. How? How do they even know the title of Fallen Knight Demon Emperor? Yiming's gaze lingered on the leaderboard for a moment, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. The Mage Academy. This Dark Horse list must be the handiwork of my sister and her friends, he murmured to himself, noticing the title, Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor, on the list, a title only mentioned at home, now prominently displayed, easily reminding him of Yixinxing. Beside him, Inyuyu's tense expression finally relaxed. That's more like it. It makes sense. A tier 3 contract master should be ranked first. Even if I'm not SS level, only S level, I should still be at the top. The anger she had been holding in was finally released. She could tolerate being bullied herself, but she could not stand seeing others oppress Yiming. Yiming, however, shrugged nonchalantly. The list looks impressive, but now I'm definitely a target. Sure enough, as soon as the Dark Horse list was published, student groups erupted with chatter. Wow, what's the deal with this Dark Horse list? I've never heard of it before. Published by the Mage Academy? And the top, is that which contract master named Yiming? Isn't this a blatant challenge to the favorites list? Are you kidding me? How can he compare to Li Xiaoran? Li Xiaoran was the top scorer in Shiyuan City, capable of matching Tier 2 while still Tier 1, and now he's advanced to Tier 2, only getting stronger. Some tried to analyze the situation rationally. Wait, don't just criticize. Yiming scored full marks in the martial arts exam. That kind of strength can't be underestimated. He might really be a dark horse. Come on, martial arts exam scores don't entirely reflect strength, and he's from a small city. Who knows how much of that exam was inflated? This list is completely out of touch with reality. Even if Li Xiaoran isn't first, my goddess Yi Qingyu should be. How does a witch contract master deserve it? Debate raged on. Some warned, don't underestimate the witch contract master. I heard there's a fierce one this year, killing opponents across tiers as easily as drinking water. So what? Even if a witch contract master gets past the early stages, there's the backlash from the killings. One moment they're studying fine, and the next, they're a walking corpse. Most freshmen didn't recognize Yiming's ranking. In their eyes, Li Xiaoran from a big city was the real powerhouse not only because he had the SS level healing maiden, but also because he was backed by the Li family, one of the 8 great families of the Dragon Nation, with unfathomable resources. Meanwhile, in a standalone villa, Su Xiaoqing stared at her computer screen in frustration. The numerous red alerts were giving her a headache. Shang Gonglingxin, my dear lady, if I'd known, I wouldn't have helped you with this Dark Horse list. My inbox is about to explode, and someone even hacked my account. This few $1,000 nearly cost me my life. Known as a recluse who loved gaming and software development, Su Xiaoqing had agreed to create the Dark Horse list for Shang Gonglingxin in exchange for a promised reward of $5,000. She figured she might as well do something with her time. Who knew Shang Gonglingxin would release it using the Mage Academy's official account, putting Su Xiaoqing in a tough spot. But Shang Gonglingxin was confident. Don't worry. After the entrance test, these people's attitudes will completely change. All the insults will turn to shock, she said, her eyes gleaming with determination. My dear lady. Su Xiaoqing was on the brink of collapse. You don't seriously expect Yiming to win, do you? Even though he's tier 3, he's now a target. There's a chance the 2 SS-level maidens might team up against him, making victory seem unlikely. Shang Gonglingxin shook her head. You don't understand. The number of enemies doesn't affect the final outcome. Her tone was firm. I've seen him kill a tier 5 beast with my own eyes. If he can take down a tier 5, why not a few tier 2 contract masters? My dear lady, why are you doing all this? Su Xiaoqing asked, exasperated. Yiming is my friend, and I can't stand to see a friend suffer. Come on, Lingxin, be honest. Su Shaoqing narrowed her eyes. Did you place a bet and put everything on Yiming winning? Yes, I wagered 3 million. I knew it. Su Shaoqing rolled her eyes. In this world, placing bets before university competitions was not against the rules. The next day, the entrance examination began. Golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a radiant glow over the grand plaza. Thousands of returning and new students gathered, creating a cacophony of voices that echoed across the square. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through. All eyes turned skyward to see 3 figures descending from the sky. They wore long robes, their presence vibrant and commanding, exuding an aura of power that was palpable. These were the 3 deans Zhao Tianqing of the Warrior Academy, Li Hongyi of the Sword Immortal Academy, and Huan Chuyue of the Mage Academy, who would serve as judges for this entrance examination. The appearance of these 3 7th-tier powerhouses enveloped the plaza in an invisible pressure. It wasn't an intentional release of their power, but rather an instinctive reverence felt by everyone in the presence of such formidable figures. Standing among the crowd, I felt the intensity of this aura, my body involuntarily trembling. The reactions of the new students varied. Some were visibly stunned, others shrank back in fear, but many clenched their fists, their eyes shining with eagerness. Opportunities to showcase oneself before such giants were rare, and this entrance exam was undoubtedly a golden chance. Zhao Tianqing surveyed the over 300 new students with a satisfied smile. Among them, there were more than 50 second-tier contract mages. Huan Chuyue, clad in a purple robe and possessing an exquisite figure, chuckled softly. We see second tiers every year, but SS class second tiers are rare. It's surprising to have 3 this year. I heard one of them, Li Xiaoran, has some connection to Dean Li. As soon as she spoke, she and Zhao Tianqing exchanged meaningful glances with Li Hongyi. Li Hongyi shook his head with a smile, his handsome face showing a hint of resignation. My friends, we've worked together for decades. Surely you know me by now. Even if Li Xiaoran is my nephew, I would never show him favoritism. Both Huan Chuyue and Zhao Tianqing understood this well. To be a dean at Star Magic University required not only strength, but also integrity. Li Hongyi continued, rather than focusing on Li Xiaoran, we should pay attention to that which contract mage named Yiming, who is a direct disciple of Principal Gu Yunfeng. This immediately piqued the interest of the other 2. Their gazes, like scanners, meticulously assessed Yiming. Sensing the scrutiny from the 3 deans, Yiming looked up and returned their gaze with a polite smile, calmly clasping his hands in salute. Interesting, Zhao Tianqing chuckled, appreciating the lack of fear or shock in Yiming's eyes. At that moment, the clear sky suddenly gathered clouds. A mysterious and intricate heavenly ladder descended from the heavens, and a stunning woman dressed in a silver gown appeared atop it. She held a staff, her long black hair interwoven with silver strands, her mirror-like eyes pure as gemstones. As she descended gracefully, the clouds dispersed, and sunlight enveloped her, illuminating her long, snow-white legs with a dazzling brilliance. Greetings, Principal Lin. The 3 deans greeted in unison, clasping their hands in respect. The students in the square followed suit, clasping their hands in respect and saying, Greetings, Principal Lin. Lin stood poised in the sky, her clear eyes scanning the crowd. She raised her staff slightly, and then let it fall, and as it touched the air, a ripple of pure white energy spread outwards. In an instant, the grand square vanished, replaced by a vast starry sky. All the new students found themselves standing in the center of this celestial scene, facing 4 grand starry paths, each with a unique constellation pattern, some sparse and scattered, others dense and clustered. Welcome, new students, to Star Magic University. With a wave of her hand, all the stars in the sky suddenly illuminated, and the 4 paths erupted with immense power. Before you are the 1,000-star, 100-star, and 10-star paths. The 1,000-star path is limited to 1 person, the 100-star path to 5 people, and the 10-star path to 50 people. The 10-star path has no limit. Your scores will be based on the path you choose and your combat performance. A special reminder, the effect of the star baptism, which occurs after the path competition, is directly linked to the number of stars on the chosen path. Hearing this, the eyes of the new students sparkled with excitement. The star baptism, a rare and coveted ritual, not only enhances physical strength and purifies power, but also boosts one's innate talents. Now, the path competition begins. Countdown 180 minutes. As Lin Yin's words fell, the stars in the sky formed numbers that ticked like a digital clock. Charge! A shout stirred a wave of enthusiasm, as over 300 talented freshmen from all over the Dragon Nation surged forward. Most chose the 1,000-star and 100-star paths, guided by their understanding of their own strengths. Yiming looked up at the 1,000-star path, 1,000 stars twinkling simultaneously, surrounded by a magnificent nebula, exuding a mysterious and profound aura. Without hesitation, he summoned his divine fall armor and headed straight for the 1,000-star path. Challenging the 1,000-star path directly? Who was this formidable figure? Could it be the SS level Holy Maiden contract master, Li Xiaoran? No, it's that SS level witch contract master. Such recklessness, he might face a collective attack. This dark horse, topping the list, might not live up to the hype. Don't jump to conclusions, he's a third-tier contract master. The crowd buzzed with speculation, voices mingling with the sounds of battle. Suddenly, a figure burst through the air. A muscular man landed heavily, causing a booming sound. He carried a war hammer on his shoulder, his gaze resolute, blocking Yiming's path. S-level Holy Maiden contract master, Wu Feng, at your service. SS-level witch contract master, Yiming. Before the words had fully left their mouths, the two had already transformed into streaks of black and silver light, colliding fiercely. As the smoke cleared, the crowd was stunned to see Wu Feng being knocked back defeated in an instant. Wu Feng's figure flew backward like a kite with a broken string, only stopping tens of meters away. He landed heavily, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. He stared at Yiming in disbelief, his eyes full of shock. Damn it, the internet is misleading. Who said you were weak? This is unbelievably strong. Wu Feng cursed under his breath, immediately giving up on competing for the path of 10,000 stars, opting instead for the less prestigious path of 1,000 stars. Third-tier contractors are indeed not as simple as they seem. Wu Feng has decent strength, but he's not the sharpest tool in the shed, commented Hua Lingxiao, a red-haired woman with a high ponytail, standing nearby. As the contractor of the S-class Flaming Saintess, her formidable physique and fire control might not match Wu Feng's in a direct confrontation, but in terms of skillful technique, the outcome was uncertain. Yiming is powerful, Lingxiao. I don't think it's worth competing for the path of 10,000 stars, said Su Xiaoxiao, also an S-class Saintess contractor. Hua Lingxiao nodded slightly. Yes, we definitely can't match Yiming, and Li Xiaoran and Yi Qingyu are still watching from the sidelines. The path of 10,000 stars is beyond our reach. Her tone shifted, her eyes suddenly filled with intense fighting spirit. We may not claim the path of 10,000 stars, but I'm eager to challenge Yiming's strength. Before she finished speaking, flames erupted around Hua Lingxiao, red patterns appearing on her arms, as a massive sacred pattern array unfolded behind her. She transformed into a blazing fireball, racing toward Yiming, leaving a crimson trail across the starry sky. Wait for me. Su Xiaoxiao followed closely, three illusory fox tails unfurling behind her, making her movement as light as a feather. She sprinted through the air, leaving a trail of silvery white fur. The appearance of these red and white figures immediately caught everyone's attention. The audience buzzed with excitement, eager to see if these two experts, who were no less skilled than Wu Feng, could hold their own against Yiming. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful voice boomed. Count me in. A burly figure joined the fray. He, the S-class, shattering Saintess contractor. His eyes emitted golden light, and his four bronzed, muscular arms seemed specially fortified. Rumor had it that when he struck with full force, even an ordinary third-tier contractor would struggle to withstand it. Hua Lingxiao, Su Xiaoxiao, Gu He here to learn. The three streaks of light charged straight at Yiming. Yiming remained unmoved, waiting for them to approach. Just as they were about to reach him, an endless darkness surged from within him. Dark domain, activate. The trio was instantly trapped, their bodies stiffening as if restrained by some force. Does it affect others' mobility? No, to be precise, it's a brief immobilization, Zhao Tianqing observed with a chuckle. Interesting, very interesting. If someone like him joined my War God Academy, he would become an unparalleled destructive force in the future. Huan Xiaoyu and Li Hongyi exchanged a glance at his words. Was he really planning to recruit someone before the entrance test was even over? In the starry battlefield, a dark domain suddenly unfolded, like a massive black curtain shrouding the area. Hua Lingxiao and her companions immediately felt their powers suppressed, while Yiming's aura grew increasingly formidable. With a wave of his arm, a pitch-black scythe, the Divine Reaper, materialized in his hand, enveloped by swirling black flames, faintly accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Yiming's figure flashed, darting towards the three like a phantom. Hua Lingxiao and the others had just regained their mobility, hastily responding. Flames formed into a shield, a foxtail transformed into a protective barrier, and four arms crossed to block. Yet, in the dead silence of the darkness, Yiming, using only half of his strength, sent a blood-red crescent moon slicing through the air amidst black flames and lightning, like a meteor sweeping across the sky. Whoosh! Three figures were sent flying. In this three-unknown battle, victory was determined in less than 5 seconds. The audience erupted in astonishment, discussions breaking out. Even a third-tier contract master shouldn't face such a disparity. Who said which contract masters were weak? Yiming is clearly the dark horse of the entrance exam. High above, Vice Principal Lin Ying gazed at the battlefield, her brow slightly furrowed. Red Calamity Lotus, Black Dragon Marrow. Old Gu Yunfeng has truly spared no expense on him. But if I had such an outstanding student, I might be just as indulgent. The outcome was clear, and the atmosphere shifted, with many beginning to support Yiming. In the distance, Li Shaoran stood on a 3-foot-long sword, dressed in a white robe with cloud patterns, carrying a purple gold gourd on his back, his long hair flowing in the wind like a legendary wine sword immortal. He turned to Yiqingyu beside him and said softly, Yiming's power is formidable. It might be difficult to defeat him alone. How about we join forces? Yiqingyu, dressed in training attire, had bright azure eyes and fair, delicate skin. She nodded slightly, and a bright full moon rose behind her, casting a dreamlike silver light. Moon blades. With a gesture, 1,000 moonlight blades encircled her. In the spectator seats, Huan Xiuyue's eyes sparkled. To control 1,000 blades with thought alone, this young lady has extraordinary talent and must be a promising student of our Mage Academy. Li Hengyi remarked in surprise. Isn't the Mage Academy lacking a specialization in mental arts? She's primarily focused on psionic arts, with mental arts as a supplement, Huan Xiuyue replied with a smile. She's best suited for the Psionic Mage program, where I personally teach mental techniques. She already has considerable skill in this area. Vice Principal Lin Yi nodded in rare agreement, prompting Zhao Tianqing and Li Shaoran to sigh inwardly. Another promising talent had been taken under Huan Xiuyue's wing. Yiqingyu's aura suddenly erupted, with blades floating around him, agile and ever-changing. These blades sometimes formed an impenetrable shield, other times transformed into sharp spears, making it impossible to predict his next move. Li Shaoran acted decisively. With a flick of his fingers, the amethyst gourd behind him responded. Its outer layer shattered instantly, with the fragments precisely attaching to his body, forming a complete suit of armor. From within the gourd, a smaller amethyst gourd emerged, orbiting around him, ready to assist in battle. He stepped on his long sword and charged forward with unstoppable momentum. The two top-tier SS-class warriors have joined forces. The audience gasped in unison, a mix of tension and anticipation spreading quickly among the crowd. Such a top-level showdown hadn't been seen in over a decade. What was even more remarkable was that these two ranked first and second were teaming up against Yiming, who ranked 10th. Shanggong Lingxin and Su Shaoqing were so nervous they could barely breathe, silently cheering for Yiming in their hearts. Win, and you'll get 50 million. We'll give you 30 million of it. The atmosphere was so intense that even the battles on the other 3-star paths had come to a halt. All eyes were fixed on this confrontation. On the path of 1,000,000 stars, Yiming stared at the two approaching warriors, taking a deep breath. Facing the combined assault of 2 second-tier SS-class contractors, he dared not be careless. Crimson lines surged across his black armor, with power rapidly accumulating within him. Moonblade break. Yiqingyu commanded, and the blades around him instantly formed a sharp drill, targeting Yiming's vital points. Simultaneously, Li Shaoran formed a seal with his fingers, and 50 ethereal swords materialized in the air, shooting densely towards Yiming. Boom. As the blade drill descended with a thunderous crash, Yiming pushed off with his legs, agilely leaping to evade. Yet a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. The ethereal swords were closing in. He gripped his long scythe, unleashing a 10-meter-long wave of energy that engulfed the phantom swords entirely. The pace of the battle never slowed. The ground's blade drill dispersed into thousands of beams of cold light, assaulting Yiming like a storm. He unfurled his black wings, summoning a dark hurricane that engulfed and shattered all the blades. Slash! A sudden shout came from behind. Yiming turned to see Li Shaoran, clad in amethyst armor, charging at him like a streak of light. Worse, the amethyst gourd had somehow risen above his head, its mouth downwards, emitting a deafening roar, pressing down on him like an invisible giant mountain. Silver light bloomed in the sky, and a bright full moon quietly rose. Yiqingyu hovered in the air, surrounded by blades forming a circle, reflecting the moon behind him. In the next moment, the moon split into 3, with countless moonbeams transforming into deadly rays, enveloping Yiming from all directions. Moonlight descends. The power of this wide-range attack was astounding. Even a 3rd-tier beast would be instantly reduced to dust. The combined strike of the two SS-class warriors had reached its pinnacle of power. The audience felt a sense of tension in their hearts, sighs echoing one after another, as if they had already foreseen Yiming's impending defeat. At that moment, a resonant buzz filled the air. A darkness even more vast than the dark domain suddenly unfolded, enveloping the entire battlefield. Countless terrifying black tendrils emerged from the shadows, wildly wrapping around the purple gold gourd and the bright moon, voraciously devouring all energy. What? Li Shaoran and Yiqingyu exclaimed simultaneously. My power is being absorbed. By the time they realized what was happening, Yiming's figure had already silently sunk into the darkness. His presence completely vanished without a trace. Gone? Not a single hint of his presence. Li Shaoran gripped his sword tightly, warily scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed behind him, and he was sent flying backward. Seeing this, Yiqingyu's heart tightened, and she attempted to escape the domain, only to be struck solidly by an invisible giant fist formed in the darkness. Just like that, the two SS-rank powerhouses were defeated. As the domain dissipated, the battlefield fell into silence. The new students were dumbfounded, and the older students in the audience were left speechless, unable to find words for a long time. This power is unbelievable. Lin Yin sighed inwardly, feeling increasingly envious. Such a promising talent, and yet he's fallen into Gu Yunfeng's hands. What a pity. Yiming stood calmly with his scythe in hand amidst the path of 10,000 stars, waiting for the next challenger. However, no one dared to step forward. After all, if even Li Xiaoran and Yi Qingyu together were defeated, what hope did anyone else have? Once the two had recovered from their injuries, they challenged him again. The first time, they lasted 3 minutes. The second time, even with their understanding of Yiming's abilities, they only held out for a minute. It was then they realized Yiming hadn't even been using his full strength. As it was an entrance test, he had been holding back, allowing them to recover quickly. In the end, they chose the path of 1,000 stars. As the countdown hit 0, the battle for the star paths concluded. Yiming secured the championship with a perfect score of 1,000, earning thunderous applause from the entire audience. Those who had once underestimated him had a drastic change of attitude. The battle for the star paths is over. The star baptism begins now. Lin Yin raised her staff, and brilliant starlight shot into the sky. The stars from the 4 paths slowly ascended, releasing dazzling light, and under her guidance, they flowed toward the new students. Each path's newcomers would receive a corresponding number of star baptisms. The starlight seeped into their bodies, coursing through them, purifying impurities within. Yiming clearly felt his mind invigorated and his muscles brimming with strength. What was even more astonishing was that these stars perfectly fused with his body, emanating a brilliance far beyond others. Wait a minute. Zhao Tianqing and the others noticed the anomaly. The 10,000 stars baptism shouldn't have such energy fluctuations. Lin Yin observed closely, her eyes filled with even more envy. A star body. The star physique is an exceptionally unique physical form. When a contract master's body and the stars achieve perfect fusion, there is a chance of awakening the star physique. Once awakened, this physique not only brings about a qualitative leap in the contract master's strength, speed, vitality, and mental power, but also allows internal energy to disperse like countless stars. It can erupt instantly and significantly increase energy storage capacity. Since the founding of Star Demon University, geniuses who have awakened the star physique have been exceedingly rare, with none appearing for the past 20 years. Now, this record has finally been broken. Li Hongyi gazed at Yiming with a look of admiration in his eyes. As a wise person, he did not harbor any resentment towards Yiming due to Li Xiaoran's defeat. His aura is deep and magnificent, hinting at a breakthrough. Zhao Tianqing said with a hint of amazement in his voice, arms crossed. In my opinion, within a month, he will become a 4th-level contract master. If this prediction comes true, it will break the record for the fastest advancement since the founding of Star Demon University. As the leaders conversed, a series of cold electronic voices echoed in Yiming's ear. Star baptism complete. Congratulations, you have successfully awakened the star physique. Vitality, 12001-500. Mental power, 12001-500. Body structure evolution complete. Energy storage capacity significantly increased. Single power burst potency tripled. Multiple power burst potency doubled. Defense greatly enhanced. Awakened self-healing ability. Medium-level injuries such as fractures, cuts, and twists can fully recover within 3 hours. As information continued to flow on the virtual screen, Yiming's pupils contracted sharply, his Adam's apple moving, and his body trembled slightly with excitement. This improvement is just too incredible, he marveled to himself, realizing he had now surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. Soon, over 300 new students completed the fair and impartial star baptism, each gaining varying degrees of enhancement. With the conclusion of the Star Path contest, the Spirit Mark imprint phase began. Lin Yin, holding a staff, drew a mysterious formation in the air, its patterns soaring into the clouds. In an instant, dark clouds once again covered the sky, as a massive formation unfolded over Star Demon University. The intricate patterns were enigmatic and powerful, conveying a sense of immense power at a mere glance. Dong dong dong. Ancient and resonant bell chimes seemed to emanate from the depths of darkness, echoing across the heavens and earth. A gigantic stone pillar descended slowly from the formation, its divine patterns glowing with intertwined colors and ferocious beast motifs vividly depicted. 9,999 crimson chains encircled it, marking it as one of the national treasures of the Dragon Kingdom, and the guardian treasure of Star Demon University, the Universe Demon Suppression Pillar. Yiming, the energy contained in this thing is 90% similar to mine. Ying's eyes glimmered with an unusual light, and his voice trembled slightly with excitement. If we can absorb and refine it, our power will increase exponentially, potentially elevating us to the next level instantly. These words made Yiming's heart skip a beat. What does reaching the next level mean? It would be a chance to surpass SSS rank and become the world's #1. However, reality quickly brought him back down to earth. The Qianquan Demon Suppression Pillar is a national treasure of Longhua, one of the foundations maintaining the country's stability. Anyone with ill intentions towards it would face a nationwide manhunt and become a criminal of Longhua. Of course, it's not entirely impossible to use a national treasure. As long as the user prioritizes the safety of Longhua and their personal value far exceeds that of the treasure itself, it is permissible. Just like Longhua's top warrior, Huangwu, who possesses 2 national treasures. Yiming looked down at his hands, feeling a sense of powerlessness rise within him. I'm only at the 3rd tier now, still far from that level. Don't lose hope. Ying quickly comforted him. I was just speaking offhandedly. With our current abilities, even if we had the Qianquan Demon Suppression Pillar, we couldn't wield it. It would be like a pony trying to pull a rocket. A pony pulling a rocket? Yiming chuckled helplessly. Where did you learn that phrase? I can now actively learn external knowledge with my dark tendrils, Ying explained. It was originally a pony pulling a cart, but I thought rocket was more fitting, so I changed it. That's not a proper expression. Don't use it again. All right. Gazing at the Qianquan Demon Suppression Pillar, which seemed to support the heavens and earth, Yiming clenched his fists, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He might not be qualified now, but who can say what the future holds? Lin Yin's voice interrupted his thoughts. She began explaining the rules of the spirit pattern imprint. Newcomers need to condense their power into unique spirit pattern designs. When the spirit pattern enters the demon suppression pillar, it will display different colors. White signifies potential to reach the 6th tier, purple the 7th, black the 8th, and red indicates 9th tier potential. Legend has it that when Huangwu left his spirit pattern, the sky turned blood red, and it rained blood for 3 days, an incredibly awe-inspiring scene. After leaving your spirit pattern, the demon suppression pillar will help you break through your bottleneck, Lin Yin said as she summoned over 300 ice crystal platforms, sending the newcomers around the demon suppression pillar. Whether you're about to break through to the 3rd or 4th tier, you won't encounter obstacles. This is not just a test but a chance to leave a permanent mark. As long as the Qianquan Demon Suppression Pillar exists, their spirit patterns will remain forever. No one wants to leave a piglet design, so everyone was fully focused on crafting their spirit patterns, a process expected to take 2 hours. As time passed, the new students gradually imprinted their spirit patterns onto the Demon Suppression Pillar. Each spirit pattern was unique. Some resembled sharp dagger designs, others featured fierce and bizarre beast heads, and some were mysterious symbols woven from enigmatic lines. With each spirit pattern imprinted, the pillar released pure white energy that seeped into the students, making their eyes clearer and their minds sharper. Suddenly, a purple light flashed on the pillar. Everyone's attention was drawn to the powerful fist-shaped spirit pattern. It was Wu Feng's creation, with veins clearly visible. A purple spirit pattern, someone exclaimed in awe from the crowd, and there's a hint of black, which means he might break through to the 8th tier in the future. But a more astonishing scene followed. A blinding crimson light burst forth. It was Li Xiaoran's spirit pattern, a red spirit pattern, indicating a future 9th tier achievement. Everyone gasped. 9th tier powerhouses are on par with national treasures, the backbone of any country. Then, Yiqingyu also manifested a red spirit pattern. 2 red spirit patterns stood side by side on the pillar. One was a marvelous combination of a gourd and a long sword, complex and profound. The other was a harmonious blend of a bright moon and rain lines, simple yet delicate. 20 years, Zhao Tianqing exclaimed excitedly. Our Star Demon University hasn't seen a red spirit pattern in 20 years, and now we have 2. Don't jump to conclusions, Lin Yin's calm voice interrupted. The imprinting isn't over yet. Just then, a thunderous roar shook the earth. A blood-red beam shot into the sky, with dark clouds churning violently and blood-red lightning flickering within. A heavy scent of blood filled the air, and the entire pillar trembled violently with faint wails from the depths of hell. It was Yiming's spirit paterna bizarre design, merging a scythe and an eye. Ha! Zhao Tianqing's hearty laughter echoed. Another red spirit pattern. This year, our Star Demon University truly has outstanding talents. However, as everyone basked in joy, a sudden change occurred. The towering blood-red beam abruptly vanished. Wait, someone shouted. Look at Yiming's spirit pattern, the color. It's not right. All eyes turned to that direction, filled with shock and disbelief. On the ancient and mysterious Qianquan Demon Suppression Pillar, the red spiritual pattern left by Yiming suddenly dimmed, only to burst forth with unprecedented brilliance in the next instant. White, purple, black, and red lights lit up in succession, weaving into a dazzling beam that shot straight into the sky. The weather changed dramatically as dark clouds rolled in and rain in 4 colors poured down. The raindrops fell on every corner of the campus, flowing over the buildings and pooling on the ground. Curious students reached out to touch the rain, instantly feeling a strange energy surge into their bodies. This rainwater nourishes the body, someone exclaimed in surprise. Soon, many students sat down on the spot, concentrating on absorbing the energy contained in the rain. Li Hengyi turned to Principal Lin Yin, frowning slightly. Principal, the origin of this rain is unknown. Is it appropriate for the students to absorb it so extensively? Lin Yin gently raised her jade-like hand, summoning a pure silver mirror. As the rain fell on the mirror, its silver light intensified. The energy in the rain is very pure, there's no need to worry. With the principal's reassurance, Li Hengyi nodded, signaling Li Xiaoran to freely absorb the rain. This mysterious rain lasted for a full 3 hours. During this time, many students experienced significant boosts in their abilities, and some older students who had been at a standstill even broke through their bottlenecks, a truly unexpected delight. With the entrance test concluded, Yiming unsurprisingly claimed the top spot among the new students. Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Next is the time to choose your specialization, Lin Yin said, surveying the students. The school's intelligence system has provided suggested majors based on your performance, but the final choice is yours. Yiming, Li Xiaoran, and Yi Qingyu, please come with me. In the vice principal's office, filled with a sense of futuristic technology, LED strips outlined elegant lines, and virtual screens on the walls displayed natural scenery. The three took their seats in turn. With your results, you can choose your specialization freely. Lin Yin's gaze first fell on Li Xiaoran. Li Xiaoran immediately stood up, clasping his hands. I wish to enroll in the Sword Immortal Academy, specializing in the Wine Sword Immortal. Very fitting for you. Lin Yin nodded, then turned to Yi Qingyu. And you, young lady of the Yi family, what is your choice? I haven't decided yet. Yi Qingyu shook her head. Please advise, Principal. Your contracted illusory moon saintess belongs to the supernatural category, suitable for studying as an ability mage. However, I noticed you also have a talent for telekinesis. I suggest dual majoring at the Mage Academy, with Dean Huan Shiyue personally guiding you in telekinesis. Yi Qingyu's eyes lit up with joy, and she nodded vigorously. Thank you, Principal Lin Yin. Now, Lin Yin smiled, her gaze finally resting on Yiming. Yiming looked up, his eyes resolute. Assassin, assassin. Lin Yin's expression remained unchanged upon hearing the choice. It was only natural for Yiming, a student of Gu Yunfeng's president of Tsinghua University and head of the Assassination Academia, choose this specialty. I'm curious, are you interested in becoming an assassin on your own, or is it because of Gu Yunfeng? Lin Yin asked, her gaze sharp as she looked at Yiming. I'm genuinely interested, Yiming replied without hesitation, then added, I do have a knack for assassination, as judged by others, and through practical experience. Seeing Yiming's serious demeanor, Lin Yin smiled slightly and gestured for him to relax. No need to be so serious. You indeed have the potential to become a top-tier assassin. But have you ever considered that your talent in elemental magic is equally remarkable? She continued, elements aren't just the traditional metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They also include wind, rain, thunder, lightning, darkness, and light. Like the dark element you mastered, your performance in the entrance test was outstanding, surpassing even some fourth-tier experts. Such talent is innate. Setting aside her complex feelings towards Gu Yunfeng, Lin Yin sincerely offered, if you're willing to take me as your mentor, I can personally teach you elemental magic. This offer was like a thunderbolt, leaving Yi Qingyu and Li Xiaoran stunned. After Gu Yunfeng accepted a disciple, another 8th-tier expert wanted to take Yiming under her wing. Yiming, however, respectfully declined. I'm sorry, Principal Lin Yin, but I've already become a disciple of Gu Yunfeng, and I can't go against the teacher-student relationship. In that case, never mind, Lin Yin said graciously, but I don't hold grudges. If you ever encounter problems with elemental magic, feel free to come to me. Don't bother asking that old relic Gu Yunfeng. He only knows about assassination and is clueless about elemental magic. Watching the youthful and beautiful Lin Yin belittle the elderly Gu Yunfeng, Yiming couldn't help but marvel at how these two powerful figures, despite their vast age difference, bantered like peers. Finally, Lin Yin awarded each of the 3 students with a reward. Yi Qingyu received the class spell Moon Shadow Frost, and Li Xiaoran was given the class sword technique, Drunken Dream Sky Slicing sword technique. Lin Yin explained that spells and spirit techniques differ. Spirit techniques originate from contracted spirits and are unique and specialized, while sword techniques and spells were created by human experts to compensate for the limitations of spirit techniques in combat, allowing for both effective group and single-target attacks. Yiming, I've observed your battles, Lin Yin said, looking directly into Yiming's eyes. Your single-target and area attack skills are impressive, but there's room for improvement in your movement. Here, take this. She retrieved a book emitting a faint dark glow from her storage ring and handed it to Yiming. It was an S-level movement technique called Shadowless Night, specially designed using dark elements. This technique aligns well with your attributes, but it's quite challenging to master. It's normal if you can't get the hang of it within a week, Lin Yin said warmly. Cultivation requires a gradual approach, so take your time. Yiming accepted the manual solemnly and nodded. All right. After a brief conversation, the three left the vice principal's office. Since the entrance exams had just concluded, most students were still choosing their majors, and classes wouldn't start for another 2 days. Yiming decided to use this free time to begin practicing Shadowless Night. He went to the training room attached to his villa. It was a 20 square meter high-end facility equipped with the latest virtual combat system. As soon as Yiming opened the manual, the pages disintegrated into shimmering lights, forming dark scripts that directly embedded into his mind. It was as if he were watching a virtual tutorial, with each movement's key points clearly laid out and the difficult parts thoroughly explained. Taking a deep breath, Yiming adjusted his state, relaxing his entire body. The training room instantly generated 4 virtual fierce beasts, charging at him from the 4 cardinal directions. Just as they were about to collide, Yiming leaped into the air, his form becoming a streak of light, leaving behind afterimages. The beasts changed direction to attack again, but Yiming had already flashed behind them, sweeping his scythe, causing 4 massive beast heads to fly off and dissolve into data streams. Shadowless Night. Level SS. Proficiency, Beginner. Progression path, Beginner skilled minor mastery, major mastery. According to Lin Yin, once this technique reached the major mastery stage, it would allow the user to teleport behind an enemy for a lethal strike. Yiming clenched his fist. At his current pace, it would take at least a month to reach major mastery. If only I could achieve major mastery in 10 days, Yiming said, spreading his hands in resignation. If others heard this, they would likely scoff at him for being pretentious. Many who practiced Shadowless Night spent their entire lives unable to reach major mastery, with the fastest taking 2 to 3 years. Yiming sat cross-legged, reflecting on the shortcomings of his previous practice. Suddenly, a gentle breeze brushed his face, and without opening his eyes, he knew who had arrived. Teacher, your habit of not knocking could give students a fright. Stop the nonsense, Gu Yunfeng said, hands behind his back, looking at Yiming sideways. I heard that Lin Yin asked you to become her disciple today? Yes, but I declined, Yiming replied earnestly. I am your student, your disciple. It wouldn't be right to acknowledge someone else as my teacher without your consent. Gu Yunfeng smiled with satisfaction. Good, that's something you do better than the others. Here, take this. With a wave of his hand, a bizarre tentacle, black with green patterns, appeared before Yiming. Teacher, what is this? The tentacle of a 7th level beast, the deep sea poison emperor. Gu Yunfeng stood in front of Yiming, playing with a crystal core that emitted a dark aura, a slight smile on his lips. I noticed you like to use dark energy to form tendrils, so I got this for you. Once you absorb and refine it, your dark tendrils will become even more aggressive. He paused. As for the materials from the 8th level beast I promised, I will get them for you, but it will take some time. Yiming quickly bowed and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, teacher. But regarding the 8th level beast materials, he frowned slightly. I hope you prioritize your safety. I'm not a greedy person. 8th level beasts are not only incredibly powerful, but also rulers of their domains. Killing one means facing countless lower level beasts that follow it, and even an 8th level contract master might not succeed. Don't worry, I know my limits. Gu Yunfeng waved his hand dismissively. The two stood in silence for a moment. Yiming noticed his teacher's hesitation and tentatively asked, Teacher, is there something else you want to say? Yes. Gu Yunfeng nodded. The S-class night stealth you used earlier, did Lin Yin give that to you? Yes. Did she say anything to you? Principal Lin Yin mentioned that I have a remarkable talent in elemental magic and advised me not to waste it. Yiming hesitated. She also said that you don't understand elemental magic. Well, it's true, I don't, Gu Yunfeng admitted, pacing back and forth with a thoughtful expression, occasionally sighing deeply. After 10 minutes, he clapped his hands decisively. All right, I've decided. You should become Lin Yin's student and learn elemental magic from her. What? Yiming looked confused. Teacher, I've already refused her. Wouldn't it be awkward to go back now? There's nothing awkward about it. Gu Yunfeng placed a reassuring hand on Yiming's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Just tell her I've changed my mind. No, I'll speak to her myself. Lin Yin is right. You do have talent in elemental magic. As your teacher, I should help you grow, not hold you back with titles. In elemental magic, I'm no match for Lin Yin. He winked. Besides, her teacher is a Rangwu, the strongest in Longhua. She's got plenty of valuable things. Since you're becoming her student, you'll likely receive a nice gift. Warmth filled Yiming's heart as he bowed deeply. I can't repay such kindness, master. I'll remember it always. Yes, just focus on your training. Your strength is the best reward for me. That evening, After Gu Yunfeng personally visited Lin Yin, she gladly accepted the talented student. She immediately added Yiming's contact and sent a message. From now on, you're my student. To be honest, I've taught many students, but this is my first time taking on a disciple. I'll do my best not to let your talent go to waste. Thank you, Principal Lin Yin. Since you're my student now, don't call me principal. What do you call Gu Yunfeng? Teacher. Teacher? Aren't you his disciple? You should call him master. Yiming said softly. I used to call him master, but later he thought the title was too old-fashioned and asked me to switch to teacher. That makes sense. Lin Yin nodded slightly. Then you should call me teacher as well. Student Yiming greets teacher Lin, Yiming said respectfully. Lin Yin spoke calmly. All right, prepare yourself. Prepare for what? Yiming had just sent this message on his phone when a chilling sensation suddenly crept up from behind him. His brow furrowed, and he instantly activated his dark domain, muscles tensing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 icy spikes, glinting with a cold light, pierced through the air, aiming for the back of his neck. With his keen senses, Yiming didn't even need to turn around. He sat unmoved in his chair, his dark domain fully deployed. At the moment the ice spikes were about to hit, he activated his shadow step technique. All that was left in his place was a faint afterimage, while Yiming's figure had already flashed behind Lin Yin. Looking up, the woman before him had a graceful figure, stunning beauty, and exuded an icy, aloof aura. Yiming clasped his hands in a polite gesture, saying steadily, Student Yiming greets teacher Lin. Yes, Lin Yin nodded lightly, examining Yiming as she reached out to pat his thigh muscles. Even through his pants, Yiming could distinctly feel the penetrating chill. The thigh muscles are firm, with good strength. No wonder you managed to cultivate the shadow step technique to a minor level in less than a day. Your talent and physical condition are both indispensable. Yiming chuckled. Teacher Lin, you flatter me. Although he appreciated the compliment on his physical condition, he was more curious about why Principal Lin, like others, enjoyed launching surprise attacks. Was this a tradition at Star Demon University? It could really scare someone to death. Shaking his head helplessly, Yiming thought to himself, never mind, the world of the powerful is always hard to fathom. He then asked, Teacher Lin, why did you call me so late? Lin nodded and said, I have placed your name in the Elemental Mage department. From now on, you will dual major in Elemental Mage and Assassin Studies. Also, as the vice principal, I can't guide you all the time. You need to attend classes like any other student. Of course, I will periodically share insights with you, and if you stray from the path, I will correct you. She paused, continuing, taking you as my student, I can't offer you much. This is a small gesture from your teacher, please accept it. Before finishing her words, she waved her arm, and 2 ice blue orbs radiating extreme cold appeared out of thin air. The intertwining of ice blue and pitch black seemed to hold the silence of death. The dark ice blade and frost blood. These are heavenly treasures, not particularly rare, but they can enhance your weapons and body, Lin Yin said calmly. Beside her, Inyuyu's eyes widened. Yiming, these 2 items are worth 30 billion. 30 billion. Yiming's pupils contracted as he marveled. This is the generosity of an 8th-tier master, where treasures worth billions are considered not particularly rare. All right, I've given you what I have. Remember to train well. Bye, Lin Yin said, and then vanished instantly, leaving only a pure snowflake, imprinted by her crystal high heel, on the ground. Gazing at the exquisite frost flower on the floor, Yiming realized, Lin Yin and Gu Yunfeng are indeed similar types of teachers. They generously provide training materials, but after that, it's up to the student to figure out how to cultivate. If there's anything unclear, you have to ask them. That's fine by him. Yiming has always preferred a high degree of freedom. 2 days later, the list of new students' major selections was announced. Yiming stared at his nearly full schedule, furrowing his brows. Theoretical courses made up 20, while practical courses accounted for 80, with half of the courses being flexibly arranged. As a newcomer, he had already grasped the essence of university life. If you don't take challenging courses, you're wasting your time. In the training room of the Assassination Academy, azure lights cast a faint glow on the high-strength alloy floor. Overhead, an intelligent life form resembling an eye, known as Kong Yin, silently observed everything. It recorded each student's performance and provided personalized learning suggestions through a terminal at the end of each day. When Yiming entered the room, 12 other freshmen who had also chosen the Assassin Major were scattered around. His arrival immediately sparked whispers. Yiming? So he chose the Assassin Major after all. You sound like you expected it? Of course, a student puffed out his chest. The Assassin Major is the STAR program at Star Demon University. Not to mention he's the personal student of Principal Gu Yunfeng. Wait, Gu Yunfeng? The head of the Assassination Academy and vice principal. That's right. Upon hearing this, many of those present widened their eyes in sudden realization. Although they knew little about Gu Yunfeng before, they now understood the source of Yiming's impressive performance in the entrance test. Being chosen by such a prominent figure meant his skills were exceptional. Amidst the rising chatter, a burly figure strode into the classroom. The newcomer, wearing a vest, had muscular arms like coiled dragons and a face full of vigor. His arms were thicker than most people's thighs, clearly showing him to be a fitness enthusiast. All right, everyone, quiet down, the burly man said with a warm smile. I'm Wu Feng, a sixth-tier contract master. My contract spirit is the Shrank Tidal Wave Saintus. As he spoke, a surge of ocean waves appeared out of nowhere, forming a blue armor around his body. The water blades at his elbows looked soft, but were incredibly sharp. Wu Feng clapped his hands, and 3 intelligent mechanical posts materialized. Before we start the formal lessons, we'll test your strength, speed, and combat abilities. Each is graded out of 100 points, and those who pass can advance to the intermediate class in a month. He briefly introduced the unique teaching system of Martial Arts University. The Assassin Major was divided into 3 levels. The foundational class focused on strength, speed, and combat. The intermediate class emphasized skills like concealing presence, instant kills, precise control, and counterattacks in dire situations. The final class concentrated on the application of top-tier techniques in combat. Hearing that it would take a month to advance, Yiming looked slightly disappointed. Teacher, is there a way to directly enter the intermediate class? Perfect scores in all 3 areas. A student exclaimed, revealing what Yiming had in mind. Instructor Wu Feng smiled slightly. The basic class covers these 3 main areas. If you score full marks, you can naturally advance directly to the advanced class. As soon as he said this, the classroom buzzed with excitement as students eagerly prepared themselves. However, Wu Feng's next words were like a cold shower. Since the Assassin program was established, no one has ever scored full marks on the first day and advanced directly to the advanced class. Wu Feng's expression turned serious, and his tone was stern. The path of an assassin requires a calm mind. Avoid rushing for quick success. I advise you all to maintain a steady mindset and progress gradually, rather than trying to swallow it all in one go. Bang! A dull thud interrupted Wu Feng. All eyes turned to the left, where Yiming was withdrawing his fist from the test dummy. The mechanical voice announced, analyzing strength, analyzing power burst, analyzing attack range. Analysis complete, 100 points. Congratulations on breaking the Academy's Assassin Program's strength test record. Wu Feng raised an eyebrow, and the other students exchanged bewildered glances. Wasn't it said that it was impossible for a newcomer to score full marks? Are you Yiming? Wu Feng asked. Yes. Of course it's you. Come over here. Wu Feng led Yiming to the center of the training room, and the other students instinctively lined up on either side. Wu Feng clapped his hands, and 20 mechanical dummies rose up between the north and south ends, spanning 30 meters. Within a minute, maneuver through all the gaps between the dummies from this end to the other. Success means full marks. Yiming frowned. Can I have a piece of chalk? No chalk, but will peanuts do? A petite figure handed him a handful of peanuts. Yiming looked closely and saw a round-faced girl in casual clothes, her eyes gentle. Remember me? Su Xiaoxiao, we met during the entrance test. The girl smiled, reminding him. Yiming recalled she was one of the S-ranked contractors who attacked him, only to be defeated in a single move. Thank you. Yiming accepted the peanuts, focusing on the north end. Gathering his breath, he inhaled deeply, a flash of red crossing his eyes. Whoosh! He transformed into a streak of black light, darting between the mechanical dummies. Meanwhile, the peanuts in his hand shot out like sharp blades, embedding deeply in the dummies, impossible to remove. Everything happened in a flash, and before anyone could react, Yiming had already reached the north end. Time's up. 20 seconds. Then, bang bang bang. The mechanical dummies fell one after another, the embedded peanuts still smoldering with black flames. Everyone present was left speechless, mouths agape in astonishment at the spectacle. Scoring 20 seconds is already beyond perfect. Yiming, holding a peanut in his hand, maneuvered through the mechanical posts while precisely hitting each target. His movements were fluid, as if the space between him and the posts was calculated to the finest detail. If he focused solely on maneuvering, his speed would be even faster. Agility and speed, precision and control of power. A perfect score is well-deserved. Wu Feng nodded in approval. Yiming's lips curled into a slight smile. This kind of training was not unfamiliar to him. In the past, when he weaved through wooden posts, he held deadly hidden weapons, each throw a matter of life and death. Next is the combat test. Wu Feng's voice interrupted his thoughts. The rules are simple. Fight against 10 third-tier beasts, and the system will score you based on your performance. In the virtual battlefield, Yiming stood in the center. 10 stone golems surrounded him, each standing 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. Their left arms were withered, while their right arms were as thick as shields. Their heavy footsteps made the ground tremble, and even in a virtual setting, the oppressive sensation felt chillingly real. As the stone golems charged, Yiming unleashed his dark domain. His eyes glowed with a terrifying red light, and he seemed to transform into a reaper in the shadows. 1 minute later, the battle was over. The bodies of the 10 stone golems lay scattered across the battlefield, heads severed from their torsos. Defeating 10 third-tier beasts in 1 minute, you are fully qualified for the advanced class. Staying in the basic class would only waste your talent, Wu Feng said before leaving the classroom to immediately submit Yiming's test results to his superiors, requesting a class transfer. At that moment, Vice Principal Gu Yunfeng was sipping tea in his office. The sudden appearance of a virtual screen made him frown. Wu Feng? Isn't he supposed to be teaching? But as he read the content, his eyes lit up, and he promptly approved the transfer request. Agreed. Before parting, Wu Feng earnestly advised, although I've only taught you 1 class, I must remind you. The advanced class has intense learning requirements, so never slack off. Everyone there is at least a 3rd-tier contractor. If you have questions, ask your senior classmates. Your talent is rare, don't waste it. With that, he handed Yiming a black and red badge. This is the symbol of the advanced class and the key to unlocking 70% of the academy's basic facilities. After putting on the badge, Yiming entered the advanced class's classroom. It was the size of half a football field, with 25 students scattered around. From their aura, he could tell that 20 of them were 3rd-tier contractors, and 5 had reached the 4th tier. Compared to the basic class, the students here had noticeably stronger presences, especially the 5 4th-tier contractors, whose eyes hid a chilling intent to kill. A newcomer. A voice rang out, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The group curiously eyed their new classmate. That's odd. Isn't the advanced class supposed to start in a month? The classroom buzzed with murmurs. A handsome man in a white training uniform emerged from the crowd. His sharp eyebrows and bright eyes exuded a natural charisma. Hi, I'm Yu Qinfeng, he said warmly, extending his hand to Yiming. Yiming, freshman at Star Demon University, Yiming replied, shaking his hand. Freshman. The word rippled through the room like a stone cast into a calm lake, stirring waves of surprise. Just as Yu Qinfeng was about to ask if Yiming had entered the wrong classroom, his gaze fell on the badge on Yiming's chest. The badge silently confirmed the fact. This freshman indeed belonged to the advanced class. Yiming? Are you Yiming? A voice filled with delight came from nearby. Yiming turned to see a tall, beautiful woman standing not far away. Her long, wavy hair cascaded down her back, and her eyes were a mix of innocence and allure. Her low, sultry voice and long legs attracted many glances. Sujio, do you know each other? Yu Qinfeng asked. Top scorer of the freshman entrance exam, Sujio explained with a smile. I know him, but he doesn't know me. Top scorer. The title immediately caused a stir. The students around recalled seeing the news on campus reports. This year's entrance exam was the most challenging ever, someone remarked. 2 people left red spiritual marks on the demon suppression pillar, and Yiming achieved the miracle of 4-color spiritual marks. I heard there was a 4-colored rain that day, benefiting many. So, did your outstanding performance in the entrance exam allow you to join the advanced class directly? Sujio asked curiously. Before Yiming could respond, a cold voice interjected. Take too big a step and you'll rip your pants. The speaker was a man with a delicate face. Starting in the advanced class without a solid foundation is utterly foolish. He Qingren, what do you mean? Sujio immediately retorted. Yiming has exceptional talent. It's perfectly normal for him to start in the advanced class. He Qingren sneered. What right does someone rank below me have to criticize? Sujio clenched her fists, a flicker of anger in her eyes. All you do is belittle those stronger and bully those weaker. People like you are the real disgrace of the advanced class. From Sujio's heated reaction and gritted tone, Yiming astutely sensed there was a deep-seated animosity between the two. Sujio, there's no need to shout in front of me, he Qingren said with a smirk that was hard to like. His soft features were particularly striking under the classroom lights. Whether it's a donkey or a horse, time will tell. Those who join the advanced class through connections will eventually pay for their choice. Of course, he dragged out his words. If he can rise up, I'd welcome him to prove me wrong. Yiming picked up on the sarcasm. He Qingren assumed he got into the advanced class through his connection with Gu Yunfeng. In reality, Yiming earned his spot through Marie aced the basic tests with full marks. By the rules, he was fully qualified to join the advanced class. Just as Sujio was about to continue arguing with He Qingren, the sound of high heels clicking approached from outside. A tall woman entered the training room. Her striking red hair and fitted outfit were complemented by her subtle makeup. Each step she took was graceful, leaving a faint fragrance in the air. Yiming furrowed his brow, about to ask who she was, when Sujio leaned in and whispered, That's teacher Hong Lin, a 6th-level powerhouse in charge of the advanced class. Don't be deceived by her looks. She's tough and loves intense physical training. She gestured towards a burly man in the corner. See him? He offended teacher Hong Lin and got stuck in the pressure chamber for 2 days and nights. He was exhausted when he came out. Seeing Yiming's puzzled expression, Sujio explained, The pressure chamber is a sealed space for physical training, using air pressure to enhance a contract master's physique. She suddenly changed the topic, eyes wide. By the way, did you really score full marks on the basic tests? Yiming nodded in confirmation. No way. Sujio gasped. I've never seen a freshman score full marks on the first day. When Hong Lin confirmed this, He Qingren scoffed. Full marks on the basic tests only mean he has good physical fitness. The advanced class focuses on skills, which require talent. Tisk tisk. Sujio shot back immediately. If you're not as good, just admit it. Why make excuses? If you're so confident, why don't you get a perfect score too? Remember last month, how much did you score in the tests? All right, just 80. A 4th level contract master scoring only 80 on the basics. Your physical fitness is quite poor. Even I, a girl, scored 90. Just a word of advice. With such a weak body, you shouldn't get a girlfriend, lest you let her down. You. He Qingren finally snapped, rolling up his sleeves, a fiery aura emanating from him. If you're so tough, fight me. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. The two immediately clashed in the training room. Teacher Hong Lin merely shrugged, seemingly used to such scenes. Watching from the side, Yiming finally saw Su Jio's true nature, delicate in appearance, but with a sharp tongue. As the saying goes, don't hit someone in the face or expose their shortcomings, yet Su Jio did both. Under her relentless verbal assault, He Qingren was quickly overwhelmed, his face bruised and battered. The fight between the two was intense, and even Yiming, watching from the sidelines, could feel the animosity. Grudges are normal. Yu Chenfeng commented calmly nearby. Half a year ago, an overseas trip unfolded before Yiming. Su Jio, along with He Qingren and others, ventured out in search of the priceless bone-devouring bird eggs. These rare eggs not only strengthen the body, but also enhance the abilities of contract masters. However, during the collection process, He Qingren ruthlessly pushed Su Jio into danger, intending to use her life as a stepping stone. I see. A glint of understanding flashed in Yiming's eyes. No wonder Su Jio harbored such deep-seated animosity towards He Qingren. Fortunately, Su Jio broke through to the 4th rank at the brink of death and managed to escape. Afterwards, she confronted He Qingren, demanding her share of the bone-devouring bird eggs, only to be arrogantly refused due to his backing by the Black Wind Gang. As the incident occurred overseas, with no evidence, Su Jio had to swallow her anger for the time being. Wait, the Black Wind Gang. Yiming suddenly recalled something. He Qingren. He Qingming. So He Qingren is part of the Black Wind Gang. That's right, Yu Chenfeng nodded, explaining. He's the illegitimate son of the Black Wind Gang's leader. He was relatively low-key at school, but after the gang's young leader had an accident, he took up the title and became increasingly arrogant. It's a small world, Yiming remarked with a shake of his head. Enemies really do cross paths. Yu Chenfeng continued with the story's development. Su Jio's talent in breaking through during a crisis caught the attention of Hong Lin, who took her as a disciple, similar to Yiming's relationship with Principal Gu Yunfeng. With Hong Lin's domineering nature, she immediately stormed the Black Wind Gang, reclaiming all the bone-devouring bird eggs and additionally demanding 10 million as compensation for mental distress. Wasn't there no evidence? Yiming asked. Yu Chenfeng chuckled. In this world where strength reigns supreme, teacher Hong Lin's power and status surpass that of the Black Wind Gang's leader. That's the best evidence. The strong only need to prove themselves with their fists. Today's battle ended in He Qingren's crushing defeat, a result that no longer surprised the students. Afterwards, Hong Lin began her first lesson, concealing one's presence. Hong Lin stated seriously, to become an outstanding assassin, this is a fundamental skill. A truly powerful assassin could stand right behind you, and you might not even notice. Now, Yiming, as a new student in the advanced class, why don't you demonstrate your control over your presence? Before she finished speaking, Hong Lin suddenly realized Yiming was missing. Looking around, she saw the students staring in shock behind her. Teacher, Yiming is behind you. What? Hong Lin's pupils contracted as she quickly turned around, only to see Yiming standing there with a faint smile. Teacher Hong Lin, pardon my humble display. Incredible. During the assessment of concealing one's presence, Yiming's performance left everyone present in shock. His nearly flawless display of technique put many senior students to shame. They, with all their experience, couldn't match a freshman in this skill. Hong Lin furrowed her brows, unwilling to easily accept this fact. As the examiner, she decided to subject Yiming to a more comprehensive test. The results were even more astonishing. For every skill not involving combat, Yiming effortlessly scored full marks. If not for being limited by the 3rd-tier contract master's level, he would likely excel in combat techniques as well. Your talent is freakishly high. Hong Lin stared at Yiming, her tone a mix of amazement and a hint of helplessness. However, He Qingren was unimpressed, scoffing. Humph. What good is exquisite technique? A 3rd-tier contract master, no matter how many skills he masters, can't be a match for a 4th-tier one. Oh, here we go again with the boasting? Su Jio immediately retorted sarcastically. You're only a year older than Yiming. By the time Yiming reaches your age, he'd beat you to a pulp. Why are you always butting in? He Qingren snapped, clearly irritated. After the class, Hong Lin called Yiming to her office. Sitting in her chair, she looked at the extraordinarily talented young man in front of her and said earnestly, Yiming, based on today's observations, I believe the advanced class is no longer suitable for you. Your mastery of various skills has far exceeded the advanced class standards. The ultimate class is where you truly belong. Yiming remained silent. From the basic class to the advanced class and now to the ultimate class, was he really going to leap 2 levels to the highest tier in just one day? Unfortunately, Hong Lin continued. The ultimate class has a strict requirement: you need to be at least a 4th tier. With your current 3rd tier status, you can't join yet. Her implication was clear. Yiming needed to quickly advance to the 4th tier to join the ultimate class for better development. Is 3rd tier not enough? Yiming asked. Hong Lin shook her head, explaining, the management of the ultimate class is different from other classes. Teaching usually takes place in high-risk secret realms, emphasizing practical application of skills with a high danger level. That's why the minimum requirement is the 4th tier. I see. Yiming nodded in understanding. Keep working hard, Hong Lin said, turning her gaze to the window, suddenly remembering something. By the way, Yiming, have you applied for the Demon Suppression Tower trial? The Demon Suppression Tower? Yiming shook his head. No, I don't even know what that is. Hong Lin then explained in detail. The Demon Suppression Tower is the top trial ground at Star Magic University, powered by the Qianquan Demon Suppression Pillar. Participants can continuously challenge levels to test their strength. Each level cleared comes with corresponding rewards. Although Star Magic University has been around for a century, the total number of levels in the Demon Suppression Tower remains a mystery. The highest known level is the 98th, personally verified by the principal. As she spoke, Hong Lin got up and pointed into the distance. Do you see that entirely black building with crimson patterns? Yiming followed her finger and looked in that direction. The Demon Suppression Tower stands majestically at hundreds of meters high, with black and red patterns swirling around it like living creatures. Thick chains hang down from the top, weaving layer by layer. From a distance, it seems to be confronting a slumbering ancient beast. This tower, which reaches a height of 150 meters, is merely the tip of the iceberg on the outside and side. It is a world unto itself, a mysterious realm that far exceeds the dimensions of reality. So, do you need me to help you apply for entry into the tower? Hong Lin turned to look at Yiming, her eyes filled with anticipation. There are rich rewards for passing each level. It's the top trial ground of Star Demon University. Of course, I can't miss this. Thank you, Teacher Hong Lin. Yiming nodded immediately. After completing the identity registration, the application was quickly submitted. Since it was the start of the school term, many new students were applying for entry into the tower. The school's workgroup needed to verify each application individually, and the results wouldn't be available until the evening. Apart from the Demon Suppression Tower, the school also has the Ice Ancient Tower, the Nine Dragon Tomb, the Endless Purgatory, and other trial grounds, Hong Lin continued to explain. Although they don't compare to the Demon Suppression Tower, each has its own unique features. However, I suggest you first go to the secret realm to hunt fierce beasts and elevate your level to tier 4 before anything else. Trial grounds are synonymous with intensity and high pressure, designed to maximize human potential and serve as a shortcut for rapidly enhancing one's strength. They are fundamentally different from ordinary secret realms. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. Well, if there's nothing else, go have some lunch. I'll let you know once your tower application is approved. Okay. In the afternoon, Yiming went to the Mage Academy. The teaching system here was completely different from the Assassin Academy. The Assassin Academy uses a promotion system, divided into basic, advanced, and ultimate classes, while the Mage Academy operates on a point system. Teachers evaluate students' performances to assign points, and once they meet the requirements, they can unlock more courses. Outstanding performance can earn additional points, similar to a level-clearing game. Yiming currently had 2 courses to choose from: Practical Elemental Control and Basic Theoretical Mage Studies. He chose the former and earned 500 points after just 1 class, with the teacher telling him he didn't need to attend again. As for Basic Theoretical Mage Studies, theoretical knowledge is ultimately just theory, Shanggong Lingxin said, resting her head on her hand, looking frustrated. This course was a required one at the Mage Academy, and she had failed it last year, needing to retake it. Judging by her current state, she might have to retake it again this year. Yiming, she nudged him with her elbow. I heard from your sister that you like secret realms with lots of fierce beasts. I know a great place, Iron City. It's one of Star Demon University's classic secret realms. Although it's man-made, it contains all kinds of fierce beasts. Clearing it can earn you a drive crystal worth 700,000. 700,000. Perhaps because he had been around big shots for a while, Yiming wasn't particularly excited about that number anymore. Shanggong Lingxin seemed to notice his thoughts, her eyes suddenly deepening. I know you don't care much for that reward, but if you break the clearance record, you can earn the Iron Heart. It's an extremely rare beast material that, once refined, can make your body as hard as steel, valued at 5 million, priceless. And most importantly, There are a full 10,000 fierce beasts inside, with the strongest being only at quasi-tier 5. Yiming's eyes lit up. Let's go. As a hallmark feature of Star Demon University, the campus boasts tens of thousands of secret realms, categorized into natural and artificial types. These realms are available for students to choose from as needed, and thanks to the substantial annual subsidies from the school, their usage fees are only a tenth of similar facilities elsewhere. At this moment, 30 students are preparing to enter the City of Machines' secret realm. While staff distribute safety wristbands, Shanggong Lingxin introduces the realm's features. Most of the students are at the second and third tiers, with only 3 fourth-tier contract masters present. As Yiming's gaze sweeps over these fourth-tier experts, a familiar figure catches his eye. He Qingren. Sensing Yiming's attention, He Qingren frowns, turns his head, and pulls a disdainful smirk before striding into the secret realm. Do you have a grudge with that guy? Shanggong Lingxin keenly notices the tension between them. Yiming nods. You could say that. Then you should be careful, Shanggong Lingxin warns in a low voice. He Qingren is notoriously insidious and deceitful, backed by the Black Wind Gang, and exudes a rogue aura. He loves to set traps in secret, and in the realm, he probably won't make things easy for you. If he insists on running into my blade, Yiming's eyes flash with a cold glint, his voice icy. I won't mind splitting his head open. Let's go into the realm. Inside the realm, a desolate steel city looms through the torrential rain. Dark clouds swirl like a massive vortex in the sky, thunder roaring among them, and the downpour cascades like silver threads. Neon lights refract through the rain, sketching a magnificent futuristic nightscape. See the energy orb on the distant tower? Shanggong Lingxin points out. That's the heart of the entire City of Machines. Our mission is to reach it and destroy it. Following her gesture, Yiming sees a mechanical tower towering 100 meters high. At its top, a blue energy orb with a 4-meter diameter floats, emitting blinding arcs of lightning. The 30 students are scattered on the high-rises throughout the city, ready for action. A bolt of lightning splits the sky, and everyone moves simultaneously. Streaks of light shoot into the air, with Yiming clad in divine armor, wielding a scythe, darting toward the target like an arrow. Suddenly, the roar of engines rises from below the city. A pack of ferocious beasts made entirely of steel blocks everyone's path. These mechanical hounds stand at 1.5 meters tall, compact and agile, with 3 sharp steel claws glinting coldly, their dog-like faces menacing and terrifying. With deafening roars, the mechanical hounds charge. Yiming twists his wrist, the scythe drawing a graceful arc, sparks flying, the sky bursting with clouds of smoke. Defeated a 3rd-tier steel claw hound, realm experience 15, skill experience 15. Defeated a 3rd-tier steel claw hound, realm experience 15, skill experience 15. Defeated a 3rd-tier steel claw hound, realm experience 15, skill experience 15. The battle prompts flash continuously, and Yiming is fully immersed in this intense slaughter. A shadowy mass suddenly attacked from behind a swarm of vicious stinger hornets. These palm-sized creatures had blood-red eyes, and their mechanical wings vibrated at high speeds, producing an ear-piercing buzz. Starbreak. Shanggong Lingxin's clear voice pierced the sky. With a single hand gesture, countless starlit points gathered around her. As she swung her arm, the brilliant starlight transformed into a barrage of arrows, shooting toward the swarm of hornets. Explosions erupted in the sky, and the intense flames illuminated the night. Charge! Yiming darted forward like a stream of darkness, his shadow domain following closely. Inyuyu manipulated 2 dark tendrils that danced in the air, sometimes forming sharp blades to slice through the beasts, other times becoming a dark drill to pierce their chests. Damn, how is he so fast? He Qingren watched as Yiming closed in on the core, a cold glint in his eyes. He clasped his hands together, conjuring 2 giant phantom palms that crushed the beasts into a mass and hurled it at Yiming. Sensing the danger, Yiming turned to see the black mass of beasts rapidly enlarging in his vision. Useless trick. He spread his black wings, releasing a flurry of arrow-like feathers. At the same time, his scythe slashed through the air, slicing the beast mass in half with a strike several meters long. System notifications flashed continuously. Successfully killed a Tier 3 armored bat, gaining 15 realm experience, 15 skill experience. Successfully killed a Tier 3 mutated griffin, gaining 15 realm experience, 15 skill experience. Successfully killed a Tier 4 origin python, gaining 40 realm experience, 40 skill experience. Through the split beast mass, Yiming saw He Qingren watching him with a disdainful smile. He Qingren snorted, using the power of Ns-class Energy Sanus's contract to transform his body into a high-speed airflow, rushing toward the core. Think you can run after pulling tricks? Yiming pursued relentlessly, his speed far surpassing He Qingren's. In the blink of an eye, Yiming leaped above his opponent, his black wings fluttering as he expanded his dark domain, accelerating even further. He Qingren's movement stalled, and Yiming seized the opportunity. The dark patterns on his thigh gleamed as he delivered a powerful kick to He Qingren's back, sending him crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Holy crap! Yiming and He Qingren are fighting. The onlooking students gasped. Amidst the thunderous crash, He Qingren erupted from the dust, his face twisted in rage. Dare to attack me? You force my hand. Before he could finish, Yiming appeared in front of him, scythe in hand, striking with both hands. The scythe carved an arc in the air, filled with raw killing intent, as Yiming's eyes burned red with unrestrained fury. The scythe sliced through the air, emitting a black and red glow. At the last moment, a shield appeared around He Qingren, faintly revealing the presence of a Tier 6 contract master. Yet, the shield was unable to fully withstand Yiming's assault, and the scythe left a gruesome wound on He Qingren's body. Damn it! How dare you attack me in the secret realm? The school's disciplinary committee won't let you get away with this. He Qingren shouted furiously, his eyes wide with rage, before pressing his wristband and disappearing in a beam of light. Yiming remained expressionless as he put away his scythe, unfazed by He Qingren's threats. Although the school had strict rules against killing each other in the secret realm, his lethal strike had been deflected by He Qingren's protective measures, altering the scythe's trajectory. Since no real harm was done, the most the disciplinary committee would do was give a verbal warning. Putting these thoughts aside, Yiming continued deeper into the secret realm. His scythe traced a crimson path through the air, and mechanical beasts exploded in his wake, spilling their parts across the ground. The system notifications kept coming. Successfully killed a Tier 3 Iron Wing Bat, gaining 15 realm experience and 15 skill experience. Successfully killed a Tier 4 Laser Venom Lizard, gaining 30 realm experience and 30 skill experience. Successfully killed a Tier 4 Pulse Elephant, gaining 30 realm experience and 30 skill experience. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed as Yiming finally reached the towering structure at the city's center, where a pulsating energy orb hovered like a beating heart. Suddenly, a deafening roar split the air. Yiming looked up to see a half-mechanical creature clad in heavy armor descending from the sky, wielding a giant hammer crackling with electricity. It was a near-tier 5 Biasta hammer warrior. Lightning arced from the hammer, but Yiming deftly evaded with his shadowy technique. Knights vanish, leaving only flickering afterimages. He steadied himself with his scythe and peered through the dust at the looming silhouette. This time, Yiming held nothing back, expanding his dark domain as his killing intent became palpable. In a flash, he appeared before the hammer warrior, vanishing again just as the heavy hammer swung, only to reappear behind his foe. Smoke billowed from the tower as the watching students held their breath. Whoosh! A mechanical head soared into the sky. A hammer warrior had been beheaded. Holy crap, that's insane power, taking down a near Tier 5 beast. He doesn't seem like a Tier 3 contract master at all. Who said which contract masters are weak? They're way stronger than Saint contract masters. If I'd known, I would have contracted with a witch too. Standing atop the tower, Yiming swung his scythe at the pulsating energy core. Boom! Energy erupted as the core shattered. Ding! Congratulations to contestant Yiming for breaking the Steel City Tier 3 contract master record. Reward: Heart of Steel. A metallic sphere appeared in Yiming's hand, radiating intense energy. Yiming, equip the Divine Ruin Demon Armor and transfer the Heart of Steel's energy. Shadow's ethereal voice instructed. Following the advice, Yiming channeled the energy into the armor. In an instant, a black and red light blazed across the sky. After successfully absorbing the Heart of Steel, Yiming was astonished to discover a remarkable transformation in the Godfall demon armor. Initially, it was just a black bodysuit covering his body, which gradually evolved into a solid shell-like armor as his abilities improved. Now, after merging with the Heart of Steel, it has completely transformed into a futuristic high-tech battle suit. The deep black metallic surface shimmered with a cold sheen, while blood-red energy patterns flickered along the seams of the armor. The entire suit exuded a powerful and mysterious aura, as if it were the perfect fusion of ancient magic and modern technology. A mechanical heart can enhance the Godfall demon armor to such an extent. Yiming couldn't hide his shock. A faint voice whispered in his ear. The mechanical heart is important, but more crucial is the vast number of mechanical beasts you defeated in the secret realm. Their energy was fully released under the catalysis of the mechanical heart, ultimately becoming the nourishment that strengthened the Godfall demon armor. I see. Yiming nodded thoughtfully. The gains from this trip to the secret realm far exceeded his expectations. Not only did the Godfall demon armor undergo a qualitative leap, but his own experience level also significantly increased. System panel display. Name: Yiming. Spirit: max level. Realm: 3rd tier contract master 957 0001 000 Vitality: 1500. Mental power: 1500. Contract spirit: Godfall Dark Knight Emperor. Contract spirit level: SSS. Skills available for upgrade. Dark Domain level 1113. Godfall Demon Armor level 1113. Eternal Night Descend level 1113. Innate Talents, Slaughter Growth, Emperor's Battle Intent. With just one step away from a breakthrough, Yiming started considering ways to gather the materials needed for advancing to a fourth-tier contract master. Currently, the most reliable option seemed to be the Grim Market in the Grim Hall. As Yiming and Shangguan Lingxin left the secret realm, dozens of security personnel in uniform armor surrounded them. The captain raised his badge and said coldly, Star Demon University Enforcement Hall. Yiming, you're suspected of attacking other students in the secret realm, violating school regulations. Please come with us. Enough, a chilling voice interrupted the captain. Everyone turned to see a tall figure with a staff approaching slowly. Her presence caused the temperature in the entire secret realm hall to drop. The enforcement hall captain exclaimed in shock, Principal Lin Yin? Just handling a matter. Lin Yin replied coolly, then approached He Qingren, looking down at him with icy eyes. He Qingren, is it? After receiving a trembling confirmation, Lin Yin directly announced, You are expelled from Star Demon University. The words struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone stunned. Expelled? I'm the victim here. Why? He Qingren's protest was cut short by Lin Yin's cold gaze. With undeniable authority in her voice, Lin Yin stated, Everyone here saw clearly why you were attacked. In consideration of your past as a Star Demon University student, you have 1 hour to pack and leave. Additionally, 3 years in prison and a 30 million compensation. Your father needs to respond within an hour. Principal Lin Yin. He Qingren turned to Lin Yin, a pleading light in his eyes. Lin Yin looked at him expressionlessly, her voice cold and firm. You have 59 minutes left. If you exceed the time, I will have you arrested according to the law. He Qingren's mouth twitched as he glared fiercely at Yiming before turning and striding away, his footsteps echoing in the hall. The staff and students on site exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. The captain of the enforcement team widened his eyes. Everyone had always thought of Lin Yin as the reclusive principal who stayed out of worldly affairs unless the school faced a major crisis, and she rarely showed herself. Yet at this moment, the usually aloof leader was personally stepping in for Yiming, a mere student. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Yin left the scene with Yiming. The students who usually sided with He Qingren lowered their heads, afraid of being implicated. As they walked out of the secret realm hall, Yiming was deep in thought. Lin Yin strolled with him across the campus and suddenly spoke. Even if I hadn't intervened today, you wouldn't have been in trouble. Our enforcement team is the best, fully capable of uncovering the facts. At Star Demon University, a clear conscience is a soft pillow. You can rest assured of that. Yiming nodded, then worriedly added, Teacher Lin, will standing up for me today affect you? I know the relationships among you big shots are complicated, and a small move can have big consequences. Lin Yin looked at Yiming in surprise, her cold expression briefly pausing before a smile appeared. You're young but quite perceptive. Yes, in my position, I have to consider the consequences of everything. Even small matters can trigger big problems. But, she looked directly into Yiming's eyes, so what? You're my student, and it's only right for me to protect you. Otherwise, what kind of teacher would I be? She calmly added, a teacher who watches their student get bullied and doesn't step in doesn't deserve the title. Don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about Gu Yunfeng, that old man. Though he's dull, I learned to be protective from him. If he were at the school today, he would definitely stand up too. Just then, Yiming's phone suddenly rang. He instinctively moved to hang up, but Lin Yin waved her hand. It's fine. Take your call. I'll just walk around. After the call ended, Lin Yin asked, Who was it? From your tone, it seemed like good news. It was Teacher Hong Lin, Yiming nodded. She helped me apply for access to the Demon Suppression Tower at noon, and it's been approved. The Demon Suppression Tower. Lin Yin was silent for a moment before slowly saying, It's the top trial ground at Star Demon University, very challenging and dangerous. One mistake, and you could get hurt. I suggest you wait until you're at the 4th stage before attempting the challenge. Yiming didn't respond directly. Instead, he gazed at Lin Yin and asked, Teacher Lin, has there ever been a 3rd stage contractor who entered the Demon Suppression Tower? Yes, there have been. Am I much worse than they were? Lin Yin shook her head slightly, a hint of approval in her eyes. You're more capable and your talent is much higher than theirs. She raised an eyebrow, her gaze becoming sharp. So, are you planning to challenge the Demon Suppression Tower now? Yes. Yiming nodded firmly. A knowing smile appeared on Lin Yin's lips. All right, go ahead. I'll go with you. If there's any danger, I can save your little life. This response left Yiming taken aback. He had prepared a whole slew of arguments in his mind, not expecting Lin Yin to agree so readily. I know what you're thinking, Lin Yin saw through his thoughts. Why would I refuse you? Would you give up on entering the Demon Suppression Tower just because of my refusal? Geniuses are rebellious, they don't accept defeat, and they all have a sense of pride. Teacher Lin, you know so much, Yiming remarked sincerely. Of course, Lin Yin said with a touch of pride on her face. After all, I used to be a genius too. In front of the demon suppression tower, its majestic structure soared into the clouds. Standing at the base and looking up, the layers of towers stacked upon each other seemed like an inverted abyss, stretching endlessly. Yiming quickly completed his identity registration and received his identity card. Name: Yiming. Level: 3rd stage contractor. Current floor: 0. Approval status: approved. When the number of floors you clear in the demon suppression tower changes, the floor number on your identity card will also change. Linine pointed to a large virtual screen suspended in midair. The leaderboard displayed prominently. First place: Yi Tian, level unknown, floors 98. Second place: Linine, 8th-stage contractor, floors 90. Third place: Gu Yunfeng, 8th-stage contractor, floors 89. Fourth place: Lu Qingfeng, pre-8th stage contractor, floors 83. The top 10 on the leaderboard are the pillars of Tsinghua University, with great strength and profound background. This list mainly serves as a reference. Of course, if you perform exceptionally well, the school will give generous rewards. Just then, a crisp announcement echoed from the demon suppression tower. Ding! Congratulations to Su Jiao, a sophomore from the Assassination Academy, for successfully reaching the 17th floor, ranking 7th in the 4th stage contractor leaderboard. Reward: Star C Coral 1 inch. The giant door slowly opened, and a girl with sweat-soaked clothes staggered out. Su Jiao's face was pale, and she was panting heavily, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Staff members immediately approached to support her, offering the prepared restorative medicine. After taking the medicine, Su Jiao felt revitalized and let out a long breath. That was exhausting, but at least I made it to the 17th floor. It's a small breakthrough. A joyful smile spread across her face. Looking up, she saw Yiming and Linine. Student Su Jiao greets Principal Linine. She immediately cupped her fists in salute. Not bad. Linine nodded in approval. You broke through in less than a month, but reaching the 17th floor of the demon suppression tower shows you've put in a lot of effort. No wonder Principal Linine could see through my level at a glance. Su Jiao scratched her head in embarrassment. Thank you, Principal Linine, for the compliment. She then turned to Yiming, curiosity flashing in her eyes. So Yiming, are you here to challenge the demon suppression tower too? Yes. Yiming nodded slightly. I knew it, Su Jiao said calmly. Although the best stage to challenge the demon suppressing tower is the 4th tier, a prodigy like you won't wait obediently until then. To be honest, I'm really curious to see how far you can go now. Yiming clenched his fists, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. I'm curious too. Soon, guided by the staff, Yiming stepped into a spacious metallic chamber. The walls were made of high-strength alloy, with blue light strips climbing up, emitting a piercing glow. Buzz. As the blue formation beneath him lit up, Yiming's vision began to blur. The surroundings shattered and reassembled like a broken mirror. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a blood-red purgatory. The crimson soil seemed stained with blood, corpses piled high, and rivers of blood meandered through the landscape. The heavy scent of blood filled the air, and the ground beneath his feet was as viscous as flesh. Looking up, a pitch-black hole split the blood-red sky, bottomless and seemingly leading to a deeper level. Charge! At the thought, the Godfall demon armor with its metallic sheen enveloped his body. Its elegant curves stood out in the scarlet world as Yiming transformed into a black meteor, shooting straight toward the passage in the sky. Boom! The earth trembled as thick red vines burst forth like bamboo shoots after a rain, their sharp thorns glinting coldly as they pursued Yiming relentlessly. Just as Yiming felt relieved by his speed, thunder suddenly rolled across the sky, and blood clouds gathered. A terrifying pressure descended, slowing him down drastically. The red vines quickly caught up, wrapping around him tightly, forming a massive vine ball. Ah! With an angry roar, cracks appeared across the vine ball, and black light seeped through the gaps. Break! With an explosion, Yiming broke free from the restraints and flew toward the passage again. He glanced back at the wildly dancing vines below, thinking to himself, this demon-suppressing tower is no joke. Even the first level is so challenging. I can't afford to be careless. In the monitoring room, Linine and Su Jiao were closely watching Yiming's every move on the screen. Seeing him break through the first level, Su Jiao let out a long breath. That scared me. I thought he was going to fail at the first level. That would have been embarrassing if the top freshman didn't clear the first level. Yiming's combat strength is extraordinary. You can't judge him by normal standards, Linine remarked. As he spoke, the screen showed Yiming rapidly breaking through the second, third, and fourth levels with astonishing speed. When he first entered the demon suppression tower, Yiming was unaware of its rules, which led to his carelessness. Now, as he challenges the tower again, Yiming is not only fully utilizing his strength, but is also well-versed in the rules. For him, reaching the 15th level is no longer a daunting task. 15th level, not difficult? Su Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Linine. No way. Even a newly advanced 4th-tier contract master can only reach the 15th level in the Demon Suppression Tower. Yiming is just a 3rd-tier contract master. Principal Lin Yin, isn't the highest record for a 3rd-tier contract master only the 9th level? Lin Yin nodded lightly. Yes. While Su Jiao was still in shock, Yiming had already broken through the 9th level. Inside the Demon Suppression Tower, 10 soul-type fierce beasts descended from the sky. They hovered in midair, their lower bodies transforming into swirling mist, wielding tridents crackling with electricity. Their bloodshot crimson eyes exuded a menacing glow. Lightning snaked towards Yiming like a serpent. Clad in the Godfall demon armor, Yiming's speed surged, and with the Dark Knight technique, he moved effortlessly through the thunder, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. In the midst of darkness, a cold glint flashed, and the 10 soul-type beasts suddenly felt a chilling sensation at their necks. Their consciousness blurred, and scenes of their lives flashed before them like a spinning lantern. Notifications of killed a Quasi 4th-tier floating spirit demon, gained 40 realm experience, 40 skill experience, echoed repeatedly. These floating spirit demons are surprisingly strong, Yiming remarked in astonishment. Generally, 4th-tier beasts only provided 30 experience points, yet this Quasi 4th-tier floating spirit demon gave 40, indicating its extraordinary strength. After dealing with the floating spirit demons, Yiming proceeded to the next level. Before him lay a vast desert, with fierce winds whipping up yellow sand. The exit for this level was located at the Eye of the Storm, testing not only combat skills, but also physical endurance. Yiming had to cleave through the storm with sheer force, braving the blade-like wind to enter the storm's eye. Onward, Yiming charged into the storm without hesitation. 10th level cleared. 11th level, the ground was covered with sharp swords, their tips pointing skyward. As Yiming attempted to enter the passage in the sky, countless swords shot towards him. However, these swords couldn't harm him at all. 12th level, Yiming unleashed the Eternal Night, effortlessly annihilating the surging beast horde, and found the passage at the center of the horde. 13th level, 14th level, both conquered. 15th level, the difficulty increased sharply. A towering pyramid stood, guarded by two 30-meter-high stone griffins, each a 4th-tier beast. A typical 4th-tier contract master would need to maneuver carefully and seize an opportunity to enter the passage at the pyramid's peak. However, Yiming chose a frontal assault, slicing 35 times in 10 breaths to dismember the stone griffins completely. 16th level. Without pausing, Yiming charged to the higher level. Lin Yin watched the surveillance footage with a serious expression. Before the 15th level, the main tests are combat ability and physical strength, Su Jiao analyzed. Starting from the 16th level, it also tests mental strength. Has Yiming specifically trained his mental strength? Lin Yin shook his head. I'm not sure, but I noticed his vitality is strong. If his mental strength matches his vitality, he should be able to pass the 16th level. However, I haven't heard Gu Yunfeng mention Yiming training in mental strength. The 16th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. As Yiming stepped in, the scene before him instantly transformed. He found himself in a completely enclosed rectangular space, with the walls and ceiling of the room, which stretched for dozens of meters, covered in giant speakers made of a special type of metal. Each speaker was inlaid with shimmering golden patterns, forming a massive matrix. The space was eerily silent, as if the air itself was frozen. Yiming could clearly hear the sound of his own heartbeat echoing in his chest. At that moment, Inyuyu's voice resonated in his mind. Yiming, something is amiss. These speakers are gathering a special energy, targeting not your physical body, but your mental strength. Mental strength. Yiming was slightly taken aback. He had heard about the diverse trial methods of the Demon Suppression Tower, but he hadn't expected mental strength to be within the scope of the test. A mechanical, cold voice then announced, "The challenge of the 16th floor is about to begin. The trial requires resisting the demon sound in the sound matrix for 3 minutes. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 1. Challenge begins." Buzzing. As soon as the voice ended, the array of speakers on the walls erupted with powerful sound waves, spreading like a tidal wave throughout the entire space. The instant the sound waves entered his ears, Yiming felt a sharp pain in his brain, as if thousands of needles were piercing his mind simultaneously. Quickly circulate your energy to protect your brain, Inyuyu urgently advised. The demon sounds attack is aimed at your mental barrier. As she spoke, she immediately guided Yiming's internal energy flow. Crimson patterns flashed beneath Yiming's skin, and under Inyuyu's guidance, his once scattered mental energy swiftly converged, forming a solid defensive barrier within his mind. The pain vanished instantly. Yiming looked at his own hands, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Not only had he successfully resisted the demon sound's attack, but more importantly, under Inyuyu's guidance, he finally grasped the method of utilizing his mental strength. It's worth noting that his mental strength was already on par with his physical strength, deeply rooted, but he simply hadn't known how to use it before. Yiming sat cross-legged on the ground, remaining as steady as a rock despite the onslaught of the demon's sound. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. 16th floor passed. In the monitoring room, Sujio couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Yiming is unbelievable. It's one thing to have such strong combat abilities and a tough physique, but now his mental strength is equally impressive. Does he have any weaknesses at all?" As a fourth-tier contract master, she had seen a lot, yet it was the first time she felt such a strong sense of crisis from a junior. Lin shook her head and said, "No, you're wrong. Yiming does have a weakness. Although he's agile, powerful, explosive, and enduring, with precise control over his body, his defensive capabilities are lacking." Upon hearing this, Sujio frowned slightly, recalling that indeed she had never seen Yiming display strong defensive abilities. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that no one is perfect, Lin added, "Yes, Yiming's defense is average, but the battle armor he wears during combat perfectly compensates for this shortcoming." Lin proudly said, "No wonder Yiming is my disciple. He truly deserves the title of a hexagonal warrior." Sujio's lips twitched slightly as she kept her eyes fixed on Yiming, who had already reached the 17th level. The difficulty of this level was something she barely managed to overcome, and for good reason. 10 noble-blooded fourth-tier beasts guarded it. What made the situation even more challenging was that these beasts formed a well-disciplined combat unit. 3 served as frontline shield-bearers, 2 agile ones were responsible for assaults, another 2 acted as all-rounder warriors providing support, and the final 2 took on the roles of long-range attack and healing. Their coordination was as seamless as that of an elite human squad. The battle was about to commence. Fireballs and arrows rained down from the sky as Yiming unfolded his black wings, deftly dodging in midair. Suddenly, his aura surged, and like an arrow released from a bow, he charged toward the skeletal beast wielding a sharp sword and the fire-breathing lizard on the ground. However, 3 crystal shield-bearing monsters intercepted him instantly, colliding heavily with Yiming. The massive impact forced him back, and his divine long scythe dragged a trench dozens of meters long across the ground before coming to a halt. "I'll have to get serious," Yiming murmured, narrowing his eyes as the divine long scythe in his hand radiated a brilliant light. He soared into the air, unleashing several arcs of blood-red crescents. The beasts immediately formed a shield formation to counter, which played right into Yiming's hands. An abyssal domain suddenly unfolded, with dark energy snaking around the beasts, ravenously absorbing their strength. When those scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness, the beasts were powerless to resist. Yiming's right arm merged with the divine long scythe, surrounded by dark tendrils and black wings, transforming him into a fearsome, scythe-wielding figure. Fallen slash. In an instant, a flash of blood-red light appeared, and the heads of the 10 beasts flew into the air. System notifications rang out in succession. Successfully killed 4th-tier Crystal Shield Ape, Realm Experience 60, Skill Experience 60. Successfully killed Flame-Spitting Ancient Lizard, Realm Experience 60, Skill Experience 60. Successfully killed Bone-Devouring Archer, Realm Experience 60, Skill Experience 60. Before the experience points could be fully tallied, Yiming was already heading toward the next level. The 18th floor, the 19th floor, the 20th floor. The sounds of beasts collapsing echoed one after another as they fell. Yiming stood on a small boat in the vast ocean, wielding a long scythe. Around him, large purple jellyfish-like beasts floated on the water's surface, their purple blood tainting the surrounding sea and their decaying bodies emitting a foul stench. System notifications flashed continuously. Successfully killed a Tier 4 purple lightning jellyfish, Realm Experience 70, Skill Experience 70. Successfully killed a Tier 4 purple lightning jellyfish, Realm Experience 70, Skill Experience 70. As the experience points accumulated, Yiming felt his aura becoming more profound. He immediately pulled up his status panel to check. Name: Yiming. Spirituality: Max level. Realm: Tier 3 Contract Master 98700010000000. Vitality: 1500. Mental Power: 1500. Contract Spirit: Fallen Knight Demon Emperor SSS Class. Skills available for upgrade: Dark Domain Level 11 Level 13. Fallen Demon Armor Level 11 Level 13. Eternal Knight Descent Level 11 Level 13. Spiritual Talent: Growth through Slaughter, Demon Emperor's Battle Will. Just 13,000 experience points away from Tier 4. At the latest, I'll break through the day after tomorrow, Yiming calculated silently. Although he wanted to continue training in the Demon Suppression Tower, the 20th floor was his current limit. To move to the 21st floor, he needed to advance to Tier 4. Meanwhile, the work area of the Demon Suppression Tower was bustling with activity. Students were everywhere, boasting about their achievements. In the center of the hall, a group gathered around a girl with twin ponytails. Chun Lingling, with her fair skin and youthful appearance, had eyes as pure as water. Her white stockings and the hint of skin between them and her skirt added to her youthful charm. "Lingling, you're amazing." Breaking through the 12th floor at Tier 3 is a new record for Star Magic University. If you hadn't been careless on the 13th floor, you might have gone even further. Chun Lingling flashed a sweet smile, her little canine teeth peeking through. Thank you, seniors. I'll keep working hard. Just then, the system announcement rang out. Congratulations to Chun Lingling, a sophomore from the Healing Academy, for successfully reaching the 12th floor and ranking first on the Tier 3 Contract Master Leaderboard. Reward, Illusory Cloud Mirror. The introduction of the Illusory Cloud Mirror followed, a special treasure crafted from celestial materials, capable of changing size at will. Its surface can reflect enemy spell attacks, offering excellent defensive capabilities. This is a treasure that money can't buy. The Illusory Cloud Mirror is extremely rare on the market, and it's rumored that a well-preserved one can even withstand a full-force attack from a 5th-tier contract master. The students around looked at the treasure in Chun Lingling's hand, their eyes filled with envy. They admired her extraordinary talent and envied her for acquiring such a precious, illusory cloud mirror. Just then, a clear tone sounded from the broadcast system. The students all looked up, eyebrows raised. Another powerhouse has made it onto the rankings? Congratulations to Yiming, a freshman from the Assassination Academy, for reaching the 20th floor and ranking first on the 3rd-tier Contract Master Leaderboard. Reward, Nether Black Marrow Crystal. The announcement continued. This material contains nether and dark powers, and is an extremely precious natural forging material. Weapons crafted with it not only possess formidable destructive power, but if fused with a weapon, they can imbue it with powerful dark and nether forces. Upon hearing this, the students, who had been excited, immediately widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Yiming? The 20th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower? First on the 3rd-tier Contract Master Leaderboard. Did I hear that right? A 3rd tier managed to reach the 20th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower? This guy must have found some loophole. Don't talk nonsense. The Demon Suppression Tower is the top trial ground of Star Demon University. If there were any loopholes, wouldn't the principal, at that level of strength, have detected them? As the crowd was engaged in a heated debate, Yiming emerged from the Demon Suppression Tower. Upon seeing him, the scene erupted in exclamations. I remember now. Isn't he the top new student in this year's entrance test? Yes, that's him. I heard he formed 4-color spirit patterns, a genius among geniuses. Even the 2 top SS-level freshmen couldn't withstand a single move from him. The title top of the entrance test echoed in everyone's minds. Although many had never seen Yiming in person, his figure was already well known through campus announcements. Chun Lingling's smile slowly faded, replaced by a look of astonishment. She murmured to herself, 3rd tier, 20th floor, Yiming. The senior students around her noticed her change in expression, unsure how to console her. As a talented sophomore in the Healing Academy, Chun Lingling could have advanced to the 4th tier last semester. But to challenge herself, she switched majors midway, aspiring to become a combat healer, constantly pushing her limits. She had barely reached the 12th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, only to be left far behind by Yiming in an instant. Yiming, a sense of competitive spirit rose within Chun Lingling. I will surpass you. As night fell, Yiming returned to his private villa. He absorbed the materials given by Lin Yin and Gu Yunfeng, feeling the changes in his strength. Vitality, 1500-1700. Mental power, 1500-1700. My physical attributes now surpass most 4th-tier contract masters. Yiming clenched his fist, but my level. He was still short of 13,000 experience points to advance to a 4th-tier contract master. This amount of experience, for him now, could be easily gained by entering a secret realm once. However, it was already late at night, and the school's secret realms were closed. To advance to the 4th tier, he would have to wait until tomorrow. What a pity. Yiming sighed inwardly. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew from behind. An elder in a robe appeared behind him without a sound. Yiming turned and immediately greeted respectfully. Student Yiming greets the teacher. Gu Yunfeng nodded slightly, a meaningful smile on his face. Yiming, do you want to become a 4th-tier contract master? Tonight. The allure of becoming a 4th-tier contract master was simply too great. Without much thought, Yiming agreed to Gu Yunfeng's proposal and soon followed him to the outskirts of the 3rd border city. So, there's really no shortcut? Yiming's lips twitched slightly, his eyes filled with a hint of expectation. He had initially hoped that Gu Yunfeng would produce some miraculous treasure to help him directly break through to the 4th tier. Gu Yunfeng's expression was serious as he slowly explained. Cultivation requires steady progress, step by step. External assistance can never compare to one's own efforts. Every bit of strength you accumulate now will become your most reliable support in the future. He carefully observed Yiming. I can sense your aura is deep, and there are signs above your head, indicating an impending breakthrough. There are many ways to achieve a breakthrough. Consuming rare treasures, waiting for energy to naturally overflow, and the most effective method. Gu Yunfeng's gaze sharpened, A breakthrough through combat. He elaborated. A combat breakthrough involves finding an opportunity to advance during battle, elevating to the next level. The greatest advantage of this method is that the contract master can clearly feel the increase in combat power brought by the breakthrough, preventing any hollow advancement. More importantly, it lays a solid foundation for future breakthroughs. The powerful beasts outside the domain are ideal opponents for you to seek a breakthrough during combat. With that, Gu Yunfeng led Yiming to a special area, the icy depths. This place served as a natural trial ground beyond the domain. As far as the eye could see, the flat and solid ice stretched all the way to the foothills of distant mountains, which formed a natural protective barrier. Beneath the thick ice, countless fierce beasts lay dormant. This open terrain is well suited for one-on-many battles, Gu Yunfeng advised. Do your utmost to find an opportunity for a breakthrough. Remember, reaching the 4th tier is no easy feat, even I succeeded only on my 2nd attempt. According to official statistics, the success rate for 3rd-tier contract masters breaking through to the 4th tier is just 40%. Yiming nodded silently and walked to the center of the icy depths. Taking a deep breath, a flash of red light appeared in his eyes as he stomped down hard, shattering the ice. Whoosh! Dozens of serrated ice sharks burst through the ice. They were 3 meters long, with sharp teeth still holding bits of decayed flesh, emitting a nauseating stench. How disgusting! Yiming grimaced in disgust and instantly summoned his Godslayer armor to cover his body. Wielding a scythe, he charged into the swarm of sharks, the blades slicing through the air, releasing a biting cold light. The blood-red crescent moon flashed continuously in the sky, accompanied by the slicing sound of shoo, as the group of serrated ice sharks failed to last even a minute. System notifications kept popping up. Successfully killed a 3rd-tier serrated ice shark, realm experience 20, spirit skill experience 20. Successfully killed a 3rd-tier serrated ice shark, realm experience 20, spirit skill experience 20. Successfully killed a 3rd-tier serrated ice shark, realm experience 20, spirit skill experience 20. As this batch of serrated ice sharks fell, more beasts emerged from beneath the ice, and the battle continued. In the icy heartland, a dozen imposing ice-winged bears stood tall. Their massive bodies were covered with thick, white fur, and their 4 crimson eyes glimmered menacingly atop their heads. A pair of enormous bat-like wings spread out behind them, while their sharp ice claws gleamed with a metallic coldness under the harsh light. Roar! The ice-winged bear pack let out a thunderous roar, the sound waves reverberating through the icy terrain, causing the ice surface to instantly crack like a spider web. Die! Night Ming, unfazed, charged towards the beasts with lightning speed. The leading ice-winged bear swiped a ferocious claw aimed straight at his head. Night Ming deftly evaded, his left fist already smashing into the beast's chest. The giant creature was sent flying by the tremendous force, and before it could hit the ground, Night Ming's scythe, engulfed in swirling black flames, cleaved through it. Slash! The body of the ice-winged bear was severed with a gruesome sound. This scene enraged the remaining ice-winged bears, who simultaneously lunged at Night Ming, their terrifying presence causing the entire icy heartland to tremble violently. Night Ming remained calm, unleashing a dark domain to restrict the beast's movements, and then embarked on a one-sided slaughter. System notifications continuously echoed in his mind. Successfully killed a Tier 4 Ice-Winged Bear, Realm Experience 60, Skill Experience 60. Successfully killed a Tier 4 Ice-Winged Bear, Realm Experience 60, Skill Experience 60. Successfully killed a Tier 4 Ice-Winged Bear, Realm Experience 60, Skill Experience 60. To Night Ming, these fierce beasts were merely a series of cold data. His realm experience was rapidly climbing, just a few thousand points away from advancing to Tier 4. The risk of failing a breakthrough was never a concern for him. With his maxed-out spirit and the awakened talent of slaughter growth, he could easily surpass any realm without bottlenecks or failure. What I need to do now is to frantically gather experience and break through to Tier 4 as soon as possible. Night Ming plunged back into the battle. Not far away, Gu Yunfeng observed everything with a slight frown. To kill Tier 4 beasts effortlessly while at Tier 3, this boy indeed has extraordinary talent. If he breaks through to Tier 4, he might even challenge Tier 5 contract masters. He couldn't help but muse. Talent truly determines the ceiling, while effort determines the floor. Teacher. A figure quietly appeared behind Gu Yunfeng. The newcomer wore a bizarre mask with a green face and fangs, stood tall, and exuded a chilling aura. This was Ghostface, a mid-level assassin from the Grim Hall, known by his real name Su Qing, a senior at Star Demon University, and also Gu Yunfeng's disciple. With his talent for leaving purple spirit marks on the Qianquan Demon Suppression Pillar, he was expected to reach the heights of a Tier 7 contract master in his lifetime. Did you bring the item? Gu Yunfeng's gaze remained fixed on Night Ming. Yes. Su Qing handed over an exquisite wooden box, Tier 7 beast material eye of intimidation. This isn't for Night Ming. It's for you. Gu Yunfeng said with a wave of his hand. For me. Su Qing was momentarily stunned, then clasped his hands in gratitude. Student Su Qing thanks the teacher. However, compared to me, Junior Knight Ming needs this Tier 7 beast material more. Gu Yunfeng's response caught Su Qing off guard. It's fine, keep it. It's just a Tier 7 beast material. As for Knight Ming, I've prepared a Tier 8 beast material for him. Su Qing. Materials from an 8th tier beast are incredibly valuable, but Su Qing merely grumbled a bit before carefully storing them away. As Gu Yunfeng's disciple, he fully understood the gratitude he owed to his master and would not be ungrateful over such a trivial matter. He looked up towards Yiming, who was deep within the icy terrain. Under the pitch-black night sky, Yiming moved like lightning, his scythe glowing with a crimson hue. Each swing sent a beast's head flying. Hundreds of beasts surrounded him, yet they couldn't hinder his advance. His domain enveloped the battlefield, transforming him into a reaper of the night, harvesting lives one after another. Suddenly, a piercing wolf howl shattered the night. A giant wolf, entirely white with blue patterns, charged at Yiming. Its limbs were strong and powerful, its tail covered in frost, racing across the ice like a white lightning bolt. The wolf opened its massive jaws, unleashing a blue-white beam directly at Yiming. A Quasi 50-tier extreme, Ice Wolf King. Su Qing exclaimed, ready to rush forward to help, but Gu Yunfeng stopped him with a swift motion. Master, Yiming is no match for it. Su Qing's voice trailed off as a flash of cold light flickered under the moonlight. The head of the extreme Ice Wolf King soared high, landing heavily before Su Qing. How is this possible? Su Qing was dumbfounded, staring at the wolf's head in disbelief that a 3rd-tier contract master could slay a Quasi 5th-tier beast. Gu Yunfeng calmly explained, a witch contract master is inherently stronger than those of the same tier, especially when Yiming's contract is with an SS-class witch. Su Qing fell into deep thought. He had always been taught that contracting with a saintess was the proper path, but the reality before him completely overturned this belief. Suddenly, a blood-red pillar of light shot up from the icy depths, sending terrifying energy waves rippling through the surroundings. The nearby beasts scurried into their dens, too afraid to approach. He's broken through, Gu Yunfeng remarked with a tone of indifference, as if he had anticipated it all along. Su Qing silently calculated. From awakening his spirit to now, Yiming had taken just over 50 days to break through to the 4th tier. He gasped. Master, has anyone in the history of the Dragon Kingdom ever broken through to the 4th tier so quickly? This is beyond genius. It's monstrous. Su Qing turned his head, asking in a daze. Gu Yunfeng's response was firm and clear. Yes, but those were all achieved through drugs or special means. A natural breakthrough like Yiming's is unprecedented in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Whoa! Su Qing's eyes widened, a mix of shock, panic, and confusion playing across his face. Meanwhile, deep within the icy territory, a heavy thud resonated as the massive body of the extreme Ice Wolf King collapsed in front of Yiming. His eyes were blood-red, and an overwhelming killing intent emanated from him. The powerful aura from his breakthrough spread out, making the surrounding beasts show signs of fear, their eyes fixed on Yiming while their bodies involuntarily retreated. Tier 4. Yiming clenched his fist, feeling the surge of energy within him. Black flames burst from his fist, intertwined with fine arcs of lightning dancing in the air. A system notification immediately followed. Congratulations, you have successfully broken through to a Tier 4 contract master. Your attributes have been significantly enhanced. Healing effect 300, speed 500, strength 500, defense 300. A new attribute panel was generated. Name, Yiming. Spirituality, max level. Realm, Tier 4 contract master 03000000. Vitality, 17002-500. Mental power, 17002-500. Contract spirit, Godfall Dark Knight, Demon Emperor SSS level. Skills upgradable, Dark Domain level 13, Godfall Demon Armor level 13, Eternal Knight level 13. Spiritual talent, Slaughter Growth, Demon Emperor's Battle Intent. With vitality and mental power both reaching 2500, I can now easily defeat a near Tier 5 opponent, and even a regular Tier 5 warrior would be within my grasp. Yiming reveled in the unprecedented sense of power coursing through him. Just then, the sound of cracking ice echoed. The ice surface split, and with a crash, a beast as large as a hill burst through the ice. Covered in white fur, its limbs and body were clad in ice-blue armor reflecting the moonlight. With 4 ram-like horns on its head, wielding a gigantic sharp excite, was a Tier 5 beast, the Ice Armor Demon. Teacher, should we help Yiming? Su Qing asked worriedly. Gu Yunfeng waved his hand dismissively. No need. This Tier 5 beast is perfect for Yiming to practice on. A Tier 5 beast for practice? Su Qing thought the world had gone mad. The battle was imminent. The ice armor demon swung its giant axe, a chilling light glinting off it. Facing the deadly strike, Yiming instantly executed Dark Night Vanish, leaving a shadowy afterimage in the air. In less than a breath, he had flashed behind the ice armor demon, unfurling his black wings, with a scythe in hand surrounded by billowing black flames. With a thunderous crash, Yiming's scythe collided with the tough ice armor. Blood-red patterns emerged, and the scythe's power surged. With a squelching sound, the system notification followed. Successfully killed Tier 5 Ice Armor Demon, Realm Experience 500, Skill Experience 500. Received Beast Material, 0 degree Ice Armor. 0 Ice Armor? Yiming stared at the floating armor in front of him. It was entirely ice blue, surrounded by a bluish glow. Frost danced across its surface, emitting a coldness even more intense than a 5th-tier beast. This is a special beast material, or rather, a naturally formed beast armor, came the voice of Gu Yunfeng from behind. On the market, a 5th-tier beast armor would cost over 10 million. However, your contracted spirit is a witch with a dark attribute, so this 0 ice armor is more suitable for an ice attribute contractor. Yiming shook his head at the thought, realizing he couldn't use it himself and would have to sell it. Give me the 0 ice armor, Gu Yunfeng said with a serene smile, hands behind his back. I won't take it for free. You can choose between 10 million or 30,000 points in the Grim Mall. I'll take the 30,000 points, Yiming replied without hesitation. As far as he knew, contribution points in the Grim Mall were extremely valuable, not easily exchanged even with 30 million in cash. More importantly, the Grim Mall had materials suitable for witch contractors that were hard to find in the outside market. After securing the armor, Gu Yunfeng led Yiming back to Star Demon University. Along the way, Su Qing, wearing a ghost mask, kept trying to engage Yiming in conversation. Yiming, do you remember me? I helped you out when you had trouble with the Gold Cauldron Society. Su Qing pointed at himself. Of course, I remember. Thank you for saving me. Haha, it was nothing. But there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Su Qing said seriously. When we were talking closely, did you feel anything unusual? Like a chill down your spine, your heart being gripped, or a blade at your back? Yiming frowned. What do you mean by that? His contracted spirit is in class Intimidation Saintus, Gu Yunfeng explained. It has a special ability called the Intimidation Domain, which automatically activates when the Saintus energy is used. Even 5th-tier contractors are affected, but you were only 3rd tier at the time and seemed unaffected, which puzzled him. Yiming understood. As an assassin in his previous life, he had grown up surrounded by death and was desensitized to fear. Seeing Su Qing's expectant look, he casually said, maybe it's just differences in people. Your intimidation domain might only affect ordinary people and Saintus contractors. Su Qing pondered this, speculating that perhaps Yiming's immunity was due to being a witch contractor. At 2 a.m., the group finally returned to Star Demon University. Gu Yunfeng took out an exquisite jade box and handed it to Yiming. The box was intricately carved and impeccably white. Yiming gazed at the exquisite jade box in his hand, silently marveling at its immense value. As he carefully lifted the lid, a powerful aura of bloodlust and slaughter instantly filled the room. Inside lay a pitch-black severed arm, its surface covered in writhing black viscous substance, with blood-red claws still trembling slightly, exuding a menacing and unsettling energy. This is the left arm of the 8th-tier fierce beast, the bloodthirsty demon lord, Gu Yunfeng explained. It not only possesses intelligence, but also a bloodthirsty nature and dark energy attributes, which align perfectly with your innate abilities. As he spoke, a hint of weariness flickered in the old man's eyes. I traversed countless mountains and rivers to find this material for you. Upon hearing this, Yiming immediately bowed in gratitude. Master, your great kindness will never be forgotten. Should you ever need my service, I will go through fire and water for you. Gu Yunfeng stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction. To him, his student's gratitude was the greatest reward. Having grown weary of battles and conflicts in his twilight years, he found more joy in seeing his disciples' appreciation than in his own cultivation progress. Oh, by the way, Gu Yunfeng said, taking out a token engraved with the word treasure and handing it to Yiming. This is your pass to the Star Treasure Pavilion. It houses the treasures collected by Star Demon University over the years, from weapons and techniques to rare materials and beast components. With this token, you can choose a suitable treasure. You'll understand the rules once you get there. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yunfeng vanished like a breeze from the villa. Yiming carefully stored the token, his gaze falling on the 8th-tier beast material, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 3 orbs of light high-level treasures previously gifted by Lin Yin and Gu Yunfeng, which he had yet to absorb due to his focus on breaking through. The Dark Ice Blade, Frost Demon Blood, and the tentacle of the 7th-tier beast, the Deep Sea Poison Emperor. Begin absorption. Yiming's eyes glowed red as dark tendrils extended from his back, enveloping the 3 treasures and voraciously absorbing their energy. The Godfall scythe floated nearby, ready to accept the incoming power. With the sound of metal striking the ground, a cold electronic voice echoed in Yiming's mind, announcing the enhancement results. The scythe's blade had gained a new form, capable of easily slicing through 4th-tier beasts and even penetrating the high defense armor of 5th-tier beasts. His dark tendrils had also been comprehensively enhanced, doubling in toughness, malleability, and explosive power. The Godfall scythe now appeared renewed, its black shaft coursing with blood-red patterns, while at the junction of the blade and handle, a mysterious gem throbbed like a heart. Yiming's dark tendrils had taken on a metallic sheen. He clenched his fist, his gaze returning to the jade box. The 8th-tier beast material inside continued to emit a thick aura of bloodlust, as if calling out to him. Next, it's your turn. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.